Despite being known as Qingting University's most devoted romantic, he resolutely embarked on a path of rebirth and revenge under the scorching sun. At high noon in midsummer, heat waves rolled across the asphalt as hundreds of people formed a winding line outside the south gate of Qingting University, queuing at the gaming store. Umbrellas and folding chairs clustered between the barriers, while an electronic screen displayed a countdown timer. Only 27 minutes remained until the release of Demon Continent. Lin Yu stood in the long queue, sweat having long soaked through the back of his t-shirt, but his gaze remained intensely fixed on the electronic screen. Behind him, Ling Xian, a girl in white, looked utterly helpless, her tone filled with frustration. Lin Yu, are you really going to buy a gaming headset for that Su Yao? Su Yao was Lin Yu's girlfriend, known throughout Qingting University as a gaming fanatic. For the launch of Demon Continent, she had threatened to break up with him unless he bought her a headset. News that had spread across the entire campus. What Ling Xian found most intolerable was Su Yao's seemingly innocent facade, hiding her calculating nature. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Su Yao being intimate with a strange man, a scene she had observed more than once. Having chosen silence before, Ling Xian could no longer contain her anger. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Yu would spend 20,000 yuan on such a person. Faced with her questioning, Lin Yu merely let out a cold laugh and countered. Do you really think I'd give 20,000 yuan to Su Yao? Am I out of my mind? This statement left Ling Xian stunned, taking her a moment to process. Little Lin, what did you just say? The gaming headset isn't for Su Yao? She looked completely bewildered, recalling how just an hour ago, Lin Yu had sworn he would give Su Yao a surprise. Yet now his tone had completely changed, leaving her in disbelief. What, crazy girl, were you hoping I'd buy it for her? Lin Yu's lips curved slightly with mockery. Ling Xian stood there dazed, not even bothering to argue about being called crazy girl, repeatedly asking, Little Lin, you're really not doing this for Su Yao? Lin Yu helplessly rolled his eyes and coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Deep down, he understood that Ling Xian's concern and impulsiveness stemmed from considering him an important person. If this had been 10 minutes ago, he would have been 90% certain he was here for Su Yao. 20,000 yuan wasn't a small amount for him. Would have to live frugally for quite some time, but as long as it made Su Yao happy, he would have given everything. The former Lin Yu was recognized as Qingting University's #1 simp, giving his heart and soul to Su Yao without reservation. But now, he was no longer that fool who let others toy with his emotions. Because Lin Yu had been reborn, a catastrophe 5 years later had completely changed his fate. In his previous life, he had given everything to Su Yao, only to have her abandon him for the powerful after the spiritual awakening, even piercing his chest with a sword while coldly laughing. Your devotion was nothing more than your own willing sacrifice. I never had any feelings for you. In that moment, Lin Yu's heart turned to ash. Years of deep affection had been nothing but self-deception. Blessed by heaven with a second chance at life, he vowed never again to waste even a penny on someone with false feelings. In this life, he would only cherish those who truly cared for him, like Ling Xian. Little Lin, then why are you buying a gaming headset? Ling Xian finally couldn't help but voice her confusion. Lin Yu had always been a top student at Qingting University, one of the nation's top 3 institutions, easily earning scholarships and never touching games. Now he wanted to spend 40,000 yuan on a gaming headset? Lin Yu smiled slightly, determination flashing in his eyes. I heard this is the world's first holographic simulation game, and you can even make money from it. Can I give it a try? He didn't explain further. As a reborn person, he knew this game wasn't merely an entertainment product, but preparation for the world catastrophe that would come in a year when Blue Star would merge with Demon Continent. Spiritual energy would awaken, and monsters would descend. Only by entering the game early and building up advantages could one control their destiny in the coming chaos. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian's expression became strange, her eyes filled with unfamiliarity and confusion. She distinctly felt that Lin Yu had gained an aura of weathered maturity. Like an elder who had experienced countless hardships. If not for the familiar face before her, she would almost suspect he had been possessed. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's mind was focused solely on the countdown numbers. In his previous life, he had missed the optimal entry timing because of Su Yao and ultimately died at the hands of demons. In this life, he would never allow fate to repeat itself. Time passed minute by minute. As the sales point doors opened, the long line erupted like boiling water, the scene more chaotic than elderly ladies fighting over discounted eggs. Lin Yu witnessed firsthand how the 100,000 headsets from the first release were about to sell out, feeling deeply moved. In his previous life, he had waited a week for this. Now he had successfully purchased one in just a few minutes. After paying 40,000 yuan, he and Ling Xian each obtained their headsets. Lin Yu looked down at the headset in his hands with determined eyes. Reborn into this life. This time, his destiny would be written by his own hands. Yunzhong Residential Complex, Building 4, Unit 61. After purchasing their gaming helmets, Lin Yu and Ling Xian hurried back to their 2-bedroom rental apartment, carrying the packaging boxes. Both were students at Qingting University and should have been living in their respective dormitories. However, Ling Xian's roommate was a complete weirdo, forcing her to move out of the dorm overnight and rent this place near campus. Lin Yu had originally planned to continue living on campus, but he couldn't resist this crazy girl's persistent nagging, plus the friendship discount and snack bribes. In the end, for the sake of their childhood friendship, he agreed to share the same roof with her. The Demon Continent server was set to launch at exactly 12 noon. When they entered the residential complex, their phones already showed past 11:30. Lin Yu quickly cooked some instant noodles in the kitchen, wolfed down a few bites to fill his stomach, reminded Ling Xian not to dawdle, then eagerly put on his helmet and lay down on the sofa. Ling Xian was stunned for a moment even as a gaming addict girl. She had never seen Lin Yu so fanatical about a game. Lin Yu didn't bother explaining. His memories from his previous life told him that many hidden talents were often triggered at the moment of character creation, and once someone else got there first, the opportunity would be lost forever. Even entering the game 1 second earlier than others could amplify advantages infinitely. As soon as he logged in, a beautiful promotional animation appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. A magnificent overhead view of the continent and epic silhouettes of gods and demons at war flashed by in sequence, followed by a transition to the class showcase. Demon Continent had 7 major classes for the human race: Knight, Warrior, Mage, Summoner, Assassin, Archer, and Priest, corresponding to the 7 great temples of the human faction. The countdown quickly jumped to 10, 9, 8. The system's cold notification sound echoed in his ears. When the numbers reached 0, the familiar character creation interface popped up. Username, Jiu. Class, Warrior. Lin Yu unhesitatingly reused his previous life's ID and class. Among the 7 classes, Warrior was quite standard. By conventional logic, if he wanted flashy damage output, he should have chosen the higher burst damage Assassin or Mage. But he chose Warrior to verify a hypothesis that might determine his future. Class selection complete. Please allocate your free attribute points. The system interface appeared again. Starting with 10 free attribute points that players could allocate freely, Lin Yu took a deep breath and directly dragged all 10 points into the defense category. System reminder: your point allocation is extremely unbalanced. Do you confirm? Although warriors could become shield warriors after changing classes, that was in the late game. Putting all attributes into defense like he did would seem absolutely insane to others, especially since defense wasn't even a warrior's highest growth stat. But Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Confirm. However, Lin Yu completely ignored the system's prompt, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against stone. He stared intently at the loading bar floating on his retina, the bright red numbers counting down second by second like a hammer pounding against his heart. His breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently, even his fingertips stiffening with tension. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached 0, and a new notification panel suddenly popped up. His tense shoulders finally relaxed slightly. As the first warrior player to allocate all initial free attribute points to defense, you have successfully triggered the God Tier Hidden Talent Absolute Defense. God Tier Absolute Defense, LV1. Effect 1: Ultimate Defense. Each time attacked by an enemy, permanently increases defense value by 0.02 points, limited to monsters. Player attacks do not trigger this effect. Effect 2: Damage Reflection. When attacked by enemies, immediately reflects true damage equal to 10 of your maximum defense value. Proficiency, 05000. So I bet correctly after all? Lin Yu stared at the pale blue screen, unclenched his jaw, and a relieved smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his previous life, he had only allocated all attribute points to defense because he heard that Continent of Gods and Demons featured realistic pain feedback, and he was afraid of getting hurt. This accidentally triggered absolute defense. Now, reborn in this life, he wasn't certain whether history would deviate from its original course. Only at this moment did the weight in his heart finally lift. With absolute defense, in this lifetime, no one will ever be able to trample me underfoot again. He gazed at the panel, his eyes burning with intensity. In his previous life, he had entered the game several months later than other players, yet relied on this skill to dominate all the way, earning the nickname Iron Turtle. His most glorious moment was at level 60, when he withstood attacks from a level 80 berserker and remained undefeated before a crowd of onlookers. Unfortunately, he eventually died from betrayal after trusting Su Yao wrongly. Even so, this was enough to prove how terrifying absolute defense could be. This time, he entered the game at the normal time and possessed the accumulated experience from his previous life. He could completely rely on this talent to carve out a world that truly belonged to him. Despite his excitement, Lin Yu didn't let joy cloud his judgment. Among the first batch of players to enter the game, he wasn't the only one to awaken a god-tier talent conservatively estimated. There were more than 5 others. The most famous was Xiahou Qingqing from the Xiahou family. Her god-tier talent Divine Controller could summon high-level pets regardless of level differences, allowing her to dominate from the very beginning. With her alone, The Xiahou family leaped from being the bottom of China's top 10 families directly into the top 3. This showed the significance of continent of gods and demons, and naturally, all the major families spared no expense in investing money. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yu opened his attribute panel. Nickname, Yu. Level, 10,100. Class, Warrior. Health, 100,100. Energy, 5,050. Attack, 7. Defense, 21. Special attributes, none. Talent skill, Absolute Defense Talent, Divine Level 1, Proficiency, 05000. This line of golden text occupied the most prominent position on the attribute panel. Following closely was the Profession section. Warrior Specialization Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. In the Equipment slot, there was only a hefty battle axe, labeled by the system as Beginner Equipment. It could be said that aside from the singular, dazzling, absolute defense, Lin Yu's other stats were utterly mediocre, perfectly fitting the balanced positioning of the warrior profession. In contrast, other professions each had their own appeal. Knight Specialization, Ultimate Defense, Personal Defense 10. Archer Specialization, Double Attack Speed. Mage Specialization, Maximum Magic Power 10. Priest Specialization, Healing Amount 10. Only the warrior had a mere 5 to both attack and defense. However, Lin Yu didn't mind. He gently touched the panel with a smile playing at his lips. For him, having absolute defense was already enough. Time was running short. He should enter the game first. Lin Yu glanced at the clock in the upper right corner, casually closed the panel, and headed straight for the teleportation array. The gaming helmet only allowed 8 hours online per day, and he had already spent quite a bit of time creating his character, couldn't afford any more delays. Buzz. Blue and white rings of light illuminated the edges of the teleportation array. Ding. You are about to enter newbie village number 332. As soon as the system notification ended, a flash of golden light appeared, followed by the familiar sensation of weightlessness. The next instant, Lin Yu opened his eyes to find himself standing at the entrance of newbie village number 332. A dirt path stretched outward, sparse wooden fences enclosed an open area, and a few wild chickens fluttered up in the distance. Already number 332? The popularity of this game is truly terrifying. Lin Yu sighed briefly. According to the official settings, each newbie village could only accommodate 300 players in the early stages. Now that they had reached number 332, it meant that over 99 of the first batch of players had already logged in. He had entered the game early, yet even with just a slight delay, he was assigned to a village numbered in the 300, showing just how popular the game was. Knowing he was already behind, Lin Yu wasted no more time and hurried toward the area outside the newbie village where monsters respawned. Shortly after leaving the newbie village, Lin Yu spotted numerous level 1 crimson feather chickens. These chickens scattered in small groups among the grass, pecking for food, their feathers gleaming with a faint red luster under the sunlight. Meanwhile, players around them had already drawn their weapons, eager for action, turning the entire clearing into a chaotic battlefield filled with flying chickens and barking dogs. In the early stages of the game, ordinary monsters had limited spawn rates, so whoever struck first would gain more experience. If someone else beat you to it, you could only wait for the next wave. Therefore, most players showed no mercy. If they could kill 2, they would never settle for just 1. However, Lin Yu didn't join this chicken hunt battle. He quietly sheathed his weapon and skirted along the edge of the grass, bypassing the crowd toward a dense forest ahead. There was another crimson feather chicken spawn point there, but it was extremely well hidden and virtually unknown to players in the early game. Following memories from his previous life, he navigated through tangled thorns and thick vines, soon reaching a tranquil clearing. Compared to the earlier commotion, this place was so quiet that only the sound of wind rustling leaves and chickens pecking at grass could be heard. Several crimson feather chickens wandered about, heads down pulling at grass roots, with no other players in sight. Though few in number, the location's remoteness was its advantage. For a player like Lin Yu, who possessed absolute defense and damage reflection abilities, this was undoubtedly a perfect grinding spot. After all, openly displaying damage reflection during the newbie period would be too conspicuous and easily attract unwanted attention from other players. To avoid trouble, the lower his profile, the better. He stepped toward the crimson feather chickens, and immediately a monster panel appeared before his eyes. Crimson feather chicken common monster, LV1. HP, 100,100. Attack, 10. Defense, 5. Skills, none. Description, a small chicken from the newbie village outskirts. Might taste good stewed with mushrooms. In this game, common monsters of the same level typically had only about 80% of a player's stats, so killing them wasn't too difficult as long as your technique wasn't completely terrible. However, the moment Lin Yu took just 2 steps forward, those crimson feather chickens suddenly charged at him like lit firecrackers, flapping their wings with sharp beaks aimed directly at his face. Normally, monsters wouldn't actively attack players without taking damage or triggering aggro, but these crimson feather chickens were clearly more aggressive. Lin Yu seemed prepared for this. Not only did he not retreat, but he actually moved forward, then performed an action that would make any observer's jaw drop. He simply sat down on the spot, cushioned his arms behind his head, and lay flat on the grass, squinting as he enjoyed the dappled sunlight filtering through the forest. Keep in mind, while level 1 Crimson Feather chickens weren't particularly strong, they still posed a threat to level 1 players. Being surrounded and attacked by so many at once would require careful handling even for a level 5 player, let alone Lin Yu, a level 1 warrior. Yet Lin Yu's demeanor appeared more relaxed than someone sunbathing. Therefore, anyone witnessing this scene would only think he had lost his mind. Even if you wanted to show off, this wasn't the way to do it. However, facing the siege of numerous red-feathered chickens, Lin Yu remained completely composed, even leisurely yawning, as if utterly unaffected. When their claws struck his refined iron armor, only crisp ding-ding sounds could be heard, followed by a stream of gray-white text flooding above his head. Miss, miss, miss. Meanwhile, clusters of crimson numbers splashed from the red-feathered chickens. 2 reflect damage, 2 reflect damage, 2 reflect damage. This meant that even with dozens of red-feathered chickens desperately clawing and biting, Lin Yu remained completely unharmed, instead slowly whittling down their health bars through reflect damage alone. If other players had passed by, they would have doubted their own eyes. It was like having Sunfire Cape, Thornmail Liandries, all active at once, where attacking him was essentially self-torture. Of course, this scene wasn't caused by cheats, but rather Lin Yu's precise understanding of the damage mechanics in Divine Demon Continent. According to the game settings, when defense exceeded twice the attacker's attack power, it would trigger unable to penetrate defense, resulting in a direct misjudgment. His current defense was maintained at exactly twice the red-feathered chicken's attack power, right at the threshold of impenetrable defense. This was precisely why he dared to lie flat so brazenly. He simply laid down on the grass, hands behind his head, lazily allowing the red-feathered chickens to mob him. This wasn't intentional showing off. There were only 2 reasons. 1. His main goal was to max out the ultimate defense passive. Actively attacking would cause the red-feathered chickens to die faster, actually slowing his progress. 2. His attack stats were truly pitiful, basically equivalent to the damage from reflect damage, and with slow early game attack speed, even if he swung his sword, it would barely improve efficiency. Rather than engage in thankless damage dealing, he might as well take this chance to relax. After all, his mind had been tense for the past 5 years, and now that he finally had an opportunity to completely unwind, he naturally wouldn't waste it. The red-feathered chicken's claw strikes and pecks continued relentlessly, with system notifications scrolling rhythmically. Defense 0.02. Defense 0.02. Defense 0.02. The numbers increased extremely slowly, yet steadily and persistently. Before he knew it, 4 hours had quietly slipped away. Perhaps due to the aftereffects of rebirth, or maybe because he was too relaxed, Lin Yu actually dozed off amidst the monotonous notification sounds. It wasn't until a crisp ding pierced through his eardrums that he suddenly awakened. Congratulations, player Gu, your talent absolute defense has successfully upgraded to LV2. Effect 1 Ultimate Defense. Each time attacked by an enemy, permanently increases own defense value by 0.05 points. Note: only triggered by monsters, player attacks invalid. Effect 2 Reflect Damage. When attacked by enemies, reflects true damage equal to 15 of own maximum defense value. Proficiency 050000. I can't believe I actually fell asleep. He propped himself up, stretched his stiff shoulders, and checked the Tamiya. Full 4 hours had passed, leaving him somewhat amazed. In the early stages of Divine Demon Continent, time was extremely precious. Someone who could actually fall asleep in that situation was definitely a rare breed. However, you couldn't entirely blame Lin Yu for this. Anyone who could lie down and automatically farm monsters would get drowsy. After just a short nap, his gains were quite impressive. 1. Absolute defense upgraded to LV2. 2. Character level increased to level 3. 3. 328 copper coins added to his inventory. This meant that through absolute defense's damage reflection mechanism, he had silently killed 328 red-feathered chickens. While this number only ranked in the lower middle tier among all first-day progress, it far exceeded what ordinary players could achieve. Lin Yu wasn't in a rush to power level anyway. His real goal was to stack up the passive layers of absolute defense first. Once this trump card was fully developed, farming monsters would become effortless. Absolute defense really is a godly skill. My defense now is even higher than that of an ordinary level 10 knight. Lin Yu opened his status panel, where his defense value of 126 points stood prominently. This was the result of maxing out the LV1 absolute defense passive stacks. It was enough to leave even level 10 knights without equipment in the dust, demonstrating just how terrifying this skill was. After marveling at it briefly, he quickly calmed down and allocated all 20 free attribute points from leveling up into attack. His attack jumped from 7 points to 37 points instantly. While damage reflection did scale with defense, the absolute defense passive had no upper limit anyway. so putting attribute points into defense offered limited returns. On the contrary, the higher his active damage, the more efficient his farming would be, and in critical moments, he couldn't rely solely on damage reflection to save his life. How did I get a new skill? Just as he finished allocating his attributes and was about to close the panel, Lin Yu suddenly froze. A new line had appeared in his skill list at some point. Taunt active skill, rank, LV1. Description: since you were the first person to remain so calm and composed that you could sleep while facing monster attacks, this skill belongs to you and you alone. Taunt and strength skill. Staring at the semi-transparent window floating before him, Lin Yu blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered for a moment. He had just taken a quick nap, and upon waking, he had awakened in strength skill. Such luck was simply outrageous. Moreover, in this lifetime, he had never seen the name Taunt in any skill documentation before. After a brief moment of surprise, he immediately reached out to tap the window, and the skill information unfolded. Taunt active skill rank, class level, LV1. Effect: actively taunt one target, forcing them to only attack you for the duration while being unable to use skills against you. Duration: 3 minutes. Cooldown: 3 hours. Energy cost: 50 points. Proficiency: 0-10. Requires skill books to upgrade. Damn, a broken skill tailor-made for me. Lin Yu gasped. On the surface, this skill seemed like begging to get beaten up, utterly foolish. But on the battlefield, having someone who could continuously draw fire for 3 minutes would be like a walking fortress. Whether rescuing teammates or stealing bosses, it would be a game-changing weapon. And this was only level 0. If the proficiency maxed out, how terrifying would the effect become? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This perfectly compensated for his fatal weakness in attack power. At his current stage, his defense was ridiculously high with damage reflection, but the prerequisite was that enemies had to attack first. If opponents chose to ignore him, no matter how tough he was, he could only stand there helplessly. This wasn't a problem against low-level monsters, but it became troublesome when facing intelligent bosses or players. Now, with forced aggro-pooling taunt, he could completely rely on damage reflection to literally bounce opponents to death. Truly a blessing in disguise. Grumble. Just as he was getting absorbed in reading, his stomach protested at an inopportune moment. Only then did Lin Yu remember that he was wearing just an ordinary gaming helmet, which couldn't provide nutritional supplements. 3 meals a day still had to be handled offline. Once I have money, I must get a gaming pod, he thought to himself while rubbing his stomach. Gaming pods not only automatically supplied nutrition and handled bodily needs, but also provided 2 full extra hours of online time compared to helmets. Truly a game-changer from the starting line. Unfortunately, the first batch of gaming pods worldwide numbered only 1,000 units, all snatched up by major families. Although subsequent batches expanded production, they were almost entirely monopolized, with less than 10% reaching the market. Even when they occasionally appeared, wealthy individuals drove prices sky-high, far beyond what someone in his circumstances could afford. In his previous life, he had to wait until the late game period to finally get his hands on one, which showed just how scarce they were. After a quick cleanup, he unhesitatingly dimmed his nameplate in a secluded patch of grass, confirmed safety, and logged out of the game directly. In this game, players typically have 2 options when logging off. First, return to the newbie village safe, but requiring a complete map traversal. Second, log off and play saving travel time, but risking discovery and instant death by other players. Being ambushed by campers not only costs a level's worth of experience, but may also result in equipment loss, so 90% of players prefer to teleport back to the village safely. Lin Yu showed no concern because his chosen grinding spot was extremely well hidden, with virtually negligible chances of being discovered. Yunzhong Residential Complex, Building 4, Unit 61. Lin Yu removed his gaming helmet, feeling energetic despite some hunger. The greatest feature of the Demon Continent was that extended online sessions didn't drain additional stamina. The door to another bedroom remained tightly shut, with Ling Xin clearly still immersed in the game. Lin Yu had long grown accustomed to this girl being a gaming fanatic. Part of Ling Xin's reason for moving off campus was to enjoy uninterrupted dungeon runs. Lin Yu shook his head with amusement, choosing not to disturb her, and picked up his phone to head to the school cafeteria. The meal allowance from his scholarship shouldn't go to waste. Upon unlocking his screen, over a dozen missed calls appeared, all from Su Yao, whose contact was notably labeled baby. Lin Yu gave a self-deprecating smile as memories surfaced, stirring slight emotions within him. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to call back for one purpose: to break up. Revenge? Not for now. Su Yao hadn't turned malicious yet, so an amicable separation was the safest approach. Lin Yu, you finally remembered to call back? Do you know how many times I called? The moment the call connected, she took the offensive with her characteristically domineering tone. Lin Yu listened calmly without responding, waiting for the right moment to speak. Just as he was about to say, let's break up, Su Yao cut him off again. Although your performance today was disappointing, considering you bought me a gaming helmet, I'll give you a chance. Right now, bring the helmet to my dorm and apologize, and maybe I'll forgive you otherwise. $2,000 mentioned so casually. Bring it immediately. Apologize. Lin Yu nearly laughed out loud. Princess? Young mistress? He found both Su Yao's naive arrogance and his own past blindness ridiculous. Otherwise what? He asked indifferently. We'll break up, of course. Su Yao blurted out. She had used this tactic frequently in the past, knowing Lin Yu treated these words as his weakness. Whenever she mentioned breaking up, Lin Yu would inevitably beg for reconciliation in a humble manner, often with material compensation. It worked every time, so she was confident of success again. She was already fantasizing about sweet gaming sessions with her senior after getting the helmet. However, her fantasy was shattered by a cold voice. In that case, let's break up then. By the way, I bought the helmet for myself, not for you. Lin Yu hung up immediately after speaking, then blocked her number, not even giving Su Yao a chance to bark back. Compared to endless entanglement with Su Yao, filling his stomach was more important. In his previous life after the spiritual energy revival, he had barely enjoyed a proper meal. Now, during this peaceful interlude, he decided to treat himself well and make up for all the delicious food he had missed. At Qingting University's third cafeteria, in Section D, by a window seat, Su Yao sat wearing her JK uniform. The smug smile on her face slowly faded, gradually replaced by anger. Her body even trembled slightly from excessive rage. She never expected that Lin Yu would not only dare to hang up on her, but also block her. Had this guy forgotten to take his medication today? Beside her, her best friend Li Shui looked completely bewildered. Just moments ago, Su Yao had been acting all high and mighty. So why had she suddenly gone silent? Yao Yao, what's wrong? Did that guy Lin Yu make you angry again? Since Su Yao hadn't put the call on speaker, Li Shui had no idea what had transpired. Su Yao didn't respond immediately. Only after gradually calming her emotions did she speak in an icy tone. That bastard Lin Yu broke up with me. And he even blocked me. What? How is that possible? Li Shui was clearly caught off guard, her mouth agape and eyes nearly bulging with surprise. In her impression, Lin Yu was nothing more than a pathetic lapdog who groveled around Su Yao. Now this submissive dog had actually learned to fight back? This completely shattered her understanding. Su Yao didn't respond, her face now frighteningly dark. Obviously, Lin Yu's actions had put her in a terrible, terrible mood. Important things must be said 3 times. Throughout her entire life, she had always been the one to initiate breakups. This was the first time someone had broken up with her. Didn't someone see Lin Yu queuing to buy you a gaming headset today? What about that? As if remembering something, Li Shui looked at Su Yao with curiosity. As a top student, Lin Yu's aversion to gaming was well known throughout Qingting University. Plus, yesterday Lin Yu had personally promised to buy Su Yao a gaming headset. So she found it hard to believe that the headset wasn't specifically meant for Su Yao. After all, this was completely inconsistent with Lin Yu's previous character. At the mention of the gaming headset, Su Yao's eyes clearly flickered, a hint of greed surfacing in their depths. She had promised senior Wang Duojin that she would play Duo Q with him sweetly tonight. Wang Duojin was the only son of Wang Youfu, a real estate tycoon in Qing City. If she could latch onto him, it would definitely be a case of one person achieving enlightenment and lifting everyone around them. She had once paid no small price just to get close to Wang Duojin. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't miss this chance to climb up to Wang Duojin because of that loser Lin Yu. Breaking up is fine, but the gaming headset must be mine. Su Yao stared coldly at her phone screen, her gaze filled with unquestionable determination. Lin Yu was merely a stepping stone for her to reach higher branches. She felt no emotional attachment to him whatsoever. If it weren't for his handsome looks and academic excellence, she would have kicked him to the curb long ago. What kind of trash thought he could climb into her bed? But Wang Duojin was different. She absolutely couldn't give up on him. Hey, Yao Yao, isn't that guy over there Lin Yu? Just then, Li Shui suddenly looked toward a section of the cafeteria and exclaimed in surprise. What a narrow path for enemies to meet. Hearing her reminder, Su Yao also lifted her head to look over, and soon anger surged in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was completely unaware of the two women's thoughts. He had just ordered some spicy hot pot and was waiting in line. In his previous life, after the spiritual energy revival, Blue Star's order had nearly collapsed, and when survival was at stake, no one had time to think about cooking. Back then, Lin Yu had survived for 2 whole years on nothing but the fishy meat of wild monsters and bitter medicinal pills, leaving his sense of taste almost completely numb. Only when you lose something do you realize how precious it was. Given this second chance, he was determined to savor the unique flavors of huagua during this rare period of campus tranquility. The cafeteria at Qingting University wasn't too crowded on Saturday, with only a 3 to 5 minute wait at the serving counter. Lin Yu picked up a large bowl of steaming spicy hot pot, the red oil glistening and aromatic steam rising to his nostrils. He found a seat by the window and had just raised his chopsticks to dig in when a cold, harsh voice suddenly exploded from in front of him without warning. Lin Yu, how can you still have the mood to sit here eating? Get up right now. Looking up, he saw the aggressive figures of Su Yao and Li Shui approaching. Li Shui had her arms crossed tightly over her ample chest, looking down at him with an expression demanding an explanation, while Su Yao wore a JK uniform, her eyes cold as frost, looking like a wronged woman who had been betrayed. Lin Yu glanced at them impassively and lowered his head to continue fishing out a soup-soaked fishball, as if the red oil before him was the only thing in the world worth caring about. Su Yao and Li Shui were considered among the most beautiful at Qingting University, with Su Yao especially renowned as the department flower. But at this moment, a bowl of hot, tempting spicy soup clearly held more appeal for Lin Yu. Lin Yu, don't be so ungrateful. Li Shui's voice immediately rose when she saw his indifference, her body trembling slightly with anger. How dare the usually submissive Lin Yu ignore them like this? Wasn't he afraid that Su Yao would really stop caring about him? Compared to Li Shui's agitation, Su Yao appeared calmer, though her gaze grew increasingly icy. Li Shui's loud voice quickly drew onlookers, with many nearby students stopping with their trays in hand. After all, both Lin Yu and Su Yao were prominent figures on campus, and their romantic drama had long been a topic of gossip. I already proposed breaking up, so why are you still here? What? Can't bear to let me go. Lin Yu put down his chopsticks and looked up at the two, his tone mocking, completely ignoring the surrounding stares. Since they wanted to make a scene, he had no intention of saving face for them. What? Lin Yu actually initiated the breakup? Impossible, right? Just a few days ago he was still completely devoted to Su Yao. It's probably because of that 20th Zanduan gaming headset that's no small amount. Maybe the breakup is actually good for Lin Yu. Su Yao might not even be worthy of him. Amid the whispered conversations, the cafeteria atmosphere immediately became electric. Everyone was clearly surprised that Lin Yu, who had always been deeply entangled in romance, would actually take the initiative to cut the emotional ties. Lin Yu, what did you just say? Li Shui's face turned ashen, anger and humiliation flooding over her. Just as she was about to speak again, Su Yao raised her hand to stop her. Su Yao's expression darkened as she stared directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I'm giving you one last chance right now. If you kneel down and beg me, I can let today's incident slide. Otherwise, I will never acknowledge you again. Obviously, Lin Yu's behavior just now had made her lose face in front of everyone. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as all eyes turned to Su Yao, yet she remained composed in her mind. Lin Yu was simply throwing a tantrum, and he couldn't bear to, nor would he dare to, truly lose her. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu paused slightly and lowered his head. His fingertips still held the warmth of the food, and the moment he looked down, it seemed as if his weak spot had been hit. Seeing this, Su Yao felt certain, and a smug smile quickly crept across her lips. What's with the act? As long as I take a firmer stance, won't this little lapdog obediently kneel and beg for forgiveness? Just as she waited for Lin Yu to admit his mistake and apologize, the young man suddenly raised his head. His gaze was cold and sharp, as if he were looking at an idiot. Lin Yu spoke calmly, yet each word was crystal clear. Well, thank God for that. From now on, please do me the favor of not disturbing my meals anymore. Whoosh. The entire cafeteria erupted as if struck by a heavy hammer. Is this still the Lin Yu we know, the lovesick fool, the lapdog? Someone couldn't help but whisper in shock. Su Yao was also stunned, her mind going blank. She hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so resolute. Beside her, Li Shui was so furious her chest heaved violently, gripping her plastic spoon tightly, wishing she could skin Lin Yu alive on the spot. Lin Yu, I'm giving you one last chance. Her teeth ground together with a grinding sound as Su Yao's gaze turned dark as deep water, staring at him intently, her rage now uncontainable. But her words were coldly interrupted by Lin Yu. You don't need to give me any chances. Even if you gave me 10,000 chances, the outcome would be the same. Leave. For old time's sake, I don't want you to be too embarrassed. His voice was frighteningly calm, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat, suddenly finding the Lin Yu before her terrifyingly unfamiliar. She wanted to explode, but was silenced by his almost frozen calm gaze and the pointing and whispering of the onlookers around them. Taking a deep breath, she could only force herself to speak with a cold expression. Breaking up is fine, but you must give me the gaming headset. Lin Yu almost laughed in anger. This woman was still thinking about that gaming headset even now? He shook his head, his gaze growing even more frigid. I told you, I've already used the gaming headset. Even if I hadn't, why should I give it to you? Sorry, but do you deserve it? When Lin Yu returned to the residential complex, Ling Xin was still immersed in her game with no intention of logging out. The living room was bathed in warm yellow light as he placed the takeout spicy hot pot on the coffee table. The bamboo skewers clinked together, and the aroma of chili oil quickly filled the air. He glanced at the VR headset, shook his head helplessly, then sat down and put on his own headset to enter Divine Demon Continent. Game time synchronized with Blue Star. The login screen flashed by, and when his vision refocused, night had already fallen over the newbie village. Lin Yu didn't rush to change maps, but continued staying put to farm red-feathered chickens. Although these creatures no longer gave him any experience points, he wasn't acting rashly. He was waiting for a hidden quest he had only learned about in his previous life. Trigger condition: kill 1,000 red feathered chickens and collect 1,000 red feathered chicken feathers. On the surface, this quest seemed simple, but completing it was nearly impossible for 3 reasons. 1. Divine Demon Continent had harsh leveling rules. Only killing same level monsters gave 1 experience point. Monsters 1 level lower gave only 50, and monsters 2 levels or more below gave no experience at all. 2. The first 10 levels required exactly 100 experience points each, meaning after killing 300 red feathered chickens, players could no longer gain experience. 3. Early levels were crucial, so even professional gold farmers wouldn't waste time on mere copper coins. Therefore, no normal person would farm up to 1,000 kills. If not for some eccentric player in his previous life who stubbornly farmed exactly 1,000 red feathered chickens, Lin Yu would never have known this secret. The reward was equally enticing in strength skill. Divine Demon Continent's skills were ranked from highest to lowest. Divine, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E. One could imagine how incredibly valuable this hidden quest was. However, as his absolute defense passive ability stacked up, he discovered his farming speed was too fast. With damage reflection alone, he could take down a red feathered chicken in just over 10 seconds, but the current respawn rate clearly couldn't keep up. Looking at the empty grassland around him, he shrugged, having no intention of waiting around for respawns. Shifting his gaze, he turned toward the village outskirts and jogged toward the next red-feathered chicken spawn point. Outside the newbie village, moonlight bathed the open ground while occasional breezes rustled the grass. Most online players had already reached level 3 or above, leaving the map empty except for the occasional glow from teleportation arrays. Exactly what Lin Yu wanted: quiet and convenient. In his attribute panel, he had boosted his attack power to 37 points. The numerical change showed immediate results. Each sword strike sent crimson splashing through the red-feathered chicken's plumage. Damage reflection triggered simultaneously, and within just 2 or 3 seconds, a 1-feather notification would pop up in the upper right corner of his screen. Combined with the reflection damage, he could basically kill one in 2 to 3 seconds. As he continuously struck the red-feathered chickens with his beginner's axe, kill notifications soon began echoing in his ears. Ding! You have successfully killed a red-feathered chicken. Rewards: 1 copper coin, 1 red feathered chicken feather. Due to the monster's low level, experience gained, 0. Ding! You have successfully killed a red feathered chicken. Rewards: 1 copper coin, 1 red feathered chicken feather. Due to the monster's low level, experience gained, 0. Although killing red feathered chickens no longer granted experience, the thought of eventually obtaining and strength skill filled Lin Yu with tireless excitement. His axe movements were fluid and swift, with feathers and blood splattering everywhere. The dense system notifications barely paused, making this clearing resemble a never-ending training ground. Time passed quietly amid the monotonous cycle of killing and looting. 2 hours flew by in the blink of an eye, and as the last death cry echoed in his ears, a mechanical system voice suddenly invaded his mind. Ding! Great adventurer, you have successfully triggered the hidden quest Steadfast Adventurer by killing 1,000 red-feathered chickens consecutively. Please bring your 1,000 red-feathered chicken feathers to the village chief to claim your reward. Finally triggered? The moment the system notification appeared, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with uncontainable excitement. The rumors about this hidden quest from his previous life were indeed true. He quickly organized his spoils, pocketing the dropped copper coins and stuffing all the feathers into his inventory. Then, shouldering his beginner's axe, he sprinted toward the newbie village. He only had 2 hours of online time remaining, and he was currently only level 3. According to his memories from his previous life, plenty of people reached level 8 on the first day, so he couldn't afford any more delays. A few minutes later, Lin Yu arrived at the village chief's house. The wooden door was half open, with bright firelight streaming from within. Sitting at the table was an elderly man with a kind smile and sharp eyes. Lin Yu could only see the green nameplate above the man's head. All other information showed as question marks, confirming his memory that every newbie village chief possesses strength above level 30. He had witnessed examples of reckless players challenging village chiefs only to be killed in 1 strike, so he naturally dared not show disrespect. Village chief, I'm here to submit a quest. Lin Yu bowed respectfully and arranged the 1,000 red-feathered chicken feathers from his inventory into a neat pile resembling a small mountain. I didn't expect someone to complete my trial so quickly. Upon seeing this feather mountain, the village chief was momentarily stunned. Then his smile grew even brighter. Brave adventurer, congratulations on successfully passing my trial. I shall grant you a special reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the village chief's trial. Rewards: 100 experience, 10 silver coins, 1 unwavering will skill. Unwavering will. Type: passive skill. Grade S. Level: LV1. Effect: Immune to one control effect. After triggering, ignore all control effects for the next 5 seconds and become immune to the same control skill. Cooldown, 3 hours after triggering. Proficiency, 0-10 requires skill books to level up. Is truly worthy of strength skill. This effect is absolutely overpowered. Lin Yu stared at the panel, his heart burning with excitement. With absolute defense, he was already difficult to injure, but he had always feared potential control attacks. Now, with unwavering will, his survival capabilities had reached another level. Most importantly, it was a passive skill that triggered automatically without requiring manual activation, so he didn't need to worry about slow reactions. I have to admit, the rewards for this hidden quest are truly generous. Besides the unwavering will title, the other rewards are equally tempting. The 100 experience points are like a godsend for Lin Yu at this moment, but what catches the eye most are those 10 silver coins gleaming with silver light. The currency system in the Demon Continent consists of 3 tiers: gold, silver, and copper, with an exchange rate of 1 gold coin 100 silver coins 10,000 copper coins. According to the early game exchange rate, 10 copper coins could be exchanged for about 1 Chinese yuan, making 10 silver coins worth a solid 100 yuan, and the official prices hadn't even been raised yet. This is precisely why the Demon Continent became wildly popular. You could enjoy thrilling monster battles while earning real money. Who will want to go back to factory work after that? Brave adventurer, your perseverance has earned this old man's admiration. The raspy voice suddenly echoed in his ears again. I have another task at hand. Would you be willing to take it on? If you can complete it, this old man will reward you handsomely. The village chief's weathered face appeared even more aged in the dim light, yet his cloudy eyes sparkled with anticipation. Another follow-up quest? Lin Yu was slightly stunned. The previous intel hadn't mentioned anything about this. Ding! A system notification popped up. Village chief has issued a new quest. Retrieve the Dark Moon Sword from Scorpion Valley. Quest penalty, none. Quest reward, unknown. Do you accept? Accept. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, barely giving it a second thought. No penalty meant zero risk. If killing 1,000 crimson feather chickens could yield such generous rewards, wouldn't retrieving a sword be even better? As for the difficulty, he didn't bother thinking too deeply about its worst-case scenario. If he couldn't complete it, he'd just abandon it. The system wouldn't penalize him anyway. He took the yellowed parchment map from the old village chief's hands. Brown-red ink traced the winding path to Scorpion Valley along with several danger markers. The map scroll still carried the mixed scent of grass and lamp oil, indicating it had been recently retrieved from storage. After securing the map, Lin Yu didn't linger. He patted the storage pouch at his waist to confirm his supplies were adequate, then jogged along the small stone bridge at the village entrance. The morning mist hadn't yet lifted, the soil was damp with moisture, and dewdrops on the grass blades were constantly scattered by his boot tips. His figure soon disappeared into the forest trail leading toward the mountain foothills, leaving behind only a series of determined and powerful footprints. Heading straight toward Scorpion Valley. Ghost Scorpion Valley appeared to be an obscure hidden map that few knew about. At least Lin Yu had never heard any mention of it in his previous life. Fortunately, he had the parchment map given by the village chief. Following the marked route and traveling swiftly for just over 10 minutes, he pinpointed the exact location of Ghost Scorpion Valley. The moment he stepped into the valley entrance, he couldn't help but gasp. Before his eyes stretched a grayish-brown swamp, roughly 30 feet long and 9 feet wide, with churning mud and thick, sickly sweet vapors rising from the water. In the murky depths, pairs of crimson eyes flickered in and out of view, coldly watching the intruder. Ghost Scorpion Common Level 8. Health, 12001200. Energy, 130,130. Attack, 88. Defense, 32. Skill, Poison Sting. Description, native residents of the Ghost Scorpion Swamp. Go ahead and mess with us, see if we don't sting you to death. The data floated in midair, highlighting the hundreds upon thousands of ghost scorpions. Lin Yu finally understood why that unlucky player from his previous life had never revealed a single word about the subsequent quest, simply lacked the ability to complete it. For newbie village players who generally didn't exceed level 10, surviving among such densely packed monster groups was already nearly impossible, let alone crossing the entire swamp. According to the map markings, the old village chief's sword was hidden in a cave behind the swamp. To retrieve the sword, he had to wade through. Lin Yu stared at the spine-chilling muddy marsh, yet felt a surge of excitement rising within him. What was a death trap for others might not be for him. He stepped into the swamp, completely ignoring the sharp tails that the surrounding ghost scorpions thrust toward him. Miss, miss, miss. Just as expected, after a full day of being pummeled by the red-feathered chickens, his defense had accumulated to a terrifying 452 points. The ghost scorpion's 88-point attacks couldn't even scratch his numerical values. Even better, each time a scorpion's tail strike missed, his defense attribute increased at an extremely slow but steady rate. This place might be an excellent location for tempering absolute defense in the future, Lin Yu calculated silently. The ghost scorpions were numerous with attack frequencies far higher than the red-feathered chickens, and their poison stings came with continuous poison damage, nearly doubling his defense stacking speed. In just over 10 seconds, he watched his defense panel jump up by 3 or 4 points. However, the quest was more pressing at the moment. With this thought, he suppressed his urge to continue grinding attributes and quickened his pace. The mud reached his knees as he steadied his stance and pushed forward, stirring up murky splashes along the way, while the scorpion's tail strikes created dense whistling sounds through the air, all missing their mark. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Yu burst out of the swamp, finally stepping onto solid rock. Before him rose a towering cliff face with a dark cave opening, where cold winds surged forth, carrying damp and musty odors. The cave was pitch black, so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. As soon as Lin Yu stood at the cave entrance, a series of warning sounds echoed in his ears. Ding. This area is extremely dangerous. Please leave immediately. Ding. This area is extremely dangerous. Please leave immediately. The crisp system alerts reverberated through the hollow mountain, causing Lin Yu to furrow his brow. 2 consecutive warnings meant there was definitely more than just ordinary beasts inside after all. The system hadn't made a peep when he crossed the swamp. Even so, he had no intention of retreating. First, he wasn't the type to give up halfway. Second, escaping with his current strength wouldn't be difficult. With over 400 defense points, no boss in the newbie village could one-shot him. Since he'd come this far, wouldn't it be a waste not to take a look inside? He took a deep breath, his gaze growing serious, and stepped into the cave. Cough, cough. Just a few feet in, an intense smell of blood hit him, making him cough repeatedly. Immediately after, a terrifying pressure swept out, forcing him to instinctively halt his steps. Such powerful aura suggested a boss-level monster around level 10 or higher. His past life experience told him that in the newbie village, only top-tier monsters could emit this kind of oppressive presence. Scout first. If it doesn't work out, I'll stack absolute defense and come back, Lin Yu calculated silently, ultimately deciding not to give up just yet. As he lifted his foot to continue deeper, 2 ghostly lights suddenly flickered in the depths of the cave like lanterns hanging in the darkness. Rumble. The entire cavern shook violently, debris cascading down, followed by a deafening roar. The system prompt followed like a shadow. Ding. Due to your unauthorized intrusion into Ghost Scorpion Cave, you have greatly angered the Ghost Scorpion King, which will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please leave immediately. Finally showing up, Lin Yu muttered under his breath. Before he finished speaking, those lantern-like eyes had already pressed close to his field of vision, with a mountain-sized black shadow bearing down on him. Ghost Scorpion King. Black Iron Boss, level 13. Health, 980,009,8000. Energy, 400,400. Attack, 203. Defense, 138. Skills, Fierce Strike, Poison Scorpion Tail, Fury. Description, the Overlord of Ghosts Scorpion Valley. Incredibly powerful. Please proceed with caution. Not too bad, the attack isn't that high. Seeing the stats, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His 450 defense was enough to completely negate the 203 attack points. But soon, he rubbed his temples again. The low attack was actually the real problem. Even if he dumped all his free attribute points into attack, he'd only have 52 points, which couldn't even break through the Ghost Scorpion King's 138 defense. The only thing that could deal damage was the passive reflection from absolute defense. But no matter how stupid a boss might be, it wouldn't keep using basic attacks until it killed itself. Add to that his short taunt duration, and trying to wear down the opponent with reflection damage in 3 minutes was pure fantasy. Better level up first, or get some attack-boosting equipment before coming back. Lin Yu was already considering retreat. Even if he managed to whittle down its health using reflection and taunts, if the Ghost Scorpion King stopped attacking at the end, he could only stare helplessly, wasting time for nothing. Rather than that, it was better to retreat temporarily, level up, and come back to defeat it properly later. Whoosh. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Ghost Scorpion King ahead clearly had no intention of letting the tiger return to the mountain. A thick scorpion tail lashed out with lightning speed, bringing with it the sound of rushing wind. Boom. The massive scorpion tail swept down with violent gusts of wind, compressing the surrounding air until it exploded. Lin Yu shifted his footing and dropped his waist sharply, barely dodging this lethal strike. Even so, the poison Scorpion King's tail, thick as a stone pillar, still slammed into the rock wall, sending debris flying everywhere and instantly creating a deep crater in the surface. You beast, I'll spare you this time, but when we meet again, I'll take your life. Lin Yu steadied himself, his eyes flashing coldly as harsh words spilled from his lips. When you can't win, talk tough first, never lose face. Before he finished speaking, he pushed off with his heel, preparing to retreat the way he came. At that moment, the Ghost Scorpion King suddenly sprang up, its massive body landing with a thud at the cave entrance, completely blocking the escape route. Immediately after, two pitch-black giant pincers slammed down like enormous gates, clearly not intending to let the intruder escape. Damn it, you beast, don't think I'm actually afraid of you. Today I'm really going to kill you. Lin Yu's anger flared as he drew his novice axe from its sheath. No longer retreating, he turned and charged forward. Bang! Steel axe met claw in collision, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Though it seemed earth-shattering, it was all sound and fury. Miss. Miss. 69. Reflect damage. Both attacks completely missed, with the only damage coming from Lin Yu's absolute defense reflect effect. What kind of garbage ghost Scorpion King are you? Your attacks feel like tickles, might as well call yourself the Tickle King. Lin Yu shook off the shallow dents in his armor and taunted deliberately. This trash talk wasn't just for show ghost Scorpion Kings of this level possessed some intelligence. If they fought normally, it would eventually notice something was wrong and withdraw. But once provoked and enraged by taunts, it would completely lose its head, giving him the chance to farm reflect damage and growth attributes. Roar. The ghost Scorpion King's furious roar echoed through the cavern. Its jet-black carapace gleamed with an eerie light as its pincers whirled through the air with howling winds, desperately trying to smash Lin Yu. Miss. 69. Reflect damage. Defense 0.05. Miss. 70. Reflect damage. Defense 0.05. In his attribute panel, the defense numbers slowly ticked upward. Lin Yu was secretly delighted but acted even more arrogantly on the surface. Just as I thought, you're useless. Even worse than those scorplings outside. Roar, roar, roar. The ghost Scorpion King was completely enraged into a frenzy. Its carapace scraped with ear-piercing sounds as both pincers became almost like afterimages, repeatedly hammering at Lin Yu. It no longer cared whether it could break through his defense, it just wanted to smash this sharp-tongued human into pulp. Miss. 70. Reflected damage. Miss. 70. Reflected damage. You little punk. You're just tickling your grandpa here, keep it coming. Seeing this, Lin Yu grew more excited with each taunt, deliberately raising his voice louder. Every word pierced the ghost Scorpion King's nerves like sharp thorns. Its already crimson eyes quickly turned a deeper shade of dark red, and amid the howling sandstorm, an even more ferocious aura suddenly exploded outward. Ding. System notification. Ghost Scorpion King has activated skill Rage. Lasts 5 minutes. During this time, skills cannot be cast, but attack power increases by 10 and attack speed increases by 400. For most players, this notification would be tantamount to a death sentence. A boss in rage state with skyrocketing attack speed was nearly impossible to withstand. However, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. This was exactly what he'd been waiting for. As long as he could keep the enraged ghost Scorpion King attacking continuously, his stacked defense and damage reflection would be enough to make the creature destroy itself. He strode forward boldly, raising his shield horizontally to tank the attacks heat in. The ghost Scorpion King's base attack was 203 points, so even with the rage boost, it couldn't penetrate his defense. There was no need to worry about losing health. Miss. 70. Reflected damage. Miss. 70. Reflected damage. Sharp tails, stingers, and massive claws rained down like a violent storm, only to be continuously deflected by his shield. Each contact reflected 70 points of damage back. Though the numbers seemed small, the frequency was astonishingly high. In less than 5 minutes, the ghost Scorpion King's nearly 100,000 health points plummeted to under 20,000. The moment the rage effect ended, Lin Yu immediately cast his taunt, completely locking the creature's aggro and stacking up his 8-minute reflection combo. The ghost Scorpion King, driven mad with fury, mindlessly continued its assault, only earning itself an even denser stream of damage numbers in return. Time ticked by second. As the final reflected damage notification appeared, the ghost Scorpion King's massive body finally crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, its lantern-like eyes gradually dimming. Even in death, it never realized it had been killed by its own reflected attacks. Ding. You have slain the Black Iron boss Ghost Scorpion King, gaining 80 experience points and 1 gold coin. Ding. Black Iron equipment Ghost Scorpion Armor 1 has dropped. Ding. Quest item Dark Moon Sword 1 has dropped. Ding. First boss kill bonus. 50 free attribute points. 1 class skill book. 1 selectable bronze tier class equipment. Even after the Ghost Scorpion King had completely breathed its last, the system notifications continued to chime. Upon hearing the rewards, even Lin Yu, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but let a smile creep across his face. After all, the rewards were simply too generous, especially the first kill bonus. Since the game had just launched, bronze tier equipment was already incredibly valuable in the early stages, but what made it truly irresistible was those 50 free attribute points. Throughout the entire Demon Continent, aside from leveling up, only a handful of special achievements could grant such rewards, which showed just how precious they were. Having 50 extra attribute points while still in the newbie village was equivalent to being 5 levels ahead of everyone else. This kind of overwhelming advantage was enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. That's exactly why all the major guilds were pouring their resources into the game, desperate to claim these special rewards and gain an early lead. Ding, a system notification chimed in Lin Yu's ear. As the first player to defeat this boss, a server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your username? Hide it. Lin Yu chose anonymity without hesitation. He understood the principle that an innocent man becomes a target when he possesses a treasure, especially since the spiritual energy revival in the real world hadn't truly begun yet. If his identity were exposed, the major factions would either try to recruit him or eliminate him out of fear. With his current resources, fighting them alone was clearly unrealistic. The safest approach was to lay low and develop his strength quietly. The next second, golden text flooded the server's announcement board. Server announcement. An anonymous player has achieved the first kill of boss, Ghost Scorpion King, earning 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 selectable bronze equipment for their class. Keep up the excellent work, players. Server announcement. An anonymous player has achieved the first kill of boss, Ghost Scorpion King, earning 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 selectable bronze equipment for their class. Keep up the excellent work, players. Server announcement. An anonymous player has achieved the first kill of boss, Ghost Scorpion King, earning 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 selectable bronze equipment for their class. Keep up the excellent work, players. The announcement thundered 3 times in succession, and the entire online world instantly erupted. Holy crap, who is this guy? The game just launched, and someone already took down a boss. Isn't everyone still under level 10? Which guild is this powerful? Find out. I want to know which faction this player belongs to. At that moment, the highest player on the server's level rankings was only level 9, while the Ghost Scorpion King was at least level 10. Someone managing a first kill despite this level gap was like dropping a depth charge into a calm lake, creating massive waves. The command channels of major guilds were equally chaotic. If this was done by our rivals, they're a huge threat. Verify this immediately. Redirect all resources. We can't fall further behind. Being able to achieve a boss first kill demonstrated real skill. For these ambitious factions, if the first killer belonged to an opposing camp, they would undoubtedly become a massive potential threat. Lin Yu clearly didn't care about the commotion he had caused in the outside world. He had long since hidden his username, so there was no worry about his identity being exposed. The moment he received the 50 free attribute points, he didn't hesitate to dump 40 points into attack and the remaining 10 into health, completing the allocation with swift, decisive movements. After finishing this, he turned his attention to the 2 pieces of equipment and the skill book that had dropped from this mission. As for the Dark Moon Sword, since it was a quest item, the system had blocked all its information, making it impossible for him to examine even if he wanted to, so he simply ignored it. His inventory opened before him, and he first examined the skill. Invincible Fury Active, Crank, LV1. Effect: increases maximum attack power by 50 for 30 seconds. Cost: 50 energy points. Cooldown: 12 hours. Proficiency: 05. Requires skill books to upgrade. After a quick glance, he tossed the skill book into the depths of his backpack. This trash skill is only good for grinding proficiency. In Demon God Continent, players had limited skill slots, so learning skills carelessly was just a waste of space. Lessons from his previous life had taught him that these basic skills would be easily replaced later, and he wouldn't make the same rookie mistakes. Next came the equipment. The first piece: Ghost Scorpion Armor Black Iron. Class requirements: Night Warrior. Level requirements: none. Effect: Defense 105. Effect: consumes 75 energy points to generate a magic shield equal to 50 of maximum health. Durability: 100. As expected from a Black Iron boss. Seeing the stats, he couldn't help but praise it. At this stage, even level 10 players only had just over 100 defense points on their panels. Wearing this armor would be equivalent to directly boosting a defensive knight's foundation by half a tier, and with the magic shield on top of that, anyone else would treasure it dearly. Unfortunately, he possessed absolute defense, so this stat boost meant little to him, and the shield only provided 300 health points, which was negligible compared to his 600 health limit. After a moment's consideration, he decided to put the armor up for auction. Equipment was scarce in the early stages, so this piece could easily sell for tens of thousands, perfectly supplementing his cash flow. Storing the Ghost Scorpion armor in his backpack, his gaze fell on the last item in the reward list, the most anticipated self-selected bronze equipment, and his eyes blazed with intensity. Equipment in Demon God Continent was ranked: Common, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Epic, Legendary, Immortal, and Divine. Normally, one would need to reach at least level 20 to touch bronze equipment, yet he could pick one right now. Its value was self-evident. A system prompt appeared. Bronze equipment selection available. Use now. Yes, select weapon. Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment and directly chose the weapon option. What he needed most right now was attack power. On the system panel, he firmly clicked on the weapon icon. The instant his fingertip touched it, a pale golden glow spread from his finger like ripples across water on the screen. Immediately after, a faint yet pure golden light shot out from the panel. In the blink of an eye, a brand new attribute panel appeared in the center of his vision. Sword of Light. Quality, bronze grade. Class requirement, warrior. Level requirement, none. Effect 1, attack, 320. Effect 2, critical rate 10. Durability, 100,100. Whoa, Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath, silently praising that this was indeed bronze grade equipment. A full 320 points of attack bonus perfectly filled his biggest weakness. Looking across the entire server, this value could even rival the maxed out stats of high burst classes like Assassin's. A level 10 assassin only had around 170,180 attack points, yet his was now several times higher. The rewards from hidden quests were truly ruthless, and he couldn't help but think, I've struck it rich this time. Unable to wait any longer, he equipped the Sword of Light to his character model. The silver-white blade flickered with tiny glimmers of light in the darkness. He then opened his character panel, and the data appeared before his eyes. Nickname, Gu. Level, for experience, 80,100. Class, warrior. Health, 600,600. Energy, 110,110. Attack, 456. Defense, 559. Critical, 10. Talent, absolute defense talent. Divine level LV2 proficiency. 8250500000. Skills. 1. Taunt active S grade LV1 proficiency. 010 requires skill book to upgrade. 2. Steadfast will passive S grade LV1 proficiency. 010 requires skill book to level up. 3. Warrior mastery. Attack and defense attributes increased by 5. Equipment. Sword of Light bronze grade. The series of outrageous panel stats made Lin Yu's heart race. His current comprehensive attributes could even crush many warriors in their teens. Even more outrageous was that all 3 skills were grade or above, and this was only his first day in the game. Thinking of this, he forced down his excitement and quickly closed the interface. To kill the Ghost Scorpion King, he had spent quite a bit of time in the Valley Bottom, and now he had less than half an hour of online time remaining. Had to hurry back to turn in the quest to the village chief. The last time he turned in a quest, he received an grade skill, so this time's reward would only be better. He couldn't afford to miss it. After quickly gathering his things, he shouldered his sword and ran swiftly along the weed-covered path toward the newbie village. Pebbles were kicked up under his feet, accompanied by crisp collision sounds, stirring up dust all the way. The rocky walls of the valley entrance grew more and more distant as his figure quickly disappeared into the tree shadows. Shortly after Lin Yu left Ghost Scorpion Valley, a graceful figure completely wrapped in a black robe descended from high above, landing light as a feather at the cave entrance. She took a step inside, and the dark hood was lifted by the mountain wind, revealing a small section of her slender leg. Inside the cave, the Ghost Scorpion King's massive and fierce corpse had already grown cold and stiff. The black-robed woman bent down slightly, her fingertips brushing over the still wet poisonous blood on the beast's armor, a meaningful glint flashing in her eyes. Interesting, it seems I'm not the only one like me. Lin Yu had no idea what had transpired after his departure. The moment he returned to the newbie village, he hurried across the cobblestone path and pushed open the creaky old wooden door of the village chief's hut, presenting the Dark Moon sword he had seized from the Ghost Scorpion King. Brave adventurer, I never expected your abilities to be so extraordinary. Thank you so much for retrieving the Dark Moon sword for me. I shall grant you a special reward befitting your prowess. The elderly village chief's hands trembled slightly as he accepted the sword, his demeanor noticeably more respectful than before. Bringing back a weapon from a boss-level creature like the Ghost Scorpion King was the most direct proof of Lin Yu's strength. The system notification followed immediately. Ding! Congratulations on completing the village chief's quest. Retrieve the Dark Moon sword. Rewards: 100 EXP, 1 gold coin, 1 S-rank skill Spring of Light. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have gained 10 free attribute points. An S-rank skill? Lin Yu gasped. The rarity second only to divine tier skills made his heart skip a beat. Very few players across the entire Divine Demon continent had ever encountered S-rank skills. He immediately opened his skill panel. Spring of Light passive. Quality, S-rank. Level, LV1. Effect, recovers 0.1 of maximum HP per second. If no damage is taken for 1 minute, recovery rate increases by 300. Proficiency, 010. Upgrade requirement, skill book. It's a decent skill, though somewhat underwhelming for my current situation. Lin Yu frowned as he muttered to himself. With his current HP cap, he couldn't even recover a single point per second. Still, even if it seemed lackluster, it was an S-rank skill, and his voice couldn't hide his excitement. After all, no one would complain about getting a high-tier skill for free. Just as he closed the panel, the village chief spoke again. Brave adventurer, your abilities are truly exceptional. I have another challenging quest here, if you're willing to undertake it. Should you succeed, I will provide you with even more generous rewards. Another quest? Lin Yu was stunned, both surprised and anticipating. Since he'd already received an S-strength skill, could the even more generous reward be a divine tier skill? The system notification appeared once more. Ding! The village chief has issued you a new quest. Rescue Chui Jia. Quest description: rescue Chui Jia from the dungeon of the second-tier main city, Willow Wind City. Time limit: 1 year. Quest penalty: none. Quest reward: divine tier skill enhancement book. Do you accept? Lin Yu stood frozen in place, his gaze unconsciously settling on the village chief's kindly, yet unfathomable face. This quest had come too suddenly. This was a prison break, and the target was located in a second-tier main city, in the Divine Demon Continent. The minimum requirement to enter a second-tier main city was level 30. In other words, he would need to reach at least level 30 just to approach Willow Wind City's gates. While he was currently only level 5, the gap was enormous. Moreover, even if he managed to infiltrate the main city, the dungeon was heavily guarded. How could he possibly extract someone from there? Not to mention the heavily fortified prison guards in the main city. Even if he could somehow rescue the person from the dungeon, getting out of Lufeng City safely would be nearly impossible. The lord of a second-tier main city would be at least level 40, and the city housed tens of thousands of garrison troops. Even at level 50, let alone a mere level 30, escaping from their grasp would be extremely challenging. Breaking someone out of prison would mean directly opposing the entire Temple Alliance, making it a pipe dream to establish any foothold within Alliance territory afterward. Despite these concerns, Lin Yu suppressed his worries and voiced his questions. Village chief, what is your relationship with this Chui Jia? And why was he imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon? From what I know, only those guilty of unforgivable crimes are held there. The old village chief's expression darkened slightly, but his voice remained resolute. Chui Jia is my son. He was arrested because someone falsely accused him of colluding with the demon race. I have no access to their so-called evidence, but I believe he would never betray humanity. Upon hearing the name, Chui Jia, long-buried memories instantly surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. In his previous life, when Chui Jia's case was overturned, it had caused quite a sensation, but sadly the man had already been poisoned to death in prison. He had originally killed countless enemies on the battlefield, but his straightforward nature had offended powerful figures, ultimately leading to his tragic downfall. Lin Yu remembered it all clearly. After a long silence, he looked up and said, Village chief, I can accept this task, but I cannot guarantee success. He valued the God-tier skill enhancement book and sympathized with Chui Jia's plight, but he wasn't about to lose his rationality and commit suicide. After all, directly confronting the Temple Alliance would have unimaginable consequences. Fortunately, the quest had no failure penalty, so if he could somehow complete it, it would be pure profit. Just as his words faded, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ding! Your sincerity has successfully moved the old village chief. You have received God-tier skill enhancement book 1. Lin Yu looked up in astonishment, almost wondering if he was the protagonist of some power fantasy novel. This was a God-tier skill enhancement book, and it was just given away like that? The old village chief said calmly. Having seen your performance in the previous 2 tasks, both your character and abilities are flawless. This item would only gather dust with me, so I might as well give it to you. Consider it a fine sword for a hero. What he didn't say aloud was that with this enhancement book, Lin Yu's chances of rescuing Chui Jia would be much greater. Lin Yu bowed respectfully. Village chief, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save Brother Chui. This generous gift was extremely precious to him. As someone reborn, he understood that the NPCs in the game world weren't cold code, but souls with flesh and blood. If it was within his power, he would never stand by and watch a loyal warrior die unjustly. After storing the enhancement book, Lin Yu didn't linger, exchanging a few pleasantries with the old village chief before leaving. He still had many things to accomplish within the time limit, and he was eager to test the power of this enhancement book immediately. Don't let me down, young man. Watching Lin Yu's departing figure, a complex expression also appeared in the old village chief's eyes. After leaving the village chief's house, Lin Yu found a secluded spot where no one was around, then eagerly pulled out the divine grade skill enhancement book. The golden cover gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, as if it might leap from his fingers at any moment. Lin Yu stared at it, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. This enhancement book could affect all skills, making it invaluable to someone like him who possessed multiple high-level abilities. However, the real dilemma soon emerged. He faced 4 skill options available for enhancement. 1. Absolute defense. 2. Taunt. 3. Unwavering will. 4. The newly acquired S-grade skill Spring of Light. Enhancing any one of these skills would dramatically boost his overall strength. But which choice would yield the greatest benefit? Logically, the best option would undoubtedly be strengthening absolute defense, which had already reached divine grade. Yet he wasn't certain whether this divine grade enhancement book could push it even further. Although rumors spoke of a super divine grade, beyond divine level, that remained purely legendary in his previous life, Lin Yu had never heard of anyone actually possessing super divine grade talents or skills. What made this more troublesome was that enhancement books were one-time items. Once used, there was no turning back. If this book had no effect on absolute defense, he would not only waste his effort, but might also miss the chance to gain another divine grade skill. However, if it succeeded, with a super divine grade talent, he could potentially join the ranks of the most elite powerhouses on the divine demon continent. Brief but intense deliberation tugged at his nerves. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. Forget it. I'll take the gamble. At worst, this quest will be for nothing. To stand at the pinnacle of the divine demon continent, one had to be more ruthless and daring than others. With his mind made up, he unhesitatingly applied the enhancement book to absolute defense. Ding. You have chosen to use the divine grade skill enhancement book on absolute defense. Confirm enhancement? Enhance. Lin Yu took a deep breath and decisively tapped confirm. Buzz. The game panel instantly vibrated. Golden light exploded, as if a surge of blazing energy rushed toward his consciousness. Lin Yu held his breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically, eyes fixed intently on the floating screen, awaiting the system's final verdict. After several seconds, the familiar yet heart-racing notification sound finally rang out. Ding. Congratulations, player Yu. Your absolute defense has been successfully enhanced. Please check your rewards. It worked. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and an irrepressible surge of ecstasy instantly washed over him. He eagerly opened his skill panel. Absolute Defense Semi-Super Divine Grade LV2. Effect 1. Ultimate Defense. Permanently increases personal defense value by 0.02 points per second, only triggers while online. Effect 2. Damage Reflection. When activated, reflects damage when attacked by enemies, dealing true damage equal to 20 of maximum defense value. Activation and deactivation cost nothing. Currently deactivated. Effect 3. Health Sublimation. Gain health points equal to 100 of your maximum defense value. Proficiency. 825050000. This, semi-divine level. Seeing the rating after absolute defense, Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath. In his previous life, he had never heard of any player managing to upgrade their talent to this tier. After a brief moment of excitement, he immediately calmed down and began systematically analyzing the specific changes from the enhancement. Effect 1. Ultimate Defense. Previously, he had to take a hit to gain 0.05 defense points, but now it steadily increased by 0.02 points per second. While the numbers seemed reduced, this saved him the trouble of getting beaten to farm passive effects. As long as he stayed online, he could accumulate attributes, representing a qualitative improvement to his leveling efficiency. Effect 2. Damage Reflection Amplification. The reflection percentage increased from 15 to 20, with a new Activate toggle that completely solved the awkward problem of accidentally injuring teammates. With his outrageous defense stats, if he couldn't turn it off, the reflected damage would either kill or cripple allies. Effect 3. Health Sublimation. This was the enhancement that surprised and delighted Lin Yu the most. His weakness had always been health points. In the late game, true damage attributes ran rampant, and no amount of defense could withstand them. Now, defense values could be converted one-tune into health points, allowing his health to grow alongside his defense without any upper limit. From now on, he could dump all his attribute points into attack power, compensating for the warrior class's inherent output deficiency. Moreover, this finally gave his S-rank skill Spring of Light a true stage to shine. Unlimited health stacking combined with percentage-based healing was equivalent to carrying a permanent fountain with him. Combining all three effects, the semi-divine level absolute defense had essentially pushed Lin Yu to the pinnacle of the demon continent. If he truly became a walking fountain in the future, who could possibly kill him? System alert. You have less than 5 minutes of online time remaining. Please take note. The looping warning rang in his ears twice, pulling Lin Yu back from his fantasies to reality. With his online time running critically low, he could only sigh helplessly. I need to get a gaming pod as soon as possible. The great catastrophe was approaching, and he needed to maximize his online time as much as possible. Especially now that ultimate defense was tied to online duration, every second counted. In his final few minutes, he didn't idle around. He immediately listed the Ghost Scorpion armor that dropped from killing the Ghost Scorpion King on the trading market. It had become useless to him, so he might as well convert it to money. He chose auction-style selling with a starting bid of 30 gold coins equivalent to 30,000 Huaxia currency. While not exactly cheap, it was pocket change for the major guilds. Moreover, this armor had excellent attributes and could be worn until level 20, playing a significant role in early territorial disputes. He was confident it would be in high demand. After completing the consignment, Lin Yu logged off at the very last second. Now that his absolute defense was tied to time, he naturally wouldn't waste a moment. After exiting the game, Lin Yu glanced at the time. It was exactly 9:15. The living room was bathed in soft light. Ling Xian had already finished gaming and looked refreshed from her recent shower. She wore cow-patterned pajama onesie and was curled up in the corner of the sofa with her legs tucked under her, holding a tablet. Her eyes were glued to the screen as her slender fingers tapped occasionally. Lin Yu walked to within a step of her, but she remained completely oblivious, so absorbed that it seemed the entire world had shrunk to just that small screen. Looking at this graceful young woman, Lin Yu couldn't help but pause for a moment, partly because of her appearance, but more because of the complex emotions that had been buried in his heart for 5 years suddenly surged up. He quickly snapped back to reality, shook his head gently to push down those feelings, then leaned over and teased in a low voice. "Hey crazy girl, what are you watching?" Holy crap! Ling Exine nearly jumped out of her skin, almost dropping her tablet. When she saw who it was, she rolled her eyes and clutched her chest indignantly. "Seriously, could you make some noise when you walk? You scared me half to death." She was clearly quite startled. Lin Yu scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry about that. I'll make sure to next time." Noticing how absorbed she had been, he decided to change the subject. "So what were you looking at so intently?" In his memory, aside from gaming and shipping fictional couples, Ling Xian rarely focused on anything this intensely. Here, the Divine Demon Continent forums. Ling Xian stretched and handed over the tablet, her voice full of excitement. "The whole internet is talking about it right now. Nobody expected this game to be so realistic. I'd believe you if you told me it was a second world." Ling Xian had extensive gaming experience and could be considered half an expert, but this was her first encounter with such an immersive experience as Divine Demon Continent. Lin Yu took the tablet with just a faint smile. This was indeed another world, but he would never reveal that for now. He smoothly changed the subject. "By the way, crazy girl, what level are you now?" In his previous life, he hadn't entered the game until several months after launch, so he wasn't familiar with Ling Xian's progress. "I'm level 7 now, and I even completed a special quest and got a rank talent." "Pretty awesome, right?" At the mention of the game, Ling Xian instantly perked up, patting her not particularly impressive chest with a proud expression. "A rank talent?" Lin Yu was genuinely happy for her. In Divine Demon Continent, a rank was already quite impressive, and getting it on the first day showed Ling Xian's good fortune. After all, not everyone was as special as he was. Ling Xian suddenly looked up at him. "What about you? What level are you now?" This was the first time she'd seen Lin Yu play a game, so she was naturally curious. "I leveled up slowly today, only reached level 5, almost level 6. Lin Yu answered honestly. "Only level 5? That is pretty slow." Ling Xian frowned slightly. According to the strategy guides on the forums, even if you didn't reach level 7 on the first day, you should at least be close to level 7 to barely meet expectations. You know, some of the top players have already reached level 8. Ling Xian lifted her chin and looked across at Lin Yu, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She knew perfectly well that this guy had barely touched online games before, so she didn't hold much hope for his level. After a moment of silence, she suddenly patted Lin Yu's shoulder with a cheerful and confident voice. "Don't worry, little Lin. Your big sister will carry you when the time comes." Little Lin was Ling Xian's exclusive nickname for Lin Yu, full of teasing, just like how Lin Yu would call her crazy woman at the drop of a hat. Neither would admit defeat, and their daily interactions basically consisted of mutual roasting. Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly at her words, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Choosing not to respond, if Ling Xian knew he could solo bosses, she probably wouldn't be so generous about offering to carry him. Ling Xian suddenly remembered something, her eyes lighting up as she leaned forward. "Oh right, little Lin, which newbie village are you in?" In Divine Demon Continent, each newbie village was an independent zone. If they weren't in the same numbered area, forget about teaming up to level, they couldn't even add each other as friends. She needed to confirm this in advance. "Newbie Village 332, Lin Yu answered without hesitation. "What about you?" 331, Ling Xian immediately facepalmed and sighed in exasperation, not expecting to be off by just one number. Then she quickly returned to her cheerful tone, waving her hand. "No worries, little Lin. Once we reach the main city, your big sister will carry you." Lin Yu shrugged, completely unbothered. With his current strength, breaking into the top 3 of the leveling rankings would be absolutely no problem. He then casually picked up the tablet, scrolled through the interface a few times, and looked up at Ling Xian. "By the way, crazy woman, is there anything big happening in the game today?" As someone who had been reborn, Lin Yu paid special attention to any differences between this life and his previous one, not wanting to miss even the slightest change. When it came to game intelligence, Ling Xian was always well informed, making her the perfect person to ask. "Of course there is. There are 2 hottest topics on the forums right now," Ling Xian said confidently as she took the tablet. "2 things." Lin Yu became interested. "Yep." Ling Xian held up one finger. "First, Xiao Qingqing awakened the Divine Tier talent, Divine Controller. First day of the server, first publicly revealed Divine Tier talent." The forums exploded. Her eyes were full of envy as she spoke, since Divine Tier talents were incredibly rare in the game. Lin Yu merely narrowed his eyes slightly, unsurprised. In his previous life, Xiao Qingqing had also awakened Divine Controller on the first day. This result was completely within his expectations. "What about the second thing?" he pressed. Ling Xin raised her second finger. Boss first kill. Someone soloed a boss today, and it's causing even more of a stir than Xiao Qingqing. Everyone suspects that person also awakened a divine tier talent. I heard several big shots are investigating in secret, and someone even posted on the forums offering a 10 million yuan annual salary to recruit them. Lin Yu chuckled inwardly, but showed nothing on his face. Ling Xin clicked her tongue in amazement, staring at the screen with burning eyes. TSK, that's 10 million yuan. When the topic of the boss first kill came up, Ling Xin became absolutely animated. Her eyes lit up as she nearly jumped out of her chair. The first kill reward is a whopping 10 million. Her fingers gestured wildly, and she was so excited her breathing became erratic. Even though her family's business had grown tremendously over the years, it would still be difficult to come up with that much cash at once. Hearing this, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. A simple first kill had caused such a sensation that it even overshadowed the news of Xiao Qingqing awakening her god-tier talent. Fortunately, he had been careful to hide his identity at the time. Otherwise, trouble would surely follow. Fame brings danger, and being too conspicuous would only drag him into the whirlpool of major power struggles. Besides, he had no intention of drawing attention to himself right now. With this thought, he responded calmly. Since that person chose to hide their identity, they probably don't care about such empty fame either. He lifted his water glass to mask his expression, but couldn't suppress the underlying worry. Would his disguise really remain safe? Just then, Ling Xin suddenly flashed a mysterious smile and leaned in, lowering her voice. However, what do you mean? Lin Yu's heart tightened, his fingertips silently gripping the glass tighter as his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Ling Xin gently swiped her light brain interface, explaining clearly. That person put the ghost scorpion armor that dropped from the first kill up for auction in the marketplace. As long as someone bids on it, checking the transaction records could reveal the seller's information provided they forgot to hide their username. Holy crap, I actually forgot something so important. Lin Yu's mind went blank, his face instantly freezing. Because he had been in such a rush, he indeed hadn't had time to set his username to anonymous. Hopefully no one will notice. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to stay calm while silently praying. His online time had reset to 0, so there was nothing he could do now. At this point, he could only place his hopes on that elusive thing called luck. The next day, at dawn, when the clock struck 8, Lin Yu, who had been awake all night, eagerly logged into the game. He had forgotten to hide his username the night before, which meant his identity could very well be exposed. His anxiety had him practically counting the seconds on the clock. However, the game's setting helmets couldn't reset for login before 8 a.m. Each day forced him to wait until the exact hour to connect. A flash of light, and he successfully logged in. Lin Yu even kept his breathing low as he frantically pulled up the system panel. The moment the panel opened, a golden notification popped up. Congratulations, player GU. Your Ghost Scorpion armor has been successfully auctioned with a final sale price of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Lin Yu's fingertips stiffened slightly. Converting to real currency, that was a full 1 million Huaxia yuan. He admitted the Ghost Scorpion armor had excellent attributes, but his psychological price point was at most 100 gold coins. She never imagined the final price would be more than 10 times the market average. However, the substantial payout didn't excite him. Instead, it sent a chill through his chest. Such an absurdly high price surely had something fishy behind it. His peripheral vision caught another unread private message flashing in his inbox from someone named Xiao Xiaoran. Lin Yu clicked it open. Little brother Lin Yu, tomorrow at 1 p.m., meet me at Ghost Scorpion Valley. I have information that would interest you. That single sentence made his hair stand on end instantly. Not only did the sender directly call out his real name, but they also revealed knowledge of Ghost Scorpion Valley, a hidden map. His real name had never been mentioned in the game. Even his friend Ling Xin didn't know it. And Ghost Scorpion Valley, along with the determined adventurer hidden quest, existed only in his memories from his previous life. His first instinct was to suspect the sender was an official staff member, but he immediately dismissed that demon and divine continent was entirely operated by Skynet, with no traditional operations team, and back-end data was completely sealed from players. So who was Xiao Xiaoran? Suddenly, a bold and terrifying hypothesis surfaced. This person might be like Hema Reborn Soul. Only someone who had also experienced the previous life would know that his username had never been leaked, would be so familiar with Ghost Scorpion Valley. Once this thought formed, Lin Yu's expression grew grave. His mind began frantically searching through memories from his previous life for any information about Xiao Xiaoran. Since the buyer could afford the Ghost Scorpion armor at a price far exceeding market value, the force backing them must be extraordinary, most likely one of the top 10 families in China. At this thought, Lin Yu's nerves tightened completely. Though the scope had narrowed, he searched through his memories but still couldn't find any trace of Xiao Xiaoran. To uncover the truth, I'll probably have to meet them face to face. He frowned and muttered to himself, his fingertips tapping the virtual interface in the air, but still came up empty-handed. Since the leads had gone cold, There was no point staying in the game any longer, so he simply chose to log out. The sudden appearance of a stranger who knew his real name sent chills down his spine, making it impossible to muster any enthusiasm for grinding monsters and leveling up. When he emerged from the gaming pod, the dormitory curtains still carried the pale gray light of dawn. Ling Xian was just then rubbing her sleepy eyes as she poked her head down from the upper bunk. Seeing that Lin Yu had already taken off his gaming suit, she was so surprised she nearly missed a step on the ladder. "Little Lin, you got up this early to play games?" She yawned while smoothing down her disheveled long hair, looking at him suspiciously. Even she, a gaming addict, wasn't this dedicated. "No, I remembered something and went online to check it out." Lin Yu brushed off her question casually, stuffing his headset into the cabinet and changing the subject. "Since we're both up, let's go to the cafeteria for breakfast." Oh, though Ling Xian found it strange, she didn't press further. After a quick wash, she walked out of the dormitory building alongside Lin Yu. The campus paths were sparsely populated in the early morning, with dewdrops still clinging to the leaves. The two hurried to the cafeteria and quickly finished breakfast. After they parted ways, Ling Xian returned to the dorm to catch up on sleep, while Lin Yu headed to the industrial and commercial bank outside the campus gates. 30 minutes later, he emerged with a brand new China bank card specifically for withdrawing gold coins from Divine Demon Continent. As he stepped out of the bank into the pleasant sunshine, he was pulling out his phone to call a ride back to campus when he ran into a familiar figure, Su Yao. What surprised him even more was that Su Yao wasn't alone. She was intimately linking arms with a guy decked out in designer brands from head to toe. The designer-clad man held his chin high, his LV belt and Rolex gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. "Just broke up yesterday and already found someone new today?" Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly before he shook his head. He really had been like a clown, once losing sleep over her tears. With this thought, he stepped aside to take a detour. "Lin Yu!" The sudden exclamation exploded behind him. Su Yao had obviously spotted him too. Her expression immediately darkening. Yesterday afternoon's cafeteria incident was still trending on Ivy University's forum, and she had been mocked mercilessly. "Oh, Junior Su Yao, is this the guy who begged to buy you a headset then backed out?" The designer-clad guy instantly perked up, his nasal voice rising an octave. For Wang Duojin, nothing was more enjoyable than showing off in front of beautiful women, and with Lin Yu, the poor ex, as a perfect backdrop, how could he miss this performance opportunity? "You're too kind, Senior Wang. He's just a useless waste of space." Su Yao snorted coldly, her gaze cutting through Lin Yu's retreating figure like a blade. The mocking voices buzzed like flies, but Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond and continued walking forward. Time was precious, and he didn't want to waste it on this vulgar drama. But just as he took a step, that grating nasal voice rang out again. "Hold on there. When old friends meet, you're just going to leave without even saying hello?" Lin Yu frowned upon hearing this, not expecting the other party to still refuse to let him go. The corridor was brightly lit, with the sound of students' footsteps echoing back and forth. Lin Yu turned around, his gaze calm, yet carrying a hint of coldness as he met Wang Duojin's aggressive eyes. His voice neither humble nor arrogant. He lifted his chin and asked, "What? Is there something you need?" Wang Duojin was almost amused by his anger. He had been openly provoking from behind, yet the other party treated him like air. His mouth twitched, his fists clenched with audible cracks. But with Su Yao standing nearby, he forcibly suppressed his emotions and stepped closer to Lin Yu. The mere 2-meter distance felt like a death sentence as he walked. Looking down at Lin Yu condescendingly, he spoke in a deliberately low voice. "About you bullying Junior Su Yao yesterday. Shouldn't we have a proper talk about that?" Such a knight in shining armor scene was the perfect opportunity to display his masculine charm, and he naturally didn't want to miss it. "Bullying?" Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile as his gaze swept over Wang Duojin's expensive custom shirt and the green submariner on his wrist, shaking his head lightly. "If you only want to talk about this matter, my answer is goodbye." With that, he turned to leave, clearly unwilling to waste any more time on Su Yao's issues. "You!" Wang Duojin's anger immediately shot to his head as he raised his fist to strike, forgetting all about his image, wanting only to teach Lin Yu a lesson. Su Yao was merely a disposable plaything to him, and what truly infuriated him was the humiliation of being treated like he was invisible by Lin Yu. He was the son of Qing City's wealthiest man, someone whom even the powerful and influential would respectfully address as young Master Wang. Yet now he was repeatedly being ignored. It was simply unbearable. Lin Yu didn't stop walking but calmly reminded him, "This is a society ruled by law now. Still want to throw punches? If this really makes the news, it won't look good for you." His words weren't harsh, but they carried weight. Su Yao's way of addressing Wang Duojin, combined with that flashy green submariner, had already allowed Lin Yu to identify who he was dealing with in all of Qingting University. Only this wealthy young master from Qing City was so ostentatious. Given Wang Duojin's background, if he were exposed for brawling, the negative impact would definitely be significant, and this was exactly where Lin Yu's confidence lay. As for retaliation afterward, Lin Yu wasn't worried. Order still prevailed, and the law still had power. Moreover, he was on campus where the other party wouldn't dare go too far. Furthermore, after the subtle enhancement from Gods and Demons continent, his physical condition had already been elevated to another level. Dealing with a few thugs wouldn't be a problem. Good, good, good. Wang Duojin was left speechless, his fist slowly dropping as his face alternated between pale and flushed, his anger turning to bitter laughter. Blocked by Lin Yu's words and momentarily unable to retort, he reluctantly lowered his fist and laughed bitterly in his rage. Lin Yu was absolutely right. If he really made headlines for assaulting someone, he would inevitably face severe punishment from his father. At best a harsh scolding, at worst having his bank cards frozen. Definitely not something he wanted to deal with. After all, the Wang family hadn't reached the level of absolute dominance in Qing City yet. Suppressing his anger slightly, he glared darkly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, right? I heard you also play Divine Demon Continent. Do you dare to face me in the game? Lin Yu simply nodded, remaining noncommittal. Since you play too, don't hide once you reach the main city. Wang Duojin, realizing he couldn't handle Lin Yu in reality, settled for the next best thing, seeking revenge in the virtual world. As the son of Qing City's wealthiest man, dealing with a college student with no background should be effortless. Moreover, the high degree of freedom in Divine Demon Continent would allow him to thoroughly beat Lin Yu in the game and vent his frustration. We'll see when you reach the main city. Lin Yu shrugged and walked away. The Wang family was merely nouveau riche from recent years, their foundation nowhere near that of China's truly elite families. They couldn't even access the core secrets of Divine Demon Continent. In his previous life, Lin Yu had never even heard of Wang Duojin. This so-called son of Qing City's richest man had only invested slightly more than ordinary players in the early stages of the game. Lin Yu, you'd better not let me catch you. Wang Duojin seethed through gritted teeth, being ignored once again. Since childhood, except in front of his father, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Su Yao stood beside him, her expression equally grim. She had originally wanted to embarrass Lin Yu publicly, but instead had shot herself in the foot, leaving her with nowhere to vent her anger. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with their fury. By the time he returned to school, it was nearly noon. He quickly grabbed lunch and hurried back to his apartment complex. In his room, Ling Xin was already online. After a quick wash, Lin Yu also entered the game. The first thing he did upon logging in was bind his newly opened bank account to his game account and cash out all those 1,000+ gold coins. After deducting the one handling fee, over 1 million Chinese yuan was instantly deposited. Having dealt with his real-world earnings, he immediately rushed toward Ghost Scorpion Valley. Less than 20 minutes remained until his 1 p.m. appointment with Xiao Shaoran. After more than 10 minutes of rapid travel, the eerie stone walls of Ghost Scorpion Valley came into view. Under the crooked old tree at the valley entrance stood a player completely wrapped in a black cloak. Her slender waist and elegant shoulder lines still revealed stunning curves, but the faint chill emanating from her made one hesitant to approach. The username above her head, Xiao Shaoran, was clearly visible. So she Xiao Shaoran. Lin Yu frowned slightly. As soon as he appeared, the cloaked woman looked up, her lips curving slightly. Ji, you finally made it. Her voice was pleasant, but carried a hint of scrutiny. This was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Even having lived through 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu was still stunned by her appearance. However, what made his heart skip a beat even more were those familiar eyes. Is it her? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. The person before him wasn't a stranger, but his graduate school senior Xiao Xiao, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, one of China's top 10 elite families. What surprised him most, however, was the username she was currently using. In his previous life, Xiao Xiao's game name had clearly been One Sword in Jianghu, not the current Xiao Shaoran. Obviously, she had deliberately changed her alias, which explained why he hadn't found any trace of her despite scouring the forums. With this realization, a certain suspicion in Lin Yu's mind became increasingly clear. The senior Xiao before him was very likely, just like him, a reborn soul. At this thought, Lin Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If she had truly been reborn as well, then his secrets about logging into the game early and even his inside knowledge of Ghost Scorpion Valley had likely been deduced by her. At this moment, he only wanted to keep a low profile and avoid getting dragged into any storms. Junior Lin Yu, I wonder why you asked me to meet here. His tone remained steady, not revealing his identity. Xiao Xiao leaned against the corridor pillar, her slender shadow falling across the ground. What's this? Still playing dumb? She chuckled softly, but behind her smile lay several degrees more certainty. Lin Yu's heart sank slightly, yet he still shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. We don't seem to know each other. According to the normal timeline, they were indeed just strangers from different departments at the same university. But Xiao Xiao pressed on relentlessly, slowly walking around to face him, deliberately lowering her voice. Fine. Since Junior Lin has such a poor memory, let me remind you. First, you previously showed little interest in gaming, yet suddenly entered Divine Demon Continent ahead of schedule. Second, You somehow knew that killing 1,000 crimson feather chickens would trigger a hidden quest. Third, at merely level 5, you dared to attempt a first boss kill and just happened to awaken the god-tier talent Absolute Defense. Do these coincidences really need further explanation when put together? The barrage of information hit him like a wave, making Lin Yu's fingertips turn cold. She had practically exposed all his secrets. Seeing his furrowed brow, Xiao Zhao's eyes flashed as she softened her tone. Don't be nervous. The reason I know so much is because we're the same kind of people. The same kind of people. Those 5 simple words struck Lin Yu's heart like a heavy hammer, marking her complete revelation. Since concealment was useless, he composed himself and asked coolly, "So Senior Xiao called me here not just to show off your intelligence, I presume?" Xiao finally stopped pacing, gazing down at the swaying cornflowers in the flower bed, her voice suddenly turning ice cold. "I want you to help me eliminate the cancer within the Xiao family." Lin Yu's expression grew heavier. Regarding the Xiao family's future fate, he had heard fragments in his previous life. The second master of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhao's second uncle, dissatisfied with the control of the family, had his own elder brother would eventually collude with foreign forces to stage a coup. This ultimately led to the death of the Xiao family patriarch, leaving the entire clan severely weakened. Xiao barely escaped with her life under her father's desperate protection, but she still carried fatal injuries when she vanished from everyone's sight, her fate unknown. In the softly lit cafe, Lin Yu unconsciously gripped his cup, frowning slightly. "Senior Xiao, I think you've got the wrong person. With my limited abilities, how could I possibly help you?" He sympathized with Xiao Zhao's plight, but he absolutely refused to be pushed into danger. Given his current status, getting involved in the Xiao family's turmoil would be like throwing an egg against a rock. "Junior Lin Yu, don't be so quick to refuse," Xiao said calmly, as if she held all the cards. "It won't hurt to hear the compensation first before deciding." Lin Yu looked up, curious to see what terms she could offer. "If you agree, I'll pay you 10 million annually, plus a seaside villa on Zhongjiang Island." Those few words hit like a stone dropping into water. Lin Yu's eyelid twitched. Any villa on that island started at tens of millions, and anyone who could casually promise such things was definitely no ordinary person. Yet he remained unmoved. He was already doing well in Divine Demon Continent, so making money wasn't particularly difficult. Moreover, when the great catastrophe arrived, all these material possessions would turn to dust. Seeming to sense his concerns, Xiao added, "Additionally, I can reserve one of the premium gaming pods for you, the being released globally in limited quantities tomorrow." Those few words made Lin Yu's heart race. The premium gaming pods allowed 12 hours of online time, a full 4 hours more than ordinary helmets. For someone with his absolute defense talent, this was essentially 4 extra hours of leveling time. Unfortunately, the gaming pods had been bought up by major families in advance, and even with over 1 million in hand, he couldn't purchase one. Xiao had struck right at his weakness, and he finally showed clear interest. Catching his expression, Xiao Zhao's lips curved slightly, but she didn't stop there. "Also, I'll take care of your mother's stomach condition. The Xiao family's hospital represents the pinnacle of medical excellence in all of China." With those words, Lin Yu's composure finally cracked. In his previous life, his mother had died from advanced stomach cancer. Their family had been struggling financially then, and he could only watch helplessly as his mother suffered. In this life, based on the timeline, his mother's condition was probably in its early stages, just not yet discovered. He had originally planned to take leave to bring his mother for examinations, but now that Xiao had brought it up, he could no longer remain indifferent. After a long silence, he looked up. "Senior Xiao, what exactly do you want me to do?" Xiao exhaled softly, her voice gentle. "With your current abilities, I only need your help in the game. As for reality, deeper cooperation won't be needed until after Blue Star's spiritual energy revival. With your status, getting opportunities in the game shouldn't be difficult, right?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. After all, Xiao was also a reborn person, so logically her information should far exceed that of ordinary people. "You think everyone is as ridiculously talented as you?" She rolled her eyes. "Hidden quests exist, but divine-level talents aren't lying around everywhere. No one ever revealed clues about that level before." She admitted that relying on her previous life's memories, she had indeed completed several hidden quests these past 2 days, but it was far from meeting her expectations. Lin Yu lowered his head to consider, then looked up with a serious tone. "I can agree to cooperate, but my mother's treatment must be arranged as soon as possible." "Don't worry," Xiao nodded. "When you have time, we'll accompany your mother to the hospital together." "Then I truly thank you, Senior." Lin Yu looked at her sincerely. His mother's illness had always been a burden he couldn't set down, and being able to resolve it promptly meant putting one of his greatest worries to rest. Newbie Village, Misty Forest. This area, perpetually shrouded in thin fog, was practically a forbidden zone for novice players, solely because the wild monsters roaming here, wolves, were all level 10 without exception. For players still in the beginner stage, entering this territory without a team or full high-tier equipment was tantamount to suicide. Yet amidst this perilous pack of wolves, two young figures stood side by side. One was Lin Yu, wielding his sword of light like a dancing butterfly, his blade flashing as damage numbers erupted through the air. 623. 618. Meanwhile, every claw strike from the sorry wolves resulted in miss appearing above his head. The attacks of level 10 wild monsters couldn't even penetrate his defense. The other person was Xiao, his employer for this expedition. Freak. From beneath the shadow of a massive tree, Xiao cursed under her breath after confirming once again the sorry wolves' 150 attack power. She knew that even if a level 10 player dumped all their free attribute points into defense and equipped a full set of Ghost Scorpion armor, they still couldn't achieve complete damage immunity, yet Lin Yu accomplished this effortlessly. His defense value was simply absurd. Lin Yu paid no mind to this. As the last sorry wolf collapsed with a dying howl, he sheathed his sword and spoke in a calm tone. Let's go. Next spawn point. With the sorry wolves cleared, there was no more experience to be gained, here staying would only waste time. Oh, Xiao, despite being the employer, found herself momentarily stunned by his composed demeanor and hurried to follow. During their journey, Xiao suddenly stopped and couldn't help asking. Lin Yu, can I ask you something? What is it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. I'm curious, what's your current defense value? My defense value? Lin Yu hadn't expected her sudden question and paused slightly before answering casually. 600 something. His 600 something? Xiao nearly stumbled. What did this number mean? It was a threshold that even level 20 knights who focused entirely on defense could barely reach. Yet here it appeared on a level 6 warrior. Truly worthy of someone with a god-tier talent, what a monster. She cursed inwardly but couldn't help feeling impressed. Lin Yu continued walking, clearly accustomed to such shocked reactions. After a brief journey, they arrived at another level 10 monster spawn point. Before them, over a dozen creatures nearly 3 meters tall, their bodies wrapped in vines, let out deep roars. Berserk Treant, common, level 10. Health, 66006, Energy, 250250. Attack, 134. Defense, 65. Skill, Vine Whip. Description, a tree spirit corrupted by demonic energy in the twisted jungle, extremely violent in nature. If you encounter one, staying far away is your best option. Lin Yu was targeting level 10 monsters, specifically the higher the level, the faster the leveling. He had already calculated this strategy in his mind. The experience bonus for killing higher level enemies was clear. When he faced the sorry wolf earlier at only level 5, he managed to kill that level 10 wolf monster and gained 3.5 experience points in a single kill. Even after splitting it 50-50 with Xiao later, he still earned nearly 2 points, which was twice as fast as grinding same level monsters. By killing 13 sorry wolves, his experience bar jumped from 80 at level 5 straight to level 6. This time, his target was the Berserk Tree Spirit. Lin Yu glanced at the group of monsters with thick trunks and wildly dancing vines in front of him, then looked back at Xiao beside him, whispering a reminder. These tree spirits hit too hard. Don't get too close, or you won't survive 5 consecutive attacks from them. With that, he charged into the monster pack with his sword raised. Xiao, knowing that assassins had low health, wisely retreated to a safe distance. The sword of light struck down, and ice blue sword marks exploded across the bark. 666. 671. Damage numbers kept popping up, particularly striking under the bonus effects. What normally required several players working together to grind down, these Berserk Tree Spirits fell to the ground after just 10 strikes from Lin Yu, and he didn't even take a single point of damage. If anyone else had witnessed this, they probably would have been as speechless with shock as Xiao had been before. Ding! You have killed a Berserk Tree Spirit. Gained copper coins 10. Due to party mode, experience 1.5. When the last Berserk Tree Spirit fell, Lin Yu's experience jumped from 3 at level 6 to 30, while Xiao had just reached level 9. This drop rate is absolutely terrible. 18 kills and not a single piece of equipment dropped. He sheathed the sword of light and stared at the empty ground with only copper coins scattered about, grinding his teeth in frustration. Since the two had teamed up, he had already slain 31 level 10 monsters without seeing even a basic white-grade weapon. Xiao responded with a blame your own bad luck expression, leaving Lin Yu even more speechless. Let's go, next spot. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it any longer and waved his hand to signal their departure. Before he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled and debris tumbled down. System alerts exploded in their ears one after another. Ding! Danger warning. Due to your killing of numerous Berserk Tree Spirits, you have angered the Berserk Tree Spirit King. Please leave the area immediately. Ding! Danger warning. Due to your killing of numerous Berserk Tree Spirits, you have angered the Berserk Tree Spirit King. Please leave the area immediately. Immediately after, a colossal creature several times taller than all the Berserk Tree Spirits rose from the depths of the forest, blocking out the sky and sun. Name, Berserk Tree Spirit King. Quality, Bronze Boss. Level, 15. Health 1-200-0012-0000. Energy 500,500. Attack 254. Defense 138. Skills: Vine Attack, Sunlight Shield, Berserk, Revival. Description: the ruler of the Twisted Forest, king among the Berserk tree spirits. If newbies encounter him, just run. Lin Yu, what do we do now? The sudden appearance of the Berserk Treant King made Xiao Zhao's face darken. She darted to Lin Yu's side and asked in a low, frowning voice. As a level 9 assassin, she couldn't possibly handle this boss on her own. What to do? Kill it, of course. Lin Yu smiled casually. A day ago, he had luckily defeated the Ghost Scorpion King, and now with his significantly improved attributes, taking down this Treant King wouldn't be too difficult. Lin Yu, do you need my help? Hearing that he had no intention of retreating, Xiao Zhao glanced at the Berserk Treant King and asked for confirmation. Though her attack power exceeded 300, it was still less than Lin Yu's, but she could at least contribute some damage. No need. Find somewhere safe to rest. Lin Yu politely declined. With his current damage output, he could take down the boss with just over 200 strikes without relying on damage reflection. There was no point in risking Xiao Zhao getting killed instantly and having to level her up all over again. Just be careful then. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Xiao Zhao retreated behind a nearby broken wall, gripping her dagger tightly as she watched the situation unfold. Since Lin Yu had managed to kill the Ghost Scorpion King yesterday, he should be fine now too. Lin Yu nodded in response, summoned his Sword of Light, and in the next instant, his figure shot forward like lightning, charging straight at the Treant King. 472. The sword light struck the rough, hard bark, and damage numbers appeared. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. It was much lower than expected. This creature was indeed thick-skinned and tough. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, activating his damage reflection and taking a heavy punch from the Treant King. Miss. 134. The damage from the reflection made Xiao Zhao's eyes widen. Just by taking hits, he could deal over 100 points of damage? If she weren't familiar with the mechanics of the Divine Demon Continent, she would have suspected Lin Yu was cheating. In her previous life, she had only heard that he could reflect damage, but had never seen such outrageous power. At this moment, she felt even more grateful to be cooperating with Lin Yu with his strength. Forget about elevating the Xiao family. Standing at the pinnacle of the entire continent wasn't just a pipe dream. Lin Yu had no time to pay attention to Xiao Zhao's shock as he engaged in close combat with the Berserk Treant King. 471. 940. Critical hit. Miss. 134. Damage reflection. Numbers kept flashing as the sounds of clashing sword light against massive wood and dull impacts echoed continuously. Lin Yu's damage output seemed insignificant against the Berserk Treant King's 120,000 health points, yet it was steadily chipping away. Though Lin Yu's damage felt somewhat like scratching an itch compared to the Berserk Treant King's massive 120,000 health pool. Fortunately, the Berserk Treant King's attacks posed no real threat to him. As long as he fought patiently, he would eventually wear down his opponent. The Berserk Treant King clearly realized this as well. It suddenly threw back its head and roared furiously, the sound waves causing the surrounding branches and leaves to rustle violently. A flash of blood-red light flickered through its black hole-like eyes, and in the next second, a thick vine covered in dark green fluorescence lashed out like a steel whip through the air. Lin Yu, watch out. Xiao Zhao, who was watching from the sidelines, cried out in alarm. 108. Lin Yu was completely focused on his close combat output. Though he sensed the danger, he was firmly restrained by the massive roots and ultimately couldn't dodge in time. The vine whip struck hard across his chest armor, and a string of red damage numbers appeared above his head. Sharp pain instantly flooded his nerves, causing him to bite his lower lip involuntarily. This was the first time he'd truly taken a hit since being reborn in the game, and the force was much more vicious than he had imagined. It actually broke through my defense. Lin Yu was secretly shocked. With nearly 700 defense points, losing over 100 health from just one strike meant the Vine attack skill coefficient was at least 400%, otherwise it would have been impossible to cause any damage. He quickly sheathed his sword and retreated, steadying himself after 2 steps, his brow furrowed tightly. I need to be more careful. Skills not only consumed energy, but also required cooldown time. Since the Berserk Treant King could break through his defense, he absolutely couldn't let his guard down. His total health was less than 1400, so he could only take a dozen or so hits at most. If he encountered the creature's Berserk-type skills, even the slightest mistake could spell disaster. Lin Yu, do you need my help? Xiao Zhao appeared at his side, her expression grave. Not for now. Lin Yu declined with a slight smile. Though assassins excelled at stealth, if she were hit by those vines, she would probably be vaporized instantly. With Xiao Zhao's extreme attack-focused stat distribution, she currently had less than 500 health and barely 30 defense points. They both knew she couldn't survive even one hit. Then please be careful. Xiao Zhao nodded solemnly, consciously retreating to a safe distance while keeping her gaze locked on the battlefield. Lin Yu wasted no more time. With a light tap of his toes, he charged toward the Berserk Treant King once again. His sword light twisted into a silver-white arc as it fell, his movements more cautious than before, his peripheral vision closely watching the monster's every gesture. Skills always had wind-up animations, and as long as he could catch any telltale signs, he could dodge in time. Whoosh! The two combatants clashed for another 10+ seconds. Just as Lin Yu was caught by the roots again, the Berserk Treant King's dark eye sockets flared with red light once more, and a vine coiled with dark green radiance launched a second vine attack, seizing the opportunity. However, Lin Yu was clearly prepared this time, sidestepping with a swift dodge that left the attack hitting nothing but air. This clean evasion once again showcased the core appeal of Divine Demon Continent. With precise positioning, it was theoretically possible to fight monsters without taking any damage. But achieving this in practice was far from simple. Players needed lightning-fast reflexes and mastery of various footwork techniques, including movement patterns and predicting landing spots. Even Lin Yu, who had lived through 2 lifetimes and knew this game inside and out, had never heard of anyone truly achieving a completely damage-free run. After all, wild monsters wouldn't just stand there like training dummies, especially high-tier creatures whose intelligence rivaled that of players. However, the Berserk Treant King before him was massive and sluggish, giving Lin Yu plenty of room to maneuver. As a melee warrior, he relied primarily on positioning and short dashes to avoid the sweeping vines and ground-shattering strikes. With a bit of attention, dodging these skills wasn't particularly difficult. Armed with advanced knowledge, his offensive flow became much smoother, his longsword precisely cutting along the bark's crevices, shaving off large chunks of withered bark and sticky sap. Time slipped by quietly, and in just a few minutes, the Berserk Treant King's health had dropped below 10. Its health bar flashed with glaring red light, as if one more strike could finish it off. Yet as victory seemed increasingly within reach, Lin Yu showed no signs of relaxation. His expression grew even more serious. He knew this boss had yet to unleash its 2 most dangerous survival skills, Berserk and Revival. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed his mind, a ghostly green light suddenly burst from within the Treant King, instantly wrapping around its massive trunk. Immediately after, its previously hollow eye sockets filled with crimson points of light, radiating an oppressive and frenzied aura as its thick vines dragged deep gouges across the ground. The system's sharp warning sound exploded in Lin Yu's ears. Warning! Berserk Treant King has activated Revival skill, recovering 50 of maximum health and regenerating 0.1 of maximum health per second for 30 minutes. If not under attack, recovery effect doubles. Warning! Berserk Treant King has entered Berserk state. Attack increased by 50 for 3 minutes. As the constant warning sounds echoed in his ears, Lin Yu's expression gradually grew more serious. The Berserk Treant King's Revival skill was absolutely ridiculous. It instantly restored 50 of its maximum health, then continued to regenerate 0.1 per second. With its massive 120,000 health pool, that meant 120 health points recovered every second for a full 30 minutes. If ordinary level 7 or 8 warriors were to face this, their damage output couldn't even keep up with the regeneration rate. They could fight until nightfall without making a dent in its health bar. Whoosh! Before Lin Yu could finish his thoughts, the Berserk Treant King's vines lashed out violently, striking him square in the chest. A damage number of 11 floated above his head, as searing pain snapped him back to reality. He quickly retreated several steps, sweat beading on his forehead, while his mind raced through calculations. The enemy's basic attacks could penetrate his defense, meaning one careless moment could spell disaster. Yet if he retreated now to wait out the Berserk state, the creature would use Revival to return to full health, rendering all previous efforts worthless. Lin Yu, what do we do now? Xiao Xiao beside him sensed the danger, her voice low and urgent. Fall back, I'll try again. Lin Yu remained unwavering. He had never been one to give up easily. As his words fell, his footwork suddenly transformed, the rhythm sharp as drum beats yet impossible to predict. With each flowing step change, he seemed to shed gravity itself, his form becoming light and ethereal, even stirring the fallen leaves around him into subtle whirlwinds. The subtle weight shifts that ordinary people couldn't perceive were now executed flawlessly beneath his feet. The Berserk Treant King's vines swept horizontally, whistling past his face with explosive force, yet missing time and again. Lin Yu's body moved like a displaced shadow, clearly within attack range, yet always evading by mere inches at the crucial moment. As this mysterious footwork technique unfolded, he managed to dodge nearly 60% of the basic attacks completely. Not far away, Xiao Xiao relaxed her grip on her staff, her bright black eyes narrowing as much of her anxiety dissipated. She understood that Lin Yu had experienced the great catastrophe and demonic wars in his previous life. Though he no longer possessed his former combat bonuses, the battle techniques carved into his very essence remained razor-sharp. Previously, when monsters couldn't break through his defense, he was too lazy to reveal his trump cards. Now, with circumstances forcing his hand, he was finally getting serious. Is this guy finally going to get serious? She murmured softly. Lin Yu didn't respond. His attention was completely locked on the Berserk Treant King's assault patterns. Every dodge, every breath was precisely calculated against the vine's angles, speed, and rebound trajectories. After images flickered as Lin Yu gripped his weapon tightly, waiting for the perfect opening. The Berserk Treant King refused to yield, its furious roars making the mountain forest leaves rustle violently. Yet each angry strike hit nothing but air, carving deep furrows in the ground. Now he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Indeed, once Lin Yu skillfully applied his combat techniques to the battle, he gradually gained the upper hand. With his exquisite positioning, he could even dodge 5 or 6 out of every 10 of the Berserk Treant King's basic attacks. As time passed, and the raging Treant King's berserk state came to an end, Lin Yu steadily gained control of the battle. In just 5 minutes, the massive tree that had been roaring furiously was forced into retreat, its health rapidly declining to less than 1%. With Lin Yu's attack power, 3 strikes would be enough to finish off its remaining life. Just as he raised his sword to end the battle, the raging Treant King suddenly stopped attacking, its thick branches freezing midair. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. Before he could see clearly, an emerald vine suddenly shot out from within the creature smooth as a whip, cutting through the air with a sharp, piercing sound. The vine didn't lunge at him, but instead curved around his side, heading straight for Xiao Xiao behind him. Clearly, the creature intended to drag someone down with it before dying. This bastard! Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Xiao Xiao's face went pale as she hastily retreated. With her current defense and health, survival was impossible. The vine sliced through the wind, whistling along the ground with desperate ferocity, showing no mercy whatsoever. Damn it! She knew there was no escape and could only grit her teeth, preparing to take the hit head-on. At the critical moment, the vine suddenly jerked to a halt, as if someone had yanked hard on reins, abruptly changing direction. In the next second, it turned around and, carrying a cold wind, struck directly at Lin Yu's chest. In that moment, Lin Yu's silhouette became even more enigmatic in her eyes. The massive tree body crashed down with a thunderous roar, kicking up clouds of dust that blocked out the sunlight. Lin Yu collapsed heavily to the ground, his breathing ragged. To intercept that fatal blow, he had deliberately taken the full damage. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would already be respawning at the fountain. Had his reflexes not been quick enough to activate his taunt skill in time, the outcome would have been entirely different. Ding! You have slain the newbie village boss Raging Treant King. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it. Lin Yu chose to keep a low profile without hesitation. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for slaying the newbie village boss Raging Treant King. This announcement serves as encouragement for all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for slaying the newbie village boss Raging Treant King. This announcement serves as encouragement for all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for slaying the newbie village boss Raging Treant King. This announcement serves as encouragement for all players to continue their efforts. After 3 announcements bombarded all channels, system rewards followed immediately. Ding! You have defeated the Raging Treant King above your level, gaining gold coins 2, skill books 3. Due to party mode, experience gained 50. Ding! You have obtained equipment dropped by the Raging Treant King. Raging Swift Boots 1. Ding! You have obtained equipment dropped by the Raging Treant King. Raging Leather Armor 1. Ding! You have obtained equipment dropped by the Raging Treant King. Raging Blade 1. Ding! You have obtained equipment dropped by the Raging Treant King. Raging Plate Armor 1. TSK. Truly worthy of a level 15 boss. The rewards are exceptional. Lin Yu stared at the glowing orbs on the ground, and when he heard the system prompt announcing for pieces of black iron equipment, he couldn't help but click his tongue in appreciation. This drop rate was far more generous than last night's Ghost Scorpion King. The frustration he'd felt from grinding ordinary monsters and getting nothing but white-grade junk instantly evaporated. Unable to contain his excitement, he opened his inventory to examine his haul. At the top were 3 skill books. He had a rough idea of what to expect, but still held on to a sliver of hope as he checked them. Sure enough, the highest grade was only Clevel. For someone at his current level, these could only serve as fertilizer for future enhancement. Lin Yu wasn't surprised bosses typically dropped skill books in bulk, and it would be strange if any were actually high grade. Next, his attention turned entirely to the 4 pieces of black iron equipment. As the attribute panels appeared, Lin Yu finally broke into a smile. 1. Berserker Blade Black Iron Equipment. Class requirement: Assassin. Level requirement: None. Effect 1. Attack power 150. Durability 100. 2. Berserker Leather Armor Black Iron Equipment. Class requirement: Non-heavy armor classes. Level requirement: None. Effect 1. Defense 80. Effect 2. Can actively trigger a magic shield equal to 200 of own attack power. Durability 100. 3. Berserker Boots Black Iron Equipment. Class requirement: No class restriction. Level requirement: None. Effect 1. Defense 45. Effect 2, movement speed 20. Durability, 100. 4. Berserker plate black iron equipment. Class requirement, no class restriction. Level requirement, none. Effect 1, defense 60. Durability, 100. All 4 pieces had impressive stats, especially the Berserker boots with their 20 movement speed boost. In Divine Demon Continent, movement speed only increased slowly with level progression, so additional speed meant better evasion and more opportunities for damage output. Lin Yu had been able to dance around the clunky Berserker Treant King thanks to skills accumulated from his previous life, but against more agile monsters, insufficient speed would mean not just reduced damage output, wouldn't even be able to land a hit. This was precisely why fighting above one's level was so difficult in the game. The basic speed stats weren't even on the same playing field. After confirming all the stats, he took a deep breath and organized his plan. The Berserker Blade, Berserker Leather Armor, and Berserker Plate offered limited improvement for him, so he might as well convert them to cash. However, those speed-boosting boots were definitely keepers. With this in mind, he looked up at Xiao Xiao, who was still standing there dazed, and said with a relaxed smile, "Senior Xiao, I got 3 pieces of black iron equipment here. Are you interested? I could sell them to you at a discount." Lin Yu had originally planned to do a favor while patting his empty wallet. After all, their agreement only mentioned help with leveling and said nothing about equipment distribution. Right now, he had plenty of gear but was short on gold coins, so naturally he wouldn't just give them away for free. What equipment? Xiao Xiao finally snapped out of her shock and looked at him. Lin Yu waved his hand, dragging the 3 pieces of equipment into the trade window one by one. These 3 pieces. I wonder if Senior Xiao might be interested? Lin Yu spoke while directly sharing the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment through the team interface. Light blue data panels unfolded before Xiao Xiao's eyes one by one, clearly displaying the black iron tier attack power, armor, and additional effects. Seeing black iron equipment with such excellent attributes at this stage was almost equivalent to wielding a sharp double-edged sword, naturally making Xiao Xiao's heart flutter with excitement. She cleared her throat softly, closed the panels, and looked up with her almond-shaped eyes blinking, speaking with a mix of coquettishness and complaint. "Junior Lin Yu, we're schoolmates after all. How can you bear to charge me money?" If it were any other guy, he would have probably raised both hands and offered the equipment for free just to make her smile. But this fellow was as stubborn as a rock. Lin Yu felt his scalp tingle under her gaze and could only feign composure while scratching his short hair. "Senior, you're joking. How about this? I'll give you all 3 pieces as a bundle for 50 gold coins. Free is definitely impossible." His tone wasn't harsh, but it carried an unmistakable firmness that brooked no negotiation. Xiao Xiao was indeed stunning, easily ranking in the top 3 among all the women Lin Yu had ever met, but for him right now, looks were far less important than strength. He needed to boost his combat power, earn money, and prepare resources in advance for those he wanted to protect before the demon continent became accessible to everyone. Xiao Xiao hadn't expected him to be so oblivious to romance. She rolled her eyes and reluctantly pulled out her money. "Fine, I've transferred the payment. Give me the equipment." The trade panel confirmed success, and the 3 black iron pieces instantly jumped into Xiao Xiao's inventory, while 50 gold coins clinked into Lin Yu's currency tab with a pleasant chime. Seeing those golden numbers, his heart bloomed with joy. Just as the two were putting aside their emotions to continue grinding monsters, a system notification suddenly rang out. "Congratulations to Xiao Qingqing for becoming the first player on this server to reach level 10. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 self-selected bronze equipment for your class." This announcement serves to encourage all players to keep up their efforts. Congratulations to Xiao Qingqing for becoming the first player on this server to reach level 10. Rewards, 50 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 self-selected bronze equipment for your class. This announcement serves to encourage all players to keep up their efforts. The golden announcement blazed across the sky twice in succession. Both Lin Yu and Xiao Xiao froze, their eyes meeting. Xiao Qingqing truly lives up to her god-tier talent. Xiao Xiao sighed helplessly. She had originally hoped to leverage Lin Yu's power to compete for first place on the level rankings, especially since the rewards for the first 10 levels were incredibly generous. Those 50 free attribute points alone could create a massive gap between her and others, not to mention the self-selected bronze equipment. Now it seemed she had underestimated the power of a god-tier summoning ability. Lin Yu appeared much more composed. Xiao Qingqing's god-tier summoner class could summon pets 1 tier higher than herself, level 10 creatures, making her grinding speed in the early game unmatched. Even he would find it difficult to catch up. Besides, for him, the level rankings weren't his current objective. Playing it safe and stacking his absolute defense passive was the real priority. Breaking into the rankings might actually bring him unnecessary trouble. While the ranking rewards were decent, they posed more harm than good for Lin Yu at this point. The Demon Continent only allowed 6 hours daily to hide one's username and level, and for the remaining 18 hours, staying hidden meant stopping all monster hunting. Lin Yu didn't have that luxury, which was exactly why he chose to split experience 50-50 with Xiao Xiao. Senior Xiao, let's hurry up and grind monsters to level up. With your current experience, you just need another 30 or 40 points to reach level 10 and secure a top 3 spot. Lin Yu gripped his sword tightly, speaking rapidly. Xiao Xiao naturally understood the significance of the top 3 ranking rewards. She nodded slightly, though still feeling somewhat reluctant. This clearly wasn't the time to be stubborn. The two immediately set off, heading straight for the next level 10 monster spawn point. Time slipped away minute by minute, and 2 full hours had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Yu's sword never stopped, cutting down dozens of level 10 monsters and steadily climbing from level 7 to level 8, while Xiao Xiao was just one sliver of experience away from max level. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on their side, and they hadn't encountered any bosses during this time. At this moment, moonlight filtered through the branches, casting its glow on a clear stream. The sound of flowing water filled the air, carrying the scent of moist earth. Lin Yu charged into the grass first, striking down a level 10 cloud dream deer with his sword. The instant its health bar emptied, Xiao Xiao's body erupted in silvery white light, as if she were enveloped in gossamer. Level 9 to level 10 her attribute panel updated accordingly. Simultaneously, crisp system notifications rang out twice. Ding! Congratulations to Xiao Xiaoran for becoming the second player on this server to reach level 10. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 random bronze equipment for your class. This announcement serves to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to Xiao Xiaoran for becoming the second player on this server to reach level 10. Rewards: 30 free attribute points, 1 class skill book, 1 random bronze equipment for your class. This announcement serves to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Congratulations to Senior Xiao for becoming the second player to reach level 10. As the server-wide announcement echoed in his ears, Lin Yu stopped his slashing motion, sheathed his weapon, and quickly walked over to Xiao Xiao with a congratulatory smile. Junior, please don't tease me anymore. Without you, I probably wouldn't have leveled up this fast. Xiao Xiao smiled with her eyes curved, her tone light, but her heart was genuinely grateful. Without Lin Yu's assistance along the way, she never could have reached level 10 so efficiently. Lin Yu shrugged, putting on a nonchalant attitude. For him, all efforts revolved around his mother's treatment and that high-end gaming pod. As for this campus beauty from Qingting University standing before him, he currently had no spare energy to focus on her. After thinking for a moment, he restrained his smile and asked, I wonder what Senior's plans are next. Will you go directly to the first-tier main city, or handle other matters first? According to the rules of Divine Demon Continent, players above level 10 no longer gained experience from monsters in the newbie village. Unless there were special matters to attend to, heading to the main city as soon as possible was the right choice. What? Are you that eager for me to leave so you can monopolize all the experience? Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow, pretending to pout playfully. Lin Yu was speechless, opening his mouth, but unable to respond. All right, I'm just teasing you. She laughed softly. Since I've reached level 10, staying in the newbie village is pointless. It's time to go to the main city. At this point, she suddenly thought of something and asked seriously, by the way, are you free tomorrow morning? Tomorrow was Monday, and she wasn't sure about Lin Yu's class schedule. I'm free. I don't have classes until the afternoon. Though somewhat puzzled, Lin Yu nodded in response. Then let's set it for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock at Dingxing Restaurant. We can discuss our cooperation in detail. How does that sound? Sounds good. Thinking that this cooperation was related to his mother's treatment, he agreed without hesitation. After exchanging contact information, Xiao Xiao chose to return to the newbie village and log off. She still had many matters to handle in reality, so there was no rush to head to the main city. The ranking rewards had been claimed, and the pressure to level up had temporarily eased. Lin Yu continued grinding more than 10 wild monsters, pushing his experience to 35 of level 8 before returning to the village to log off. He had been online for nearly 5 hours, and was indeed hungry. When exiting the game, Lin Yu was surprised to find that Ling Xian wasn't immersed in gaming, but was curled up on the sofa playing with her phone. This roommate usually wouldn't come out until the system forced her to log off, so her unusual behavior immediately made him suspicious, especially since Ling Xian's mood seemed obviously poor. Could it be that the crazy girl was having her time of the month? He raised an eyebrow. After all, girls had those few days every month. Calculating the timing, it seemed about right. At that moment, he thoughtfully prepared a cup of brown sugar water and handed it to Ling Xian, saying, Here you go, crazy girl. Everyone online says this stuff works wonders. Why are you giving me brown sugar water? Ling Xian was momentarily confused, her fingertips hovering over the rim of the cup, her eyes filled with bewilderment. Realizing the misunderstanding, something flashed through her mind, and her pretty face instantly flushed crimson. Shaolinzi, I'm not on my period. Then why the long face? Lin Yu awkwardly touched his nose, wishing he could disappear on the spot. He had thought he was being helpful, but instead had created an embarrassing situation. At this thought, he cursed inwardly. Women's hearts are truly unfathomable. Anyway, it's not what you think. Ling Xin pushed the cup away in embarrassment. Ahem, well, that's good then. Lin Yu cleared his throat twice, hastily changing the subject, and patted his chest boldly. Crazy girl, whatever problem you're facing, just tell me, and I'll solve it in no time. His mood was excellent at the moment. His mother's treatment was secured, and he felt as light as walking on clouds. Moreover, with his current resources, he had every reason to be confident. 1. In Divine Demon Continent, he was currently the strongest player server-wide, capable of easily defeating any other player. 2. In reality, he had partnered with the Xiao family, and with such powerful backing, he could walk sideways through Qing City without any problems. 3. Even Wang Duojin, the son of the richest man, couldn't make waves in front of the Xiao family. All right, you're amazing, okay? Ling Xian hadn't expected him to be so cocky and could only force a smile to humor him. Exactly. Lin Yu smiled smugly, sat down beside her, and patted his chest again. From now on, you're under my protection. So tell me, what's the problem? I'll handle it right away. Although they constantly bickered, in Lin Yu's heart, Ling Xian was not only his best friend, but had also quietly cleaned up his messes in his previous life. He would never stand by and do nothing. Come on, stop asking. I'm fine. Ling Xian forced a smile, trying to brush it off. But her stiff expression couldn't fool Lin Yu. His smile immediately faded, and his brow furrowed. Crazy girl, tell me, what exactly happened? I'm really fine. Ling Xian opened her mouth, but couldn't withstand his unwavering gaze, finally saying quietly, I got spawn-camped by that bastard Wang Duojin. Spawn-camped? That son of a bitch. Lin Yu's face immediately darkened. In Divine Demon Continent, players killed in the wilderness could only respawn on the spot, which gave rise to spawn camping, repeatedly killing the target the moment they respawned until they dropped 3 full levels and were forcibly sent back to the revival altar. Few people did this in the early game since it was both harmful and a waste of their own leveling time, unless the hatred was extreme. As for why Wang Duojin was targeting Ling Xian, Lin Yu knew perfectly well. After being publicly humiliated this morning, Wang Duojin couldn't find him but had learned Ling Xian's game username, so he took his anger out on her. Such petty vindictiveness, taking it out on a girl. What a petty bastard, acting so quickly. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Seeing Ling Xian with her head down, fidgeting with the cup rim, and those eyes that should have been bright and spirited now clouded with tears, his anger intensified. Most importantly, she's just a girl, and that bastard actually had the nerve to do this. He suddenly stood up, his voice ice cold. Damn it. Wang Duojin, you dare mess with my people? Today I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Xiao Linzi, it's okay, it's just a game. At worst, I'll level up slower from now on. Ling Xian said while secretly glancing up at Lin Yu across from her. The light fell on the young man, and the undisguised coldness in his eyes was like ice shards that made people shiver. She quickly smiled again, trying to ease the atmosphere. She knew Wang Duojin's identity all too well, the son of Qing City's wealthiest man, someone ordinary people like them couldn't afford to provoke. If it was just a game, being targeted by such a person clearly wasn't worth it. Tell me, crazy girl, how many of them are there? Lin Yu ignored her consolation, his voice low and cold. Given his understanding of Ling Xian's skill level, even if she couldn't win, she should at least be able to escape. The fact that she was killed and camped meant Wang Duojin must have backup. I'm really fine. Ling Xian opened her mouth, but before she could finish, Lin Yu interrupted her. Crazy girl, this happened because of me, and I absolutely won't stand by and do nothing. Besides, you're under my protection now. If you get bullied, how can I maintain my reputation? Don't worry, leave this to me. As Lin Yu spoke, he gently ruffled Ling Xian's hair with a warm smile, though a chilling glint flashed in his eyes. A dragon's reverse scale, touch it and die. Ling Xian still hesitated. But his background? The weight of being a rich second generation was undeniable. Though her family was better off than Lin Yu's, compared to Wang Duojin, it was still like an ant trying to shake a tree. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Yu's tone was calm and confident. In his previous life, he would indeed have had to swallow his pride, but in this life, he held the trump card of the Xiao family. Between a reborn player who knew the full scope of the great disaster and possessed god-tier talent, and a nouveau riche who hadn't yet realized the importance of Divine Demon Continent, Xiao Xiao would know who was more valuable. Hearing his certainty, Ling Xian sighed softly and finally revealed everything. There are 5 of them in total. Wang Duojin is level 9, 2 others are also level 9 knights, and there are 2 level 8 warriors. I was originally level 9 too, but they camped me until I dropped a level. In an unknown fight, I'm not afraid of Wang Duojin, but he has numbers. At this point, she forced another smile, trying to sound casual. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Once we reach the main city and our strength improves, it won't be too late for revenge then. In truth, she didn't really want revenge. They were outnumbered and outgunned, and in her impression, Lin Yu's gaming skills were probably even worse than hers. In a real fight, he'd just be one more casualty at best. Moreover, Wang Duojin's real-world background was dangerous. She didn't think she and Lin Yu were some kind of web novel protagonists who could act without consequences. So if she could just drag this out a bit longer, maybe Lin Yu's anger would cool down. Lin Yu saw through her thoughts, but simply patted her shoulder, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. All right, crazy girl, you don't need to persuade me any more about this matter. I know what I'm doing. However, Lin Yu merely chuckled softly at Ling Xian's words. His smile was faint, but the cold gleam in his eyes was sharp enough to freeze. He certainly understood what Ling Xian meant by compromise, but this matter could never be swept under the rug. In his previous life, he lacked the strength to protect those around him. In this life, if he made the same mistake again, he wouldn't deserve the surname Lin. Moreover, Ling Xian had silently shielded him from so many storms this time. He would make Wang Duojin pay the price for his foolishness. After leaving the rental apartment, the two grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria. Once back at the residential complex, Lin Yu gave a few instructions before logging into Divine Demon Continent, together with Ling Xian. The moment he came online, he controlled his character and headed straight for the teleportation array at the center of the newbie village. 10 gold coins fell into the teleporter's hands, and with a flash of white light arrived at newbie village number 331. The first thing Lin Yu did upon landing was add Ling Xian as a friend. The coordinates showed the target was on the east side of the village. Without even checking his inventory, he took the shortest route and rushed out. Meanwhile, Ling Xian had just respawned in soul form when the friend notification popped up almost simultaneously. Less than 5 minutes. In Divine Demon Continent, only players in the same area could add each other as friends, meaning Lin Yu had already paid the teleportation fee. The system charged 10 gold coins for a one-way trip. Her total savings from quest grinding these past few days was less than 3 gold coins. Pay to win. Impossible. She knew Lin Yu's personality too well, and besides, the review process for purchasing gold coins took at least half an hour. The only explanation: Lin Yu had been carrying over 10 gold coins with him all along. For a mere level 8 warrior to have such wealth was truly surprising. While she was pondering this, the two warrior players guarding her corpse grew impatient. Little girl, just hurry up and respawn so we can kill you a couple more times. Don't waste everyone's time. Still waiting to grab dinner. The speaker was a burly man with the character name. Wukong lost his golden staff. He looked up at Ling Xian's soul form floating in midair, his eyes full of impatience. Brother Wukong's right. Dragging this out is just a waste of time and benefits neither of us. The other player, named Tang Monk Loves Rejoice Shampoo, was also frowning, clearly wanting to wrap things up quickly. These two were just hired muscle. Ling Xian's fate meant nothing to them. Ling Xian sneered coldly. They certainly had their calculations figured out. But she wasn't some soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Listen up, grandsons, this lady is going to stay right here and waste your time. I'm in no rush. She might not be able to mess with Wang Duojin for now, but these two temporary thugs? She really wasn't afraid of them. You bitch, what did you just say? Both men's faces immediately darkened as they glared at her viciously. You're camping my corpse and expect me to be nice about it? Ling Xian shot back disdainfully. You bitch, we tried to reason with you, but you dare talk back like that? Don't blame us for being ruthless. Wukong lost his golden staff, growled, his face darker than ink. Well, I'm quite curious to see just how ruthless you plan to be. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the grass behind them. Who's there? The moment those words left his lips, Wukong and his companion, who had been acting quite arrogantly just moments before, immediately went on high alert, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. If some unexpected troublemaker showed up and ruined their plans, today would be a complete waste, and they might even face punishment from that living demon Wang Duojin. The one who's going to kill you. A bone-chilling voice suddenly exploded through the air. In the next instant, a sharp, white flash cut through the sky, creating a piercing whistle as it sliced through the air. A terrifying red number appeared above Tang Seng's forehead. 536. Holy shit, we're under attack. The sudden devastating blow left Tang Seng terrified out of his wits, his face contorting in agony as he stumbled and scrambled, wishing he had 2 extra legs to flee faster. That single strike had taken away half his health points. His high defense as an 8th level shield warrior seemed utterly useless at this moment. How could he not be shocked? Before he could even take 3 steps, another white flash tore through the air. 536. His health bar instantly emptied, and he collapsed to the ground without even having time to cry out, immediately transforming into a gray spirit floating upward. 2 strikes for an instant kill. This scene was too horrifying. Watching from the sidelines, Wukong felt his spine go cold and his head buzzing. Who could have imagined that within 2 breaths, an 8th level shield warrior with over 60 defense points and nearly 1,000 health points would just be gone like that? Even an assassin of the same level shouldn't be capable of such explosive damage. Who exactly are you? After being stunned for several seconds, Wukong finally managed to squeeze out a trembling voice. At the edge of his vision, Lin Yu stood holding his sword with one hand, his eyes cold as steel. Wukong's legs felt like they were filled with Li Tangseng's stats were similar to his own, and if the former had died in 2 strikes, he himself had absolutely no chance of survival. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. With a light tap of his toe against the ground, he had already transformed into a blur rushing forward. Cold light, flash swish. Swish. 540. 540. 2 sets of numbers floated up one after another, and Wukong became the second soul floating in midair before he could even raise his weapon. No one could believe that 2 8th-level warriors were like paper dolls in front of Lin Yu. Ling Xian watched with her heart pounding like a drum. Was this efficient killing machine really the same Xiao Linzi from her memory, who didn't know how to play games? Send a message to Wang Duojin. Tell him the person he's looking for is waiting for him right here. Lin Yu sheathed his sword and stood calmly, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 trembling souls floating in the air. His purpose for this trip wasn't just to deal with these 2 small fries. Tang Sung and Wukong quickly nodded, afraid that saying even half a word more would earn them another sword strike. In their hearts, however, they had already cursed Wang Duojin's ancestors back 18 generations when he hired them. He had insisted that the target was a pushover and they just needed to camp his corpse. But are you sure this is what you call a pushover? Not only did he fail to guard the corpse, but he also dropped a level. What a complete loss. Lin Yu stood in place, his gaze sweeping over the faint soul forms floating in the air, shaking his head inwardly. The group of players charging toward them looked murderous and clearly meant trouble. What's wrong? Not planning to resurrect yet? Don't tell me you're so mesmerized by my handsome heroics that you've forgotten what to do. He withdrew his gaze and looked up at Ling Xian hovering in midair with an undiminished smile. Behind him, Tang Sung and his companion lay on the ground dissolving into white light, finally bringing some quiet to the scene. Reminded by his teasing, Ling Xian snapped back to reality and nodded as if on autopilot, then transformed into white light and descended to resurrect. Though her body had reformed, the shock on her face remained. Xiao Linzi, you're incredible. 2 strikes to instantly kill an 8th-level shield warrior. She patted her chest, unable to hide her excitement, her eyes bright as stars. That damage output, even the top monsters on the leaderboards couldn't do much better. Lin Yu casually waved the longsword he had just sheathed and replied indifferently. Just lucky picked up a bronze-tier weapon, that's all. You call a bronze-tier weapon lucky? Ling Xian rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. I'd believe you if you said you had terrible luck, but calling bronze-tier equipment just luck? Then a strange expression crossed her face. Xiao Linzi, that anonymous player who got the first kill on the Ghost Scorpion King. That wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Currently, players who could obtain bronze equipment were few and far between, and all were famous except for that anonymous first killer. The more she thought about it, the more obvious the answer seemed. Lin Yu didn't deny it, simply nodding lightly. Since he had chosen to act today, he had no intention of hiding anymore. Hiss, Ling Xian gasped, unable to contain herself any longer. Xiao Linzi, you're absolutely amazing. So the gaming legend she had been following on the forums was right in front of her. No wonder he was so confident. Lin Yu just waved his hand dismissively. Don't worship me, yet there's much more that will surprise you later. Changing the subject, Ling Xian suddenly frowned with hesitation. But, should we really be making an enemy of Wang Duojin? Crushing him in game is fine, but in reality, Wang Duojin wasn't just a rich kid, he had Qing City's wealthiest family backing him. If things escalated, it would be no joke. Crazy woman, if you're worried, you can back out now. I won't blame you, this wasn't your fight to begin with. Lin Yu's voice was calm, without a trace of resentment. Everyone had their own concerns, and he understood that. Lin Yu, who do you think you're looking down on? If you dare to do it, why would I be afraid? Ling Xian's almond eyes widened, her pretty face flushing with indignation. Though her words were crude, they warmed Lin Yu's heart, like sunshine breaking through winter's chill. You're still the same as before, standing by my side through everything. He sighed softly, quickly collecting his emotions and looking toward the distant forest. In that case, let's wait for Wang Duojin to arrive and teach him a proper lesson. Lin Yu glanced sideways at Ling Xian, thinking to himself, crazy woman, rest assured as long as I'm here in this lifetime, I'll never let you suffer even the slightest harm again. In Qing City, at the Heavenly Entertainment Club, private room number 1. Dim lights cast shadows on the opulent golden walls. Wang Duojin lay sprawled across the center of the sofa, his face dark as a storm cloud. This morning, he had been humiliated by Lin Yu. This afternoon, he had planned to salvage his pride with Su Yao, only to be flatly rejected with, I'm going back to the dorm to study. With anger from 2 defeats burning in his chest, he had dragged a few fairweather friends here to play cards and blow off steam. But this group seemed determined despite him hadn't won a single hand since sitting down, watching his chips slowly disappear across the table. Smack! He slammed his cards onto the coffee table, making the chips in the dice cup rattle. Wang Duojin growled, I'm done. Damn it, you guys win every time. This is no fun at all. What's wrong? Is our young Master Wang missing his new little girlfriend? Across from him, a young man in a bright red shirt swirled his wine glass, taking a leisurely sip of red wine as he teased. That's right. I heard the new girl is even the department beauty at Qingting University. TSK tisk. Someone immediately chimed in. The department beauties at Qingting University were always top tier, so they were naturally happy to join in the ribbing. Don't even mention her to mid, just talking about it pisses me off. Wang Duojin pulled out a cigarette, flicked his lighter with a snap, and took a deep drag before snorting coldly. What happened? From the looks of it, our young Master Wang hasn't sealed the deal yet. Someone perked up with interest, raising their glass to join the fun. They all came from decent backgrounds themselves, so they didn't need to flatter Wang Duojin excessively and could tease him without restraint. Everyone paused, their eyes turning to Wang Duojin in unison. Wang Duojin was famous in their circle for his flower-picking techniques. First, subtle showing off, then sweet concern, followed by lavish spending. This combo usually left any woman dizzy and submissive. For him to fail today was truly remarkable. Don't tell me there's some expert in the picture? Someone asked with a laugh, rolling dice in their hand. Sealed the deal, my ass. I thought she'd be easy pickings, but turns out she's just a pretentious bitch playing hard to get. At the mention of Su Yao, Wang Duojin's expression darkened further. Not only that, but because of that slut, I got humiliated today too. Oh, there's actually someone in Qing City who can humiliate young Master Wang. The room fell silent as everyone turned to look at him. While the Wang family couldn't exactly cover the sky with one hand, they were the wealthiest family in the city. The number of people who could humiliate Wang Duojin could be counted on one hand. Just some country bumpkin, Wang Duojin said coldly. He didn't take Lin Yu seriously at all, just a bookworm hick who might get decent grades in school, but would have to grovel once he entered society. If he's just a country bumpkin, couldn't young Master Wang handle him easily with your methods? Someone laughed as they responded, though their words carried a hint of mockery. For the son of Qing City's richest family to suffer at the hands of a country bumpkin would hardly be flattering if word got out. Humph. Wang Duojin caught the ridicule in their tone and snorted coldly in response. If it weren't for Lin Yu's silver tongue today, he would have already taught that guy a lesson instead of being mocked by this bunch of jerks. In the bar's private room, colorful lights flickered chaotically while the air was thick with the mingled scents of expensive cigars and imported liquor. Wang Duojin held his wine glass, first letting out a cold snort, then deliberately lowering his voice as he changed the subject. Though I took a hit from that guy this morning, I finally got some payback in the game. Oh, the others hadn't even set down their glasses when their gazes all turned to him in unison. Everyone knew that the game Wang Duojin referred to was Divine Demon Continent. This holographic online game, which had only been live for 2 days, had already caused a sensation in high society circles, with many eagerly waiting for tomorrow's second round of account sales. Wang Duojin took a light sip of his drink, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I camped that kid's friend today. Cross me, Wang Duojin. I'll never let him have peace, and this is just the beginning. At this thought, the pent-up frustration in his chest finally found an outlet, making even the wine in his glass seem sweeter. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. They all knew exactly what camping meant in Divine Demon Continent, which boasted 100% realism. Being stalked at the respawn point was pure psychological torture. Everyone had originally thought Wang Duojin was just giving a light punishment, but they hadn't expected such ruthless methods. However, considering his vindictive nature, they could only nod silently. Just as everyone was drinking and bantering, Wang Duojin's phone vibrated. He had glanced at it casually at first, but his expression immediately darkened. Then he looked up with a smile. The screen showed only a brief message. Young Master Wang, the person you're looking for has arrived. Come quickly. The anger that had been building all day finally had an outlet. Damn it, finally took the bait. Wang Duojin cursed under his breath, casually setting down his glass and leaving only one sentence. Tonight's tab is on young Master Wang. With that, he had already quickly left the room. To him, this money was nothing compared to tormenting Lin Yu in the game. Thinking of the upcoming hunt, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This time he would definitely make that country bumpkin understand why flowers are so red. In the game, while waiting for Wang Duojin to come online, Lin Yu briefly recounted his gaming experiences from the past 2 days to Ling Xian. Except for his unspeakable special talent, he shared every other detail without reservation. Ling Xian, being a seasoned gaming enthusiast herself, was breathing heavily with excitement gleaming in her eyes when she heard that Lin Yu had actually soloed a boss. As the two were talking, 2 pale blue phantoms floated nearby Tang Sung, and she too Ai Piao Ro, both in soul form. Tang Sung reluctantly spoke up. Listen, brother, your target is Wang Duojin. We too were just hired by him to camp. We've already dropped a level and paid the price. Could you be the bigger person and let us go like a fart in the wind? These two were at most accomplices to Wang Duojin, acting out of self-interest with no deep grudges. If they continued to be tormented after already losing levels, it would be a devastating loss. If you don't want to drop another level, shut up. Lin Yu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling edge. He knew these two were just hired hands, but they were still participants in the incident, and he wouldn't let them go until Wang Duojin arrived. Tang Sung and Shi 2 AI Piao Ro exchanged glances and immediately fell silent, floating obediently to the side, afraid of further provoking Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at the system time, silently calculating. By my count, that guy should be here soon. Half an hour had passed since sending the message, and judging by the travel time, the other party could appear at any moment. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard in the distance. Three figures strode forward confidently, with an archer leading the way, none other than Wang Duojin. Since Divine Demon Continent used holographic scanning, characters bore about 80% resemblance to their real-world appearance, so Lin Yu recognized him immediately. Wang Duojin's gaze swept across the scene, and seeing that Tang Sung and the other had become souls, he frowned slightly. Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to take care of those two wastes. He had thought that although Tang Sung and his companion weren't particularly strong, they were at least level 8 players, but he hadn't expected them to be defeated by Lin Yu alone. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Yu's character information, also level 8, disdain immediately appeared in his eyes. Haha, this is even better, Wang Duojin sneered. I'll torture you slowly and make you understand that some people aren't meant to be messed with by country bumpkins like you. Oh, then I'm quite curious to see what fate awaits me. Lin Yu's response was ice cold, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He absolutely would not let the mastermind behind today's events get away with it. Lin Yu, I'd like to see what you're really capable of that makes you talk so big. On the open ground, Wang Duojin listened to Lin Yu's emotionless tone, and the rage in his chest instantly ignited, almost bursting from his pupils. He had logged on today specifically to vent his frustrations, but not only did Lin Yu refuse to show him respect, he also put on this unfathomable act in front of everyone, making Wang feel like a jumping clown in some novel, publicly humiliated by the protagonist. Especially Lin Yu's calm and composed expression, which seemed like silent mockery. Wang Duojin gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. What? You really think you're the male lead? Planning to take on 3 opponents next? Fury burned away his reason. His gaze growing increasingly cold today, he had to make Lin Yu understand who was really in charge here. What gives you the right to act like a protagonist? A country bumpkin like you. He sneered coldly, his gaze shifting to the 2 level 9 knights beside him as his voice suddenly rose. You two, attack. Teach this country bumpkin a lesson and show him that not everyone has the right to act tough. If I'm satisfied today, each of you gets 10,000 as a reward. Hearing 10,000 each, the 2 level 9 knights' eyes immediately lit up. After exchanging glances, they coordinated like a strike team that had trained 1,000 times, charging from left and right flanks, their iron boots kicking up dust as they ran, the air heavy with oppressive tension. Ling Xian stood behind and to the side of Lin Yu, her brow furrowing slightly at the sight. She knew Lin Yu's attack power was frighteningly high, but the opponents were 2 experienced fighters after all. If caught in a pincer attack and Lin Yu couldn't handle it well, he'd inevitably suffer. She placed her fingers on her bowstring, about to rush forward to distract one of them with her skills as a level 8 archer specializing in kiting. She could at least manage that. If she could hold off one, Lin Yu could deal with the other, and they could turn the situation around. However, just as she stepped forward, a large hand firmly pressed down on her shoulder. Crazy woman, leave this to me. Lin Yu smiled easily, without the slightest panic. He stepped forward, facing the encirclement of the 2 level 9 knights alone, showing no intention of dodging. Seeking death, the 2 knights surged with anger. As defensive class players, their attacks weren't their strong suit, but they were still level 9 with half sets of common equipment, bringing their attack power close to 80 points. Even knights of the same level wouldn't recklessly tank such hits, let alone Lin Yu, a mere level 8 warrior. Wang Duojin watched from afar, laughing mockingly. Idiot, really thinks reading a few power fantasy novels makes him the protagonist? Knights may not have high attack power, but in the early stages when everyone's stats are low, they still deal damage. Lin Yu is courting death. Haha, does he really think he has protagonist's plot armor? His mockery intensified. Lin Yu, Ling Xian's heart tightened, unable to help crying out. Be careful. Little Lin. Her voice carried anxiety, as if she might rush forward the next second, yet she ultimately remained in place. Wang Duojin's cold laughter echoed across the open ground, while Lin Yu remained unmoved, meeting the gleaming sword edges approaching from left and right with only a calm gaze. This guy is really overdoing the act, isn't he? The 2 figures floating in midair, Tang Sung and his companion, were clearly stunned by the scene before them, unable to react for a moment. Everyone knew Lin Yu's attack power was formidable, but damage resistance ultimately depended on defense. They had originally thought he was just being arrogant based on his high damage output, but now it seemed this would be a real tough battle. The two ninth-level knights swung their long swords under everyone's gaze, white light exploding along the blade edges like two brilliant silk ribbons slashing down furiously toward Lin Yu. Miss, miss. Clear damage immunity notifications appeared consecutively, and everyone's thought that Lin Yu would pay the price for his arrogance instantly got stuck in their throats. Two fierce blade strikes had only resulted in two ineffective red texts. In an instant, the scene fell so silent that only the wind could be heard. Two ninth-level knights couldn't break through an eighth-level warrior's defense. Was this even a warrior or a turtle? The two knights stood frozen in place, reflexively looking at Lin Yu as if they had seen a ghost. Each of their attacks dealt nearly 80 points of damage. Yet now they couldn't even scratch his skin, meaning Lin Yu's defense was at least 160 or higher. Even among knights who focused primarily on defense, only a few could occasionally break through this threshold. An eighth-level warrior only had 80 attribute points available. Even putting all points into defense would only reach 120, and with the 1.5x multiplier, it still couldn't touch 160. Clearly, Lin Yu had not only invested most of his attribute points in defense, but also equipped at least one exceptionally outstanding defensive item. No wonder he dared to be so bold. Truly had solid backing. Seeing Lin Yu effortlessly withstand the dual knight's burst attack without taking damage, the contempt on Wang Duojin's face gradually faded, his brow furrowing. Even Ling Xin and her two companions were shocked speechless. They had just witnessed Lin Yu's brutally savage attack power, and now they were seeing his absurdly exaggerated defense. Was this even human? If the demon continent didn't strictly crack down on cheats, they would genuinely suspect Lin Yu was hacking. Wang Duojin quickly regained his composure, commanding in a low voice. You two keep him occupied while I attack. He must have put everything into defense to be this tough, so his attack must be pathetically weak. Just hold him down. I alone am enough to kill him. The two knights exchanged glances and responded in unison. Wang Duojin was an archer who had spent money on a black iron-grade weapon and a full set of regular equipment, pushing his attack stats well beyond 300. As long as the front line could hold, his arrows would be sufficient for the kill. Lin Yu, you really think your turtle shell is useful? In the face of absolute power, you're nothing but a clown. Wang Duojin knocked an arrow, his eyes full of disdain, as if he could already see Lin Yu helplessly captured under his firepower in this game. Peidoan players still existed at the top of the food chain. But before his words had finished, Lin Yu's lips curved slightly upward. He raised his hand and grasped, and a golden longsword suddenly materialized. Without any flourish, he swung the sword and stepped forward, golden light slashing toward the charging knights. Just putting on airs, one knight sneered as he raised his sword, but his smile had barely begun to spread before it froze into terror. Above his head, a horrifying red number shot up. 472. Holy crap! Nearly 500 damage. The moment this terrifying number appeared, the crowd of onlookers gasped in unison, and the scene fell silent, as if someone had hit the mute button. The two knights turned pale as ghosts, staring at Lin Yu in horror as their legs gave way, forcing them to stumble backward involuntarily. With just over 1,000 health points each, Lin Yu could kill them both with just 3 strikes. The most shocked of all was Wang Duojin. His smug smile from moments before was now replaced by an expression of utter disbelief. He knew those two knights had defense stats over 100, and even if he attacked personally, he could only deal around 300 damage. Yet Lin Yu had dealt over 400 with a single strike, meaning his attack attribute had to be at least 400. An 8th-level warrior with over 400 attack power? Wang Duojin's mind raced, and he could only think of one possibility. The sword in Lin Yu's hand was no ordinary weapon, most likely bronze-grade equipment or higher. His gaze instinctively fell on the golden glowing longsword, and he finally realized what he was looking at, whispering in shock. Could that sword be bronze equipment? In Divine Demon Continent, character attributes came from only 2 sources: attribute points gained from leveling up and equipment. At a mere 8th level, even if Lin Yu had dumped all his attribute points into attack, he couldn't possibly reach such numbers, not to mention his equally impressive defense. The only explanation was that he possessed at least one piece of equipment with extremely high attack bonuses, and the most obvious candidate was the Sword of Light. While Wang Duojin remained stunned, Lin Yu had no intention of stopping. Cold light flashed repeatedly, and within just a few strikes, the two terrified knights with no will to fight lay dead in pools of blood. Simultaneously, the white text above Lin Yu's character name instantly turned crimson red. The system rules surfaced once again in everyone's minds. Killing a player grants 1 sin point, and accumulating more than 3 points results in a red name status. When red name players are killed, equipment drop rates increase proportionally with sin points, adding 1 per point. The only way to cleanse sin points was to hunt monsters at or above one's own level, with each kill removing just 1 point. Lin Yu couldn't care less about his red name status. He sheathed his sword and stepped toward Wang Duojin. Overwhelmed by that demonic aura, Wang Duojin found himself unable to move, his mind going blank. A cold smile curved Lin Yu's lips as he spoke casually. Young Master Wang, didn't you say earlier that you'd show me the consequences of crossing you? How about itis this all you've got? Hearing these words, Wang Duojin gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently as he forced out a harsh retort. Lin Yu, don't get cock-a-will-see about this. Thinking about how he'd not only failed to vent his anger, but had been humiliated once again, his face flushed red as a pig's liver. In every game he'd played before, he'd been all-powerful and domineering. Yet now he'd been defeated twice in a row. What an absolute disgrace. After glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, he turned to leave, already plotting in his mind to gather more allies for revenge. Leaving? Who said you could go? Came a cold voice from behind, and Wang Duojin's steps faltered. He froze in place, turning back to stare at Lin Yu with a sinister expression, his voice hoarse with anger. What? You actually dare to make a move against me? You should know who I am. If you dare lay a finger on me today, I'll make you. Before he could finish, a golden sword light suddenly tore through the air. 681. The cold damage number exploded above Wang Duojin's head as he collapsed to the ground, his form instantly dissolving into gray light that floated in midair. Didn't you enjoy camping corpses? Now it's my turn. Lin Yu sheathed his sword and stood still, his voice devoid of any warmth. Deathly silence followed. No one had expected Lin Yu to actually kill Wang Duojin, and so cleanly without a moment's hesitation. What made everyone's skin crawl even more was his declaration that he would camp Wang Duojin's corpse. Who was Wang Duojin? The son of Qing City's wealthiest man. Every player present knew this. Lin Yu was also from Qing City. Did he really not care about his future? Even Ling Xin stood frozen in place, thinking Lin Yu would at most teach Wang Duojin a lesson, never expecting such ruthless determination. The most shocked was naturally Wang Duojin himself. When had he ever suffered such humiliation in his entire life? Rage burned in his eyes as he chose to resurrect on the spot. The gray light flashed, and his figure reformed. Lin Yu, you've completely enraged me now. I absolutely won't. The sword light flashed again, cutting off his words mid-sentence. Wang Duojin was killed instantly for the second time, gray light rising once more. Hiss! Sharp intakes of breath echoed around them. Lin Yu's decisiveness was beyond belief. Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. Wang Duojin completely lost control, the repeated humiliation driving him hysterical. He turned to his 4 remaining companions and roared. All of you resurrect, and take him down together. Otherwise, face the consequences. Tang Sung Shi 2 Ai Piao Ro and the other 3 exchanged glances, their faces grim. They knew Lin Yu's strength. Forget 4 against 1. Even 10 more wouldn't change the outcome. But Wang Duojin's threat couldn't be ignored either. They knew his methods all too well. If they didn't act, even their families might be implicated. In the end, the 4 resurrected but didn't immediately attack. Instead, they looked at Lin Yu with complex expressions. Brother, why don't you just let young Master Wang vent a little? It's just a game. No need to offend young Master Wang. You need to think about yourself and your family. The implication was clear. They were advising Lin Yu to be pragmatic. Ling Xin also looked at Lin Yu, waiting for his choice. This matter had escalated too far. In this tense standoff, Lin Yu suddenly stopped moving, not because of their persuasion, but because his private chat window lit up. Xiao Xiao had sent him a message. She had a dungeon and needed his help. A dungeon? Lin Yu frowned slightly. What dungeon would specifically require him? And for this dungeon, Xiao Xiao hadn't even entered the main city to change classes yet. In the early stages of Gods and Demons Continent, once you entered the main city, you couldn't return to the starter village, and your affiliated main city would appear after your username. Xiao Xiao's username remained clean, indicating she was still in the starter village. This alone showed the importance of that dungeon. I'm in starter village 331. Lin Yu quickly replied, sending his location. He wanted a piece of the action too. Starter village 331? How did you end up there? Xiao Xiao was clearly surprised. Cross-village travel was rare since the villages had nearly identical quests. Even the hidden quest triggers were the same. The only difference was the NPCs. Why would Lin Yu go so far out of his way? She couldn't understand. Lin Yu didn't explain much, replying with just 2 words. Corpse camping. Corpse camping? Seeing Lin Yu's response, Xiao Xiao became even more puzzled, her eyes filled with big question marks. From what she knew about Lin Yu, he was definitely not someone who liked to stir up trouble. Yet now he was actually crossing the entire newbie village to camp someone's corpse. There had to be more to this story. She didn't press for details, simply replying briefly. All right, I'll be right there. Xiao Xiao was perceptive and knew what she could ask, and what she couldn't. More importantly, Lin Yu's act of corpse camping itself revealed crucial information. The person being camped must have an irreconcilable conflict with Lin Yu. Otherwise, Lin Yu would never waste his time here when he knew the great catastrophe was about to descend. For Xiao Xiao, this was equally an opportunity, a chance to completely pull Lin Yu into her camp. She even secretly prayed in her heart. It would be best if the trouble Lin Yu had stirred up involved someone with the biggest background possible, so she could more easily bind Lin Yu and the Xiao family together. Lin Yu's thoughts were remarkably similar to hers. The reason he immediately sent the coordinates to Xiao Xiao, rather than waiting until after everything was over to contact her, was to leverage the Xiao family's influence. Tang Sung and the others were writhe wasn't afraid of Wang Duojin himself, but he had family and friends behind him, and these ties couldn't be ignored. Since he had already fallen out with Wang Duojin, he had to set up a protective network for his family and friends in advance. Although his cooperation with Xiao Xiao had begun, others didn't know about it, so it naturally couldn't deter Wang Duojin. Pulling Xiao Xiao directly into the situation was a public declaration of taking sides. With the Xiao family as his trump card, he didn't believe Wang Duojin would dare do anything excessive to the people around him. The prerequisite was that Xiao Xiao would be willing to offend the Wang family for him, and Lin Yu was completely confident about this. No one at the scene noticed the private exchange between Lin Yu and Xiao Xiao. Everyone only saw Lin Yu stop his actions and thought he had finally been persuaded. After all, no one wanted to drag a conflict from a game into reality and involve their families. Lin Yu, are you finally fucking scared now? Wang Duojin stared at the motionless Lin Yu, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Weren't you pretty arrogant just now, kid? What's wrong, deflated now? No matter how badass you are in the game, in reality, you're still at my mercy, aren't you? Keep pretending, you bastard, keep pretending. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, his tone shifting. Lin Yu, I'll give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, maybe I'll spare your family. The cold laughter in his voice returned to its usual arrogance as he sought to humiliate Lin Yu thoroughly, making this country bumpkin understand the consequences of offending him. Hearing Wang Duojin's aggressive voice, Tang Sung and the others looked at Lin Yu with complicated expressions. Why did you have to provoke this living devil? You should have just let him go earlier. However, they ultimately had no intention of intervening. It wasn't their business, and no one wanted to wade into these murky waters. Xiao Linzi. Ling Xian looked at Lin Yu with a grave expression, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After all, she had never witnessed such a confrontation before. The surrounding players' gazes all fell on Lin Yu in unison, as if waiting for him to back down. However, Lin Yu was simply replying to a few messages on his virtual interface, which the crowd mistook for guilt, causing him to chuckle helplessly. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to land on Wang Duojin, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. If you want me to kneel, you'd better see if you have what it takes. Before his words had even finished, he stepped forward, his figure shooting out like an arrow from a bow, appearing in front of Wang Duojin in the blink of an eye. Before the crowd could even gasp, they saw him grab the man's collar with one hand and lift Wang Duojin into the air, like picking up a chick. Lin Yu's attributes were ridiculously high, making lifting a grown man feel as light as a feather to him. Holy shit, is this guy asking for death? Does he really think he's invincible? Typical college student, too impulsive. Chaotic discussions erupted as the scene descended into uproar. No one had expected Lin Yu to suddenly make a move, not even Wang Duojin, who was called the protagonist, his pupils contracting in shock. However, remembering the leverage he held, Wang Duojin quickly revealed a sinister smile. Go ahead and try if you dare, as long as you're not afraid of your family's safety being threatened. He enjoyed this kind of scene, the most others hating him but being powerless to do anything about it. That feeling of frustration. Lin Yu's eyes darkened slightly as he lifted Wang Duojin even higher. What I hate most in this life is people threatening me with my family. He hadn't delivered the killing blow yet, not out of fear, but because he was waiting for Xiao Xiao to arrive. Wang Duojin had already dropped 2 levels. Dropping one more would send him back to the newbie village fountain for respawn according to the rules, which was clearly not the outcome Lin Yu wanted. Wang Duojin's face turned red from being choked, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened. Lin Yu, if you have the guts, make your move. I guarantee your family will suffer 10 times the pain I experienced today. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and no one dared to speak. Just then, a cold female voice came from behind the crowd. Oh? Who has such audacity to threaten others with their families? Do they really think our nation has no laws? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw a man and woman pushing through the crowd. The woman speaking was in the lead, her gaze icy cold. While the crowd was still guessing who she was, the bright white ID above her head came into view. Xiao Xiaoran. Everyone's breathing stopped in unison. Xiao Xiaoran. The crowd gasped. Even if they had been unfamiliar with this username before, ever since she became the second player to advance to level 10 and her identity was exposed on the forums, everyone knew. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family, one of the nation's 10 great families. Xiao Xiao. With such a heavyweight figure suddenly appearing, everyone was completely bewildered. Seeing her, Lin Yu finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She's finally here. Xiao Zhao's gaze swept over Wang Duojin, who was being held high in the air, then landed on Lin Yu, her expression indifferent yet sharp. Xiao Xiaoran, why is she here? The crowd couldn't hide their shock. Xiao Xiaoran seemed to be standing up for Lin Yu. Could this be the legendary beauty saving the hero? Senior Xiao. Even Wang Duojin himself froze in place at that moment, forgetting to blink. He hadn't paid any attention to the rumors swirling around the forums today for a wealthy young master. The demon god continent was merely entertainment to pass time. He had no access to the game's core secrets, nor did he bother wasting energy browsing forum posts. In his eyes, this game was at most a bit more realistic than usual, nothing more. But no matter how simple the game was, it couldn't stop him from instantly recognizing the stunning figure before him, Su Yao, a graduate student at Qingting University. He had glimpsed her from afar at campus events before, and that breathtakingly beautiful face had been deeply etched into his memory. Calling her his goddess wouldn't be an exaggeration. Who could have imagined that this goddess would suddenly appear here? What made it even more mortifying was that Wang Duojin was currently being held up in midair by Lin Yu like a helpless chick. If he could have broken free, he would have crawled into the nearest hole. Losing face like this in front of his goddess was nothing short of social suicide. After his face flushed red to his ears, he finally glared at Lin Yu in embarrassed fury, shouting through gritted teeth, "Let me go right now." Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with more words and flicked his wrist, tossing him to the ground. Wang Duojin, completely unprepared, crashed down with a thud in a humiliating faceplant. His nose pressed against the dirt in utter disgrace. Having vented his frustration, Lin Yu felt satisfied the rest would just require cooperating with Su Yao, no need for further torment. Wang Duojin shakily scrambled to his feet, not bothering to dust off his clothes before shooting Lin Yu a venomous glare, then plastering on a professionally charming smile as he rushed toward Su Yao. "Senior Xiao, you've misunderstood. I was just joking around earlier. This is a civilized society, after all, and the Wang family only conducts legitimate business who never bully anyone." As he explained, his gaze remained glued to Xiao Zhao's face. Her beauty aside, just the title Miss of the Xiao family was enough to make him wary. However, his eager smile hit an iceberg. Xiao Zhao didn't even spare him a peripheral glance, walking straight past him to Lin Yu and asking gently, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Lin Yu shrugged, looking as relaxed as if he'd just finished a tutorial level. Forget one Wang Duojin. He could handle 10 more without breaking a sweat. This scene left the surrounding players, including Tang Sung, collectively petrified. Wang Duojin being snubbed was one thing, but Xiao Zhao's attitude toward Lin Yu was utterly bizarre. She was the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, one of China's top 10 families. How could she be actively showing concern for someone who appeared to have no background whatsoever? Ling Xin was equally stunned, her gaze darting between Lin Yu and Xiao Zhao as an indescribable feeling stirred in her heart. She truly hadn't expected that the two knew each other, and quite well at that. The person with the most complicated feelings in the scene was undoubtedly Wang Duojin. His goddess treated him as if he were invisible, yet chatted warmly with someone he considered a country bumpkin. The feeling was worse than being slapped in public. When he remembered that the girl he was currently dating was not only Lin Yu's ex, but had also caused a jealous scene in front of him today over that bitch, the breath caught in his chest. His face darkened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. However, Xiao Xiao paid no attention to what others were thinking. She swept her gaze across the crowd before finally fixing her eyes on Wang Duojin, who stood frozen in place, and said coldly, "You're Wang Duojin, right? I don't care what grudge you have against Lin Yu, but Lin Yu is my friend now. If you want to go after him, you're going against the Xiao family." Her voice paused briefly before she added an even sharper remark. "If you're thinking of making moves behind the scenes, I wouldn't mind seeing someone else take the position of Qing City's wealthiest." As her words landed, the air seemed to be sucked out of the space instantly, leaving only a series of sharp intakes of breath. The crowd displayed a mix of emotion, shock, speculation, all intertwining on their faces, nearly exploding into chaos. The relationship between Xiao Xiao and Lin Yu was now completely out in the open, especially that comment about replacing the wealthiest, which made people wonder, what exactly was their relationship that she would risk offending the Wang family? Ling Xin instinctively turned to look at Lin Yu, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Meanwhile, the handsome young man who had been standing behind Xiao Xiao's and also showed a slight change in expression. Since he could remember, he had never seen his elder sister stand up for anyone like this. Puzzled, he focused his attention on Lin Yu, trying to figure out what was so special about this man. While everyone was stunned, Wang Duojin's expression grew even uglier. Not only had Xiao Xiao ignored him, but now he was being threatened in front of everyone. His chest churned as if he had swallowed a fly. Being from a wealthy family, he forced a stiff smile and cupped his hands, saying, "Senior, you jest. Lin Yu and I just had a misunderstanding. Since you've spoken up, Lin Yu and I will naturally bury the hatchet from now on. I have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further." With that, he hurriedly left with Tang Sung, Shi Tu Ai Piao Ro, and the others. His departing figure seemed composed, but the glance he shot back at Lin Yu was so cold it almost seemed tangible. If not for Lin Yu, he would never have been reduced to such embarrassment. Lin Yu naturally noticed that venomous look, but didn't take it to heart. Wang Duojin wouldn't dare cause trouble again in the short term, and he just needed to use this buffer period to grow stronger, then he'd have no more worries. After Wang Duojin's group completely disappeared, Lin Yu turned to Xiao Xiao and said earnestly, Senior Xiao, thank you so much for this. If you ever need anything in the future, Lin Yu will not hesitate to help. You said it yourself, so you can't go back on your word. Xiao Xiao's expression instantly softened, and she smiled slightly, completely different from her earlier coldness. Lin Yu scratched his head and somewhat awkwardly introduced Ling Xian. Her name is Ling Xian. She's my best friend. Hello, Senior Xiao. Ling Xian nodded politely. Hello, Junior Ling Xian. Xiao Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to look at the young man in mage attire beside her. Junior Lin Yu, this is my younger brother Xiao Zhan. He's the one who obtained this dungeon. Hello. Lin Yu proactively extended his hand. His memories from his previous life told him that Xiao Zhan was extremely loyal to Xiao Xiao and had once taken a fatal blow for her during family infighting, so his impression of him was quite good. Hello. Xiao Zhan also smiled and shook hands. With the conflict resolved, Xiao Xiao restrained her smile and her tone became serious again. Now that things are settled, let's discuss the details of the dungeon. Hearing the word dungeon, Ling Xian tactfully stepped back. Senior Xiao, Lin Yu, you two talk. I'll go grind some monsters first, I won't disturb you. She waved to everyone and quickly left the scene without giving Lin Yu a chance to ask her to stay. With only 3 people remaining, Xiao Xiao looked at her brother. Xiao Zhan, share the dungeon information. Xiao Zhan nodded and concisely explained to Lin Yu. The quest is called Abyss Trial, with 3 difficulty levels, Hard, Hell, and Abyss. Each difficulty has 7 stages. Clear all stages to get the final reward. You can challenge it solo or in a team, with a total of 3 attempts. And the final reward was a hidden class transfer scroll. A hidden class transfer scroll? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu's expression instantly shifted between light and shadow. Hidden classes were exceedingly rare throughout the entire game, and every awakened player who possessed one was extraordinarily talented with terrifying power. In his previous life, he had witnessed a player who awakened as a blazing sun knight. That person could directly absorb sunlight and convert it into combat power, sweeping across an entire battlefield in just a few minutes. The memory still sent chills down his spine. However, the Abyss Trial that Xiao Zhan mentioned had never appeared in Lin Yu's memories. There were no public records, nor had anyone ever mentioned it. It was clearly a brand new dungeon with no available strategy guides. What made it even more enticing was the 3 challenge attempts setting attached to the dungeon. Since we have 3 chances, why don't we try the most difficult Abyss mode directly? Lin Yu looked toward the Xiao siblings, his tone steady. He had always believed in high risk for high reward, especially when failure would allow them to downgrade and try again. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Zhan showed some embarrassment, his gaze drifting toward his sister. Junior Lin Yu, the dungeon does indeed have 3 chances, but Xiao Zhan has already used up 2 of them, Xiao Xiao said helplessly. Only 1 chance left? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, quickly calculating in his mind. If all 3 attempts were available, he could still scout first before deciding. Now they could only go all in. Tell us about the first 2 attempts in detail, so we can assess the difficulty, Xiao Xiao asked on Lin Yu's behalf. Xiao Zhan nodded and recalled. I tried both Abyss difficulty and Hell difficulty. To summarize, the boss on the final floor of Abyss mode is equivalent to a bronze tier boss 10 levels higher than the challenger. Hell difficulty is a bronze tier boss 5 levels higher. With our 3-person team strength, Hell mode shouldn't be a problem, but Abyss mode is questionable. At this point, he turned his gaze toward Lin Yu. After all, the other party had only just barely defeated a level 15 Berserk Treant King today, and the process had been quite strained, making it difficult to place all their hopes on him. Understanding his meaning, Xiao Xiao also looked toward Lin Yu. What are your thoughts? Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then raised his head with firm resolve. I want to try Abyss mode. He had confidence. His defense had now broken through 1,000, and from his past memories, a level 20 bronze tier boss's basic attack was only around 400. Even if it triggered Berserk mode, it likely wouldn't exceed 500. He could definitely withstand it. Xiao Zhan instinctively frowned. Isn't this too risky? If we fail, we'll lose our chance. Xiao Xiao looked deeply at Lin Yu, then made the decision. Since Lin Yu is confident, we'll choose Abyss mode. She understood Lin Yu's character. If he wasn't certain, he would never make such a rash decision. After all, Lin Yu was someone who had survived that disaster. He would never act without purpose. So she chose to believe without hesitation. This. Xiao Zhan's eyes flickered, clearly still harboring concerns, but under his sister Xiao Zhao's non-negotiable gaze, he could only nod. Sister, then please form the team. Since Xiao Zhan and Lin Yu weren't friends yet, he couldn't directly form a team, so Xiao Xiao had to handle it. With a casual tap, the 3 names immediately gathered into the same team list. Once the team was confirmed, Xiao Zhan immediately launched the dungeon. Ding! Attention, your teammate, Yu Jiang, who has opened the hidden dungeon, Abyss Trial Challenge Mode team. Your teammate has selected challenge difficulty, Abyss mode. Please prepare. As the system notification ended, a brilliant golden light swept down from above, and the 3 figures vanished instantly. When their vision refocused, They found themselves in pitch-black darkness where they couldn't see their own hands. There was no sunlight whatsoever. The only light source came from a black iron tower about 100 meters tall ahead of them. Dark mist churned around them, scattered bones littered the ground, and the atmosphere was cold and sinister. This is the Abyss Trial Dungeon. Xiao Zhan raised his hand and cast a small fireball spell. The firelight dispersed the black mist at their feet, revealing the tower's silhouette. The target is that 7-story tower ahead. Time is tight. Let's hurry through the challenges. Xiao Xiao nodded. Lin Yu's account only had less than 2 hours of online time left today, so they had to race against time. The three rushed along the gravel path to the tower's base. The tower's bronze gate was tightly shut. Xiao Zhan took out a runic plate and pressed it against the door's center. The runes lit up, and amid deep rumbling sounds, the gate slowly opened. Stepping inside the tower, the first-floor hall was slightly brighter than outside, yet the space was even more expansive. The first 3 floors only have regular mobs. Just watch the aggro distribution, and clearing them shouldn't be a problem. As soon as Xiao Zhan finished speaking, the hall floor suddenly trembled, shaking dust loose. Lin Yu saw numerous ghostly green light points flickering in the darkness. Moments later, a group of undead creatures charged out. Undead soldier regular mob level 8. HP 36003-600. Attack 92. Defense 66. Skill Iron Skin. Description: Gatekeeper minions of the Abyss Trial Hall, thick-skinned and tough. The undead soldiers' stats weren't particularly impressive, but there were 20 to 30 of them. Lin Yu glanced at the mass of dark enemy silhouettes. When I soloed before, there were only 10. The difficulty definitely increases with team mode. Xiao Zhan frowned. Let's fight. We still have 6 more floors to clear. Xiao Zhao's voice was cold and clear. As her words fell, her figure vanished as if erased by an invisible hand. The next second, she appeared behind the frontmost undead soldier, her dagger cutting through the air. 544. A bright red damage number exploded in the darkness. This was Lin Yu's first time seeing Xiao Xiao in action, and he was slightly shocked. That wasn't stealth. She hadn't changed classes yet, so she couldn't possibly learn stealth, and stealth didn't have this kind of instant teleportation effect. Either was this teleportation? Seeing Xiao Zhao's movements, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown, somewhat surprised. Teleportation is an absolutely terrifying skill, especially at higher levels where teleporting hundreds of meters becomes effortless. This skill is practically the nemesis of ranged, fragile classes like archers. To think that this opponent had even mastered such an S-rank skill truly worthy of being a reborn player. Lin Yu's heart trembled, but his body moved without hesitation. His sword blade shot upward as he instantly charged into the battle circle. Immediately, crimson damage numbers exploded above the undead soldiers' heads. 601, 455, 555. Accompanied by Lin Yu's heavy slashing sounds and system notifications, Xiao Zhan raised his hand to begin chanting. Deep blue magical energy gathered at the tip of his staff, forming several fireballs that thundered toward the enemy group. With one leading the charge and the other providing support, the battle instantly became one-sided. As a level 10 mage equipped with decent gear, Xiao Zhan's flame explosions intertwined with the whooshing sounds of Lin Yu's longsword, delivering damage output nearly matching Lin Yu's own. Lin Yu held the front line steadily, his heavy armor sparking under the nearly 100-point attacks from the undead soldiers, yet they failed to tear even the slightest gap in his health bar. In less than a few minutes, all 30 undead soldiers were completely cleared, their shattered bones scattered across the ground. No wonder Sister values him so highly. This Lin Yu truly has some skill, Xiao Zhan muttered quietly, his mind churning with amazement. His previous understanding of Lin Yu had come only from Xiao Zhao's brief remarks, which he had always doubted, especially when Xiao Xiao had offended the Wang family of Qing City for Lin Yu's sake. He had questioned Lin Yu's worth even more. But witnessing it firsthand, Lin Yu dealing 600 damage with a single sword strike while retreating unharmed from a swarm of undead minions, all his doubts instantly vanished, replaced by genuine admiration from the bottom of his heart. Is this really the kind of stats an 8th level player should have? Xiao Zhan marveled silently, the intense shock filling him with confidence for the upcoming challenges. Let's go to the next stage, Lin Yu said, gripping his longsword tightly as he glanced at the teleportation array in the center of the empty hall before turning to Xiao Xiao. Since they had already cleared the first stage, there was no need to waste more time. Besides, he was filled with anticipation for the challenges ahead. The second and third floors were still filled with ordinary monsters. Although their stats were considerably stronger, under the coordinated teamwork of Lin Yu's trio, they were still cut down like vegetables. In less than half an hour, they had cleared their way through, and as the teleportation pillar flashed, the three stepped into the 4th floor. The moment they landed, a subtle yet unmistakable sense of oppression hit them, causing Lin Yu's heart to skip a beat. The enemies on this floor were clearly no longer the cannon fodder they could casually dispatch before. Xiao Zhan recalled previous dungeon records and whispered a reminder. Starting from the 4th floor, we'll face elite monsters. Based on experience, there should be 6 of them this time. After their coordination through the first 3 floors, the 3 responded with unspoken understanding. Lin Yu gripped his sword of light tightly, while Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zhan took their positions, quietly waiting for the monsters to spawn. Within moments, 6 streams of ghostly green flames gathered in the distant. 6 towering undead captains materialized, wielding spears that gleamed with cold light, their bone armor creaking ominously. Undead Captain Elite, level 10. HP, 18, 50018, 500. Energy, 250,250. Attack, 170. Defense, 80. Skills, Iron Skin, Spear Slash. Description, Squad Captain of the Abyss Trial, with respectable combat prowess. Comparing these stats to the fodder from the previous 3 floors, they were nearly on par with the Ghost Scorpion King, making Lin Yu secretly gasp in amazement. Xiao Xiao quickly scanned the attribute panel and issued orders in a low voice. Lin Yu draws aggro. Xiao Zhan and I coordinate our burst damage. With the command given, Lin Yu charged forward first. His sword of light traced several brilliant arcs. 512, 513, 512. 3 consecutive heavy strikes landed on the skull of the frontmost undead. All 6 undead captains roared in fury and turned their spears toward him in unison, their hatred instantly locked onto Lin Yu. Miss, miss, miss. The spears struck his armor repeatedly, but were completely negated by blocks and dodges. Taking advantage of this opening, Xiao Zhao's figure flickered, her entire body seeming to merge with the shadows. When she reappeared, she had already darted behind one of the undead captains, her ghost scorpion dagger flashing with cold light. 447. Bone armor fragments scattered as the undead captain's health bar was significantly chunked down. Simultaneously, Xiao Zhan completed his incantation in the distance, and a massive fireball crashed thunderously into the cluster of undead. 286. 286. 284. Scorching flames engulfed all 6 skeletal frames at once. The devastating area effect power of mages was fully displayed in this moment, but it also exposed their vulnerability. Without someone to tank damage, they would crumble upon being approached. For this reason, mage and archer classes were jokingly called rich man's professions in the game, as they were unplayable without teammates for protection. With Lin Yu serving as an impenetrable wall in front, Xiao Zhan had no worries and unleashed 3 consecutive fireballs followed by a flamestorm. Xiao Xiao relied on her high mobility to continuously strike from the flanks, each flash of her dagger steadily draining hundreds of health points. In less than 10 minutes, the 6 undead captains that would normally give regular players headaches crashed to the ground, their white bones scattered across the floor. Unfortunately, killing monsters in dungeons didn't grant experience points, otherwise Lin Yu would have easily reached level 9. As for the 5th and 6th floors, they were also filled with elite-level monsters. Although the creature's attributes had increased dramatically, with the 6th floor's undead commander matching the attack and defense stats of the previous Berserk Treant King, Lin Yu, Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Zhan worked together seamlessly and cleared the floor in just half an hour. In the center of the 6th floor's Great Hall, when the teleportation pillar, symbolizing the next level, blazed to life, all 3 were drawn to the brilliant white radiance, unable to hide their excitement. Just one more floor to conquer, and the hidden class change manual would be theirs. Brother Yu, should we go straight in, or rest for a bit first? Xiao Zhan gripped his weapon, glanced back at the teleportation array, then quickly turned his gaze to Lin Yu. In their brief time together, he had been completely won over by Lin Yu's abilities, not only bypassing his sister Xiao Xiao to seek his opinion, but even changing how he addressed him to Brother Yu. Sensing her brother's anticipation, Xiao Xiao also looked toward Lin Yu. After the previous battles, Lin Yu had clearly become the backbone of their trio. Let's go straight in. Lin Yu drew his sword of light, the blade pointing downward, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. I only have an hour of online time left, so we need to push through in one go. The 7th floor's strength was unknown, and he couldn't afford to take risks. If his time ran out, and he was forced to log off, he could only watch helplessly. Based on Xiao Zhan's experience challenging Hell Mode, there was a massive power gap between the 7th and 6th floors. Now that the 6th floor's undead commander was already comparable to the Berserk Treant King, the 7th floor boss's strength was beyond question. With their decision made, the 3 no longer hesitated and stepped together into the teleportation array where light patterns surged. Buzz the familiar humming swept past their ears. Their vision went black, their bodies felt weightless, and the slight dizziness that followed vanished the moment they landed. Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked around. The 7th floor space was noticeably smaller than the previous floors, only about the size of a basketball court. At the front of the Great Hall sat a completely transparent crystal coffin, flanked by 2 bronze statues' wings spread wide, serpent heads on human bodies, with clearly defined scale patterns. Apart from these, there was nothing else. The entire hall was so quiet it seemed even the air had stopped moving. The eerie silence made all three frown involuntarily. Could the final boss be inside that coffin? Xiao Zhan swallowed hard, staring at the still crystal coffin and lowering his voice. After waiting for a long time, the spacious hall still showed no sign of the boss appearing. You two wait here, I'll go take a look. After a moment's consideration, Lin Yu made his decision. With the situation unclear, it was safest for him to scout ahead. The Xiao siblings were both squishy classes with less than 600 health points, and if the boss suddenly appeared, they could easily be killed instantly. Under their watchful eyes, Lin Yu moved forward with sword in hand, his footsteps particularly clear in the silent space. As he approached the crystal coffin, he suddenly frowned. Through the crystalline walls, everything was visible at a glance. Because inside the crystal coffin there was absolutely nothing, it was completely empty. However, just as Lin Yu was about to examine whether the two bronze statues beside the crystal coffin concealed any hidden mechanisms, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly swept past him from behind. Almost by instinct, he jerked his head up and shouted a warning to the Xiao siblings not far away. Watch out. Whoosh. Before his words could fully escape, a dark shadow had already pounced behind Xiao Zhan. It was a diminutive undead dwarf with a twisted face, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. 1498. The terrifying red numbers exploded above Xiao Zhan's head like a black hole devouring his health bar. In the next moment, before Xiao Zhan could even let out a scream, his entire form dissolved into a burst of white light. While being killed in a dungeon wouldn't cause level loss, the system would forcibly teleport the player out. To clear the dungeon, one had to survive until the end. A stealth assassin. Lin Yu's scalp tingled with dread. Xiao Zhan had been killed in a single strike? Xiao Zhao's expression changed drastically as she immediately cast teleport, her figure flashing to appear beside Lin Yu. She stared intently at the dwarf undead, her gaze equally grave. Undead assassin bronze boss. Level 20. Health 880,008,8000. Energy 750,750. Attack 720. Defense 108. Critical rate 10. Skills: Stealth, Undead Strike, Extreme Speed. Description: the final guardian of the Abyss Trial, whose true identity and power remain a mystery to this day. Over 700 attack. Lin Yu stared at the 720 figure on the status panel, his brow furrowing sharply. Such stats would be considered top tier even among level 20 monsters, and against players not yet level 10, it was nothing short of a dimensional crushing. Fortunately, the enemy lacked any berserk skills, which provided him with a slight measure of relief. Otherwise, with his current strength, clearing this dungeon would be extremely difficult. Lin Yu, what should we do now? The stone floor was shrouded in chilling mist as Xiao Xiao looked up at the grotesquely featured undead assassin across from them. Her fingers unconsciously tightened as her voice carried a gravity even heavier than the fog itself. This opponent was clearly far more formidable than she had initially estimated. Passing this challenge would be nearly impossible. The undead assassin possessed a terrifying attack power exceeding 700 points. A single touch would mean certain death for her, and even Lin Yu wouldn't fare well. Earlier that morning, when they had joined forces to defeat the Berserk Treant King, that boss had only around 700 defense points. Now they faced an enemy with high attack, agility, and health far surpassing ordinary monsters. Even working together, she and Lin Yu would need over 100 strikes to whittle down its health bar, while the undead assassin could kill her with one blow and finish off Lin Yu in just a few hits. Moreover, assassins excelled at evasion and stealth, making it stand still for a beating was impossible. In other words, she couldn't see any chance of victory in this battle. Step back for now. Let me give it a try. Lin Yu's voice remained as calm as still water, unruffled by the undead assassin's fierce presence. At this moment, his defense had broken through 1,000 points. The opponent's 700-plus attack would deal at most 20 damage to him, or 50 on a critical hit. With nearly 1,700 health points, even if the undead assassin landed critical hits with every strike, it would take over 30 blows to bring him down. With careful play, this undead assassin wasn't insurmountable. His mind made up, he suddenly leaped forward, his sword of light gleaming coldly as it struck toward the undead assassin. Before the blade could land, the assassin used its explosive speed to retreat, leaving Lin Yu striking empty air. Truly worthy of an assassin. The moment he landed, Lin Yu was inwardly startled. The opponent's reaction speed was far faster than he had anticipated. However, his surprise lasted only an instant before the undead assassin ghosted behind him, its dagger whistling through the air with a sharp whoosh. 19. Bright white damage numbers floated above Lin Yu's head, barely scratching his massive health pool. The undead assassin was clearly stunned. 720 attack power couldn't even break through Lin Yu's defense. Not only was the assassin bewildered, but Xiao Xiao, watching from the side, was equally dumbfounded. Lin Yu's ability to tank the undead assassin's attack with virtually no damage meant his defense had surpassed 1,000 points. Just this morning, Lin Yu's defense had been only around 600. A 400-point increase in mere hours was absolutely staggering. After the initial shock, the dimness in Xiao Zhao's eyes vanished completely. Replaced by barely contained excitement, it seemed that offending the Wang family today hadn't been such a loss after all. Lin Yu didn't notice her emotional shift. Seizing the undead assassin's moment of stunned confusion, he immediately thrust his sword of light backward, its edge aimed directly at the opponent's chest. 452. Crimson numbers splashed forth as the undead assassin endured the pain and swiftly rolled backward, once again creating distance from Lin Yu and causing his follow-up combo attacks to miss entirely. What a slippery fish. Seeing his attacks whiff again, Lin Yu's brow furrowed. This undead assassin was indeed quite troublesome, not only incredibly fast, but also remarkably cunning. The enemy's form flickered like a phantom, with daggers dancing between its fingers, ready to deliver a backstab at any moment. Yet Lin Yu showed no signs of retreat. He understood clearly that an assassin's greatest assets were speed and stealth, but assassins also feared thick-skinned warriors. Once their one-hit kill was blocked, they often found themselves in a deadlock. Lin Yu's confidence stemmed from his defense rating of over 1,000 points. As long as the undead assassin didn't trigger critical hits, it would need nearly 100 strikes to kill him with basic attacks. Meanwhile, he only needed to rely on his continuous damage reflection and his own attacks, plus Xiao Zhao's support, to wear down his opponent within 100 or so exchanges. Combined with Xiao Zhao's expertise as a kiting master, with her teleportation and spells, this battle wasn't without hope. With this in mind, Lin Yu took a deep breath and activated his damage reflection skill first. Since he couldn't reach his target, he'd wait for the rabbit by the tree, let the enemy come to him. However, while his plan was sound in theory, reality made him frown. In just a few minutes, the undead assassin only made a few probing attacks. Upon discovering that its strikes barely scratched Lin Yu's health bar while suffering over 200 points of reflected damage, it immediately backed off, no longer attacking actively, instead lurking in the distant shadows. What a clever bastard. Lin Yu stared at the figure half melded with the darkness, feeling speechless. Is this really a wild monster? It's way too cunning. The tree spirits and werewolves he'd encountered before weren't nearly this intelligent. Xiao Xiao quietly moved to Lin Yu's side, lowering her voice. Lin Yu, it seems to have realized your defense is too high and decided not to engage. What should we do? If this drags on, we'll fail due to insufficient online time. Losing because of such a stalemate would be truly frustrating. Lin Yu remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly looked up with unprecedented seriousness. Senior Xiao, I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. His trump card was a taunt skill that lasted 3 minutes. Given their current level disadvantage, catching up to the undead assassin was nearly impossible. Only by forcing it to target him could they possibly win this tough battle. With his and Xiao Zhao's combined attack power, a coordinated strike could deal nearly 900 damage points. Combined with his absolute defense reflection, as long as the enemy's critical rate wasn't outrageous, they could grind through this. More importantly, while this undead assassin had incredible attack power and speed, it lacked berserk-type skills. If it had those, he might as well give up now. What? A 3-minute taunt? Xiao Xiao nearly gasped in shock, her eyes wide with amazement. Wouldn't that be every squishy character's nightmare? Now she finally understood why that berserk tree spirit had ignored her and charged straight at Lin Yu's skill was likely the culprit. Quickly regaining her composure, she nodded solemnly. No problem. You hold its attention, and I'll attack from the flank. Good. I'll taunt first. Then you must unleash everything you've got. We absolutely must finish this fight within 3 minutes. Lin Yu emphasized couldn't hold out much longer than that. As soon as he finished speaking, the two exchanged a knowing look. The next second, Xiao Zhao's figure suddenly melted into the darkness like dissipating mist. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. Taunt. In the stone hall of the 7th floor, Lin Yu finally turned his gaze toward the undead assassin nearby only after Xiao Zhao's figure had completely vanished into the darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of milky white light suddenly burst from his chest, transforming into a straight ray that precisely penetrated the undead assassin's body. The originally dim eye sockets were instantly filled with crimson red, and the undead assassin, like a wild beast with broken chains, lunged straight at Lin Yu, stabbing repeatedly with its dagger. 19. 212. Reflect damage 2.6. 19. 213. Reflect damage 2.6. With each metallic pierce into flesh, bright red numbers flashed above both Lin Yu and the undead assassin's heads, as if the very air was permeated with glaring blood. Lin Yu didn't retreat at all, gripping his sword of light tightly and striking back. 452. 452. What a terrifying taunt skill. Xiao Xiao, lurking in the shadows, gasped in shock. If that beam of light had hit her, she would have almost no chance of breaking free. Her amazement lasted only an instant before she rushed forward, her ghost scorpion dagger gleaming coldly as she stabbed mercilessly at the undead assassin. 413. 413. The three combatants clashed frantically, sparks flying from the collision of blades and swords. Lin Yu and Xiao Xiao knew they had only 3 minutes left on the countdown, so their attacks were particularly ruthless, almost striking sparks from their weapons. The undead assassin, bound by the taunt, showed no weakness in its offensive, its frenzied dagger causing Lin Yu's chest to surge with blood. The demon continent emphasized realism. Above all, damage values weren't just jumping red numbers, but came with genuine pain. This was why Lin Yu had maxed out his defense points at the beginning in his previous life. Damn it, this guy's luck is way too good. He's landed so many critical hits. As time passed, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grim. The undead assassin's critical hit rate had absurdly surged to over 20 in recent rounds. With his remaining 200 plus health points, he could withstand at most 10 more strikes. He did still have the Spring of Light healing skill, but its recovery of less than 2 points per second was practically negligible. The opponent's health bar still showed 16,000 remaining. To completely defeat it, Lin Yu would need to land at least 20 more sword strikes. Judging from the attribute panel, this floor was clearly more perilous than promising. Senior Xiao Xiao, I'm afraid we're done for this time. With my current health, I can only take about 10 more hits at most. Lin Yu warned grimly, his gaze heavy. Though he had occasionally triggered critical hits before, the probability was too low. Didn't dare stake victory on luck. Having played all his trump cards, he was now at his wit's end. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's expression darkened as well. If they failed at this final moment, she absolutely could not accept it. After all, this was their last chance. After a brief silence, Xiao Xiao raised her head to meet Lin Yu's gaze, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Yu, I'm about to unleash my forbidden skill. It can deal roughly 8,000 damage to the undead assassin. I'll be forced to exit the dungeon due to life burn, so the rest is up to you. With those words, she said no more. Inside the stone hall, a layer of crimson exploded from within her body, viscous and blazing hot, spreading rapidly like ignited blood. In an instant, shock waves erupted outward with her at the center, compressing the surrounding air and producing a deep, resonant hum. Even standing outside the attack range, Lin Yu felt his skin burn from the violent energy. 10 paths of reincarnation kill. With a fierce shout, Xiao Xiao transformed into a crimson tornado, sweeping up debris and dust as she charged straight at the undead assassin. Thud! A heavy impact echoed through the hall as the stone wall at the back was violently cracked. The undead assassin was blasted away by the tornado and embedded into the wall. 8,832. The bright red damage number appeared above its head. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his heart tightening. The undead assassin had extremely high defense, yet this kind of damage showed just how terrifying 10 paths of reincarnation truly was. Even he might not survive such an attack. As the energy dissipated, Xiao Xiao's health bar instantly emptied. She looked at Lin Yu one last time, her voice hoarse but clear. Lin Yu, it's up to you now. With those final words, her figure dissolved into particles of light and disappeared, officially exiting the dungeon. Senior Xiao, Lin Yu's expression darkened. To create an opportunity for him, Xiao Xiao had chosen to sacrifice herself. The situation became crystal clear. Undead assassin's remaining health 5,300. Lin Yu's current health 152. By this calculation, he could survive at most 8 more normal attacks, assuming the undead assassin didn't trigger any critical hits. To kill his opponent, he needed to deal at least 7 more instances of damage, including 7 instances of reflected damage to himself. In other words, if the undead assassin landed even 1 critical hit, Lin Yu would surely lose. The taunt effect Xiao Xiao left behind was still active, and the undead assassin dragged its nearly destroyed body forward once more. Unlike its previously cold, emotionless expression, its face was now twisted with rage, its voice hoarse and vicious. Boy, I advise you to stop now. Killing me brings you no benefit, and the price is more than you can bear. This was the first time it had spoken since entering the 7th floor. With its health dropping below 1, it clearly recognized the real threat. Then let me see exactly what that price is. Completely ignited by Xiao Xiao's sacrifice, Lin Yu pulled out a skill book with a dark red cover, his knuckles clenched tight as he crushed it. Invincible Fury, activate. Light exploded as violent patterns appeared across his body. This was the crank's skill book, Invincible Fury, that had dropped after defeating the Ghost Scorpion King. It could temporarily boost attack power by 50 for 30 seconds. Originally, Lin Yu hadn't planned to learn this skill's kill slots were limited, and the skill level was too low, but now, with Xiao Xiao choosing to sacrifice herself by unleashing the forbidden technique to create this precious opportunity for reversal, he no longer had any reason to sit back and wait. The moment Invincible Fury activated, red light surged from Lin Yu's body as his stats skyrocketed. His attack power shot up from 456 to 684. Almost simultaneously, his sword of light sliced through the air as he struck the undead assassin without hesitation. 922. A damage number nearly double his previous attacks exploded above the undead assassin's head. The sudden surge of pain made the creature's expression twist in fury as it roared. Boy, you'll absolutely regret killing me. The curse of the undead god will make your fate 10 times, 100 times worse than mine. Lin Yu paid no heed, maintaining steady footwork as his sword of light rose and fell in continuous strikes. Sword light crisscrossed, precisely hitting the same vital point. 922, 922, 922. Crimson numbers appeared in rapid succession. The undead assassin's fear transformed into madness before it finally exploded with a thunderous bang in its final roar, dissolving into scattered undead dust throughout the stone hall. At the center of the explosion, a crown-like item floated quietly in midair. Ding! You have slain the undead assassin. Since you are in a dungeon, you cannot gain experience points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first clear of the hidden dungeon, Abyss Trial, on Abyss mode. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Lin Yu decisively chose to go public. Team mode announcements only displayed the team leader's username, which wouldn't affect him. Instead, he could use Xiao Xiaoran's name to attract player attention to the shop. Why not? Ding! Congratulations to player Xiao Xiaoran for completing the first clear of the hidden dungeon, Abyss Trial, on Abyss mode. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Ding! Congratulations to player Xiao Xiaoran for completing the first clear of the hidden dungeon, Abyss Trial, on Abyss mode. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Holy crap, someone actually cleared a hidden dungeon? And on Abyss mode too, that's absolutely terrifying. An Abyss mode hidden dungeon? The rewards must be insane. Quick, I need to log off and post this on the forums. This will definitely get over 100 million clicks. Xiao Xiaoran, the one ranked second on the leaderboard? Truly terrifying indeed. The server-wide announcement echoed across the skies of Divine Demon Continent, like a bell, instantly causing all players to explode with excitement. Even ordinary dungeons were as rare as mythical beasts in the early stages of the game. Only 3 had been triggered so far, let alone hidden dungeons. Now, Xiao Xiaoran had not only triggered one, but also cleared it on the highest difficulty Abyss mode, igniting emotions across the entire server and immediately setting major guilds and families into motion. At the first-tier main city, Dark Moon City, the plains outside the city basked in bright sunlight. Xiahou Qingqing stood among the emerald waves of grass, commanding her 3-turtle summoned creature, Explosive Flying Bear, to sweep through monster groups. Hearing the announcement, her delicate brow furrowed slightly. She knew all too well what a hidden dungeon represented, resources that would determine future power dynamics. What a formidable Xiao Xiaoran. Even clearing Abyss mode, she said, her thin lips parting to release an icy voice. As a member of one of China's 10 great families, she understood better than ordinary players the connection between Divine Demon Continent and real-world interests. Xiao Xiaoran's rise could very well become a stumbling block on her path forward. As the thought flashed through her mind, Xiahou Qingqing raised her staff. The explosive flying bear suddenly leaped, its massive paw crashing down and instantly crushing a level 15 elite monster into pulp, blood splattering onto the wild grass with steaming heat. Any bystander witnessing this would surely feel their scalp tingle. That monster could have given most players a headache for hours. After cleaning up, she gazed into the distance and murmured to herself, I need to have the family intensify their search for hidden dungeons. Currently, she led in levels thanks to her divine tier summoning arts, but as the game progressed, opportunities would gradually fall to other players. Today's Xiao Xiaoran was proof of that. Relying solely on her current advantages wouldn't be nearly enough for her family to truly rise to power. Meanwhile, at the Xikong family estate in China, as the foremost of the 10 great families, the Xikong family's intelligence network spanned most of China and even half of the Blue Planet. Moments after the server announcement appeared, the news reached the current family head, Xikong Zhen. Who would have thought that girl from the Xiao family would have such fortune? Truly enviable, Xikong Zhen said, sitting behind his desk and tapping the surface with his finger, subtle ripples appearing on his normally composed square face. As one of China's most influential figures, he deeply understood the value of such an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to look at the suited man standing before his desk, his voice low but commanding. From today forward, keep close watch on that girl from the Xiao family. If we can discover what reward she obtained, that would be ideal. Yes, I'll handle it immediately. The suited man quickly responded, then withdrew from the room. Only when the room was left to himself did Xikong Zhen finally stand up and gaze out at the night through the window, murmuring, not long ago, that girl from the Xiao family obtained divine level summoning magic, and now this young lady from the Xiao family has cleared a hidden dungeon. The Xikong family can't afford to fall behind like this. It wasn't just the Xikong family feeling the pressure. As the server-wide announcement of Xiao clears abyss-level hidden dungeon spread, the entire nation of Hua was stirred into undercurrents by this news. While the surface remained calm, major families were frantically mobilizing resources behind the scenes, trying to claim their share in the coming storm. For everyone else, this was a bombshell, but for the Xiao siblings, it was more like a brilliant ray of light piercing straight to their hearts. In Newbie Village 331, campfires flickered under the night sky. The scrolling broadcast text and the massive golden characters in the air blazed together, so clear it was as if they exploded right beside their ears. Sister, brother, you really cleared the dungeon. Xiao Zhan reflexively rubbed his ears that had gone numb from the shock. After confirming he hadn't misheard, his whole body seemed injected with adrenaline as he turned to stare at Xiao Xiao beside him. For him, Lin Yu's first clear meant they too had a chance to access hidden classes. How could he not be excited? He really did it. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, trying to suppress the curve at the corner of her mouth. Though she maintained composure on the surface, the excitement in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Her judgment had been correct. Lin Yu was indeed the one who could shake up the situation. At this very moment, all the outside commotion had nothing to do with Lin Yu. He stood quietly before the altar at the end of the Abyss trial, his gaze fixed on the multicolored light particles constantly flickering in midair, a harbinger of the system's settlement interface about to descend. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to clear the Abyss mode Abyss trial dungeon. You have received experience 100, gold 100, free attribute points 100. S rank hidden class Shadow Assassin job change book 1. S rank hidden class Flame Archer job change book 1. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 9. Free attribute points 10. Golden light cascaded from above as the level 8 marker instantly shattered into glowing fragments, with a new 9 hovering overhead. Holy crap, 2 S rank hidden class job change books, and neither one suits me. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, then rubbed his forehead. Having lived 2 lives, his goal was set on divine level hidden classes. S rank was already beneath his notice. But now, after all that effort, he couldn't even use them himself, which was truly frustrating. Just as he was silently cursing his bad luck, another system notification interrupted his complaints. Ding! Since you are the sole survivor of the dungeon with contribution rate 60, you receive a special reward. Divine level skill soul chain 1 cannot be gifted. Lin Yu's breathing stopped. Then he was overcome with joy. An exclusive additional reward for the clearer, and it was a divine level skill. Without hesitation, he opened his skill panel. Soul chain passive skill. Quality, divine. Level, LV1. Effect 1. Form a soul contract with target, sharing attributes between both parties. Host benefit. Gain 10 of target's base 3-dimensional attributes, stackable excluding equipment and buff skills. Contractor benefit. Gain 2 of host's maximum base 3-dimensional attributes excluding equipment and buff skills. Effect 2. Contracted parties cannot betray the host. Current contract capacity, 0-1. Proficiency, 0-100. Upgrade requires skill book consumption. Damn, this skill is absolutely broken. Direct attribute sharing. Lin Yu gasped. As long as he contracted enough people, his attributes could grow exponentially. Not to mention the absolute constraint of cannot betray, allowing him to cultivate contractors into loyal servants devoted only to him. Defense could stack infinitely, and even if contractors only received 2, it would still be terrifying combat power. Thinking of this, his earlier frustration about the 2 S-rank job change books not being suitable instantly evaporated. Forget 2 books, she wouldn't trade this divine chain for even 10 S-rank job change books. Whoosh. However, just as Lin Yu was immersed in fantasies about the future, something strange happened. A gray light shot out from a corner of the altar. The gray crown left behind by the undead assassin he had killed earlier actually drilled into his brain at this moment. What the hell is going on? The sudden turn of events caught Lin Yu completely off guard. Just seconds ago, he had been absorbed in the system's reward interface, paying no attention to the crown-like metal object nearby that emanated an eerie black glow. In the next instant, the crown trembled slightly and transformed into a cold beam of light, piercing straight into his forehead without giving him any time to react. Boy, you dare to kill the heir I had chosen. Since that's the case, you shall take his place and become my new successor. An icy voice, carrying undeniable authority, suddenly exploded within his consciousness. Successor? Who exactly are you? Lin Yu instinctively frowned. Though his surroundings remained unchanged, he could clearly sense that the voice was entrenched deep within his soul. Obviously, it originated from the crown that had invaded his mind. He wasn't unfamiliar with artifact spirit plotlines from web novels, but experiencing it firsthand still made his scalp tingle. I am the undead Scourge Mordekaiser, the great god of death. The entity announced its identity with the arrogance of one proclaiming judgment. Undead Scourge Mordekaiser? Lin Yu's expression instantly darkened as memories flooded his mind like a tide. The undead Scourge, also known as the god of death, was the executioner most despised by all humanity in the history of the divine demon continent. For his own selfish gains, he slaughtered nearly half the continent's living beings, severely weakening the human race and allowing the demon race to rise to power. If not for this man, humanity wouldn't have suffered such devastating defeats, the Blue Star wouldn't have been affected, and his family from his previous life wouldn't have perished in the catastrophe. So you're the butcher who dragged the divine demon continent into the abyss? Lin Yu questioned coldly, his disgust unconcealed. Executioner. Mordekaiser scoffed with disdain. Isn't that exactly what you are? If not for you, how would the divine demon continent have fallen to its current state? Lin Yu's tone was ice cold. I only wanted to save the person I cared about. Is that wrong? The undead scourge's emotions suddenly flared, his voice reverberating through the consciousness. Lin Yu's tone remained calm yet sharp. Grievances have their sources and debts have their debtors, yet you made countless innocent people pay with their lives. I cannot accept this kind of salvation. He never claimed to be a saint, but he also couldn't accept the practice of massacring cities and destroying nations for personal desires. Regarding the deeds of the undead scourge Mordekaiser, Lin Yu was thoroughly familiar with them from his previous life. This man had once been the most brilliant genius of his era, breaking through to become a ninth-tier mage at merely 20 years old, making him an absolute legend of his time. He was once hailed as the only genius across the entire continent in nearly 10,000 years who could defeat the heavenly Tao and achieve godhood before the age of 50 through his own power. Heaven opened the gates of cultivation for Mordekaiser, yet carelessly shut the windows of emotion. While his cultivation progressed smoothly, his emotional life plunged into its darkest hour. His beloved Sophia was gravely injured and near death while experimenting to develop new magical skills. To save her, he frantically scoured the entire continent, crossing the storm mountains, traversing the endless desert seas, personally investigating even the faintest rumors. Finally, he heard that the holy spring of light possessed by the Church of Light had miraculous resurrection powers. So he carried the dying Sophia across thousands of miles to reach the holy city. However, the Pope coldly rejected his desperate pleas with a single phrase: the holy spring may be contaminated, declaring Sophia beyond salvation. With nowhere else to turn, Mordekaiser could only take desperate measures, employing necromantic magic that the world considered forbidden. Unfortunately, all efforts ended in failure, and Sophia passed away. Having lost his beloved, the light in his heart was completely extinguished, and all his hatred poured onto the Church of Light. From then on, he secluded himself in intense cultivation, breaking through to level 99 in just 10 years, becoming the first human in history to reach 9th-tier peak strength before age 30. On the day he emerged from seclusion, he tore open the void with necromantic arrays, summoning a million-strong undead army and marching directly toward the Church of Light. For the next 100 years, mountains of corpses and seas of blood covered the divine demon continent. City-states fell, forests burned, seas were shrouded in dark clouds, and the entire continent became a hellscape. Had several deities not descended with divine miracles at the critical moment, forcibly opening the heavenly gates to allow Mordekaiser to embark on the path to godhood, this land might have ceased to exist. It was precisely that battle that severely weakened humanity, allowing the long-dormant demon race to rise and seize dominance. This was the root of Lin Yu's disdain for the undead scourge Mordekaiser. Innocent. If these people hadn't stood by and watched her die, how would Sophia have perished? All of this was their own doing. Faced with Lin Yu's mockery, the rationality in Mordekaiser's eyes was consumed by rage, and cold laughter echoed through the ruins. Lin Yu, I never expected you to be unable to understand me. Since that's the case, if you call me a butcher, then let me fulfill your expectations and become the butcher in your heart. Why should I understand you? Lin Yu sneered in response. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed sharply and his voice suddenly stopped. Wait, how do you know my name? In the game's setting, any NP7 gods could only see players' usernames, not their real names. Yet Mordekaiser had called him by his actual name, sending chills down Lin Yu's spine. Had the other party seen through his true identity? However, just as Lin Yu was reeling in shock, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! You have been cursed by Mordekaiser, the god of the undead. You must destroy the newbie village where you are currently located within 3 days. Mission reward: divine tier talent, undead refinement arts. The system's cold notification still echoed through the Great Hall as the next message followed immediately. Failure penalty: endure the agony of the undead curse. Undead curse effect. Lose 1 of maximum health per second. Cannot be removed. Then, an even more thrilling message descended. Ding. You have received the blessing of Mordekaiser, the god of the undead. Your current attributes are multiplied by 5. The notification sound abruptly ceased, and the area before the massive stone throne instantly fell into deathly silence. The shadow-wreathed, overwhelmingly powerful undead calamity Mordekaiser, along with his gray mist emanating giant scythe, vanished completely, as if he had never arrived. Lin Yu stood quietly in place, his clenched knuckles white from exertion. His grim expression stemmed both from the curse itself and from Mordekaiser's playful whisper before departing. The entity had accurately called out his real name. What connection does he have with me? Lin Yu roared inwardly, then looked around. The hall was completely empty, offering no response. Damn it! His angry voice fell, but only cold silence echoed back. Lin Yu gritted his teeth. Mordekaiser had actually vanished. To figure out why this guy knew his identity, he'd probably have to wait until the mission was completed and submitted. Suppressing his rage, he quickly regained composure. The mission lay before him, and destroying the newbie village would be no easy task. According to his memories from his previous life, the newbie village alone had numerous NPCs above level 20, not to mention the village chief, who commanded the area with level 30 strength. A direct confrontation? The difficulty was obvious. Abandon the mission? Lin Yu immediately dismissed the idea. The undead curse drained one of maximum health per second in less than 2 minutes. The system would forcibly send him back to the fountain for revival. Forget leaving the newbie village. He couldn't even reach the entrance. Take it one step at a time. He sighed softly, raising his hand to his chest to feel the surging power attributes. The fivefold stats boost from the undead blessing, combined with his own divine skills like absolute defense, might just provide a glimmer of hope. At least had a full 3 days. A plan had to take shape immediately. Lin Yu took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the mottled blade marks and damaged bronze lamps on the stone walls. After confirming nothing was overlooked, he turned and headed toward the exit. Shaking his head, he had already compiled a long preparation list in his mind. Scout village defenses, divide the NPCs, stockpile burst items. Every step had to be precise down to the hour. With this thought, Lin Yu quickened his pace, his cloak stirring brief gusts of wind behind him. Now that he had cleared this area, there wasn't much point in staying here any longer. When Lin Yu exited the Abyss dungeon, Xiao and her brother had already been waiting at their original location for quite some time. Brother Yu. Seeing Lin Yu's figure reappear, Xiao rushed over like an ignited powder keg, his eyes practically blazing with excitement that could blind someone. The hero who cleared the dungeon, the teammate loaded with rewards. This excitement was impossible to contain. Xiao followed behind her brother with composed steps, smiling as she looked up. Junior Lin Yu. Thank you for your hard work in this dungeon. Mission accomplished. Lin Yu's tone was calm, though a faint shadow lingered on his face. Thinking of Mordekaiser left him unable to feel cheerful, but he didn't let his emotions show. Brother Yu, what about the clear rewards? Xiao rubbed his hands together, his voice heated with anticipation. After all, these were drops from a hidden dungeon in Abyss mode. Xiao also looked over, unable to hide the waves of emotion in her eyes. Meeting both their gazes, Lin Yu slowly spoke. Senior Xiao, these are the rewards from clearing the dungeon. As his words fell, he tossed 2 S-rank hidden class transfer books and 100 gold coins into the team's shared inventory. As for the extra attribute points and experience, he was powerless to share them. The system didn't allow transfers, so he could only keep them. And that personal divine tier reward soul chains was explicitly forbidden by the system to be gifted, so naturally, he didn't mention it. His 2 S-rank hidden class transfer books? Xiao's eyes widened, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Even the usually composed Xiao's chest rose and fell with excitement. As someone reborn, she knew all too well what S-rank hidden classes meant. They were only half a step below divine tier. She had guessed the rewards wouldn't be too shabby, but she truly hadn't expected them to reach this level. Sis, how do we distribute these? Xiao swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he wished he could immediately clutch both books to his chest. With these items, the Xiao family's rise in the divine demon continent was almost within reach. Lin Yu's gaze simultaneously fell on Xiao, quietly waiting for her response. With the divine tier skill soul chains in hand, he wasn't particularly invested in these 2 S-rank transfer books, but if the other party simply claimed them outright, he'd inevitably feel uncomfortable. Not wanting something himself, and others not offering it were 2 different matters. Xiao remained silent for a moment, then let out a soft breath. Although Xiao provided the dungeon, without Junior Lin Yu, you and I probably wouldn't have obtained these 2 S-rank transfer books. She looked up with a smile and said to Lin Yu, Junior Lin Yu, since we happen to have 2 transfer books, how about we each take one? As for the other rewards, Xiao didn't mention them since those gold coins were practically pocket change to her. She simply defaulted that small amount to Lin Yu's share. Without Lin Yu, their group wouldn't have gotten the gold coins, let alone the job transfer scrolls. The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere became subtly tense. Xiao stood frozen in place, clearly not expecting his sister to hand over an S-rank hidden class transfer scroll, so redelia treasure that countless factions would fight tooth and nail for. Though he couldn't understand her reasoning, he ultimately didn't voice any objection. After all, without Lin Yu, they never would have encountered such an item in the first place. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, equally surprised by Xiao's decisiveness. Who else could remain so composed upon seeing an S-rank transfer scroll? Not to mention this dungeon run was sponsored by the Xiao family. Xiao's boldness was truly remarkable. No wonder the Xiao family head had entrusted the business to her so early. Surprise aside, Lin Yu soon broke into a smile and cupped his hands respectfully. In that case, I'll graciously accept. He certainly wasn't foolish enough to refuse. While neither scroll suited him personally, One of them was perfect for Ling Xin. That girl had stood by his side unconditionally through 2 lifetimes, and he wouldn't ignore such loyalty. Junior Lin Yu, when you enter the main city tomorrow, don't forget to help me level up, Xiao Xiao said half-jokingly yet with a hint of seriousness as she watched him store the scrolls. Lin Yu was already level 9, and with his extraordinary combat prowess, entering the main city tomorrow was practically guaranteed. Hidden class quests were notoriously difficult, so having Lin Yu's assistance would certainly make things much easier. Senior Xiao Xiao, I have some personal matters to attend to these next few days, so I won't be able to enter the main city just yet. Lin Yu sighed helplessly. Xiao Xiao frowned slightly but didn't pry further, then smiled and said, then contact me once you reach the main city. She always knew her boundaries since Lin Yu chose not to elaborate. She wouldn't press for details. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the three settled on tomorrow's contact arrangements. Lin Yu checked his fatigue level on his personal panel, waved goodbye, and logged off in the newbie village's remaining online time was too limited to delay any further. Watching Lin Yu leave, Xiaozhan finally couldn't contain his curiosity. Sister, was giving that S-rank transfer scroll to Lin Yu really worth it? We could have compensated him in other ways. Xiaozhan, if you possessed absolute power, would you just stand by and watch someone forcibly take an S-rank transfer scroll from you? Xiao Zhao's tone remained calm, offering no further explanation. Xiao Zhan's expression froze as his mind replayed Lin Yu's nearly overwhelming performance in the dungeon. You mean if we had tried to forcibly reclaim those 2 scrolls, Lin Yu would have fought us? Xiao Xiao nodded noncommittally, her gaze following the direction of Lin Yu's departure as she added quietly. Moreover, his strength has grown even more since entering the dungeon. Even if I used 10 paths of reincarnation, I probably couldn't pose a real threat to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression, which had still carried traces of resentment, instantly became complicated. When Lin Yu logged out of the game, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night, and Ling Xin had already been offline for quite some time. Only a wall lamp was lit in the living room, and under the dim yellow light, Ling Xin sat cross-legged in the center of the soft sofa with a tablet glowing softly on her face. Hearing the gentle sound of the gaming pod opening, she looked up at Lin Yu as he emerged, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, did our gaming god successfully carry his little protege? Lin Yu paused mid-step, slightly stunned. This crazy woman was actually jealous? In his previous life, he had been madly in love with Su Yao, but that didn't mean he was unaware of Ling Xion's feelings for him. He had simply been too obsessed with Su Yao at the time and missed out on this precious bond. Now that he was reborn, he certainly wouldn't let the same regret happen again, but he couldn't be too obvious about it either. He simply walked closer a few steps and pretended to sniff around seriously. What's that smell in here? Did someone's vinegar jar tip over? Let me smell. Get lost. Your family's vinegar jar is the one that tipped over. Ling Xian pretended to raise her hand to swat at him, her palm whooshing through the air, but never actually landing. The two chased each other around, leaving the sofa cushions in complete disarray before finally settling down. Ling Xian patted the throw pillow he had wrinkled, her eyes full of amazement. Little Lin, how come I never noticed before that your gaming talent is so incredible? In her memory, Lin Yu had always been a gaming noob, but today's performance completely shattered her perception. Lin Yu wasn't just not a newbie, was a hidden master whose gorgeous gameplay even left her, a gaming addict, in the dust. Especially the scene where he boldly confronted Wang Duojin in front of everyone. Thinking back on it still made Ling Xian's heart race. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought she was dreaming. Crazy woman, there are plenty of things about me you don't know, Lin Yu said, straightening his collar that Ling Xian had messed up, rolling his eyes. You're so full of yourself. Ling Xian pouted, then suddenly remembered something and stared at him meaningfully. By the way, little Lin, how do you know Senior Xiao? Lin Yu had been living with her for a long time and had barely interacted with any other girls except Su Yao, yet now he seemed quite close to Xiao Xiao, which left Ling Xian completely puzzled. Just met her in the game, Lin Yu replied casually. Met in the game? It's only been 2 days, and she's already offending Wang Duojin for you. Ling Xian raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Lin Yu shrugged with a matter-of-fact expression. Can't help it, Wo told me to be so handsome and skilled. Ling Xian rolled her eyes speechlessly. Don't believe it if you don't want to. Lin Yu shrugged, too lazy to dwell on this topic, and simply changed the subject. By the way, crazy woman, what level are you now? I'm back to level 9. I should hit level 10 tomorrow and be able to enter the main city. At the mention of the game, Ling Xian immediately perked up. She had been killed once by Wang Duojin and lost a level, but fortunately her reflexes were fast enough to grind it back. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Maintaining such progress in the early stages was already quite impressive, especially considering Ling Xian had been set back once, which showed she really did have talent for this game. At this point, his expression suddenly became serious, his tone earnest. By the way, crazy woman, when you reach level 10 tomorrow, go straight to the main city. Don't delay. Since Lin Yu wasn't sure whether destroying the starter village would affect players, The safest approach was undoubtedly to have Ling Xian leave the starter village as soon as possible and head to the main city. Is it really that urgent? Ling Xian tucked her black hair behind her ear and looked at him with confusion. Just go ahead and enter. I definitely won't harm you. Lin Yu's expression remained calm, not mentioning that he was planning to destroy the starter village. Seeing this, Ling Xian could only nod. All right, though she didn't understand why. She trusted that Lin Yu had his reasons for everything he did. After a brief silence, she suddenly remembered something and grabbed Lin Yu's sleeve. Oh right, Xiao Linzi, what was your reward for clearing the dungeon? The forums are going crazy right now. The completion announcement for the Abyss Trial Dungeon was displayed in the most prominent position server-wide, with clicks already exceeding hundreds of millions. Players both domestic and international were frantically refreshing the page, desperate to find out what the reward was for the first hidden dungeon, and in Abyss mode no less. Ling Xian was equally curious. However, Lin Yu mysteriously shook his head. Stop guessing. I'll give you a surprise later. Also, don't rush to change classes once you reach the main city. Wait for me to find you. He had already calculated everything in his mind. The Flame Archer class perfectly matched Ling Xian's archer talent. If she could transfer to an S-rank Flame Archer, her strength would absolutely skyrocket. And the Soul Chain, in his possession, also needed to bind a target quickly, making Ling Xian undoubtedly the best choice. Humph, at least you still have some conscience. Ling Xian glanced at him sideways with a coquettish tone, though warmth flickered in her eyes. The unpleasantness caused by Xiao Xiao earlier instantly vanished into thin air. Lin Yu suddenly plopped down on the sofa, deliberately sighing and patting his shoulder. Sigh, I treat someone so well, and this is the attitude I get? It seems I'll have to give that hidden class transfer scroll to someone else. Hidden class transfer scroll? Ling Xian's eyes immediately lit up. She had seen related introductions on the forums and knew that even the most ordinary hidden class scrolls were worth a fortune, let alone a transfer scroll that could directly promote someone to SS rank. She immediately moved behind Lin Yu, placing her soft hands on his shoulders and gently massaging them, her voice sweet and soft. Hee, brother Lin, I was wrong just now. Are you satisfied with this pressure? Feeling the warm fingertips pressing on his shoulders, Lin Yu secretly felt pleased he had finally gotten revenge for that painful 9-in white bone claw attack from Ling Xian in the game earlier. He cleared his throat lightly. All right, seeing that your performance isn't bad, I'll reluctantly keep that hidden class transfer scroll for you. I'll give it to you once you reach the main city. Really? Xiao Linzi, I absolutely love you. Ling Xian immediately applied more pressure, so excited that even her breathing became rapid. To this, Lin Yu simply smiled slightly. Although Ling Xian's massage was irresistible, Lin Yu didn't allow himself to get lost in it. After enjoying it for just a few minutes, he quietly got up and left the dormitory, deciding to take a walk outside to clear his head. Destroying the newbie village wasn't a trivial matter. Both the operational difficulty and the subsequent consequences deserved careful consideration. The tree-lined path behind the school was quiet in the evening, with plain trees on both sides casting dappled shadows across the road. Lin Yu walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, letting the gentle breeze brush against his face, yet he still unconsciously frowned. Every time the phrase "destroy the newbie village" crossed his mind, he felt a sinking feeling in his stomach. With his current strength, storming the newbie village wouldn't be difficult, but once he started, he'd have to eliminate everything completely. Countless NPCs would need to be cleared out. The more he killed, the higher his red name value would soar. By his calculations, if he really razed the entire newbie village to the ground, his red name value would accumulate to at least tens of thousands. How long would it take him to clear that? It would truly take forever. Wait. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, looking up at the shadows stretched long by the streetlights ahead. According to the game settings, the key to determining whether the newbie village is destroyed wasn't massacring the village, but the complete destruction of the resurrection altar. As long as he could destroy the resurrection altar before the NPCs could mount a large-scale response, he could complete the mission objective without having to slaughter every villager. His eyes suddenly lit up. Those NPCs weren't just cold data, they were living, breathing people. If he could avoid unnecessary killing, why wouldn't he? Moreover, he remembered that only 2 village guards were stationed near the resurrection altar, and their strength was mediocre. There'd be no match for him now. As long as he could complete the destruction before reinforcements arrived, the entire operation would become much easier, and he could keep his red name value within an acceptable range. It was a win-win situation. After all, the Undead Scourge's mission description only stated destroy the newbie village. It didn't explicitly require clearing out the population. They might have hinted at preferring the latter, but rules were rules, and playing with semantics was perfectly acceptable. With this in mind, Lin Yu's plan became increasingly clear. First, infiltrate the newbie village to scout the terrain and positions, then swiftly eliminate the altar. That was the optimal route. Yes, that's what he'd do. With a plan in place, his mood instantly brightened, and his steps became lighter. As long as he logged in tomorrow and thoroughly scouted the newbie village's situation, he could take action. The next morning, Lin Yu didn't rush into the game as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Today was the day to officially sign the contract with Xiao Xiao, a deal that would cover his mother's medical expenses and required his personal attention. After a quick wash, he greeted Ling Xin and hailed a taxi to Dingxing restaurant, where they had arranged to meet the night before. Morning sunlight filtered through the high-rises outside the car window as Lin Yu continued mulling over the contract details. About half an hour later, the taxi pulled up at the hotel entrance. Though it was just past 9 o'clock, tourists were already crowding the entrance, taking photos in small groups with their phones. Dingxing Restaurant's ranking among the nation's top 5 was well-deserved, having become a true internet sensation. I'll definitely bring mom and my sister here someday, Lin Yu thought to himself, gazing at the magnificent golden entrance. In his previous life, though he had also lived in Qing City, he had only heard of Dingxing's reputation back then. Financial constraints had kept him from setting foot in such a place. By the time he could actually afford it, this legendary establishment had already closed down, leaving it as one of his regrets. Now things were completely different. The 1 million yuan in his account alone was enough for him to dine here comfortably, not to mention the 10 million annual salary Xiao Xiao had promised. Collecting his thoughts, he walked into the hotel. Guided by the hostess, he passed through corridors and spiral staircases beneath crystal chandeliers, quickly reaching the private dining room labeled Zuxiangjian. Pushing open the door, he found a man and woman already seated inside, both appearing to be in their early 20s. The woman wore a cream-colored athletic outfit that looked both efficient and lively, while the man was dressed in a well-tailored black suit with a reserved expression. Since Demon Continent used holographic scanning technology and the Xiao siblings hadn't altered their appearances, Lin Yu immediately recognized them as Xiao Xiao and her brother Xiao Zhan, whom he had just met yesterday. Junior Lin Yu, your reputation at Qingting University precedes you. Meeting you today, I can see it's well-deserved, Xiao Xiao said, immediately standing up with a smile as he entered. Xiao Zhan also rose and nodded politely to Lin Yu. Recalling their encounter in the game the previous night, he had developed some admiration for Lin Yu. Senior Xiao Xiao, you flatter me. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go, Lin Yu responded calmly. His experience far exceeded that of ordinary people, and having weathered many situations, he remained unruffled even in the most significant circumstances. After brief pleasantries, Xiao Xiao gestured for Lin Yu to take a seat. Once he was settled, she took a folder from Xiao Zhan and placed it in front of him, getting straight to the point. Junior Lin Yu, this is the contract we discussed earlier. Please review it first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. We can discuss them on the spot. Lin Yu nodded and opened the document to read carefully. Though lengthy, the contract was clearly structured, outlining his primary responsibilities during the contract period, assisting Xiao Xiao with leveling up and providing help when she encountered difficulties in the game. Compared to some clubs with strict management requiring punctual check-ins and being on call, this contract had virtually no clauses restricting Lin Yu's personal freedom. It was remarkably lenient. The only slight disappointment was that the episode with Xiao Zhao's second uncle wasn't written into the contract, since this document represented the entire Xiao family rather than Xiao Zhao's personal will. The signing compensation was exactly as previously agreed upon, with 3 terms. 1. The Xiao family would provide a seaside villa on Zhongjiang Island and pay Lin Yu 10 million annually. 2. Gift a top-tier advanced gaming pod. 3. Take full responsibility for Lin Yu's mother's treatment and all subsequent medical expenses. For Lin Yu, this was practically a dream contract, with nothing to criticize. Seeing him finish reading, Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows and said softly, "Any questions? If not, let's sign." Lin Yu nodded but made one final request. "Could you give me an additional advanced gaming pod? I'll cover the cost myself." He had only one reason for this request. Ling Xin. Advanced gaming pods allowed 12 hours online daily, a full 50% more than regular helmets. If Ling Xin could also use a gaming pod, combined with the newly acquired Flame Archer, Class Change, and Soul Chain, her skills would definitely shine in Gods and Demons Continent. As the contract host, Lin Yu would also gain substantial benefits, a win-win situation. As for his mother and sister, he wasn't in a rush. With his current abilities, he could protect his family when disaster struck, keeping the danger to himself. Xiao Zhan hadn't expected Lin Yu to make such an additional request, and spoke as tactfully as possible. "Brother Yu, advanced gaming pods are too scarce, a theory basically monopolized by major families. We really can't provide another one." In fact, the Xiao family had only managed to secure a dozen or so advanced gaming pods this time. An allocation had long been settled. The one Lin Yu would receive had only been secured through Xiao Zhao's considerable effort. Asking for another was simply unrealistic. "I see, that was presumptuous of me." Lin Yu scratched his head, having been mentally prepared. Given the value of advanced gaming pods, major families would hoard as many as possible. His request was purely testing his luck. It seemed preparing a gaming pod for Ling Xin would have to wait. Just as he felt disappointed, Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. "I can't give you an advanced gaming pod, but I can authorize gifting you a regular gaming pod." While regular gaming pods couldn't match advanced models, they still had clear advantages over gaming helmets. Online time increased to 10 hours. Plus, they could inject nutrient solutions, virtually eliminating the need for eating, drinking, and other bodily functions. Lin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed gratitude. Thank you so much, Senior. Regular gaming pods were currently selling for hundreds of thousands, even millions, and money couldn't guarantee availability. Xiao Zhao's willingness to give one for free was undoubtedly generous. No need for thanks. Let's sign the contract first, Xiao Xiao chuckled lightly. We still need to discuss compensation details afterward. Without hesitation, Lin Yu signed the contract with swift strokes. The contract only benefited him with no risk whatsoever. More importantly, his mother's treatment was now secured, finally lifting the weight from his heart. Over the next half hour, they finalized Lin Yu's mother's treatment plan. Formal hospital admission this Saturday. Lin Yu had no classes Friday, perfect for returning home to prepare his mother mentally. Such matters required advanced communication. Everything's settled, shall we go? Xiao Xiao stood up, signaling Xiao Zhan to put away the contract, then turned to Lin Yu. Go where? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. To show you around the villa on Zhongjiang Island, of course. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him. Your advanced gaming pod, is there? Couldn't you want to see it? Let's go. At the mention of advanced gaming pod, Lin Yu's eyes practically sparkled. This was something he dreamed of owning, but never managed to obtain in his previous life. It was what he desperately desired now, something he'd never possessed, even in his past life. Most importantly, with this advanced gaming pod, stacking his absolute defense passive would undoubtedly become much more manageable. The three of them left the hotel and headed toward Zhongjiang Island in the city center, with Xiao Xiao behind the wheel. Don't let her being a female driver fool you. The steering wheel was remarkably steady in her hands. She changed lanes and overtook other cars with fluid precision, her driving skills easily outclassing Lin Yu by miles. Although Lin Yu had his driver's license, his family had never owned a car, so his experience was limited to virtual practice in classroom theory with virtually zero hands-on experience. He quietly set himself a small goal. Once this period was over, he would definitely buy a car. Not only would it make getting around less of a hassle, but it would also be convenient for picking up and dropping off his mother and sister in the future. Zhongjiang Island wasn't far from Dingxing Restaurant. After just a few minutes of driving, the car came to a stop in front of an upscale standalone villa. Let's get out, Xiao Xiao said, opening her door and beckoning to the other two. The villa's exterior was painted with light gray stone texture paint, and the lawn in the yard had been recently laid, still carrying the moist scent of fresh soil. Upon entering, the marble floors gleamed under the lights, and the walls still held the faint smell of fresh paint from recent renovations. With 3 bedrooms upstairs and 3 downstairs, there were enough rooms to accommodate Lin Yu's family plus Ling Sinan, so she wouldn't need to rent a place elsewhere. Walking to the innermost part of the first floor, Xiao Xiao stopped in front of a semi-enclosed room and pointed to a red rectangular device inside that was about 8 feet long and 5 feet wide. This is your gaming pod. You should know how to operate it, so I won't go into details. Lin Yu's eyes immediately blazed with excitement. That was a premium gaming pod. In his previous life, he had never even touched one, and now it was right before his eyes, making his heart race. All right, you've gotten familiar enough with the place. Xiao Zhan and I have things to take care of back home. Xiao Xiao was always decisive and efficient. Her time was packed with school and Xiao family affairs, so personally bringing Lin Yu for a tour was already showing considerable respect. Thank you for all your trouble today, Senior. I'll treat you to dinner when you're free. Lin Yu nodded politely without trying to detain them. Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered something and added, there's a car parked in the garage. It's nothing special, but it'll do the job. If you can drive, feel free to take the keys anytime to save yourself the inconvenience of getting around. Also, I'll arrange for someone to deliver those regular gaming pods you mentioned as soon as possible. With that, she left with Xiao Zhan. As soon as the siblings' car pulled out of the courtyard, the villa fell quiet. Lin Yu walked through the house once more, memorizing the locations, switches, and water valves before hailing a taxi back to his rental apartment complex. Still had an afternoon class to attend. The great disaster wouldn't arrive for another year, so dropping out now would only cause unnecessary trouble. As the acknowledged top student of his grade, his sudden absence from classes would certainly prompt questions from the school that his mother couldn't easily explain. Besides, the gaming pod's online time was currently limited to 12 hours maximum, which wouldn't interfere with normal life at all. As for the car in the garage, he didn't dare touch it. It had been too long since he'd handled a steering wheel, and getting on the road would actually be dangerous. At Qingting University, by the time Lin Yu and his companion finished their classes and returned to the apartment complex, it was already around 3 in the afternoon. The two quickly packed their belongings and hailed a taxi to head to the Zhongjiang Island Villa district. After returning from Dingxing Restaurant that morning, Lin Yu had told Ling Xian everything about his collaboration with Xiao Xiao, the details of their partnership, the reasons behind it, and the most explosive surprise of all, Xiao Xiao had given him a villa on Zhongjiang Island. Ling Xian was left speechless on the spot. her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Zhongjiang Island was synonymous with premium real estate in Qing City, with prices reaching 100,000 yuan per square meter and villas starting at tens of millions. Lin Yu put on his "I'm just that awesome" expression, earning himself a series of eye rolls from Ling Xian. The driver stepped on the gas, and in less than half an hour, the taxi pulled up smoothly in front of the golden characters reading Zhongjiang Island Villa District. As soon as they got out, Ling Xian rubbed her eyes to make sure she was in the right place, then leaned close to Lin Yu's ear and whispered, "Wow, Xiaolin, did Senior Xiao Xiao really give you a villa?" Although she had already heard the news, standing in this area known as Qing City's ceiling, she still felt her heart racing. Lin Yu nodded decisively. Ling Xian swallowed hard and gave him a thumbs up. "Xiaolin, that's incredible." Her family had done well in business in recent years, but if they had to pay out of pocket for a house here, they still wouldn't have enough confidence. Thinking about how Lin Yu had earned a villa worth tens of millions just through gaming, her worldview was nearly shattered. This treatment was even more outrageous than what top esports players received. "Come on, stop being so shocked." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and dragged his suitcase forward. "Young lady, you're a millionaire yourself. Don't act like you've never seen the world before." Ling Xian huffed in response, but quickly followed his steps. Lin Yu's villa wasn't far from the entrance, and they reached it in just a few minutes. Stepping inside, they were greeted by soaring ceilings, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the ocean, an enormous garden, and an underground heated swimming pool. Everything screamed ridiculously wealthy. Ling Xian's eyes didn't know where to look, like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. "Crazy girl, don't just stand there gawking. Come on, let me show you your gaming pod." Lin Yu chuckled, not surprised by Ling Xian's reaction. It was perfectly normal for a college student to lose composure when first entering such a luxury villa. "Wait, my gaming pod." Ling Xian's eyes immediately widened. Lin Yu had only mentioned the villa before, never saying a word about a gaming pod. Lin Yu nodded. "Yep." In fact, the regular gaming pod was something Lin Yu had only requested from Xiao Xiao that morning. He thought that even with the Xiao family's wealth, it would take a few days to arrange, but while he was on his way over, Xiao Xiao had already sent him a message. All equipment had been fully installed. Now it would come in handy. "Come on, I'll show you." Since the regular gaming pods were located in the room right next to where the premium gaming pod had been, Lin Yu knew the way well. He pushed open the alloy sliding door and walked straight ahead. Upon hearing his words, Ling Xian obediently followed. Though her beautiful eyes couldn't hide the burning excitement. After all, this was the gaming pod of her dreams. How could she not be thrilled? "This is your gaming pod. Although it's just the standard version, it's still much better than a gaming helmet." Moments later, Lin Yu stopped at the entrance of a small room about 10 square meters in size, raising his hand to point at the only pod inside. The gray-white hull gleamed with a metallic sheen under the soft lighting, its cover half open, revealing the memory foam lining that looked soft and form-fitting. While it paled in comparison to the premium gaming pod next door, its performance and immersion level were incomparable to any gaming helmet. "Xiaolinzi, is this really for me?" Ling Xian's gaze was practically glued to the pod, and she stood stunned for a long while before reluctantly snapping back to reality. She knew very well that gaming pods, like helmets, would bind to a user's identity upon first logging in person, one machine making it impossible for anyone else to use afterward. In other words, as soon as she lay down inside, this device would become her personal exclusive property. The forums had been buzzing about resales these past few days, and she had checked the market prices. Even the most basic gaming pods cost hundreds of thousands, while premium models were being scalped for millions. With her financial situation, she wouldn't dare make such a purchase lightly. Given such astronomical prices, her current emotional state was perfectly understandable. Of course, Lin Yu nodded gently, completely understanding her excitement. When he first owned a gaming pod years ago, his reaction had been equally dramatic. "Xiaolinzi, I love you to death." Ling Xian could no longer contain herself and rushed forward in joy, giving him a solid bear hug, almost planting a kiss on him. "Don't get too excited yet." Lin Yu coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward from the embrace. "Let me teach you how to use the gaming pod first. This is just the standard model. When there's a chance later, I'll get you upgraded to a premium one." Only then did Ling Xian release her grip and listen attentively. His explanation was extremely concise. Simply lie down inside, activate the iris scan, and the system would automatically perform facial recognition. Accounts in the Divine Demon continent were bound to identities, so once recognition was successful, she could inherit her old account from the helmet. This is absolutely incredible. As soon as she lay down, the nutrition tubes automatically extended and connected precisely, making Ling Xian's eyes instantly light up like bulbs. She knew all those black technology descriptions from the forums by heart, but experiencing it firsthand was still more shocking than she had imagined. "All right, you go ahead and play. I should log on too." Seeing her completely immersed in delight, Lin Yu tactfully exited the room. With real-world matters handled, it was time for him to return to the game world. He couldn't afford to delay the destruction of the newbie village. Back in his room, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and directly opened the gaming pod, lying down inside. The metallic cover closed with a distinct click that echoed clearly in the quiet room, followed by a pale red scanning beam sweeping across his face from top to bottom. After confirming his iris and biometric features, his vision suddenly darkened then brightened, and the game world unfolded before him. As soon as he logged in, he unhesitatingly dumped all 110 free attribute points he had gained yesterday into attack power, and the surge of strength that followed made his fingertips tingle with heat. After completing this, Lin Yu habitually pulled up his personal attribute panel. Nickname, Gu. Level, 935,100. Class, Warrior. Health, 108,001,0800. Energy, 210,210. Attack, 1,465. Defense, 6,132. Critical hit, 10. Movement speed, 20. Talent, Absolute Defense Semi-Divine Level LV2. Skills, 1. Soul Chain Passive Divine Level LV1. 2. Spring of Light Passive SS Level LV1. 3. Taunt Active S Level. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment, 1. Sword of Light Bronze Tier. 2. Boots of Rage Iron Tier. After receiving Mordekaiser's blessing yesterday, his 3 core attributes had swelled to an almost terrifying degree. Especially his health points, which under the amplification of absolute defense, had directly broken 10,000. This single stat alone was enough to rival players wearing complete sets of level 30 bronze equipment. With my current strength, destroying the newbie village shouldn't be difficult, but to be safe, I should first scout out the details, Lin Yu muttered to himself as he closed the panel. At this moment, he wasn't rushing to establish a soul chain with Ling Xian, because there was something more urgent investigating newbie village 331. If he truly intended to destroy the newbie village's resurrection altar, he had to succeed on the first try. Once an attack precedent was set, subsequent defenses would inevitably be heightened. By then, any second attempt would become exponentially more difficult. At newbie village 331, beside the bluestone walls in a secluded corner, after spending nearly 3 hours gathering intelligence, Lin Yu finally had a rough outline of the comprehensive strength here, and the results surprised him so much that his brow furrowed tightly. In the entire newbie village, there were 3 NPCs above level 30 alone. 1. Village Chief Wang Di Fei level 35, with attack power reaching 3,500. 2. Blacksmith Li Yushan also level 30. 3. Village Guard Captain Li Ernie Uziesand in combat experience. Beyond these, there were actually more than 20 NPCs above level 20. Such a configuration far exceeded his previous life's understanding of ordinary newbie villages. Who would have thought that newbie village 331 was actually a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden? Lin Yu was clearly taken aback by these results. His gaze swept back and forth across the projection panel, particularly lingering on the entry for Village Chief Wang Defa, and he couldn't help but think this was absolutely ridiculous level 35. At least 3 to 4 levels higher than any newbie village chief from his previous life's memories. But what truly made him gasp was that string of absurdly exaggerated attributes, an attack power exceeding 3,500. He must be wearing silver, maybe even gold tier equipment, Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin. By normal standards, a level 35 player's base attack would top out at just over 2,000. Even for a boss, breaking through 2,500 would be extremely difficult. Yet Wang Defa easily surpassed that threshold, indicating he possessed at least one premium piece of equipment that could drastically boost his attack power, definitely not just a set of bronze gear. In comparison, the other NPCs in the newbie village had attributes within his manageable range, but this village chief had become an insurmountable wall blocking his path. Lin Yu quickly calculated his current stats. Over 6,000 defense and more than 10,000 health points. Taking hits purely defensively, he could probably withstand fewer than 300 strikes from Wang Defa, and that didn't even account for any berserk or damage-boosting skills the chief might activate. Even more troublesome was the resurrection altar. Lin Yu had deliberately circled around to take a look that afternoon, and the stone altar stood 2 zhang high with black runes spreading like a spider web, while a health number 10 million hung brazenly in midair. With his current damage output, he would need at least 4,000 strikes to destroy it. And this entire process couldn't possibly go unnoticed by any NPCs. Since he would ultimately have to face off against the village chief anyway, he needed to maximize his chances of victory as much as possible. Looks like I need to do some quests to boost my strength first, he muttered to himself. His original plan was to leverage his rapidly advancing attributes to raid and demolish the newbie village today, but that was clearly unrealistic now. Fortunately, there were still 3 days before the world announcement would trigger, so time was still on his side. Based on his previous life's experience, early game NPCs' buff skills could boost attack power by at most 30%. In other words, as long as he could raise his defense above 9,000, he could tank the village chief's normal damage output without losing health. His absolute defense passive was already providing considerable damage reduction, and the effect would be even more dramatic after leveling up. Once more, reaching 9,000 within 3 days wasn't an unrealistic goal. However, defense alone wouldn't be enough. He also needed to address his equipment shortcomings. Currently, aside from the Sword of Light, he had nothing else on him. Once he could get his hands on a complete set of decent armor, his attributes would definitely undergo a qualitative transformation. With this thought, he immediately recalled the game's mechanics. Among all newbie quests, the blacksmith side missions had the highest probability of dropping equipment. Then I'll have to try my luck at Lee the blacksmith's place first, Lin Yu murmured, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Having settled on his direction, he closed the panel, straightened the cloak across his chest, and quickly headed toward the blacksmith shop in the village. Newbie Village 331. Although Lin Yu was eager to take on quests, he didn't rush straight to the blacksmith shop. Instead, he first made a detour to the tavern at the village entrance and spent money to buy several bottles of the locally famous drunken flower burn liquor. His experience from 2 reincarnations had taught him that in Divine Demon Continent, if you wanted to obtain top-tier rewards, you had to first build up your favorability with NPCs. Last time in Newbie Village 332, it was precisely through favorability that he had become sworn brothers with the village chief, and only then did that old chief wave his hand generously and stuff a divine level enhancement book directly into his backpack. In contrast, the ordinary quests that players actively sought out were mostly menial tasks like moving boxes, gathering materials, or carrying water, with mediocre rewards. Although occasionally someone would strike it lucky and fish out good items from these routine quests, such cases were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To reliably obtain high-quality quests, Lin Yu had to find an alternative approach, and building relationships with NPCs was the first step. Heat waves rolled outside the blacksmith shop. As soon as Lin Yu stepped through the door, he saw Blacksmith Lee bare-chested, swinging his hammer while the forge fire painted his arms crimson. Without hesitation, Lin Yu opened with a barrage of flattery. Blacksmith Lee, the world's greatest craftsman, greetings. I'd like to take on a quest. Would now be convenient for you. My skills are actually the world's greatest? Blacksmith Lee paused in confusion, then became visibly elated as he set down his large hammer. This was the first time anyone had praised him to the skies. His stern face softened, revealing a rare smile. Hee, speak up. Adventurer, what quest do you want to take? This world's greatest is in a good mood today, so pick any quest you like. Any quest I like. Lin Yu's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't expected his flattery to work so quickly. He quickly pressed his advantage. Blacksmith Lee, the world's greatest. I'd like to take on the most difficult quest. Would that be possible? As soon as he finished speaking, Blacksmith Lee's smile froze and his brow furrowed into knots. This kid really was reaching too high. Lin Yu had prepared for this, smoothly pulling several bottles of drunken flower burn from his backpack and saying gently, please don't misunderstand. World's greatest. I just want to broaden my horizons. These few bottles of drunken flower burn are my humble offering to you. Hee, good lad, clever. Blacksmith Lee caught sight of those amber-colored bottles, his eyes flashing with intense light as his grin stretched from ear to ear. He discreetly stored the liquor in his cabinet and walked toward the inner room. Before long, he emerged again, cradling in his palm a fist-sized crimson gem, blood-red throughout and radiating intense light. At the same time, a system notification chimed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding! Blacksmith Lee has issued you a quest. Retrieve the lost Crimson Wave Crystal. Quest description. Blacksmith Lee originally possessed 2 Crimson Wave Crystals, intending to forge a gold-tier piece of equipment. However, one night, a mischievous red-furred monkey curiously stole them, and they eventually ended up in the hands of the Serpent King in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Quest requirements. Retrieve Blacksmith Lee's lost Crimson Wave Crystal from the Serpent King. Time limit, 12 hours. Quest reward. 1 complete set of Iron Tier equipment. Failure penalty, none. Ding. Do you wish to accept this quest? Ding. System warning. The Serpent King is a level 25 Bronze Tier boss, which exceeds the power limit of beginner village players. Please choose carefully. Adventurer, this quest is my trump card. I won't penalize you for failure. Consider it a chance to broaden your horizons. In the blacksmith shop, Blacksmith Lee waved his calloused hands with a hearty laugh. His face couldn't hide his smugness, as if he could already see Lin Yu's frightened retreat. After all, Lin Yu was only level 9. The blacksmith was in high spirits, offering his treasured quest simply out of appreciation for those bottles of drunken flower liquor, wanting to give the young man some experience. Since adventurers could resurrect anyway, he wasn't worried about Lin Yu losing his life. Hiss, a complete set of Iron Tier equipment? Lin Yu gasped. In the entire beginner village, Iron Tier sets were as rare as phoenix feathers. This reward was definitely top tier. Even better, there was no penalty for failure. He silently congratulated himself on the flattery and liquor being money well spent. However, upon calming down, Lin Yu frowned. For others, an Iron Tier set would be enough to dominate until level 20, but for him, it was far from sufficient. Regular Iron Tier equipment had a defense cap under 500, clearly inadequate for safely destroying the Resurrection Altar. After a moment of thought, Lin Yu looked up and said, "Li, the world's greatest blacksmith, how about this? If I complete the quest, you upgrade the reward to a Bronze Tier set. If I fail, I'll buy you a year's worth of drunken flower liquor. How does that sound?" Blacksmith Li immediately rolled his eyes. "Kid, do you think Bronze Tier equipment grows on trees? Forget 1 year of liquor, even 10 years wouldn't be enough." In the entire beginner village, fewer than 3 people owned complete Bronze Tier sets. To him, Lin Yu's proposal was nothing short of highway robbery. Lin Yu had to compromise. "Then how about this? If I complete the quest, you give me a defense-focused Iron Tier set. If I fail, it's still a year of drunken flower liquor. Deal." Seeing Lin Yu's earnest expression, Blacksmith Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't produce a bronze set, but he did have defense-focused iron gear. Besides, this kid was level 9 and daring to covet a level 25 boss. Let him dream. Getting a year's worth of good liquor for free wasn't bad either. "Fine, fine, fine. If you can actually bring back that Crimson Wave crystal, I'll give you a complete set of defense attribute iron gear." Blacksmith Li agreed, thinking to himself, "That drunken flower liquor is as good as mine. It's a deal." Lin Yu smiled and clicked accept quest without hesitation. Before Blacksmith Li could change his mind, he turned and headed straight for the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Time was of the essence. He had to act immediately. Watching Lin Yu's rapidly disappearing figure, Blacksmith Li stood frozen in place. Holy crap, this kid actually took it seriously? This quest had been his go-to show-off routine, but he never expected Lin Yu to actually accept it. Even more absurd, from that confident stride, he somehow got the feeling that Lin Yu might actually complete the quest. What the hell was that about? Leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Yu headed straight for 10,000 Serpent Valley, where his quest awaited. 10,000 Serpent Valley lay several miles outside the starter village, a deep canyon stretching across the landscape. Perpetual mist shrouded the valley floor, and with villagers frequently suffering snake attacks within its depths, the area had earned its fearsome name. Cool gray fog drifted at the valley entrance, carrying a faint sweet metallic scent on the wind, a silent warning to intruders about who truly ruled this place. Lin Yu had barely taken a few steps into the mist when a group of serpentine monsters burst from the undergrowth, hissing and flicking their tongues. Green bamboo ring snake, common, LV7. Health, 12001200. Energy, 170,170. Attack, 55. Defense, 23. Skill, venomous fangs. Description, a native resident of 10,000 Serpent Valley. Don't underestimate me just because I look pretty. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered drawing his blade against such weak creatures. Killing them would yield a few copper coins at most, with negligible experience. So he simply sidestepped and moved quickly along the slippery stone walls. The deeper he ventured, the more numerous and dense the serpentine monsters became. They coiled around branches and lurked in grass, their hissing rising and falling in waves. Yet none could halt Lin Yu's advance. He had come solely for the Serpent King. The allure of a complete set of black iron equipment far outweighed these meager drops. Time was profit. After roughly 10 minutes, Lin Yu stopped before a dark cave. Snake skins covered the rocky entrance, and the air carried a faint rusty smell. He judged his target lay within. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a system warning followed. Warning, warning. Due to your unauthorized intrusion into his territory, disturbing the cultivation of the Serpent King, Lord of 10,000 Serpent Valley, you have provoked his intense displeasure. He will arrive in 30 seconds. Flee immediately. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed 3 times through the mountains, its oppressive weight thicker than the mist itself. As the third warning faded, the cave suddenly darkened, and a streak of blood red burst through the fog. It was a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing crimson robes, moving so fast it seemed like teleportation. Lin Yu caught only a blur before a fist came rushing toward his face. He barely managed to dodge sideways, letting the punch graze past his temple, but the residual force still drove him back over 10 steps, his heels carving shallow grooves in the gravel. After steadying himself, he quickly activated his inspect skill. The opponent's status panel immediately appeared. Serpent King 2-hour bronze boss, LV25. Health, 128000153000. Energy, 12501250. Attack, 2189. Defense, 245. Skills, Blood Spirit Slash, Sacrifice. Description, the new overlord of 10,000 Serpent Valley, origins, unknown. Though his identity remains mysterious, his strength is formidable. Novice players should simply run for their lives. Having finished scanning the panel, Lin Yu's expression grew grave. No wonder Blacksmith Li preferred offering a bounty rather than coming himself. The Serpent King's power far exceeded expectations. Though this Serpent King was merely a level 25 bronze boss, his attack power rivaled even level 30 monsters. If Lin Yu's guess was correct, This guy probably had one or two pieces of equipment that could significantly boost his attack power. According to the rules of Divine Demon Continent, humanoid bosses could carry equipment, which explained why their attributes generally outclassed beast-type bosses. In contrast, while beast bosses couldn't equip any items, their base health was far superior. Each had their own advantages. What truly puzzled Lin Yu was the opponent's enhancement skill, not the common berserk or rage, but the extremely rare sacrifice. This skill was typically only granted to members who had distinguished themselves in the Temple Alliance. Yet the Serpent King toward before him was clearly a field boss. Could he have secret ties with the Temple Alliance? At this thought, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Adventurer, I advise you to leave immediately, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Across from him, Tord's expression was grim as he stared coldly at Lin Yu. Having a mere level 9 adventurer intrude on his territory was already infuriating. Lin Yu's earlier effortless dodge of his probing attack made him even more wary. Cautious as Tord was, he never acted without certainty. Especially with adventurers, she preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Serpent King, I have no intention of being your enemy. Just hand over Blacksmith Li's red wave crystal, and I'll leave immediately without disturbing your peace again. Lin Yu spread his hands to show his intentions. The quest objective was simply to retrieve the crystal, with no hard requirement to kill the boss. By his assessment, even if he could win this battle, the cost would be enormous. Obtaining it without fighting would be ideal. You were sent by Li Yutian? Upon hearing Blacksmith Li, Tord's expression instantly darkened, clearly harboring deep grudges against that blacksmith. Lin Yu surmised that Blacksmith Li had probably infiltrated Serpent Valley multiple times, forcing Tord to hold such resentment. Serpent King, you're mistaken. I'm not his subordinate to Ri, just cooperating. Lin Yu replied calmly, his tone steady. Want the crystal? First let me see if you have the strength for it. Tord's killing intent suddenly flared. Before his words finished, he clenched his 5 fingers, and a blood-red blade materialized from thin air. Blood Spirit Slash. A thunderous roar erupted as the blood blade swung forward violently. Red energy waves roared through the air like a giant serpent, charging straight at Lin Yu. Tord clearly harbored deep hatred for Blacksmith Li, unleashing a powerful attack right from the start. Damn, that's some serious aggro. Lin Yu frowned inwardly. Though startled, he quickly retreated, trying to dodge with speed. You think you can escape? Tord snorted coldly as the blood-colored energy wave suddenly accelerated, becoming a blur that tore through the air. Really can't dodge this. Lin Yu's eyes flickered slightly. Knowing he couldn't completely avoid it, he immediately summoned his sword of light to block in front of him, deciding to take the hit head-on. Seeking death, Tord smiled with bloodthirsty coldness. This strike of his would exact a terrible price even from opponents of the same level, let alone Lin Yu, who wasn't even level 10. In his mind, his opponent would be obliterated in an instant. However, before his smile could fully spread, Tord's expression suddenly froze. He discovered that his proud strike hadn't caused Lin Yu even the slightest damage. Both the Serpent King Tuoward and Lin Yu were shocked. Tuoward's previous strike had actually torn a thin mark through Lin Yu's defense of over 6,000 points. The skill multiplier was at least close to 300. If he faced another sacrificial clash, the consequences would be unpredictable. Lin Yu instantly understood why Blacksmith Li had been reluctant to retrieve the red wave crystal himself. Li had most likely come here before, only to be forcibly turned away by Tuoward. Serpent King, I have no desire to be your enemy. Lin Yu suppressed his surging blood chi and fixed his gaze on Tuoward. Hand over the red wave crystal, and we can call our earlier conflict even. You'll remain the king of Serpent Valley. How about it? On the flat grassland, the two stood more than 10 zhang apart. Lin Yu simply wanted to complete his mission and had no wish to waste time here. This time would be enough for him to take on several more commissions. Tuoward snorted coldly, his serpent tail slapping the ground and sending grass debris flying. Boy, if you want the red wave crystal, you'll have to step over my dead body. It's just a crystal. Why stake your life on it? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, he had never heard of the red wave crystal being absurdly valuable. Blacksmith Li only used it to craft gold-tier equipment. Yet Tuoward treated it as precious as his own life, which puzzled him greatly. Tuoward grinned menacingly, his fangs bared. Enough talk. If you want the crystal, kill me first. Before his words had finished, he lunged forward explosively, his serpentine shadow cutting through the air. Since you insist on this path, I can only oblige. Lin Yu coldly raised his sword. The sword of light blazed with white radiance as he struck downward. Clang. Blade met sword, sparks flying everywhere. The two figures crossed like lightning, exchanging more than 10 moves in an instant. Each collision stirred up violent waves of energy, flattening patches of surrounding flowers and grass. Tuoward's attacks were brutal and direct, while Lin Yu remained unharmed thanks to his extremely high defense, retaliating with several sword strikes that carved away nearly 20,000 of Tuoward's health. Another blade strike crashed into Lin Yu's chest. Clang. Miss. 1,296. Reflect damage. Tuoward was knocked back several steps, blood spraying from his shoulder as his expression finally grew serious. Initially, he had assumed Lin Yu was relying on temporary shields to block his attacks. After all, he was a mighty level 25 with over 2,000 attack power, while Lin Yu was only level 9 logically. There was no way he could ignore his offensive. But as his subsequent attacks continued to fail, and with each strike that followed, his shock only grew. He realized with growing alarm that he truly couldn't break through Lin Yu's defenses, even when using his signature ultimate skill, Blood Spirit Slash. A chill ran down Tolda's spine. Ordinary defensive skills or equipment could never achieve this level of protection, which meant Lin Yu's armor stats were ridiculously high. After a few moments, he forcibly pulled back, positioning himself over 10 meters away, his expression several times more serious than before. A mighty level 25 warrior couldn't even scratch a level 9 kid's defense? Whoosh. While Tolda stood there in shock, Lin Yu gave him no chance to catch his breath. The young man kicked off the ground, his figure flashing forward as his sword of light thrust out in a cold gleam, aimed straight at Tolda's heart. Damn it! Tolda's face instantly darkened as he rapidly retreated. As a level 25 boss, his movement speed far exceeded that of a level 9 player. In the Divine Demon continent, movement speed could only be improved through levels or equipment. Attribute points were useless for this, and higher levels naturally dominated lower ones. As long as he maintained his kiting strategy, his opponent couldn't even touch him. Indeed, events unfolded exactly as he predicted, and Lin Yu's disadvantage immediately became apparent. His sword repeatedly cut through empty air, unable to even graze Tolda's clothing. Adventurer, though I don't know why your defense is so terrifying, your speed is too slow. Defeating me is simply impossible. Just leave and waste your time. Tolda spoke in a deep voice while easily dodging, his tone no longer contemptuous, and his address changing from kid to adventurer. I told you, I must have the red wave crystal. I won't leave without it. Lin Yu's expression remained cold, his voice devoid of emotion. Kid, don't be so stubborn. Even if your combat power is strong, so what? As long as I choose to avoid battle, what can you possibly do to me? Tolda's brow furrowed tightly, finally showing his anger. When had he, the mighty Serpent King, ever suffered such humiliation from someone not even level 10? Oh, you really think I can't handle you? A mocking smile curved Lin Yu's lips as his gaze suddenly sharpened. Taunt, pull. As those whispered words fell, Tolda felt a chill down his spine, his body suddenly stiffening. What's happening? My body isn't under my control? Kid, what did you do to me? He was both shocked and furious. Didn't you just say I couldn't handle you? Lin Yu didn't bother explaining, his figure darting forward like a phantom. 1981. 1981. 1981. In less than a minute, the Sword of Light became a torrential storm, and combined with the taunt, reflect damage effect, Tolda's original 120,000 health bar dropped to less than 80,000. What exactly did you do to me? Tolda's chest heaved as his limbs felt controlled by invisible strings. Lin Yu still didn't answer, taking advantage of the remaining taunt duration to strike sword blow after sword blow. Without pause, he had to end this battle within 3 minutes. You're asking for death. Seeing he couldn't break free from this strange control, Tolda's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you want me dead, I'll smash through your turtle shell. As his words fell, a thick, bloody aura erupted from within him, enveloping his entire body. His presence instantly surged, like a fierce beast awakening. Ding! Warning, warning! Serpent King Tolda has activated Sacrifice State at the cost of 40 maximum health. Attack and defense temporarily increased by 80. Immune to control skills for 30 seconds. Ding! Warning, warning! Serpent King Tolda has activated Sacrifice State at the cost of 40 maximum health. Attack and defense temporarily increased by 80. Immune to control skills for 30 seconds. King of 10,000 Serpents, Tolda Bronze Boss, in Sacrifice State, level 25. Health, 14, 800153000. Energy, 2501, 250. Attack, 3,940. Defense, 441. Skills, Blood Spirit Slash, Sacrifice. Once Sacrifice activated, both attack and defense surged by a staggering 80, plus 30 seconds of control immunition. Absolutely divine skill. Tolda's stats skyrocketed instantly. Lin Yu stared at the status panel, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing solemn and grave. With nearly 4,000 attack power, even basic strikes could deal true damage to him, let alone skills with explosive potential. However, Lin Yu showed no fear. Tolda's attacks could now barely penetrate his defense, and regular damage remained negligible. The real threat lay in the skills. By his calculation, Tolda's remaining 250 energy points could fuel at most 2 more Blood Spirit Slashes. If he could endure those 2 strikes, he could turn the tables. With his current damage output, even with the opponent's 80 defense boost, each hit could still deal over 1,200 damage. Without counting passive damage reflection, just 10 more strikes would bring Tolda down. With the taunt effect lasting less than a minute, Lin Yu made his decision instantly. His form shot forward like an arrow toward told he had to end this quickly, leaving no room for unexpected complications. Seeking death? I don't believe you can still take this. Tolda sneered as he saw Lin Yu charging straight at him. With his current high attack and thick defense, no matter how tough Lin Yu was, he was nothing more than meat on a chopping block. Blood spirit slash. Die for me. Tolda roared, his blood blade glowing crimson as it slashed down violently. Lin Yu's speed wasn't enough to dodge, so he chose to face it head-on, attempting to offset some damage with his own attack. Truly seeking death. Tolda laughed maniacally. His current blood spirit slash was so powerful that even level 30 or 40 knights wouldn't dare take it directly, absolutely refused to believe Lin Yu could withstand it. Bang! The blade struck with thunderous impact, violent shockwaves stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yu was sent flying, crashing into the towering ancient tree behind him. A thick section of trunk was shattered at the waist. Immediately after, a shocking damage number floated above the grass. 4,492. Boy, you forced me to act seriously. Why did it have to come to this? Seeing Lin Yu's miserable state and that outrageous damage number, Tolda finally felt vindicated, certain his opponent was as good as dead. He had encountered adventurers like Lin Yu before. This damage was enough to kill him 2 or 3 times over, let alone once. However, before the smile could fully bloom on his lips, it gradually faded away. Tord had originally thought his devastating blow powerful enough to instantly kill any novice had ended the battle. But just as he retracted his serpent tail and prepared to mock his opponent, Lin Yu in front of him slowly pushed himself up, staggering but refusing to fall. How is this possible? Tord's pupils contracted as he could hardly believe what he was seeing. That strike had clearly dealt nearly 4,500 points of damage, enough to obliterate any level 9 warrior. Yet Lin Yu merely had his chest heaving and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he was still standing there, very much alive. Lin Yu paid no attention to Tord's shock. He raised his hand to wipe away the blood, flexed his joints slightly, and his long sword trembled with a resonant hum. King of 10,000 serpents, he grinned, revealing a cold, menacing smile. I wonder how many more times you can unleash that kind of damage? If not, then it's my turn. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tord let out a hissing roar from his throat as dozens of serpent tails thrashed wildly. He still couldn't accept the reality before him. A level 9 warrior with not only ridiculously high defense, but also health points as deep as a bottomless abyss. No matter how frenzied he became, reality could not be changed. Lin Yu stepped forward, his sword light erupting with the sharpness of lightning tearing through the air. In the next instant, a series of crimson damage numbers flashed through Tord's mind. 1,236. 1,237. 1,236. In just over 10 sword strikes, Tord's health bar was completely depleted. His massive serpent body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, his eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how a level 9 adventurer could possess such terrifying combat power. Ding! You have slain the bronze tier boss of the starter village, king of 10,000 serpents. Tord. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? The familiar system notification rang in Lin Yu's ears. Hide it. Lin Yu chose discretion without hesitation. Now was not the time to draw attention. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for achieving the first kill of the starter village bronze boss, king of 10,000 serpents. Tord. This achievement is hereby announced. We encourage all players to continue striving. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for achieving the first kill of the starter village bronze boss, king of 10,000 serpents. Tord. This achievement is hereby announced. We encourage all players to continue striving. How is that possible? That's a bronze boss. Someone in the starter village actually managed to kill it. Holy crap, killing a bronze boss. Did I hear that right? The moment the announcement appeared, all online players erupted in excitement. Bronze tier bosses were tough nuts to crack even for level 20 teams, let alone starter village players. At present, most top tier players had just reached level 10 and were heading to the main cities for class advancement. Who could have imagined that the first kill would happen here? As the announcements continued scrolling, chat channels across the server exploded with inquiries, amazement, and speculation flooding in from all directions. After all, this was the first kill of a bronze boss, and it had happened in a starter village. Could that kid have actually succeeded? Not only were players shaken, but even blacksmith Li, who was forging in the starter village smithy, suddenly stopped his hammer mid-swing and looked toward the valley of 10,000 serpents with shocked eyes. Only a successful kill would trigger a server-wide announcement, and recently, Lin Yu was the only one bold enough to accept the King of 10,000 Serpents quest. Who would be foolish enough to voluntarily provoke the King of 10,000 Serpents? Even he, Blacksmith Li, an experienced veteran, considered a solo fight extremely difficult. But now, Lin Yu, a level 9 adventurer, had actually accomplished this completely shattered his understanding. However, Lin Yu remained completely unaware of the impact he had caused in the outside world. At this moment, he stood motionless, holding his breath as he quietly awaited the settlement rewards after defeating the boss. Ding. Due to your cross-level defeat of King of 10,000 Serpents Tuord, you gain Experience 100, Gold 5, Skill Books 10. You have obtained the silver equipment dropped by King of 10,000 Serpents Tuord, Blood Serpent Blade 1. You have obtained the quest item dropped by King of 10,000 Serpents Tuord, Crimson Wave Crystal 1. You have reached level 10 and gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on becoming the 158th player server-wide to reach level 10. You receive an additional 5 free attribute points. Having reached level 10, please proceed to the main city for class advancement as soon as possible, or you will be unable to continue gaining experience. System notifications flooded his ears like rapid gunfire. By the time the final announcement concluded, Lin Yu's level had stabilized firmly at 10. Tuord's weapon is indeed silver-grade equipment. His eyes flashed with uncontainable ecstasy. Silver-grade gear was considered legendary even for level 20 players, let alone when most players were still below level 10. Lin Yu eagerly opened the Blood Serpent Blade's attributes. Blood Serpent Blade Silver Equipment. Class Requirement: Warrior. Level Requirement: 10 and above. Effect 1, Attack 1280. Effect 2, Critical Rate 10. Effect 3, Consume 150 energy points to unleash Blood Spirit Slash, dealing 288 of maximum attack power. This damage can critically hit. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Hiss, Lin Yu drew in a sharp breath. Typical silver weapons only provided 1,000 attack power, but this one granted a full 1280, combined with an additional 10 critical rate. Absolutely terrifying. Especially Effect 3's Blood Spirit Slash, which was practically the ultimate killing move for warriors. If Tuord's final strike had triggered a critical hit earlier, his measly 10,000 health points would have been instantly vaporized. Thinking about how Tuord hadn't landed a single critical hit before dying, Lin Yu couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the boss's terrible luck. Rubbing his hands together, he decisively unequipped the Sword of Light and fitted the Blood Serpent Blade. His attribute panel immediately skyrocketed. His attack power jumped from 1465 straight to 2425. Ding! You have equipped the Blood Serpent Blade and reached level 10. The Blood Serpent Blade is about to enter the equipment rankings. Would you like to hide your username? So the equipment rankings had already been activated? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, silently marveling that he had already spent 3 days in the game. Hide. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu chose to hide his identity. The impact of just slaying the Serpent King hadn't yet faded, and his Blood Serpent Blade had already claimed the top spot on the equipment rankings. If he didn't conceal his identity immediately, exposure would be inevitable. After confirming his stealth status, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the in-game equipment leaderboard to check the current player's trump cards. The interface appeared before him. 1. Blood Serpent Blade Silver Tier, Owner, Hidden Username. 2. Crescent Summoning Staff Bronze Tier, Owner, Xiaoho Qingqing. 3. Storm Dagger Bronze Tier, Owner, Xiao Xiaoran. 4. Assassin's Shoulder Guard Bronze Tier, Owner, Xiao Xiaoran. 5. Ghost King Boots Bronze Tier, Owner, Xiaoho Qingqing. 6. Spirit Light Cloak Bronze Tier, Owner, Tank Killer. 7. Fire Staff Bronze Tier, Owner, Yu Jianghu. The gleaming Blood Serpent Blade dominated the top position, leaving the string of bronze equipment far behind. Lin Yu wasn't surprised. In Divine Demon Continent, silver tier equipment typically only dropped from defeating same-tier bosses or completing high-difficulty quests, and given the player's current overall strength, such probability was virtually zero. He also noticed his previous light sword wasn't on the list. This was because equipment character level 10 or above was a mandatory requirement for ranking. Since he had already unequipped that weapon and stored it in his inventory, it naturally wasn't counted. Among the top 5, Xiaoho Qingqing stood out with 2 pieces of equipment. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. God-tier summoners were practically game-breaking in the early stages. After all, as long as her level remained below tier 8, Xiaoho Qingqing could summon powerful creatures 10 levels above her own, making her leveling efficiency nothing short of dimensional superiority. Closing the equipment list, Lin Yu turned his attention to the level rankings. 1. Xiaoho Qingqing level 11, 88. 2. Tank Killer level 10, 98. 3. Xiao Xiaoran level 10, 66. 4. Brother Bin YYDS level 10, 63. 5. Bloody Rose level 10, 55. 6. Endless Light level 10, 42. The results matched his expectations. Xiaoho Qingqing still held first place with nearly a full level lead. Xiao Xiaoran had dropped to third due to time lost in the previous Abyss dungeon without gaining bonus experience. Looking at the rankings, Lin Yu recalled his past life memories. The terrifying early game advantage of God-tier summoning remained virtually unchanged. He quickly scanned through, confirming that most names were familiar faces, core members of China's top 10 families, children of powerful magnates, and one, Brother Bin YYDS, who had lucked into a hidden class. The entire list showed little difference from what he had seen in his previous life. Through these two leaderboards, Lin Yu had a clear understanding of the current situation. These names were desperately investing time and money because they knew more than ordinary players. They understood the secrets behind Divine Demon Continent, which drove them to pour vast amounts of money and time into the game regardless of cost. Closing the leaderboard, Lin Yu's gaze returned once again to the items dropped by the slain Serpent King Tuord. The blood serpent blade gleamed with a dark crimson edge, its surface still stained with the Serpent King's blood, emanating a faintly sweet metallic scent. Beside it, a fist-sized red wave crystal lay quietly on the ground, resembling a heart frozen in flame, radiating a weak but steady red glow. However, as Lin Yu examined the crystal more closely, his brow furrowed slightly. Beneath the crystal's clear exterior, he caught sight of an unusual shadow, as if some foreign object was imprisoned within, clearly different from the sample the blacksmith Li had shown him. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. You have discovered an anomaly in the red wave crystal. Do you wish to extract the object within? Warning: extraction will damage the red wave crystal. Extract it. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. Whatever treasure Tuord had refused to surrender even unto death must hold secrets, and now that an anomaly had appeared, he couldn't possibly let it pass. As for the damage, that was a problem for whoever had to complete the quest was only responsible for bringing the crystal back, and no one had specified it needed to be in perfect condition. As his words fell, the red wave crystal suddenly burst forth with an even more intense red light than before, like molten gold under a blazing sun. The next second, the crystal's surface cracked with a sharp snap, accompanied by a soft shattering sound as an unremarkable envelope slipped through the fissure and landed steadily in Lin Yu's palm. Actually a letter? He pocketed the still warm red wave crystal and focused on the yellowed envelope in his hand. The thing Tuord had sworn to protect with his life was merely a letter? The only reasonable explanation was that it contained secrets Tuord would never willingly reveal. After a moment's consideration, Lin Yu tore open the envelope. As the thin paper unfolded, a faint mixture of medicinal herbs and snake blood wafted up, clearly indicating the letter had been stored with Tuord's personal belongings for a long time. Just a few short pages, which he read quickly, yet he stood there for a long while afterward, his expression complex. Because this letter revealed the complete truth about how Cui Jie, the village chief's son from village 332, had been framed, and the true mastermind's communication with the demon clan. No wonder that guy Tolda would rather die than hand over the red wave crystal. After reading the letter from the first page to the last line, Lin Yu finally understood the whole story behind Cui Jie's wrongful conviction. It turned out that Tolda and Cui Jie both belonged to the Lufeng city garrison comrades who had stood shoulder to shoulder defending the city walls. The problem lay with Cui Jie. He was too upright and had inadvertently offended Zhen Yuelin, a high-ranking official in Lufeng city, during a mission, creating a lasting grudge between them. With Zhen Yuelin's power and influence, crushing a lowly soldier with no background would be effortless, but Cui Jie had an excellent reputation in the army, so any direct action would surely invite criticism. Therefore, Zhen Yuelin devised a vicious scheme, framing Cui Jie with the charge of colluding with the demon race. Colluding with demons was an unforgivable criminal amount of military merit could save one's life. The letter detailed clearly how Zhen Yuelin had instructed Tolda to frame Cui Jie complete with times, locations, and secret codes. More importantly, it explained why Tolda had ended up in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. It turned out that to silence him, Zhen Yuelin had framed Tolda with the same charge, forcing the soldier to flee his homeland and even burn his own skills just to survive. With this letter, maybe Brother Cui still has a chance. Lin Yu carefully tucked the letter into his chest, excitement flashing in his eyes. The old village chief had treated him well, even entrusting him with the family heirloom God-tier skill enhancement book. He absolutely couldn't stand by and do nothing about Cui Jie's situation. A plan quickly formed. First complete the quest, then immediately return to newbie village 332 to deliver the letter to the old village chief and give the old man hope. With this thought, he wasted no more time, allocated all 15 newly acquired free attribute points to attack, and set off on his journey home. Newbie village 331, the blacksmith shop. Sparks flew and the anvil thundered as blacksmith Li remained absorbed in swinging his hammer, as if nothing in the world mattered except forging iron. Li, the world's greatest blacksmith, I'm here to submit my quest. Lin Yu approached the forge and respectfully presented the red wave crystal with both hands. I didn't expect you to actually pull it off. Blacksmith Li suddenly set down his hammer and took the crystal for a closer look, his eyes filled with shock. He had already learned from the server-wide announcement that the Serpent King Tolda had been slain, but seeing the trophy with his own eyes still left him unsettled. Even he would have struggled against Tolda. Yet this level 9 kid had actually beheaded the Serpent King, truly defying all expectations. Mission accomplished. Lin Yu smiled slightly, then stared at Blacksmith Li with anticipation in his voice. Blacksmith Li, what about the reward? Though this crystal has suffered some damage, since the quest is complete, I, Li Yutian, will never go back on my word. Blacksmith Li shot him a look and stored the red wave crystal in his storage ring. The next moment, the ring flashed with green light, and a set of dark green equipment appeared out of thin air. Just as you requested the spirit turtle set. True to its name, it has no special advantages except high defense. Handing the equipment to Lin Yu, Blacksmith Li began introducing the gear set. Upon hearing the words spirit turtle set, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the name indeed carried a certain turtle-like essence, and paired with the bright green color, it truly lived up to its reputation. Despite his thoughts, he didn't hesitate and reached out to take the equipment. The next second, a familiar semi-transparent panel appeared in his vision. Spirit Turtle Set Black Iron. Effect 1, Attack Power 150. Effect 2, Defense 520. Effect 3, Health Points 1600. Effect 4, Movement Speed 20. 6-piece Set Effect 1, Defense 1000. 8-piece Set Effect 2, Spirit Turtle Shield upon activation, grants a shield lasting 30 minutes. Shield value maximum defense 300, no consumption, 5-hour cooldown. His pure defense build is truly ruthless. Lin Yu clicked his tongue. The stats were higher than many bronze sets, but what really caught his attention was that 300 defense shield. With his current defense approaching 7,000, activating the shield would grant him over 20,000 points more than double his own health. He immediately changed equipment in front of Blacksmith Li. The set included 8 pieces: helmet, armor, weapon, leg guards, boots, ring, belt, and necklace. His original Blood Snake Blade and Ghost Scorpion boots were automatically returned to his inventory by the system. After completing the equipment change, he immediately opened his personal attribute panel. Nickname, Jiyu. Level, 100,100. Class, Warrior. Health, 127, 261, 2726. Energy, 250,250. Attack, 1,318. Defense, 8,057. Movement speed, 20. Talent, Absolute Defense Semi-Divine Level LV3. Skills, Soul Chain Passive, Divine Level LV1. Spring of Light Passive, SS Level LV1. Taunt Active, SS Level LV2. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment, Spirit Turtle Set Black Iron. The defense value of 8057 on the panel greatly pleased Lin Yu, just one step away from 9,000. Even better, Absolute Defense had now reached level 3, automatically increasing defense by 0.05 per second, meaning he could break 9,000 in less than 6 hours. Taunt had also advanced to level 2 with the skill book's enhancement, extending its duration from 3 minutes to 7 minutes while reducing the cooldown to 2 hours. The gains from the 10,000 Serpents Valley expedition were truly substantial, and he felt even more confident about destroying the newbie village. After a brief comparison, he noticed that while the Spirit Turtle Warblade was stable, its attack power was nearly half weaker. After a moment's consideration, he switched his weapon back to the Blood Snake Blade. With his current defense, very few could penetrate his armor, and the Spirit Turtle Shield wasn't always necessary. Damage output was the immediate priority. Thank you, Blacksmith Li. After making the adjustments, Lin Yu clasped his hands and smiled at the blacksmith, clearly quite satisfied with the equipment set. This is what you deserve. Blacksmith Li waved his hand to indicate there was no need for courtesy, then asked curiously, "By the way, adventurer, do you know why the red wave crystal was damaged?" Although the crystal's minor cracks didn't prevent crafting gold-level equipment, he had always pursued perfection and inevitably wanted to understand the cause. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat, wondering if his secret had been discovered, but his face remained calm. "It was already like this when I obtained it. I'm not clear about the specific reason." "I see." Seeing that he couldn't get any answers, Blacksmith Li didn't pursue the matter further. "Then I'll take my leave." Lin Yu quickly clasped his hands and departed, fearing he might reveal something if he stayed longer. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Blacksmith Li frowned and muttered to himself, could the red wave crystal's damage really be related to that young man? Logically, red wave crystals were tough and extremely difficult to damage, and those cracks looked like they appeared after something was extracted from within. Moreover, most importantly, those marks were clearly recent. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Lin Yu headed straight for the teleportation array in the starter village. Along the way, he walked briskly, his mind repeatedly going over what he needed to do next: deliver the letter he had just obtained to the village chief of starter village number 332. Once this letter reached the chief's hands, it would immediately clear Cui Jie's name, allowing the old man to stop worrying day and night as he had been doing. More importantly, once this recantation evidence was presented to Lufeng City, even if the mastermind behind it all had great power, they wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble before the Temple Alliance, and saving Cui Jie would just be a matter of time. At the home of the old village chief in starter village number 332, Lin Yu pushed open the door and entered. After brief pleasantries, he immediately handed over the letter with both hands. The old village chief sat upright at his desk, reading carefully from beginning to end. With each page he turned, his grip tightened, until the last word fell into his sight, and his cloudy eyes had quietly reddened. Previously, his unconditional belief in Cui Jia had stemmed only from trust in his son's character and blood kinship. Now, this letter had finally transformed that trust into solid evidence. Honored adventurer, thank you. The old man took a deep breath and solemnly folded the letter, tucking it into his chest like a precious treasure. Jia's wrongful conviction can finally be overturned. Cui Jia was his only son, and seeing this glimmer of hope, he could barely contain his excitement. You're too kind, village chief. Lin Yu smiled slightly, his tone firm. When I have the ability to reach Lufeng City, I will definitely clear Brother Cui's name. If not for the divine level skill enhancement book the old village chief had given him back then, his absolute defense could never have evolved to semi-super divine level. Since he had made a promise, he would never break his word, no matter what price he had to pay. The old village chief bowed again in gratitude. Then this old man thanks you once more, young master Lin Yu. If you ever need anything in the future, just ask, and this old man will do everything in his power to help. As he spoke, he had already changed his address from adventurer to young master Lin Yu, clearly showing increased trust. You're too kind, village chief. Lin Yu waved his hand to indicate such formality wasn't necessary, then suddenly remembered another important matter. However, I do have something I'd like to ask you about. Oh, the old village chief was slightly surprised, then smiled even more warmly. Please speak freely, young master. This old man will tell you everything he knows. In his eyes, Lin Yu was the key to saving his son, so he was naturally willing to return the favor. Lin Yu's expression grew serious. Village chief, how much do you know about resurrection altars? Now that his strength had greatly increased, while he had some confidence in destroying the starter village, he still worried about unexpected complications. If he could learn more intelligence about resurrection altars in advance, it would undoubtedly give him another advantage. Given the village chief's position, his knowledge in this area would certainly exceed that of others. Resurrection altars? Upon hearing these 4 words, the old village chief was clearly astonished. After all, resurrection altars shouldn't have any connection to Lin Yu as an adventurer. Though quite puzzled, he pondered for a moment before responding somewhat awkwardly. Huh, young man, I'm ashamed to say that I don't really know much about the revival altar either. The old man set down his wooden staff, his dry fingers stroking his beard as he struggled to recall, before continuing his explanation. He only knew that the revival altar was something created by the Temple Alliance, apparently designed specifically for adventurers like them. That platform of interwoven white stone and golden patterns had just been completed when they descended from the sky. Although he was the village chief of this starter village, his knowledge of the altar's internal structure and background remained limited. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Such an answer clearly couldn't satisfy his needs. As someone reborn, he possessed some insider knowledge about the revival altar's origins, though it was still far from enough. After a moment's contemplation, he looked up and pressed further. Village chief, have you heard any other information about the revival altar? For instance, does it have any weaknesses? The moment these words left his mouth, he could sense the danger of information leakage. If he wanted to completely destroy the altar, he had to gather intelligence beforehand. Understanding its weaknesses would make his mission twice as effective. Weaknesses? The old village chief's brow furrowed upon hearing this. Such a question inevitably led to thoughts of dangerous intentions. Could Lin Yu be planning something against the altar? However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this suspicion. After all, the altar was primarily for adventurer revival, and Lin Yu, being an adventurer himself, had no reason for such schemes. He raised his hand and shook his head, speaking solemnly. I truly don't know about any weaknesses, but I can say with certainty that if the revival altar were destroyed, you adventurers would never be able to revive again, and this entire starter village would perish as well. At this point, worried that Lin Yu might act rashly, the old man added a warning. Furthermore, whoever destroys it will be cursed by the Temple Alliance and can never receive temple baptism again. What? Those who destroy the revival altar will be unable to receive temple baptism? Lin Yu's expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil, a chill running down his spine. In the Divine Demon Continent, advancement required completing temple baptism at various city temples. Otherwise, one's level could never progress. According to the village chief, those who destroyed the altar would be stripped of this qualification. In other words, if he actually went through with it, would he have no path to leveling up in the future? At this thought, Lin Yu felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He finally realized he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Mordekaiser from the very beginning. Regardless of whether he completed the mission, he would struggle to maintain his standing with the Temple Alliance. If he didn't complete the mission, he would die. If he destroyed the altar and consequently the starter village, though the mission would be complete, Losing temple baptism would leave him unable to level up through normal channels, essentially making him useless. As for finding alternative methods, the possibility was extremely low. Even if such methods existed, at this stage before the great catastrophe had arrived, this was still just a game after all. This meant that if he wanted to continue advancing, he would have to follow the undead path that Mordekaiser, the undead scourge, had laid out for him. Lin Yu's heart trembled as he cursed inwardly. That bastard. Mordekaiser's cunning far exceeded his expectations. To force him into inheriting the undead path, he had actually resorted to chess-like scheming, locking down the advancement route except for the undead path. There was no way to progress further. Lin Yu recalled how he had destroyed the newbie village overnight, just to extract from Mordekaiser why the latter had seen through his identity, then planned to leave for good. The result? How naive. Looking back now, it was one trap after another. The opponent had clearly made up his mind from the start. No matter how much Lin Yu struggled, he would ultimately have to walk the undead path to the end. Even that originally extremely dangerous Abyss trial, Lin Yu was beginning to suspect whether Mordekaiser had secretly orchestrated it. After all, since the opponent could accurately reveal his true identity, this speculation wasn't unfounded. At this thought, his mouth twitched, his mind filled with speechlessness. This was the first time he'd encountered such a forceful divine inheritance situation. This damn divine inheritance was really being shoved down his throat? Was his charm so great that even old monsters found him irresistible regardless of gender? Young man, what's wrong? The old village chief noticed Lin Yu's expression instantly darken and frowned, feeling uneasy. As someone with decades of experience, based on Lin Yu's reactions, he could almost certainly tell that this young powerhouse probably had ulterior motives regarding the resurrection altar. Nothing, village chief. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. I won't disturb you any further. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forced a strained smile, and bowed to the village chief, his robes fluttering. He turned and left without stopping now. He had to find Mordekaiser as soon as possible and get to the bottom of all this. I hope he won't do anything foolish. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, the old village chief murmured with a complex expression. Newbie Village 332, tucked away in an extremely remote corner. Stepping out from the village chief's house, Lin Yu paused briefly, his consciousness diving deep into his mind as he attempted to communicate with Mordekaiser, the undead scourge. After a moment of silence, his consciousness found nothing but emptiness, not even the slightest response. It was as if the deity had never appeared at all. Holy crap, this guy really is treating me like his permanent host? Lin Yu rubbed his temples, his mouth twitching. To think he could make a god so shamelessly persistent in passing down his legacy, what kind of charm was that? Complaints aside, he quickly regained his composure. Even if forced upon him, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least the path to godhood now lay before him. According to his memories from his previous life, becoming a god in the divine demon continent was incredibly demanding. One either needed to receive a complete divine inheritance or gain recognition from the heavenly Tao through absolute strength. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation, they would remain stuck at mortal limits. If he could inherit Mordekaiser's power, he would possess the foundation for godhood. Thinking of the countless powerful figures throughout history who had fallen short at this final step, he actually felt somewhat fortunate. As for Mordekaiser's origins and future troubles, with his current abilities, there was nothing he could do to change that. Better to seize the benefits at hand and take things one step at a time. Perhaps opportunities would arise later. For Lin Yu, the most practical immediate gain was still the quest reward, a god-tier talent. Throughout the entire game, such talents were at the absolute pinnacle, something any powerhouse would desperately covet. Returning his consciousness to reality, he looked down at his equipment. The blood snake blade gleamed with dark crimson light. The spirit turtle armor set stood solid as a rock. In comparison, the light sword and berserker boots had become obsolete. Since they're outdated, might as well sell them for resources, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Both pieces were of decent quality. The light sword was bronze tier and could even rank on the equipment leaderboards, while the berserker boots, though only high-tier black iron, could still fetch a good price. However, game rules required equipment to be at full durability when sold or gifted, and both pieces had dropped below 50 durability. With this in mind, he immediately turned around and headed straight for the village blacksmith. Every newbie village's blacksmith shop had a similar layout. Blazing forges, hammers and anvils scattered about, iron shavings flying. The only difference was the craftsman at the helm. Village 331 had Li Yu, while here stood a middle-aged blacksmith named Noah Chi, his face covered in a full beard. Lin Yu handed over the light sword and berserker boots, along with 2 silver coins for repair costs. Noah Chi examined the equipment and silently began hammering away. After more than 10 minutes of sparks flying, the equipment looked brand new, their durability restored to 100. Taking back the repaired equipment, Lin Yu left the blacksmith shop, opened the trading interface, and listed the light sword and berserker boots on the trading market, setting their prices at 100 gold coins and 20 gold coins respectively. Since it was still early in the game and both pieces of equipment were high-level, the prices weren't steep. Lin Yu wasn't worried about finding buyers. Before listing the equipment on the trading platform, he first hit his eye after the Xiao incident. He absolutely didn't want to become a target again. Shortly after the equipment information was updated, his message box lit up with a private message from Xiao Xiao. Xiaoranqing City. Junior Lin Yu, did you really kill the Serpent King Tord? As one of China's 10 major families, the Xiao family had established an extensive intelligence network in Divine Demon Continent, and nothing in the trading market escaped her notice. The Sword of Light had just been listed, combined with the sudden appearance of the silver-grade Blood Snake Blade on the rankings, and considering the anonymous system announcement about Tord's death, the answer was obvious. Lin Yu didn't deny it. Senior Xiao, what's up? Selling the Sword of Light essentially announced that he already possessed a better weapon, and today's newly acquired Blood Snake Blade confirmed this fact. Xiaoranqing City, I knew it was you. I'm just curious. She was indeed merely surprised single-handedly killing a bronze boss before reaching level 10 would shock anyone. Seeing Lin Yu's silence, Xiao Xiao tactfully changed the subject. You mentioned having some business in the newbie village. How's that going? Lin Yu, not finished yet, still need more time. Xiaoranqing City, well, when you're done, I'm still waiting for you to help me with my class change quest. Lin Yu, okay. The conversation ended, and he closed the chat window. Ding, you have a new message. 2 system notifications popped. Yup, equipment sold out. With equipment scarce in the early stages and reasonable pricing, the Sword of Light and the other item were quickly bought up, adding a full 120 gold coins to his account. With 120,000 Chinese yuan in hand, Lin Yu's lips curved upward. While there's still time, I should prepare to destroy the resurrection altar, he murmured to himself. The spirit turtle set combined with the blood snake blade had dramatically boosted his combat power, but with the newbie village's survival at stake, he had to ensure absolute success. Just as he was about to set out, a new private message made him pause. Xin Xiangyin, Little Lin, I triggered a dungeon. Wanna come? A dungeon? Lin Yu was slightly stunned as memories flooded back. In his previous life, Ling Xin had also triggered the same dungeon with excellent rewards, but due to insufficient combat power, she couldn't complete it and would regret it every time she mentioned it. Back then, he hadn't yet started playing this game and could only comfort her to let it go. Now with a second chance, he absolutely wouldn't let the tragedy repeat. Lin Yu, send me your location, I'll be right there. After all, he still had plenty of time before destroying the resurrection altar, so he might as well help Ling Xin complete this dungeon. Of course, if he could gain something to enhance his strength from it, that would definitely be a good thing for him. In the game Demon and Divine Continent, once players add each other as friends, they can send messages across different starter villages. Therefore, Lin Yu could receive the message that Ling Xin casually sent from Starter Village 331 provided they had already added each other as friends. Starter Village 331. Lin Yu rushed along the path, pushing his speed almost to the limit. In less than half an hour, he reached the outdoor map area of Silver Moon Lake and met up with Ling Xin, who had been waiting for quite some time. It was here that the wild monster Silver Moon Turtle had dropped a dungeon scroll, which led to what Ling Xin called their first dungeon run. Little Lin, should I invite you to team up and enter the dungeon now? Ling Xin waved the scroll around, her eyes practically overflowing with excitement. Yeah. Lin Yu nodded, equally curious about the Silver Moon dungeon. Ding, a system notification interrupted them both. Your friend Xin Xiangyin has invited you to form a team. Do you accept? Lin Yu directly clicked accept. Little Lin, which mode should we choose? Ling Xin handed over the team leader position, her tone full of anticipation. With her current abilities, she could only provide support in the dungeon. Whether they could clear it would depend entirely on Lin Yu. Abyss mode. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. His mind quickly ran through the dungeon difficulty rankings. Easy, normal, hard, hell, abyss. He had successfully solo cleared the previous abyss trial. And now with even stronger attributes, as long as the boss wasn't above level 30, he had nothing to fear. As soon as he spoke, the system countdown appeared. You are about to enter Silver Moon Dungeon. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the numbers reached 0, their vision went black. When they opened their eyes again, they were standing in a dim, damp, and cold cave. Water seeped through the stone walls. The air carried a faint musty smell, and occasional water drops fell from overhead, creating tiny echoes. Ahead of them was a pool of moon silver-colored water, thick like molten metal, glowing eerily, and casting the cave's ceiling in a ghastly pale light. Is this the Silver Moon Dungeon? Why aren't there any monsters? Ling Xin looked around, filled with curiosity about the empty scenery. Lin Yu, however, frowned as he gripped his spear tighter, his gaze scanning back and forth through the shadows. The dungeon style was different from the Abyss trial, so he didn't dare let his guard down. Crazy girl, watch out. Just as Ling Xin was about to approach the silver pool to investigate, the surface suddenly churned violently, and a water column as thick as an arm burst forth, carrying an icy wind straight toward her face. 106. Lin Yu's warning came in time, but Ling Xin was still half a beat too slow. The water column struck her shoulder hard, instantly vaporizing a chunk of her health bar. Holy crap, Ling Xin gasped and quickly retreated to Lin Yu's side. As an archer, her health wasn't high to begin with, and this single hit had taken away nearly one-fifth of it. Once the two had taken their positions, the creature in the pool finally surfaced. The water exploded upward as a massive turtle, gleaming silver all over with a diameter of nearly 6 feet, slowly emerged from its shell. Its bulging eyes fixed intently on the shore. Following closely behind, 3 identical companions crawled out one after another, their 4 pairs of jet-black fangs glinting coldly in the moonlight. Silver Moon Turtle Elite LV-10. HP, 78007800. Energy, 150,200. Attack, 102. Defense, 105. Skills, high-pressure water gun, water arrow technique, ice seal. Description, native residents of Silver Moon Pool, one shot one little friend. This Silver Moon dungeon was completely different from the previous Abyss trial right from the start. They faced elite monsters with significantly higher health than ordinary elite creatures. But for Lin Yu, this was still nothing to worry about. He gave Ling Xin a few brief instructions, then drew his blood snake blade and shot toward the pool's edge like a shadow. Seeing this, Ling Xin quickly drew her longbow, tensing up and preparing to provide support at any moment. Clang! The metallic clash had barely faded when whoosh, air was torn by the blade. 2 damage numbers appeared in succession above the lead Silver Moon Turtle's head. 7,332. 66.6. The massive gap was crystal clear. Lin Yu, with his attack power exceeding 2,400, nearly killed the target in one strike, while Ling Xion's arrow left only an encouraging 2-digit number. Hiss, over 7,000. Ling Xion gasped. She and Lin Yu were both level 10, but as an archer, her damage was only 1% of his. For a moment, she even wondered who was really the archer and who was the warrior who had ever seen a same-level warrior's damage crush an archer's by 100 times. Lin Yu had no time to acknowledge her amazement. His blade flashed again, and in less than half a minute, the 4 Silver Moon Turtles that had seemed so formidable moments before lay dead by the water's edge, their shells covered in cracks. A silver beam of light rose from the pool's center, indicating the entrance to the next stage. Only then did Ling Xion snap out of her shock, staring excitedly at Lin Yu. Shaolinzi, your damage is way too ridiculous. Your attack power must have broken 2,000, right? The forums had recently revealed the damage calculation algorithm for Gods and Demons Continent. And based on the damage she'd just witnessed, she could roughly estimate that Lin Yu's attack was definitely no less than 2,000. Yeah, I got a silver equipment piece. It's around 2,400 now. Lin Yu nodded without hiding anything. 2,400? Ling Xion nearly lost her footing. At level 10 with an ordinary bow, her attack had just broken 200. Even with some light spending on iron equipment, it would only reach just over 300. But Lin Yu, a level 10 warrior, had reached 2,400. Silver equipment? Ling Xion suddenly thought of the leaderboards. Lin Yu, are you the hidden master who killed the bronze boss? Currently, there was only one silver item on the equipment rankings, and that piece was rumored to have dropped from killing the king of 10,000 serpents. If Lin Yu claimed to have it, that naturally meant the rumor was about him. Besides me, who else in the newbie village could do it? Lin Yu rolled his eyes, quite speechless at this crazy woman's questioning. Getting confirmation, Ling Xion unconsciously swallowed and stared blankly at Lin Yu. That was a bronze boss. Crazy woman, what are you spacing out for? Let's move to the next stage. Lin Yu felt his scalp tingle under her burning gaze and had to change the subject. Oh, only then did Ling Xion snap back to reality and follow Lin Yu into the silver beam of light, disappearing into the cave. Entering the second level, the dungeon scenery hadn't changed much. It was still a damp cavern with a pool containing silvery water. The only difference was that the area was somewhat larger. The painful lesson from being drawn to the pool last time was still fresh in her memory, so Ling Xion had learned her lesson this time. She stood far behind Lin Yu, no longer rashly approaching. The two stayed by the cave wall, where the humid air carried a sweet, fishy moisture. Their footsteps echoed against the rock walls and soon disturbed new enemies. 8 Silver Moon Turtles simultaneously emerged from the water's surface, their silver-white shells gleaming coldly in the dim light. The number had doubled, but their attributes were almost identical to the previous level. Lin Yu felt confident as he stepped forward with his sword, executing strikes, dodges, and finishing blows in one fluid motion. As the last Silver Moon Turtle flipped over and sank to the bottom of the pool, the system notification sounded, and the two successfully entered the third level. Upon reaching the third level, the scene before them changed dramatically. The damp cavern was gone, replaced by a massive silver lake that was half ice, half water. The lake's surface was mirror-like, with thin ice floating on top. Lin Yu and Ling Xian stood on the only piece of land in the center of the Lakia circular area, about 10 meters across as icy wind pierced through their collars. Ding! You have entered the extreme cold domain and are affected by freezing effects. Attack speed and movement speed reduced by 10. As soon as the system notification ended, bone-chilling cold swept over them, turning their breath into white mist. Ling Xian, be careful. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the final level. Lin Yu surveyed their surroundings, gripping his sword tightly. Extreme cold domains usually only appeared in boss battles, which meant the real challenge was about to begin. Sure enough, the system announced again. Ding! Warning! The Silver Moon Turtle King will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please be advised. Ding! Warning! The Silver Moon Turtle King will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please be advised. Xiao Linzi, the boss is coming soon. What should we do? Facing a boss for the first time, Ling Xian's voice trembled uncontrollably, her fingertips gripping the bow turning slightly pale. Don't be afraid. Just stay behind me when the time comes, and leave everything to me. Lin Yu's voice was steady, clearly confident. Based on the difficulty of the first 2 levels, this boss definitely wouldn't be stronger than the undead assassin. For him now, this was nothing more than a living target with thick health and high defense. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously calm lake surface suddenly began to boil. A massive whirlpool with a diameter of 5 meters appeared, with water currents carrying broken ice rising into a column. From the center of the whirlpool, a giant silver shadow was lifted up. The Silver Moon Turtle King. This giant turtle was entirely silver white, with a shell diameter exceeding 5 meters. Thick armor plates were layered upon each other, and a single ice blue horn grew from the center of its forehead, gleaming with cold light. The giant turtle roared as it leaped from the water, scattering lake water everywhere as ice shards rained down at their feet like precipitation. At the same time, the attribute panel appeared before both of them. Silver Moon Turtle King, Black Iron, level 15. Health, 155, 000 000. Energy, 400400. Attack, 309. Defense, 320. Skills, High Pressure Water Gun, Wave Strike, Extreme Cold Domain, Ice Shield, Berserk, Frost Attack. Average attack power, but health and defense are considerably higher than the undead assassin. Lin Yu quickly made his assessment. Seeing his calm expression, Ling Xian's anxious heart settled considerably. She quietly hid behind Lin Yu while already knocking an arrow to her bowstring. Wild winds howled across the lake surface. The temperature continued to drop, and ice rapidly spread to beneath their feet. However, for Lin Yu now, this was nothing more than a living target. However, for Lin Yu, the only thing he needed to worry about was this creature escaping. The dungeon space before him was as vast as an underground bay, and once the Silver Moon Turtle King dove into the depths, intercepting it would become extremely troublesome. Splash! While Lin Yu was contemplating, the Silver Moon Turtle King struck first. It raised its massive turtle claws, stirring up waves several meters high that came crashing down from above, the thunderous sound of water echoing off the stone walls. Whoosh! Before the waves could strike their target, Lin Yu had already raised his blade to meet them. The blood serpent blade traced a crimson arc, slicing the water curtain to pieces in a single strike, sending droplets scattering everywhere. Watch out for sneak attacks while I deal with this guy, he said, turning to warn Ling Xian before his figure shot forward like a blur, charging toward the boss. Knowing her own limitations, Ling Xian immediately found cover behind a protruding boulder, peeking out with half her face to watch the battle. In the next instant, Lin Yu leaped into the air, raising the blood serpent blade high above his head. Whoosh! The blade cut through the air, its crimson light streaming like silk. 3655. The blade struck hard against the turtle shell, and bright red damage numbers appeared. Roar! The Silver Moon Turtle King bellowed in pain, its massive body thundering upward as its enormous shadow engulfed Lin Yu. Immediately after, 2 turtle claws the size of meditation cushions came crashing down with fierce wind. Clang! A crisp sound like clashing metal erupted. Surprisingly, despite its apparent size advantage, the Silver Moon Turtle King was sent flying backward after the collision, crashing heavily to the ground. 3602. New damage numbers appeared. At the same time, Lin Yu's arm and the blood serpent blade surface became covered with a thin layer of ice, the cold spreading and noticeably slowing his attack speed and movement. This beast truly lives up to being a dungeon boss. It definitely has some tricks, Lin Yu muttered, shaking off the ice fragments with grudging admiration. Though the Silver Moon Turtle King's attacks couldn't break through his defense of over 8,000, they came with freezing and slowing effects that would have left ordinary players in a passive position long ago. High defense, high health, plus slowing debuffs. This boss was enough to give most teams a headache. Unfortunately for it, it had encountered the anomaly that was Lin Yu. Roar! After hitting the ground, the Silver Moon Turtle King's fury intensified. The silver patterns on its shell lit up as it spat out 3 water columns, each a meter in diameter, like 3 water dragons roaring toward Lin Yu. Clearly, it had abandoned close combat in favor of ranged attacks. The water columns came with fierce momentum, but Lin Yu simply shifted his steps slightly to slip through the gaps between the streams. The splashing water only left a wet mark on his robe's hem without causing any damage. Roar! With its combo attack missing completely, the Silver Moon Turtle King roared in frustration, suddenly turning and sliding toward the nearby lake, its massive tail scraping deep grooves in the ground. It knew clearly that continuing to drag this out would only lead to death. Lin Yu, it's trying to escape. Ling Xian, who had been observing from behind the rock, immediately called out a warning. The dungeon space connected to the lake, and once the boss dove underwater, their progress would be completely stalled. Taunt pull! Lin Yu shouted, skill light flashing as he locked onto the Turtle King. Roar! The taunt hit its mark, and though the Silver Moon Turtle King felt endless reluctance, it could only turn around and charge toward Lin Yu with full fury. However, facing defense exceeding 8,000, its claws and turtle palms could only scrape out sparks uselessly, unable to even break through the armor. Even activating Berserk mode proved equally ineffective. The battle's outcome was no longer in doubt. Dozens of moments later, the Blood Serpent blade traced its final arc. Thud! The massive turtle shell exploded, and the Silver Moon Turtle King crashed to the ground, dissolving into countless fragments of light. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Hidden Nickname for completing the first clear of Silver Moon Dungeon Abyss mode. This announcement serves to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Hidden Nickname for completing the first clear of Silver Moon Dungeon Abyss mode. This announcement serves to encourage all players to continue their efforts. As the server-wide announcement echoed through the game, it immediately sparked heated discussions among players. Compared to the sensation caused by the previous Abyss trial dungeon, this round of discussion was noticeably more subdued. Players debated back and forth but quickly identified 2 main reasons. First, the Silver Moon dungeon was just a normal difficulty instance. Second, today marked the arrival of the second wave of players, a massive influx of 1 million Chinese players, 10 times the initial batch, dramatically increasing the probability of triggering various dungeons and diluting the prestige of first clear achievements. The outside commotion had nothing to do with Lin Yu and Ling Xian. After finishing the battle, the two stood on the clearing in the center of the Silver Lake, their gazes simultaneously falling on the new system notification that popped up in the center of their screens. Rather than caring about others' discussions, they were more interested in the rewards they had earned. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first clear of Silver Moon Dungeon Abyss mode. Personal rewards. Gold 30, free attribute points 50, experience 50, experience cap reached, actual experience gained 0. Congratulations on completing the first clear of Silver Moon Dungeon Abyss mode. Team rewards. S-rank skill Frost Shot 1. Secret treasure Turtle Breath Jade 1. Skill books 10. Rewards have been automatically distributed to the team inventory. Please check. Ling Xian's gold counter jumped dramatically, skyrocketing from less than 5 gold to 35 gold. She gasped and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, 30 gold for each person." Based on current exchange rates, although gold had depreciated due to the massive player influx, 30 gold could still be exchanged for over 20,000 Chinese yuan, equivalent to the price of a gaming headset. The feeling of breaking even after just one dungeon run seemed almost dreamlike. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at her. "Crazy woman, calm down and share that Frost Shot skill in the team chat, so we can take a look." Since the dungeon was in team mode and Ling Xian was the team leader, Lin Yu couldn't directly access the team reward panel. Oh right. Ling Xian quickly snapped back to attention and shared the skill information in the team channel. Frost Shot passive skill, S-rank LV1. Effect, attacks carry freezing effect, reducing target's attack speed and movement speed by 10 for 3 seconds. Can also trigger with AoE skills. Requirement, Archer class only. Proficiency, 01000, gain 1 proficiency point per attack. Ling Xian gasped again. Whoa, this skill is absolutely perfect for archers. As a veteran player, she understood the weight of this passive ability all too well. Archers excelled at kiting but feared being rushed by melee attackers. Attacks with built-in frost slow was practically the perfect solution. Lin Yu couldn't help but comment. Truly worthy of an S-rank skill. He quickly analyzed the implications. As long as an archer stacked some attack speed, the freezing effect could maintain almost constant coverage on targets. Combined with AoE skills, it would significantly enhance team crowd control capabilities. Attacks with built-in slow effects not only made kiting more effortless, but also provided substantial restrictions against targets attempting to close in for melee attacks. And this was just at level 1 with a 10 reduction to attack speed and movement speed. Lin Yu quickly calculated in his mind. If Frost Shot stacked to maximum layers, how terrifying would the slowing effect be? Even more frightening was its area effect. Nature 1 arrow could sweep across and drag an entire enemy team into the quagmire. At this thought, he couldn't suppress his smile and patted Ling Xian's shoulder. Crazy girl, Congratulations! With this skill, you'll definitely make a name for yourself in the Divine Demon Continent. Ling Xin held the newly bound skill book, her eyes crinkling with joy. She certainly understood the value of this skill, perhaps not enough to make her leap to become the #1 archer, but at least she would no longer be an unremarkable background character. When she later advanced to Flame Archer, the interweaving of fire and frost would be enough to leave a magnificent mark across the entire Divine Demon Continent. Hee, little Lin, I owe this all to you. She scratched her head, somewhat bashfully. Without Lin Yu's strategic planning, she couldn't even have cleared the dungeon, let alone obtained this heaven-defying skill. Lin Yu suddenly remembered something and turned around. Oh right, Ling Xin, share that turtle breath jade on the public screen so I can see it. As a player who had lived 2 lives, he considered himself well-informed, yet he had no concept of this secret treasure and was naturally curious. Ling Xin nodded and immediately projected the item information to the team channel. A light screen appeared, displaying all attributes clearly. Turtle breath, jade, secret treasure. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, none. Effect, turtle breath technique active. Consumes 100 energy points to hide one's aura for 3 hours, stackable. Ineffective against targets 30 levels above the wearer. Effect, purification. Passive, suppresses and conceals all negative auras of the wearer. Active, consumes 20 of maximum energy to immediately purify emotion-based negative states. The moment the data appeared, Lin Yu's heart pounded violently, excitement nearly bursting from his eyes. It had 0 combat attributes, yet in his eyes, this was clearly a top-tier support artifact. Hiding one's aura meant the ability to move undetected. Purifying emotions was an even more crucial life-saving skill. For Lin Yu, it held immeasurable value if he truly inherited the terrifying legacy of the undead scourge, Mordekaiser. His greatest concern was having his undead aura detected by experts. The turtle breath jade perfectly solved this problem. He swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice steady. Crazy girl, it should be fine if I take this turtle breath jade, right? Ling Xin chuckled. Little Lin, what are you saying? Without you, I couldn't have cleared the dungeon at all. I've already got frost shot between this jade and those skill books. Take whatever you want. In her view, forget the jade. If frost shot weren't archer bound, she'd gladly give that to Lin Yu too. Lin Yu looked at her with complex yet gentle eyes, which finally transformed into a soft word of thanks. Thank you, crazy girl. Ling Xion's heart skipped a beat under that gaze, and she quickly looked away. All right, little Lin, stop being so sentimental. We've cleared the dungeon, so we should head out. Lin Yu carefully stored away the skill books and turtle breath jade, nodded in agreement, and the two stepped into the teleportation array. Now that they had cleared the dungeon, there was no point in staying any longer. A blinding flash of white light swept through, and both Lin Yu and Ling Xian were pulled out of the instance. The next second, they found themselves standing before the stone door emanating an eerie blue glow, the very spot where they had first entered the Silver Moon dungeon. The area around the entrance was deserted, with cold wind sweeping past, as if reminding them that this fierce battle had come to an end. Ling Xian glanced up at her character panel, where the number 10 gleamed brightly. If the Silver Moon dungeon hadn't dragged on for so long, she would have already headed to the main city to complete her class change. With no time to linger, she waved goodbye to Lin Yu and hurried along the cobblestone road leading to the main city, her figure quickly disappearing into the bustling crowd of players. Lin Yu didn't follow. His main quest remained destroy the newbie village. With the mission incomplete, he couldn't leave. As for the 2 rare items dropped in the dungeon, the Soul Chain and Flame Archer class change book, he hadn't given them to Ling Xin yet either. First, he planned to deal with these spoils of war after destroying the newbie village. Second, given Ling Xion's current attributes, even the bond attribute boost the Soul Chain could provide him would be negligible. After seeing Ling Xion off, Lin Yu returned to the newbie village. He intended to stock up on potions and provisions at the general store and apothecary. There might only be one chance to destroy the resurrection altar, and if he failed, getting another opportunity would be nearly impossible. For this single chance, he had to maximize his condition and ensure a decisive strike. As he walked down the path back to the village, Lin Yu suddenly heard a series of system notifications, with golden text scrolling across the sky in a server-wide announcement. Ding! Congratulations to player Bloodwolf for obtaining an Strength Hidden Class Azura Berserker class change book. This announcement is made to encourage all players to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to player Bloodwolf for obtaining an Strength Hidden Class Azura Berserker class change book. This announcement is made to encourage all players to keep up the good work. Ding! Congratulations to player Bloodwolf for obtaining an Strength Hidden Class Azura Berserker class change book. This announcement is made to encourage all players to keep up the good work. In just 2 or 3 days, a massive influx of new players had flooded the Divine Demon Continent. The frequency of special rewards had noticeably increased, showing that competition was becoming increasingly fierce. Lin Yu looked up at the continuously refreshing golden announcements, his eyebrows slightly raised. The more people there are, the greater the competition. Before, everyone was operating solo, but now with large guilds, even 1,000 players can overwhelm a boss through sheer numbers. He silently weighed the situation. His individual advantage was being diluted by these human wave tactics. The golden light in the sky hadn't yet faded as he stepped through the stone archway into the newbie village. The shopkeepers were busy checking out a batch of new players, with red and blue potions nearly sold out on the shelves. Lin Yu took a deep breath and began making final preparations for the upcoming decisive battle. It looks like I need to pick up the pace too. When Lin Yu logged off, it was already 6 in the morning. Only 2 short hours remained until the next day's online refresh. Over the past few hours, he had been frantically busy, making thorough preparations for the upcoming Destroy the Newbie Village operation. Relying on the passive effect of absolute defense, he had forcibly stacked his defense to an astounding 9,527 points. At the same time, he spared no expense, spending hundreds of gold coins to completely clear out all the health potions from the newbie village shop. Although the skill book he had learned just last night had upgraded Spring of Light to level 2, increasing the life percentage recovery to 0.5, that slow, time-based healing rhythm was utterly useless in intense combat when facing a real enemy who would patiently wait for you to slowly regenerate health. After the health potions were cleared out, the public chat had exploded with countless players cursing him as despicable. Lin Yu didn't even bat an eyelash. Better his fellow players die than himself. With his own survival hanging by a thread, he had no time to play the saint. Exiting the game, he casually turned off the lights, took a quick cold shower, and collapsed onto his bed, immediately falling into deep sleep. Tonight, he had to execute the newbie village destruction plan in peak condition. Any mistake caused by fatigue could ruin everything. At the same time, in a luxurious penthouse suite in a high-rise building in Qing City, lights blazed brightly. Though darkness still lingered outside the windows, Xiao Xiao inside stared at the projection beside the table, her brow deeply furrowed. You're saying Lin Yu has been online all night and still hasn't left the newbie village? Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Yes, Xiaozhan reported from below. According to feedback from our people, Lin Yu returned to the newbie village last night, frantically bought health potions, but then neither fought monsters nor took quests. Instead, he went to find the NPC in charge of the teleportation array to drink. Hearing this bizarre behavior, Xiaozhan shrugged, indicating he couldn't make sense of it either. Xiao Xiao knew well that Lin Yu's defense was at an abnormal level. Ordinary players simply couldn't break through it. Combined with his recovery skills, theoretically he had no need to stockpile health potions to this extent. Yet not only had he bought out the entire shop, he was also drinking with NPCs. This series of actions looked like nothing but mysterious behavior. Could he be planning to challenge some major boss? She murmured to herself, but immediately dismissed the idea. If he were really going to fight a boss, what kind of preparation would drinking with an NPC be? Seeing his sister still pondering, Xiaozhan tentatively suggested, Sister, why don't you go ask him directly? Top players had now generally reached level 11, with the first-ranked Xiahou Qingqing even at level 12, while Lin Yu remained trapped in the newbie village. If the gap continued to widen, that priceless god-tier class change book would essentially be wasted in his hands, representing a massive loss for the Xiao family. Xiao Xiao remained silent for several seconds, then finally shook her head. Not for now. Let's see what he does next. Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively and frowned. As a fellow reborn soul, she understood Lin Yu's style. Although he could be unpredictable at times, he never acted without purpose. Especially since Lin Yu still harbored many unfulfilled wishes from his previous life, he should know better than to act recklessly. All right. Xiaozhan nodded slightly, then stepped closer and lowered his voice. Sister, after yesterday's second round of game account sales, the 10 great families and major factions have all flooded the demon continent with personnel. Several have even discovered hidden classes. Our Xiao family needs to accelerate our leveling speed and ideally secure the first guild establishment slot. With the release of 1 million accounts last night, competition on the Chinese server had reached a fever pitch. Whoever obtained the first guild establishment rights would gain the initial foothold. The Xiao family couldn't afford to fall behind. I understand. Xiao Xiao raised an eyebrow. I'll integrate all the studio resources under the Xiao family and focus on level rushing. She knew that while the Xiao family was considered wealthy in China, they weren't among the elite, and with their second uncle being an ungrateful wolf, their available pieces were limited. Oh, sister, there's something else. As if suddenly remembering, Xiaozhan furrowed his brow. Second uncle has been unusually invested in securing game accounts this time. To grab slots, he's not only sold off considerable assets, but also secretly transferred some shares to other shareholders. A month ago, Xiao Xiao had rushed back from school and instructed Xiao Zhan to secretly monitor their second uncle. Since then, Xiao Zhan had maintained surveillance. Though he didn't understand his sister's intentions, he complied nonetheless. Second uncle is quite willing to sacrifice. Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes, a cold smile playing at her lips. In her previous life, She hadn't noticed second uncle's machinations until the very end, and by the time she wanted to turn the tables, he had already grown too powerful. In this life, while she lacked concrete evidence, she was well prepared and chose to wait and see when the time came for a real confrontation. She was confident she could emerge unscathed or even gain the upper hand. I'm aware of this matter. Xiao Zhan, I'll need you to continue monitoring second uncle. Xiao Xiao turned her gaze to her brother. Sister, if we keep surveilling second uncle like this and he discovers us, I'm afraid Xiao Zhan still harbored concerns, as in his memory, their second uncle had always been kind and pleasant toward the siblings. Xiao Zhan, just do as I say. Xiao Zhao's tone brooked no argument, yet she patted his shoulder reassuringly. Some things wouldn't make sense to you even if I explained them now. When the time is right, I'll naturally tell you everything. All right. Though still confused, Xiao Zhan trusted that his sister wouldn't harm him and nodded respectfully before withdrawing. You've worked hard during this period. Go attend to your duties. Xiao Xiao gestured with her hand, watching her brother leave the room. The door closed, and the room fell silent. Xiao Xiao walked to the window, where morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and struck the glass of tall buildings, creating a blinding golden glare. She squinted, her expression sharp, and murmured to herself, Lin Yu, what exactly are you planning to do in that newbie village? When Lin Yu woke up, it was already around 1:30 in the afternoon. He pushed open his bedroom door and was immediately greeted by the rich, steaming aroma of hot pot wafting from the living room. Ling Xin was humming a cheerful tune while neatly arranging takeout boxes on the dining table. Spicy broth, clear broth, vegetables, and sliced meat lined up in rows, filling the entire table. She was clearly in a great mood. Xiao Linzi, you're awake. I was planning to call you after setting everything up, but your timing is perfect. Go freshen up so we can have a proper feast. I ordered hot pot. Hee. She looked up and tilted her chin toward Lin Yu with a grin. Ling Xin came from a well-off family, and with the 30 gold coins they'd earned from clearing the Silver Moon dungeon yesterday, she'd cashed out over 20,000 yuan in one go, instantly transforming from a paycheck-to-paycheck girl into a newly rich young lady. To treat herself and thank Lin Yu, she'd simply ordered a whole table's worth of food. Lin Yu nodded slightly and headed to the bathroom. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged freshly washed with slightly damp hair, looking completely refreshed as he sat down at the table. Ling Xin casually handed him a chilled beer and shook it. No classes today, want to drink a little? She'd always been straightforward and easygoing. Lin Yu shrugged, popped open the tab right in front of her, and took a big gulp without hesitation. The ice-cold beer went down smoothly, and he didn't even blink. Whoa, Xiao Linzi, since when are you such a heavy drinker? Ling Xion's eyes widened in surprise. In their 3 years of college, she could count on one hand the times she'd seen Lin Yu drink, and even then he'd barely finish half a bottle of beer. Today he was chugging before even touching the foot. It was completely beyond her expectations. Lin Yu shot her a look, but didn't explain. His alcohol tolerance had indeed been poor in the past, but ever since entering Continent of Gods and Demons, his character attributes had gradually enhanced his physical body, and his constitution was no longer what it used to be. Forget one bottle of beer, could easily down a bottle of liquor now. This was just an extra perk of having high stats. Hee, Xiao Linzi, you were absolutely right, this game is something else. Ling Xian poured herself a glass and took a sip, unable to contain her excitement. Those 30 gold coins from yesterday? I cashed out over 20,000. Clearing one dungeon earned as much as others make working hard for a month. It's absolutely insane. Her attributes were lower, so the physical changes weren't as obvious as Lin Yu's, but the sweet taste of easy money had filled her with anticipation for this game. Lin Yu smiled. This was just the early stage of the game. When the later phases arrived, the true advantages of Continent of Gods and Demons would be revealed, and it wouldn't be as simple as just gold farming. Ling Xian suddenly seemed to remember something. She picked up a piece of beef tripe, swished it in the spicy broth a few times, swallowed it, and then looked up. Oh right, Xiao Linzi, I heard today that Su Yao got dumped by Wang Duojin. She seems to be asking around about you everywhere. She's not trying to rekindle things with you, is she? She seemed a bit hesitant as she spoke. About an hour ago, she even called me. I hung up on her directly. I wasn't going to tell you, but I figured you'd have to face it sooner or later, so I decided to mention it. Lin Yu paused with his beer halfway to his lips, his eyebrow slightly raised. Su Yao. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, but after a moment, he looked at Ling Xin and said, What? She contacted you? He knew both Ling Xin and Su Yao well enough to guess her intentions without much thought. Yeah, but I hung up as soon as she started talking. Someone else told me about the breakup. Ling Xin nodded, hiding nothing. Lin Yu fell silent. Xiao Linzi, you're not going soft again, are you? Ling Xin frowned. She knew Lin Yu was sentimental, and it would be such a waste if he fell for that woman again. Just as she was about to persuade him, Lin Yu smiled faintly. Crazy woman, relax. I'm not that desperate. If I really can't hold back, don't I still have you? Who wants to be with you? Ling Xion's pretty face flushed red as she protested coquettishly. Though she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Yu indeed hadn't been trapped by old feelings. After finishing her update about Su Yao's situation, she quickly changed the subject. Xiao Linzi, hurry to the main city once you log in today. The second batch of players entered the server yesterday, and everyone's leveling much faster. When I logged off at noon, Xiao Qingqing, who's first on the leaderboard, was almost level 13. Almost level 13. Lin Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. The later stages became increasingly difficult to level up, so Xiao Qingqing's ability to reach such speed was indeed impressive. Besides her divine-level summoning arts, her family guild must be frantically pouring resources into her. With the current surge in players, all major factions were ready for action, making it not difficult to boost someone up. In his previous life, many people had slowly built themselves up by draining guild resources. However, Lin Yu wasn't worried. With his current foundation, his leveling speed would definitely not be slower than those young masters and misses backed by wealthy families. If anything, it would only be faster. By the way, crazy woman, what other big events happened in the game today? He picked up a slice of beef roll, casually tossed it into his mouth, and asked somewhat unclearly. Ling Xin was well informed, so he was too lazy to browse the forums himself. Oh yes, the forums exploded. Someone got an S-level hidden class. The ID is Moon over West Tower. Moon over West Tower? Lin Yu's eyebrow arched again. That was the alias of Yu Manlu, the second young master of the Yu family, ranked second in China. He had heard of him in his previous life too. But according to his memory, that person had never obtained an S-level hidden class. Could it be that history had already diverged after his rebirth? Do you know what class he got? Lin Yu pressed further. If I remember correctly, it's called God of Wealth. Ling Xin thought for a moment before answering. God of Wealth. Lin Yu's eyebrow arched. Even higher had never heard of this class in his previous life. Apparently, he was the first person to spend 10 billion in the game, which triggered the hidden class. Now the entire forum is discussing it. Money Talks doesn't even begin to describe it. As Ling Xin spoke about this, she couldn't help but sigh. Even letting slip a curse word directly throwing 10 billion into a game was simply a massive gamble. Lin Yu fell into deep thought. While there weren't many people in his previous life who dared to spend 10 billion, among China's top 10 families, at least several had made such investments, yet he had never heard of anyone awakening as God of Wealth. Could it really be that due to certain events, history was beginning to shift? In other words, this life and his previous life were clearly starting to diverge? When Lin Yu logged back into the game, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. He chose this timing because his current online limit was 12 hours. Logging in at 8 tonight meant he would have to log off by 8 tomorrow morning at the latest, which perfectly coincided with the system's daily reset. At that point, he would only need to stay offline for less than a minute before logging back in, allowing him to precisely control his total online time to 24 hours. This was his worst-case scenario. In reality, Lin Yu had no intention of pushing it to the limit. The longer he delayed, the more variables would arise, and the higher the chance that the newbie village would receive reinforcements. Nighttime, when most players and NPCs were resting, was the optimal time to strike. After his character loaded, Lin Yu immediately hid his username, then pulled a hooded cloak from his inventory. Black fabric that covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes visible, making him unrecognizable even to his closest friends. After confirming everything was concealed, he used the cover of dusk to sneak toward the resurrection altar in Newbie Village 331. As night fell completely, the village became noticeably less populated. Limited by the 8th-hour online duration of standard helmets, most players had already begun logging off around this time. At the resurrection altar stood 2 warriors, using the altar's continuous healing to restore their health. As green numbers slowly climbed upward, warm currents seeped into their limbs, causing their faces to relax, as if they were back at a foot massage parlor enjoying a therapist's touch. Centimeter bro, who do you think was such a jerk to buy out all the potions from the shop? Now we have to run back here to heal after just grinding for a few dozen minutes. What a waste of time. The speaker was a warrior with a battle axe at his waist, wearing worn chainmail, with the ID, "Please suck my dick." He had only recently teamed up with his temporary partner, but his complaints were already overflowing. Probably some nouveau riche newbie who popped up out of nowhere, thinking buying out all the health potions makes them invincible? Ridiculous. The player known as Centimeter Bro, whose ID was, "I really have 20 centimeters, kept his eyes closed while enjoying the healing, responding casually. In his view, the culprit was just some clueless fool with too much money. If I catch that bastard, I'll beat the shit out of him. Suck my dick, cursed under his breath, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence and nudged his partner with his elbow. Centimeter Bro, look at that guy up ahead. He's wrapped up like a dumpling. Is he too ugly to show his face? Only then did Centimeter Bro open his eyes. The figure under the cloak was dressed entirely in black, with only a pair of dark eyes reflecting light in the darkness, every distinguishing feature completely obscured. His heart skipped a beat. Could this be the guy that old Li and the others had encountered? He had heard friends mention such an oddball before, but never expected to encounter one himself. What a freak. Maybe he's so ugly he wants plastic surgery. Su Yao and Yozi seemed to have found his entertainment, slapping his thigh while laughing heartily. His earlier displeasure vanished instantly in his view. Just seeing such a weirdo was worth the price of admission. Probably. After all, being too ugly might ruin the city's appearance. Lin Yu chimed in, doubling over with laughter. But their laughter came to an abrupt halt. The oddball, under the cloak, suddenly drew his blade, the edge flashing with cold light in the sunlight, his entire aura instantly shifting from bizarre to menacing. Lin Yu, what we just said. He didn't hear us, did he? Su Yao and Yozi's smile froze on his face like a plaster cast, his voice trembling. Probably not. Lin Yu forced a stiff grin, but couldn't hide his unease. The chill from that long blade told him this person was definitely not benevolent. Before they could finish speaking, they witnessed the most terrifying scene. The figure charged straight at them. Holy crap, he's really coming for us. Su Yao and Yozi was scared out of his wits, jumping up dramatically to cling to Lin Yu. With the blade light getting closer, who wouldn't panic? Slash, 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 slash. For crimson damage, numbers flashed in the air. The two level 10 village guards by the revival altar didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. The two players felt their heads buzzing. Level 10 NPCs killed instantly? That last strike dealt over 6,000 damage. If it had hit them, they could die 10 times over. Even more desperate was that after eliminating the guards, the cloaked figure didn't stop, but continued advancing toward them step by step. Clearly, they were his real targets. The earlier kills were just to kill the chicken, to warn the monkey. Death itself wasn't scary, waiting for death was. Lin Yu and Su Yao and Yozi were nearly in tears, their legs giving out as they dropped to their knees with a thud. Hero, spare us. But the cloaked figure ignored them completely, raising his long blade again and bringing it down toward them. No. Both players were scared witless, closing their eyes in despair to await death. But the expected agony never came. Instead, they heard the ringing clash of metal against stone. They snapped their eyes open to see the long blade hadn't struck them at all, but was hacking at the revival altar's railings. Sparks flew and stone chips scattered as the cloaked figure wielded his blade like wind, seemingly intent on demolishing the entire altar. What the hell was going on? The guy wasn't targeting them at all, was attacking the revival altar instead. What the hell is going on? Is this guy sure he's not blind and seeing things wrong? Centimeter and his companion both rubbed their eyes simultaneously, freezing on the spot. They never expected that the masked figure wouldn't swing his blade at them, but instead charged straight toward the glowing revival altar at the center of the newbie village. Could this idiot be severely nearsighted? One of them couldn't help muttering, though he felt no urge to laugh. The scene of the level 10 NPC being killed in 2 strikes was still vivid in their mind. Could they dare to stay? The two practically tumbled and crawled as they fled into the forest, abandoning their original plans of healing and grinding monsters who knew if that masked figure might suddenly turn around to finish them off. Meanwhile, the masked figure under the cloak remained focused, striking the altar's outer wall with one blow after another, his movements clean and decisive without the slightest pause. Through the fluttering cloak, one could see his sharp, yet steady form was none other than Lin Yu, who intended to destroy the revival altar. He only frowned slightly at Centimeter and his companions' panicked escape, paying them no further attention. At this moment, his sole objective was to dismantle the altar as thoroughly as possible before reinforcements arrived. When about 10% of the altar's outer light barrier had been stripped away, Lin Yu's ears were suddenly pierced by harsh system alerts. Ding! The revival altar is under attack and has temporarily ceased operation. Please be advised. Ding! The revival altar is under attack and has temporarily ceased operation. Please be advised. Ding! The revival altar is under attack and has temporarily ceased operation. Please be advised. Damn it! Lin Yu's expression darkened beneath his mask. He had thought he could destroy it quietly, never expecting the altar to have a zone-wide alert system. Since he was already exposed, he simply increased his speed, striking harder with each blow, sparks flying everywhere. Holy crap, someone's attacking the revival altar. The alert instantly echoed across the skies of Newbie Village 331, causing all online players to stop what they were doing and look toward the altar in bewilderment. Who's so bold? Can't beat the monsters, so they're taking revenge on society. What the hell? If the altar gets destroyed, won't we have nowhere to heal or revive? The commotion spread rapidly. Though most people didn't understand all the consequences of the altar's destruction, they grasped the most direct loss. No healing, no revival. Yesterday the health potions in the shop were suddenly cleared out, and today someone's attacking the altarist. This targeting our Newbie Village 331. In the public chat, a player with the ID Green Forest Hero jumped out indignantly. Having the health potions bought out had already made grinding monsters hellish for everyone, and now something even worse had arrived. Sweet girl above is right. I'm going to the forums right now to expose this publicly. I refuse to believe no one will seek justice. Old Wong from next door called out. Anyone want to join me? Let's head back to the newbie village and make sure we bring this troublemaker who's disrupting our village 331 to justice. Righteous Li Qing was the first to respond. Count me in. We're not going to take this crap. In just moments, Village 331's chat channel was ablaze with passion as players united like never before, determined to catch whoever was disrupting the game's order. Meanwhile, at the revival altar, Lin Yu gripped the blood serpent blade tightly with both hands, his wrist driving the crimson blade light in endless succession. Each slash exploded against the altar with identical damage numbers. 7,335, 7,335, 7,335. The attack speed was still too slow calculated while gritting his teeth. Nearly 15 minutes had passed, and the altar's health bar had only dropped by about 60%, with nearly 4 million hit points still trembling slowly. This is taking too long. Lin Yu knew clearly that the people from the newbie village were definitely already on their way, and it wouldn't be long before they arrived. With his current damage output, destroying the altar before they showed up was nearly impossible. Sure enough, just as his worry settled, a group of people spread out like a fan and charged into view. At the front of the team was Wang Defa, the village chief of Village 331, flanked closely by blacksmith Li Yutian and garrison commander Li Erniaboth NPCs above level 30. Behind the NPCs came the fired-up players, eager to see with their own eyes who dared to attack the revival altar. Wang Defa landed with a dark expression, roaring at Lin Yu. Stop! Who are you to dare destroy the revival altar? If the revival altar was truly destroyed, he as village chief would be held responsible. Lin Yu turned a deaf ear, the blood serpent blade dancing without pause. He understood better than anyone that he had to complete the destruction as quickly as possible. Not a second could be wasted. You're asking for death. A village guard around level 10 seized the chance to show off, charging forward with his spear aimed straight at Lin Yu's chest. Bang! Lin Yu's brow furrowed as his blade swept horizontally. The red gleam arced like lightning, and the attacker was instantly blasted away. The moment he hit the ground heavily, a terrifying number floated above his head. 6,632. Holy crap, over 6,000 damage. The surrounding players watching the spectacle all gasped in unison. Their original anger was instantly replaced by shock as their formation unconsciously shrank back, feet retreating step by step. If that hit had landed on them, they'd die at least 2 or 3 times over. Wang Defa's expression grew even darker, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu's blade. Even he was startled by that damage, which made him temporarily hold back from advancing. Lin Yu continued to ignore all the stares, and after repelling the village guard, once again swung his blade at the revival altar. Suddenly, blacksmith Li Yutian seemed to remember something and cried out, "You're the adventurer who killed the Serpent King Toldred." He recognized the blood serpent blade once wielded by the Serpent King Toldred, now in Lin Yu's hands. What? An adventurer? The crowd erupted, especially the players, all casting looks of disbelief. Staying in the newbie village, one's level couldn't possibly exceed 10, but Lin Yu's terrifying damage output. Could this still be called level 10? So I've been found out. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He didn't care whether others were shocked or not, but he hadn't expected that despite his careful disguise, his identity would still be exposed. Since he had been discovered, Lin Yu offered no excuses. He turned around, looking down at Wang Defa below the steps, his voice calm yet cold. Village chief, I don't wish to be your enemy, nor do I intend to harm anyone. I have only one goal today: to destroy the resurrection altar. The altar's cracked stone surface still flickered with dark red runes, with over 3 million health points remaining before complete destruction. At Lin Yu's current attack speed, he would need at least 10 more minutes of bombardment. If these villagers desperately interfered, even he would be overwhelmed, not to mention that killing NPCs would bring massive red name penalties. Being able to persuade them to retreat would be the most convenient option for him. Since you're an adventurer, why would you want to destroy the resurrection altar? There's no benefit in it for you whatsoever. Wang Defa frowned as he questioned him. He knew clearly that the altar was specifically designed for adventurer resurrection and had nothing to do with their group of NPCs, making Lin Yu's actions utterly baffling. I have my own plans. Lin Yu gripped the blood snake blade tightly, his voice steady and unhurried. I advise the village chief not to interfere, or I'll have no choice but to offend you. He certainly couldn't reveal the secrets about the undead scourge Mordekaiser, as such information would only make the situation uncontrollable. Wang Defa remained amiable, yet carried an undeniable authority. Adventurer, turn back while you still can. If you show sincere remorse, I can plead with the authorities on your behalf. At most, you'll face a few days of confinement, and the matter will be settled. Though his words were gentle, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Meanwhile, a thin rope as black as ink silently slithered into the soil beneath his feet, creeping forward undetected. After sensing the underground movement, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Village Chief Wang, by your tone, it seems we have nothing left to discuss? Negotiations require leverage. Wang Defa's lips curved upward, his expression confident, as if everything was under his control. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Yu sneered coldly, suddenly stomping the ground as his blood snake blade came crashing down with a thunderous roar boom. Stone fragments scattered as a deep crater appeared instantly. When the dust settled, the bottom revealed a section of black rope that had been cleanly severed, its smooth cut still dripping with dark spiritual light. Lin Yu kicked the two pieces of rope toward Wang Defa, his tone icy. As a village chief, resorting to such underhanded sneak attacks, aren't you ashamed? Had he not investigated the demon binding lock's properties beforehand, he might have truly been trapped just now. Wang Defa's pupils contracted sharply as he gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? How did you discover it? He was confident that his demon binding lock was difficult for even veterans like Blacksmith Li to detect. Yet Lin Yu, a mere level 10 adventurer, how could he possibly have noticed it? However, Lin Yu made no response. What answered him was a fierce blade flash. The blood serpent blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, striking Wang Defa's chest viciously. 1201. Caught off guard, Wang Defa's shirt was torn open by the blade energy, leaving a long gash across his chest as fabric scraps scattered in the night wind. Lin Yu immediately retreated several steps, steadying himself while quickly creating distance. A translucent screen then appeared before his eyes. Wang Defa Newbie Village, Chief LV.35. Health, 448,799, 450,000. Energy, 2,600, 2,800. Attack, 3,500. Defense, 1,280. Critical rate, 20. Skills, Demon Binding Lock, Battle Fervor, Solar Fist, Wang Family 10 Slaps, Swift Step. Description: Chief of Newbie Village 331, the strongest warrior in Newbie Village 331. The foundation of a level 35 NPC was truly terrifying. Lin Yu frowned deeply. Despite his panel attack of over 2,000, he had only dealt around 1,200 damage to Wang Defa. At this rate, he would need nearly 400 strikes to kill his opponent. Even so, he showed no intention of retreating. To destroy the resurrection altar without interference, he had to establish his dominance, and Wang Defa was precisely the chicken that needed to be killed first. In the crowd, Wang Defa looked down at the wound on his chest, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to strike first, and his voice turned cold. Adventurer, this village chief originally intended to reason with you, but you refused the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Village Chief Wang, enough talk, let's fight. Today, you and I must settle this. Lin Yu remained calm, gripping his blade with both hands as he lowered his center of gravity. Blacksmith Li and other NPCs gathered around Wang Defa, whispering reminders. Village Chief, that kid isn't simple. Should we all attack together? After all, Lin Yu had killed the Serpent King Tor, leaving them uncertain. If I need a group to handle a mere level 10 adventurer, I might as well stop being village chief. Wang Defa cared most about face. Having his defense broken earlier had already embarrassed him, and if he resorted to ganging up, he would truly become a laughingstock. All of you stand back. Following orders, Blacksmith Li and the others retreated, forming a semicircle but not daring to interfere. Swoosh. Before their conversation ended, Lin Yu struck again. The blood serpent blade, wrapped in dark red energy, slashed directly toward Wang Defa's face. Petty tricks. How dare you show off before an expert? Wang Defa snorted coldly, his feet suddenly shifting as his figure became a blur, appearing behind Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. He formed his fingers into a blade, striking toward Lin Yu's spine with tremendous force. So fast, Lin Yu's heart jumped, but his reaction was half a beat too slow. He could only shout. Damage reflection. Blue light exploded from his body as a protective shield instantly formed. Seeking death. The mockery in Wang Defa's eyes intensified in his view. Such flashy defenses were utterly useless. The watching players had already sentenced Lin Yu to death in their minds, with several even preparing to leave. How could a level 10 player possibly withstand a direct attack from a level 35 NPC? Miss. 1989. Damage reflection. The next second, miss appeared above Lin Yu's head, while a bright red 1989 exploded above Wang Defa's. The previously noisy crowd fell silent for a moment. Then the entire scene erupted into chaos. How is this possible? Am I seeing things correctly? A level 35 NPC attacking a level 10 player and couldn't even break through his defense? And he actually dealt nearly 2,000 damage back to the village chief. This shocking scene struck the crowd like lightning, causing the spectating players to erupt in chaos. This guy must be cheating. Quick, record this, someone in the crowd shouted in alarm, while more people were already raising their hands to activate the recording function, capturing the entire battle between Lin Yu and the village chief to upload to the official website as a report. Previously, Lin Yu's series of ridiculously high damage output was already astonishing enough, and now his defense was equally absurd, naturally leading everyone to suspect foul play. Many players above level 5 in the area could check Village Chief Wang Defa's attribute panel. His attack power of 3,500 was clearly visible. According to the formulas analyzed by forum experts, to take no damage from such an attack, one's defense would need to exceed at least 7,000. Yet Lin Yu, a mere level 10 adventurer, didn't even see his health bar budget completely defied comprehension. 7,000 defense. My level 10 knight only has just over 100. A player couldn't help but gasp in shock. In a corner of the crowd, Centimeter Brother and his partner, who had planned to sneak back to watch the excitement, turned pale as sheets if Lin Yu decided to settle scores later. Dying 100 times wouldn't be enough for them. The two squeezed into the crowd of players, their feet moving swiftly, terrified of catching Lin Yu's attention. Truly worthy of someone who can solo the Serpent King Tour, definitely not someone ordinary players should mess with. Whispered discussions rippled through the spectators. The shock wasn't limited to players. NPCs like Li Yutian also showed dramatic changes in their expressions. Li Yutian considered himself well acquainted with the village chief's strength. Even he would lose most of his health taking a direct hit from Wang Defa. Yet Lin Yu withstood it completely. How could he not be startled? However, the most surprised was Wang Defa himself. Although he hadn't used any skills just now, with his level 35 stats, one punch should have been enough to severely injure Li the blacksmith at level 30, yet it couldn't even tear through Lin Yu's armor. Something's not right. Must have some kind of one-time shield skill. Wang Defa forced his thoughts to calm down after the brief shock. Such life-saving abilities that could block fatal damage were rare, but not unheard of, and this was far easier to accept than believing a level 10 adventurer possessed 7,000 defense. After all, having lived for so many years, he had never heard of such an absurd existence. Compared to truly having 7,000 defense, a one-time protective skill was obviously more reasonable. While Lin Yu's attack power was indeed remarkable, it was largely due to the weapon in his hands, which was still understandable. As for his defense, it was utterly baffling. To achieve such ridiculous durability, one would need at least a full set of defense-oriented silver-tier equipment. Yet Lin Yu's level and resources were clearly nowhere near that threshold. Let's see how many hits you can take. Wang Defa's eyes narrowed as he growled, then suddenly burst forward, his form becoming a blur as he closed in again. His agile figure left a series of afterimages in the air, followed by a thunderous barrage of punches and kicks raining down on Lin Yu. Lin Yu made no attempt to dodge or block, letting the attacks pour over him. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, but Wang Defa's level 35 swift movement was simply too fast. The 25 level gap left him with virtually no chance of even touching his opponent's sleeve. Miss. 1989. Reflect damage. Miss. 1989. Reflect damage. Damage numbers and miss indicators alternated in rapid succession. Wang Defa's assault was fierce, yet it was like hammering on a turtle shell, loud but utterly ineffective. Holy crap, this guy is way too tanky. He's been face-tanking the village chief for a whole minute without losing a single hit point. This has to be a hack, or I'll eat my shoes. Trying to scam free food again? The watching villagers and adventurers erupted in amazement, seeing Lin Yu emerge unscathed from a full minute of relentless assault. As the final strike missed, Wang Defa found his own health bar reduced by half from reflect damage, his expression turning completely grim. He had used several skills, yet still couldn't break through his opponent's defenses. This scene completely shattered his understanding. A mighty level 35 expert, helpless against a mere level 10 adventurer. Village Chief Wang, nothing is impossible. Lin Yu remained calm, his gaze fixed on Wang Defa. I have no desire to be your enemy. Take your people and leave, and we can coexist peacefully. Why gamble with your lives? The words were soft, yet carried an underlying threat. Lin Yu truly didn't want to go on a killing spree, partly because he understood these NPCs were also real lives from a different plane, and partly because mass NPC killing would skyrocket his red name value, and he had no intention of living as a fugitive. As Lin Yu's words settled, whispers immediately arose around them. Li Yutian and several other stronger villagers exchanged glances, their eyes quietly turning to Wang Defa's opponent's outrageous defense truly left them helpless, and forcing the issue would only result in backlash. Compared to the punishment for destroying the resurrection altar, their lives were clearly more important. On the clearing beside the resurrection altar, Wang Defa pressed his lips tight, his face like iron. Lin Yu's recent words had nearly shattered their morale, and even he had almost wavered. But he had no retreat as the village chief of Newbie Village 331. If the altar were destroyed, he would bear the brunt of consequences, ranging from severe punishment to death. Adventurer, your words do have merit. Wang Defa looked up, showing a rare hint of appreciation. To nearly divide us with a single sentence, even I must admire your wisdom. His tone shifted as a cold smile crossed his lips. However, we don't necessarily need to defeat you. We only need to stall you until reinforcements arrive from the main city. Will you still be so confident then? At these words, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. Wang Defa was indeed an old monster who had lived for decades, even with such a luxurious lineup supporting him in this newbie village. he still chose to request reinforcements immediately, leaving no stone unturned. So I advise you to surrender, Wang Defa said coldly, his gaze dark and menacing. You haven't crossed the point of no return yet. Once the reinforcements from the main city arrive, it'll be too late for regrets. He was certain Lin Yu would be afraid, but Lin Yu merely smiled slightly, as if he'd heard something amusing. Village Chief Wang. You jest, Lin Yu said, casually adjusting his cloak collar with a calm tone. First, I'm an adventurer, you have no authority to judge me. Second, even if I killed you all right now and became red-named, I could simply spend some time clearing my sins and everything would return to normal. His tone shifted as he made no effort to hide his threat, making it crystal clear to all the NPCs present that killing them wouldn't cost him much, so they'd better think twice. Don't forget, given my status, even the main city guards might not be able to do anything to me, Lin Yu said, scanning the crowd. The Demon God continent hadn't fully merged with Blue Star yet, and in the official system, he was just a player. These natives had no right to detain him whatsoever. Even if he killed players or NPCs and became red-named, at worst he'd go to jail and be free again once the red name cooldown ended. Therefore, Wang Defa's threats couldn't pressure Lin Yu at all. Wang Defa and the other NPCs looked increasingly grim, especially the villagers. Lin Yu's words hit them like a punch to the chest. The stakes weren't equal, and no one dared start a fight lightly. Lin Yu paid no attention to their hesitation and continued calmly. Besides, do you think I'd dare come destroy the resurrection altar without leaving myself an escape route? I'll tell you the truth, I've already shut down the teleportation array to the outside world. It'll take at least 2 hours to restart. Your reinforcements aren't coming. Last night, he had specifically gone drinking with the NPC responsible for guarding the teleportation array, all for this moment. What? All the NPCs stared at Lin Yu in unison, then turned to look at Wang Defa, shock written across their faces. No one had expected Lin Yu to have blocked even their path for seeking help. Village Chief, if what he's saying is true, we're in real trouble, Li Yutian said gravely. Without external support, trying to capture Lin Yu with his incredible defenses would be a fool's errand, let alone taking him alive. Don't panic, Wang Defa shouted harshly. Though equally shocked inside, he struggled to maintain his composure. If he lost his cool first, today's mission would be completely ruined. Before setting out, he had already sent someone to the teleportation array to request aid. Now all that remained was waiting for news. Before he finished speaking, an ordinary dressed villager NPC came running over, his face full of anxiety. Breathing heavily and with a trembling voice, he said to Wang Defa, Village Chief, the teleportation array suddenly broke down. It'll take at least 2 hours to repair. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene instantly erupted into chaos, with everyone turning their gaze toward Lin Yu. No one had expected that Lin Yu had actually set up the teleportation array in advance. A mixture of shock, anger, and terror filled the air as cries of, "How is this possible? Damn it!" echoed throughout the crowd. The most humiliated of all was Village Chief Wang Defa. His graying beard trembling slightly, he stared intently at Lin Yu, feeling the shame of being outmaneuvered by a young adventurer. Village Chief, what should we do now? Li Yotian's face was ashen, but he still stepped forward reluctantly to ask. With outside reinforcements completely cut off, they'd be doomed within 2 hours. The other NPCs around them also turned their attention to Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa ignored the crowd. He stepped forward and fixed his cold stare on Lin Yu. Adventurer, do you know what terrible consequences will follow if the resurrection altar is destroyed? Just as the destroyer alone, you will be cursed by the temple and forever denied temple purification. Will you still persist in this folly? With no other cards left to play, he could only appeal to emotion, certain that Lin Yu wouldn't gamble with his own future. Lin Yu raised his hand, positioning the blood serpent blade before him, its edge gleaming with cold light. Thank you for the reminder, Village Chief. Since I dared to come here, I naturally came prepared. If you want to fight, then let's fight. He then swept his gaze over the NPCs behind Wang Defa, his voice icy. Of course, if anyone has a death wish, feel free to step forward together. This single statement caused an uproar, with several NPCs immediately backing away. None wanted to be the first to charge. Adventurer, will you truly persist in this madness? Seeing his people's fighting spirit completely crushed, Wang Defa's expression darkened further, his rage nearly overflowing. Lin Yu's response was a fierce blade aura. If that's how it is, then let's fight. Wang Defa roared and charged forward, but only a handful followed behind him. Even Li Yutian didn't move. Li Yutian, you all. Wang Defa's chest tightened, never expecting that even his most trusted subordinate would choose to stand aside and watch. Village Chief, we have elderly parents and young children to care for. We need to leave ourselves a way out. Li Yutian shrugged, his tone carrying barely concealed schadenfreude. Lin Yu had anticipated this. During his investigation of Newbie Village 331, he had discovered that Li the blacksmith and others had long-standing grievances with Wang Defa. That's why from the beginning, he had repeatedly stated that he only intended to destroy the resurrection altar and had no desire to be enemies with everyone else. because after the altar's destruction, Wang Defa would face severe punishment while the others would receive only light reprimands. After Li Youtian's declaration, the remaining NPCs instantly lost their nerve. Taking advantage of Wang Defa's distraction, they quietly retreated into the crowd. Better a dead friend than a dead poor man. No one was willing to die for the village chief. You all. Suddenly finding himself completely alone, Wang Defa's old face flushed red with anger as he laughed bitterly. Good, good, good. He swept his gaze deeply over the crowd, then fixed his stare on Lin Yu. Adventurer, I admire your methods. But if you think you can take my life to establish your authority, it won't be that easy. With his death resolve set, his entire body suddenly emanated a crimson glow as his aura surged upward. Ding! Warning! Village Chief Wang Defa has activated Battle Fervor state and can gain damage amplification by burning his life force. Ding! Warning! Village Chief Wang Defa has activated Battle Fervor state and can gain damage amplification by burning his life force. So this is what Battle Fury looks like. In the arena, Lin Yu felt Wang Defa's aura surge like blazing flames, his eyes narrowing as his heart grew heavy. Battle Fury was known as the weakened version of sacrifice, allowing one to burn their life force in exchange for terrifying damage bonuses while ignoring skill controls. The price was equally brutal. Each attack scorched the caster's very life, and once activated, it was a path toward death in pursuit of victory. Adventurer, let me witness your true strength. Lin Yu quietly gathered his energy, while across from him, Wang Defa's lips slowly curved into a cold smile. Swift step. With a thunderous roar, Wang Defa instantly transformed into a blur, his feet cracking the ground as he crossed the distance to Lin Yu in a single stride. His right arm shot up, fist clenched tight, as brilliant golden light immediately wrapped around his arm like a miniature sun. Golden radiance blazed forth, releasing overwhelming pressure as waves of heat spread outward from Wang Defa's position, forcing the surrounding air to emit faint explosive sounds. Damn, he's using both Solar Fist and Battle Fury. In the crowd, Li Youtian's expression grew complex. Those two skills had always been Wang Defa's trump cards, both being devastating techniques that hurt the enemy while severely damaging oneself, never used lightly in normal circumstances. To unleash them, both now clearly showed his resolve to fight to the death. Rolling waves of heat crashed toward him as Lin Yu clearly sensed the terror of this strike, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was the strongest attack he had faced since his rebirth. Solar Fist. Wang Defa roared again, his fist shooting forward like a meteor, the golden fist imprint carrying violent winds as it thundered toward Lin Yu. The speed amplified by swift step nearly created afterimages, tearing through the air with a series of whooshing explosions. Lin Yu's speed fell slightly short, unable to dodge in time, forcing him to cross both arms defensively in front of his body. Thud! A dull impact exploded as his body was launched by the tremendous force, flying like a kite with severed strings before crashing to the ground in a shower of scattered stones. The moment he landed, a bright red number flashed above his head. 3098. Finally broke through his defense. Li Youtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. Could the village chief actually win? Beside him, village commander Li Yu's expression was equally grave. If Lin Yu lost, they would have to act immediately, or Wang Defa would never spare them. No rush. Li Youtian replied quietly, his gaze shifting between Lin Yu and Wang Defa. We need to see if that adventurer can withstand the village chief's second strike. If he can take it, we still control the situation. If he can't, we might truly need to reconsider our options. Based on his understanding of Wang Defa's abilities, the man could manage at most one more Solar Fist victory, or defeat would be decided with the next blow. If this were an ordinary level 10 adventurer, over 3,000 damage would have been enough to kill them several times over. However, when it came to Lin Yu, this freak of nature, they obviously couldn't judge him by normal standards. Everyone secretly speculated about the situation. From a personal standpoint, they naturally hoped Lin Yu could hold on. After all, they had already fallen out with Wang Defa earlier. If Wang Defa lost, all responsibility could be dumped on him. But if Wang Defa won, they would be in serious trouble later, and just the charge of allowing Lin Yu to destroy the resurrection altar would be enough to ruin them completely. Under countless watchful eyes, Lin Yu's figure swayed unsteadily, but he still managed to stand up shakily. Blood disappeared along his wiping fingertips as he raised his head and stared intensely at Wang Defa across from him. Even with his defense exceeding 10,000, he had still lost health. Far beyond expectations, the impact force of that Solar Fist was truly formidable. Without his incredible defense, that punch would not have been easy to withstand. Holy crap, this guy's health is way too high, isn't it? Players around them exclaimed continuously. Character attribute panels weren't visible in the Divine Demon continent, but the highly realistic injury feedback was enough for people to estimate health points. Lin Yu's appearance showed no signs of serious injury, which meant his health likely exceeded 10,000 while ordinary level 10 players had at most just over 1,000. Lin Yu ignored the crowd's commotion, steadied himself, and curved his lips into a bloody smile. Village Chief Wang, I wonder how many more attacks like that you can unleash. He knew perfectly well. Wang Defa's battle spirit surge could instantly boost damage, but at the cost of burning his own life force. That previous punch had consumed about 20% of his opponent's health, and now Wang Defa had less than 30% health remaining, could attack, at most one more time. Wang Defa wasn't surprised that Lin Yu could stand up again. Lin Yu's exaggerated offense and defense had already been established, so high health made perfect sense. He took a deep breath and gained some admiration for Lin Yu. Adventurer, your strength is indeed formidable, to have pushed me this far. Then his tone shifted. You're right. I can attack at most one more time now, but I wonder if you can withstand this final strike. Before his words finished, thick blood energy surged like a tide, enveloping Wang Defa's entire body. His skin rapidly withered, and his blood vessels shrank one by one into dark red thread, signs of blood energy combustion. At the same time, his aura expanded and churned at a visibly rapid pace, becoming far more terrifying than before. As the blood energy enveloped him, Wang Defa's entire presence became more than 50% stronger than moments earlier. But that wasn't all. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, the golden necklace around his chest suddenly broke free from its clasp, slowly rising and hovering above his head. Golden radiance cascaded down like a waterfall, and his already terrifying aura instantly doubled, causing the air itself to hum and vibrate. That's the village chief's golden equipment, the battle spirit amplification necklace. Li Yutian and the others cried out in shock, instinctively stepping back half a pace. Wang Defa had revealed even this trump card, clearly determined to leave no regrets. Lin Yu also felt the overwhelming pressure surging like a hurricane, narrowing his eyes. As expected, he's hiding golden tier equipment, a necklace, no less. Wang Defa's eyes blazed with intensity as his voice boomed like thunder. Adventurer, if you can withstand this strike, I'll acknowledge your victory. As his words fell, his entire body levitated into the air. In the next second, the energy within him gathered at his fist like an unleashed stallion, the golden light condensing until it nearly took physical form. With him as the center, a scorching wave expanded outward, forcing the spectators to retreat several more steps, fearing they'd be burned by the aftershock. In the distorted air, one could even smell the acrid scent of burning. Lin Yu's face turned ashen as a premonition of death rose in his heart for the first time. He quickly pulled out several single-use potions that restored 1,000 health points each, downing them along with the continuous healing from Spring of Light. Escape was impossible now. He could only endure it heated. His health bar rapidly climbed under the dual enhancement of potions and spring water, yet it still felt woefully inadequate. Solar Fist. Wang Defa roared, pushing his power to its absolute limit. The light on his fist suddenly expanded, blazing as brilliantly as a golden sun rising at close range, carrying rolling waves of heat as it transformed into a golden streak, charging straight at Lin Yu. Blood Spirit Slash. Lin Yu didn't retreat. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he swept his blood serpent blade in a crescent arc, crimson blade energy howling forth to meet the attack heated. Though slightly inferior to the Solar Fist in raw power, it still contained mountain-shaking force. Under the rules of the Divine Demon Continent, offensive clashes could partially negate damage. Therefore, Lin Yu held nothing back, unleashing his strongest attack. So at this moment, Lin Yu was using his most powerful strike to resist. Under everyone's watchful gaze, the two attacks collided with thunderous force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending scorching shockwaves radiating outward from the battlefield's center. Dust billowed from the ground as several nearby players were forced to stagger backward from the impact. The clash didn't last long. The golden fist imprint proved unstoppable, tearing through the crimson blade light like paper. In the next instant, a figure was sent flying as if struck by a massive hammer, his body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the grass dozens of meters away. Simultaneously, a terrifying red number floated above his head. 12,758. His nearly 13,000 damage. He's definitely dead this time, right? Serves him right. Trying to destroy the resurrection altary deserves to die. Exactly. What a cheater, dying 100 times wouldn't be enough, right? If he hadn't bought up all the health potions in the newbie village, would we be having such a hard time leveling up? The spectating players erupted in discussion, all pointing at the one who'd been sent flying, Lin Yu. They had no sympathy for him whatsoever. First, he'd bought out all the health potions, causing everyone's grinding efficiency to plummet. Now he was attempting to destroy the resurrection altar, essentially cutting off everyone's lifeline. Several people had originally come to watch an intense battle, but now it seemed the fight had ended anticlimactically. While some players weren't quite as resentful, virtually none were willing to speak up for Lin Yu. After all, everything he'd done seemed designed to antagonize them. Was this really how it would end? In contrast to the players' schadenfreude, the nearby NPCs looked ashen-faced, especially Li Yutian and Li Yu. Having previously offended Wang Defa, their fate would be sealed if Lin Yu fell here. Look, that guy seems like he can still get up. Just as everyone was certain Lin Yu was finished, a Sharpied player cried out in surprise. All eyes immediately focused on the scene. Lin Yu's body was trembling, but he was actually pushing himself up from the ground. Holy crap, that was over 12,000 damage, and he's not dead. He's definitely cheating. Even if he chugged a full health potion instantly, he'd need 13,000 HP to survive that hit. Do you realize what kind of health pool that is? The players stared in shock. No one had expected Lin Yu's health bar to be so thick. Li Yutian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while feeling even more awed by Lin Yu's strength. That punch from the old village chief would have cost him at least half his life, yet Lin Yu had survived it. This was truly the terrifying power of a level 35 NPC's dying counterattack. However, the outside world's amazement didn't bring Lin Yu any relief. His expression remained grave. His blood spirit slash had triggered a critical hit earlier, yet he'd still lost nearly 13,000 health points, demonstrating just how fearsome Wang Defa's final strike had been. Without that critical hit, given his total health of less than 15,000, he would have died for certain. The price of barely surviving was excruciating pain throughout his body due to the realism of the demon god continent. He felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced. Fortunately, he had stocked up on plenty of health potions beforehand, which came in handy for restoring his HP. Lin Yu raised his hand and pulled out a finger-thick red vial from the potion pouch at his waist. With a pop, he uncorked the bottle, and the liquid traced a clear arc through the air. Before he could bring it to his lips, the cold system notification pierced his ears. Ding! You have killed Wang Defa, the village chief of Newbie Village. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Lin Yu froze slightly, the potion bottle suspended in midair. What? Village chief Wang Defa was dead? He had been planning to activate his spirit turtle shield to tank the final counterattack, but his enemy had fallen first. Frowning, Lin Yu turned to look toward the center of the battle circle. Wang Defa still maintained his stance with staff in hand, standing rigidly in place. But the health bar above his head, that symbol of life, was completely empty, not even a trace remaining. His face ashen gray, he looked as if his last breath had been drained away, motionless. Lin Yu felt a complex mix of emotions. Everything had happened far too quickly. Hide. He decisively chose after a brief moment of shock. The next second, the server-wide announcement exploded. Server-wide announcement. Player hidden name has achieved the first kill of Newbie Village Chief Wang Defa. This is hereby announced. Immediately after, a second emotionless system message rolled by, still without any congratulations. Clearly, the system did not acknowledge NPC Wang Defa's death. What? The village chief is dead. That's a level 35 NPC with 450,000 HP. How could a player possibly kill him? As the announcement fell, Newbie Village 331 instantly erupted. The surrounding players first stood stunned, then whispers rose and fell like waves. Earlier, their attention had been drawn to the confrontation between Lin Yu and Wang Defa, but they hadn't truly paid attention to the village chief's health until this moment, when they discovered that the highest authority figure in the Newbie Village had already stopped breathing. The most conflicted in the scene were Li Yutian and the other NPCs. By all logic, they should have shared a common hatred with the village chief against the enemy. Yet when they truly heard of Wang Defa's demise, an indescribable sense of relief welled up from deep within their hearts. Utterly ironic. Wang Defa's fall didn't just cause ripples in Newbie Village 331, the entire Chinese server exploded with heated discussion at the same time. Holy shit, did I hear that right? Someone in our region killed the Newbie Village chief. Players in Newbie villages are only level 10 at most. How did they pull this off? Even a group assault shouldn't works over level 30. In the first-tier town of Qingfeng City, Xiao Xiao sheathed her blade as the wild monster at her feet collapsed. She wiped the glow from her fingertips and looked up toward the Newbie village, her expression gradually growing complex. Could it be that when Lin Yu said he had business to handle in the Newbie village, he meant killing the village chief? Though she wasn't at the scene, the clues were startlingly clear. In the entire Newbie village, aside from Lin Yu, she couldn't think of a second player capable of accomplishing this feat. Moreover, his series of mysterious actions beforehand aligned perfectly with the current announcement. Still, she could never understand why did Lin Yu want to kill the Newbie village chief? However, Lin Yu paid no attention to the crowd's reactions. He stood silently amidst the blood and scorched earth, his gaze fixed intently on the system panel as he waited patiently for the notification sound following Wang Defa's death. Since his opponent had been the village chief of the Newbie village, Lin Yu wasn't certain whether the system would impose additional penalties. Ding! You have defeated village chief Wang Defa in cross-level combat, but since the target was a Newbie village chief, you cannot receive kill rewards. Ding! Due to killing the Newbie village chief, you have gained 100 red name value. Ding! You have obtained the Golden Equipment Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace 1, dropped by village chief Wang Defa. As the series of mechanical notifications ended, Lin Yu finally let his anxious heart settle back into his chest. While the 100 points of red name value were certainly concerning, they remained within manageable limits. As for the necklace, he didn't even bother checking its attributes. What mattered most now was destroying the resurrection altar as quickly as possible. If reinforcements from the main city truly arrived, he would likely face dire consequences given his current incomplete state. The battle with Wang Defa had already consumed far too much of his time. With his mind made up, he gripped his blade and strode swiftly toward the resurrection altar at the village center. Having just witnessed the shocking instant defeat of their village chief, the surrounding guards and players instinctively retreated as he approached. None dared to obstruct him, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze directly. If even the village chief couldn't stop him, these small fry would only be throwing their lives away. Without any delay, his blade flashed repeatedly, and the altar's massive health bar visibly plummeted before their eyes. Soon it was reduced to critical health. As his final strike landed, accompanied by a deafening crash, the altar shattered into countless fragments of stone, with dust mixed with dark red sparks shooting skyward. The moment the altar was destroyed, a thick crimson shroud suddenly enveloped the entire sky above Newbie Village 331, like an inverted curtain of blood. From the center of the shattered stones, a scarlet beam of light suddenly burst forth, shooting directly into Lin Yu's body. His form trembled slightly as the system spoke once more. Ding! Alert! The resurrection altar of Newbie Village 331 has been destroyed. All adventurers are now permanently barred from entering Newbie Village 331. Ding! All adventurers currently in Newbie Village 331 will be automatically transported to the nearest main city in 3 minutes. As punishment, all adventurers from this Newbie Village will lose 1 level. When the notification sound of the resurrection altar's destruction echoed across the entire China server, all online players erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Someone actually dared to destroy a resurrection altar? What the hell is this guy trying to do? TSK, the players in Newbie Village 331 are really screwed now. They all dropped a level and got forcibly teleported to the main city. The weakest monsters in the main city are level 10. What are they supposed to fight with? The guy who smashed the altar is in deep trouble now. The newbie players from 331 will definitely hunt him down. Exactly. At least half of the people who just entered Village 331 yesterday haven't even reached level 10 yet. The chaotic discussions rolled like heat waves through the global channel, and the collapse of the resurrection altar instantly ignited the entire server. Those truly burning with rage were naturally the players still trapped in Newbie Village 331. Countless curses and threats flooded the screen as they even cursed Lin Yu's ancestors going back 18 generations. If they could actually beat him, he would have been mobbed long ago. Even so, the gazes falling upon him were still cold as knives. If looks could kill, Lin Yu would have died 10,000 times over. Besides the players, one NPC's feelings were equally complicated: the old village chief of Newbie Village 332. He had still been wondering who killed Wang Defa when he heard about the resurrection altar being destroyed, and nearly fell off his chair. He almost instantly identified Lin Yu as the culprit. First, Lin Yu's strength was evident, and second, the man had just inquired about altar intelligence the night before. Shocked as he was, he chose not to report it, because whether Cui Jia could be saved depended entirely on Lin Yu. I hope you can turn misfortune into fortune. The old village chief gazed toward Newbie Village 331's direction and murmured softly. Beyond this, he was powerless to help. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with the external storm. At this moment, he was quietly waiting for the system's punishment. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too harsh. After a moment, the crisp notification sound indeed rang out. Ding! Due to your destruction of the Newbie Village Resurrection Altar, red name value 100,000. Ding! Due to your destruction of the Resurrection Altar, you have been cursed by the temple. You can never receive temple baptism in this lifetime, and can no longer resurrect or restore life through resurrection altars. 100,000 red name value. Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly. He had been prepared for being unable to receive temple baptism, but this 100,000 red name value far exceeded his expectations. To cleanse it, he would need to kill 100,000 wild monsters no lower than his own level. That would take until the year of the monkey and month of the horse. Even more troublesome was that he could no longer rely on altars for resurrection. If he died once, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just as Lin Yu was speechlessly calculating countermeasures, the system's notification sound rang in his ears once again. Ding! You have completed the Undead Scourge Mordekaiser's Destroy Newbie Village quest and obtained the God tier talent Undead Refinement Technique 1. Ding! You have received the blessing of Undead Scourge Mordekaiser and obtained a level up gift package reward. Ding! Oracle from Undead Scourge Mordekaiser. If you wish to know your true identity, reach level 80 and visit the Undead Temple to learn the truth. Level 80? Lin Yu was stunned by the system notification. The condition set by Undead Scourge Mordekaiser was far harsher than he had expected. Before he could even complain, the light that had previously entered his chest suddenly blazed forth, transforming into a towering red pillar that shot straight up above his head, so blinding it could practically tear through the night. A server-wide announcement thundered across the night sky. Ding! Server-wide quest announcement. Due to the destruction of the revival altar causing outrage among the Temple Alliance's leadership, the Alliance has issued a bounty. Anyone who kills this criminal will receive special rewards. Level 3, Gold 1000, Free Attribute Points 500, Self-Selected Professional Golden Equipment 1. This person has been marked. All adventurers are encouraged to participate. Quest duration, 10 days. Ding! Server-wide quest announcement. Due to the destruction of the revival altar causing outrage among the Temple Alliance's leadership, the Alliance has issued a bounty. Anyone who kills this criminal will receive special rewards. Level 3, Gold 1000, Free Attribute Points 500, Self-Selected Professional Golden Equipment 1. This person has been marked. All adventurers are encouraged to participate. Quest duration, 10 days. I'm wanted by the entire server? Lin Yu stood frozen like he'd been struck by lightning. The red energy pillar was terrifyingly bright and impossible to hide. Anyone who wasn't blind could spot him from half a block away. Damn, I'm really screwed now, he cursed inwardly, his heart pounding. With such generous rewards, there would surely be brave souls willing to try golden equipment. 3 instant levels, 500 free attribute points. Any one of these rewards was enough to drive countless players into a frenzy. Just as his heart was racing, chaotic footsteps and noisy shouts suddenly came from behind him. Brothers, let's kill this guy together. Don't let him escape. My Audi, my Mercedes. Right, forget the rewards, I just want to rid the world of this menace. Charge. Let's all attack together. We can trample him to death. Exactly. We can't let this scum who destroys newbie villages get away with it. Lin Yu turned around to see a massive crowd of players charging at him with weapons raised, their battle cries echoing one after another. They had already harbored deep resentment toward him, only holding back due to fear of his strength. Now that the bounty was announced, all their reservations were instantly shattered by the generous rewards. This is really troublesome now. Lin Yu's expression darkened. It was already 11 or 12 at night, yet hundreds of players were still online in the newbie village. Combined with that tracking beacon of a red pillar, staying low-key was impossible. However, what he truly worried about wasn't this group in front of him. Now that his bounty announcement had been issued, there would definitely be many people in his city willing to pay any price to kill him once. It's no exaggeration to say that players from other major cities would likely rush through teleportation arrays to get their share of the spoils. When that time came, he would face the siege of thousands, perhaps even the entire Chinese server-off players simultaneously. With the rewards of 3 level-ups and golden equipment dangling before them, anyone would go mad with greed. Lin Yu knew clearly that he was dancing on a knife's edge. Although his defense was terrifyingly strong, human wave tactics still gave him a massive headache, not to mention that once surrounded and hunted, he wouldn't have time to farm monsters and clear his frighteningly high red name value. Attention, countdown initiated. 10 seconds remaining before all players in Newbie Village 331 are teleported to Qingfeng City. Attention, countdown initiated. 10 seconds remaining before all players in Newbie Village 331 are teleported to Qingfeng City. The system announcements exploded twice in succession through the air, rolling over the Newbie Village like thunder. The players who had been brandishing weapons, ready to hack Lin Yu into pieces, froze in confusion before being swallowed by the sudden white light. As the countdown reached 0, they didn't even have time to deliver their final strikes before being transformed into streams of light along with the village NPCs and teleported away, leaving behind only waves of furious roars. Lin Yu waited to be swept away as well, but when the white light faded, he remained standing in place. Immediately after, a crisp ding pierced his eardrums. Due to your red name value exceeding 100,000, you have been deemed heavily sinful and cannot use teleportation arrays. Lin Yu rolled his eyes and nearly smashed his weapon on the ground. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well stay in the newbie village to farm monsters and clear his red name value. The moment this thought emerged, another piercing system broadcast echoed from the sky. Attention, due to the destruction of the resurrection altar, Newbie Village 331 will be considered abandoned territory. All living beings will undergo humane destruction in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Humane destruction? Lin Yu nearly cursed aloud, feeling utterly unlucky. Before he could fully voice his complaints, a deafening roar shook the earth. In the next second, a blazing white mushroom cloud rose from the center of the newbie village, with waves of light mixed with debris, wood chips, and flames sweeping across the entire settlement. The world was instantly torn to shreds before his eyes, as the scorching shockwave mercilessly ripped apart his body and equipment. Then, Lin Yu discovered that his entire being had been blown to pieces. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself utterly bewildered. What greeted his sight wasn't the familiar resurrection altar in the main city, but scattered rubble and broken tile. She was still trapped in the ruins of Newbie Village 331. Holy crap, I can't resurrect at the altar anymore. Remembering the Temple Alliance curse upon him, Lin Yu's expression changed drastically. That curse had stripped him of his right to resurrect at altars and recover health, a fact he remembered crystal clear. But here was the problem. If the altar was unusable, how was he standing here now? According to the lore of Divine Demon Continent, players could only be reborn through resurrection altars after death. In his previous life, when Blue Star merged with the Divine Demon Continent, all altars were redirected to maintain world stability, leaving players with no means of resurrection. Back then, death meant complete disappearance, just like the NPCs of this continent. The current situation was eerily similar. Clearly had no access to altars, yet here he was, very much alive. If he couldn't find a reason, his next death might truly be the end. With this thought, he forcibly suppressed his shock and began recalling every frame from the moment of his death. Flying debris, spreading explosions. But just as his blood was vaporized by the intense heat, he clearly saw massive golden light bursting from within his body. That radiance wasn't the crimson red of flames, but pure, blazing gold, as if erupting from the depths of his soul. Could it be the art of undead refinement? A flash of inspiration struck him, but he dismissed it the next second. Not only had he not learned that skill, even Mordekaiser, who had once studied undead resurrection, had never succeeded. After much contemplation, he remained clueless. The only clue was that burst of golden light, but what did it truly mean? Frowning, Lin Yu finally opened his attribute interface, hoping to find some trace among the characters and numbers. The screen materialized, attributes scrolling line by line. When his gaze fell upon absolute defense, his thoughts came to a grinding halt. The talent name, originally orange, now shimmered with deep golden radiance. Lin Yu stood frozen in the center of the ruins, his heartbeat suddenly accelerating, because he discovered that his absolute defense had somehow evolved into a super divine tier talent. Absolute defense talent skill, super divine level LV3, effect 1 ultimate defense. Permanently increases defense value by 0.05 per second. Only triggers when present in the Divine Demon Continent world. Effect 2 damage reflection. When activated, reflects damage when attacked by enemies, dealing true damage equal to 30 of own maximum defense value. Activation and deactivation cost nothing, currently deactivated. Effect 3 health sublimation. Gains health points equal to 200 of own maximum defense value. Effect 4 Phoenix Rebirth. When receiving fatal damage, burns 50 of current maximum defense value to gain 1 revival opportunity and restore 100 maximum health. Cooldown time 100 days. Proficiency 7025-020-0000. His super divine level. And it even comes with Phoenix Rebirth. Lin Yu stared at the attribute panel floating in midair, stunned for quite a while before snapping back to reality, his chest nearly bursting with wild joy. The original absolute defense was merely divine level, but now it had evolved to super divine level. The improvement was far more than just a little bit. Could it be that the explosion brought me back from the brink of death, causing the skill to transform? He muttered under his breath. The evolution of absolute defense wouldn't happen without reason, and aside from that explosion, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Lin Yu took a deep breath and quickly scanned through the updated effects. Effects 1 and 2 remained unchanged. The most obvious improvement came from Effect 3, with attributes directly doubled from 120 to 200. But what excited him most was Effect 4's Phoenix Rebirth. By sacrificing 50 of maximum defense value, he could revive once after a 100-day cooldown. 3 revivals per year. This is far better than revival altars after the great catastrophe strikes. Even sacrificing some defense seemed insignificant when facing life and death. After all, if you're dead, no amount of high attributes matter. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt like a blessing in disguise. With super divine level absolute defense in hand, he could almost foresee the day he would stand at the pinnacle of the Divine Demon Continent. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone possessing a super divine level talent, let alone one with built-in revival abilities. Just as he was immersed in beautiful fantasies, a cold wind suddenly swept across the ruins, chilling against his skin. Lin Yu shivered and suddenly realized a fatal problem. Holy crap, where are my clothes? The explosion had blown away everything, including his equipment, leaving him completely naked. If not for the cold wind's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed he was stark naked. Embarrassed, Lin Yu quickly rummaged through his storage backpack for spare clothing and swiftly put them on. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly before destroying the newbie village. Otherwise, he would have had to run to the main city bare-bottomed across this pile of rubble. What a pity a complete set of equipment he had just obtained yesterday was destroyed. The Blood Snake Blade, currently the #1 silver level weapon, and that spiritual turtle defense set, considered divine level for the newbie stage, all gone just like that, making his heart ache. However, people must make trade-offs. Without that explosion, his absolute defense couldn't have leaped to super divine level. Compared to that, losing one set of equipment was completely worth it. Thinking of this, Lin Yu smiled again. Deep in his inventory, a golden level equipment, Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace, lay quietly waiting for his attention. In the ruins of Newbie Village 331, Lin Yu crouched on the cracked bluestone slabs, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the Battle Amplification Necklace in his spatial inventory. The server's first golden tier equipment, just that title alone was enough to make any player's blood boil with excitement. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Then, without further hesitation, he tapped it with his fingertip. A golden light screen burst open, revealing the attribute panel. Battle Amplification Necklace Golden Tier. Class Requirement: None. Level Requirement: Level 15 and above. Effect 1, Attack 1050. Effect 2, Health 3000. Effect 3, Critical Rate 20. Effect 4, Amplification Aura consumes 100 energy points to increase next attack damage by 100, 10-minute cooldown. Also applies to skills. Durability, 100. TSK Tisk, truly worthy of Golden Tier. Even as a veteran player with 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Yu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The 1050 base attack, 3000 health, and 20 critical rate were already outrageous, but the truly terrifying aspect was the amplification aura. This thing didn't just double basic attack damage, it could also boost skills. For those skill-based classes that already had high multiplier burst abilities, this was practically a qualitative transformation. In his previous life, he had experienced the power of this aura firsthand. If it hadn't been for his blood spirit slash landing a critical hit back then, Wang Defa would have cleaved him in half with a single strike, which showed just how significant this necklace was. Unfortunately, he needed to reach level 15 first to equip it. Lin Yu glanced at the glaring red text, insufficient level, in the bottom right corner of the panel, his mouth twitching. This was clearly making things difficult for him. Sighing, he temporarily closed the panel and shifted his gaze to the undead refinement arts at the other end of his item slots. As for the Mordekaiser's Blessing upgrade package, sitting in the same grid, he didn't even touch it. That thing required level 20 to open. Lin Yu clicked on the undead refinement arts without hesitation. Before Mordekaiser left, he had known full well that Lin Yu could no longer level up normally, yet he hadn't provided a specific solution, only telling him to visit the undead sanctuary after reaching level 80. Most likely, this scroll was the key. Unless Mordekaiser had uncharacteristically made a foolish mistake, but given that old schemer's calculating nature, the possibility was virtually zero. He lightly tapped the scroll with his fingertip. Ding! The system notification chimed crisply. Warning, this is a special skill. After learning it, the player will no longer gain experience from any source. Do you confirm usage? The sudden warning prompt caught Lin Yu off guard. Usually when learning skills, he could always view the description first before deciding. This was the first time he'd encountered such a direct warning. No more experience gain after use. He frowned slightly, his mind racing through the implications. If the experience channel was cut off, that meant the leveling method must be provided by the skill itself. At this realization, Lin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Sure enough, this skill perfectly aligned with his earlier speculation. If it weren't for this exact purpose, the system would never provide such a description. Use it. The thought flashed through his mind as Lin Yu clicked the learning button without hesitation. After all, he could no longer level up normally, making experience points useless to him. As for the potential dangers this undead refinement art might bring, he couldn't be bothered to worry about such concerns. The turtle breath jade was sufficient to conceal his identity, and now with the Alliance's bounty on his head and the revival altar rendered ineffective, dying again would mean permanent death. Clinging to so-called moral principles at this point would be nothing short of foolish. After confirming his choice to learn the skill, a dark gray semi-transparent panel slowly materialized before his eyes. Undead Refinement, Art Divine Talent. Creator, Undead Scourge Mordekaiser. Description, command all souls under heaven for your own use. Effect, Soul Collection. When activated, absorbs surrounding souls within a maximum range of level 0.1 Li, gaining corresponding undead points, based on soul strength, with 0 consumption toggle. Effect, Undead Breakthrough. No longer gains experience. Can convert undead points to experience at a rate of 10 undead points 1 experience. Holder, ignores advancement barriers. Effect, Undead Summoning. Consumes undead points to summon undead creatures with attributes 10 for combat, maximum quantity level 10, duration level 30 minutes. Current undead points, 0. Holy shit, this skill is absolutely broken. The usually composed Lin Yu couldn't help but curse, his face immediately lighting up with uncontainable joy. For him, this technique was like timely assistance in a snowstorm, directly solving his leveling deadlock. Particularly those 6 words, ignores advancement barriers, sent waves through his heart that took a long time to settle. In the Divine Demon Continent, players could break through the constraints before level 60 through temple baptism, but beyond level 60, they faced the same limitations as native inhabitants. While breakthrough pills existed, they were so expensive that most people could only dream of affording them. In his previous life, Lin Yu had been stuck at this very bottleneck, forced to rely on either time or pills to slowly grind forward. Now with the undead refinement art, as long as he had sufficient undead points, leveling would be as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. The undead scourge truly was the greatest genius, this kind of innovation. He mused silently. Although his impression of Mordekaiser wasn't particularly favorable, he had to admire the man's incredible creativity. This characteristic of completely bypassing barriers would drive countless powerhouses to desperate pursuit. Even across the entire divine demon continent, this ranked among the top divine techniques. However, how exactly did one obtain undead points? He frowned in thought. Just activate it? Remembering how the newbie village had recently been destroyed by human forces, with countless monster souls still drifting about, this was clearly a heaven-sent opportunity. Well, might as well give it a try. Lin Yu immediately activated Soul Collection. The next second, massive clouds of pitch-black mist suddenly rose from all around, like smoke flowing in reverse, frantically converging toward him before instantly merging into his body. As the black mist poured in, his eyes lit up. The undead points in his skill panel began climbing at an astonishing rate. Undead points 5. Undead points 3. Undead points 0.1. Undead points 5. As time passed, the growth rate of his undead points gradually slowed down. The numbers on the panel flickered with decreasing intensity until they finally settled at 11,577. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the grayish-white soul mist that had been permeating the air had completely dissipated. He rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "Looks like I've drained all the nearby souls dry." At his current level, his perception and absorption range was less than a kilometer, and he was standing right in the center of the already cleared newbie village. The sparse, low-level monsters simply couldn't provide enough soul energy. Even so, with over 11,000 undead points, he could easily jump straight to level 15. The string of bright red numbers on his panel was dazzling. Remembering the level he'd lost earlier due to death, the sting in his heart instantly vanished, replaced by barely contained euphoria. The system rules were simple. 10 undead points could be exchanged for 1 experience point. With 11,577 points, that meant 1,157 experience points. From level 10 to 20, each level only required 200 experience points, which meant he could jump up 6 levels directly. How terrifying was a 6-level gap? Currently, the highest level player on the entire server, Xiao Qingqing, was only around level 13 or 14. With just this undead refinement technique alone, he could surpass her. He had to admit, this time it was pure luck that he'd struck it big during the Humanity's Destruction event. Otherwise, grinding monsters slowly would never have been this effortless. Since I've got them all, let's see just how powerful undead refinement really is. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu decided to convert all his current undead points into experience. In the past, he would have definitely kept a low profile while leveling up, staying safely behind the main group's level range. But now, with a server-wide bounty on his head and no guarantee of easy respawning, he had to use every means available to boost his combat power without hesitation. He took a deep breath and confirmed the exchange. Ding you have reached level 10 and gained 10 free attribute points. Ding you have reached level 11 and gained 30 free attribute points. Ding you have reached level 15 and gained 30 free attribute points. 6 crisp system notifications chimed in succession, like a rocket streaking across the night sky, and Lin Yu's level instantly locked at 15. Immediately after, a new mechanical voice reached his ears. Ding, your current level has entered the top 20 on the leaderboard. Would you like to hide your username? Hide it. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. He had no interest in showing off right now. The system announced again. Ding, congratulations to the hidden player for reaching level 15 and successfully claiming first place on the level leaderboard. Keep up the excellent work, everyone. Ding, due to the hidden player reaching level 15, the drop rate for guild establishment tokens from server bosses has increased. Keep up the excellent work, all players. The World Channel announcement instantly exploded across the entire game. Unlike equipment, levels couldn't be changed at will, so the system had to make server-wide announcements. Accompanied by those scrolling red notification windows, every player still online with their leaderboards open was shocked. They all stopped whatever they were doing. If they remembered correctly, Xiao Qingqing, who topped the leaderboard today, was only level 14 when she logged off. At that time, she held a solid lead over second place with more than a full level's worth of experience. But now, the rankings suddenly showed a level 15 player. The entire game exploded into chaos. What the hell, did I hear that wrong? Wasn't the highest level only 14? Where did this level 15 come from? How can someone jump 3 levels without cheating? Didn't the officials say there were no hacks? Could that guy have killed a red name player? Damn, a guild establishment token. This is getting interesting. Discussions erupted everywhere. Only players above level 15 who killed bosses and delivered the final blow had a chance of obtaining a guild establishment token. The first guild establishment token would grant all guild members a permanent 10 attribute bonus, something the major elite factions would fight tooth and nail for. As soon as the news broke, several top-tier families in China immediately called emergency meetings, determined to identify this new champion. The Xiaohou residence. Early morning, Xiaohou Qingqing had just changed into her workout clothes when she nearly collided with Butler Fu, who came rushing through the door in a panic. She stepped aside with a raised eyebrow, and before she could speak, she heard Butler Fu report breathlessly. "Miss, the master wants you in the conference room immediately. Someone in the game has reached level 15. "What? Level 15? For the first time, the usually composed Xiaohou Qingqing's expression wavered. She knew she had been leading second place by a full level and a half when she logged off, and even if others had opportunities, such dramatic progress should have been impossible. The Xiao residence. Xiao Xiao, still fast asleep, was jolted awake by her phone ringing. Seeing little Jean on the screen, she answered drowsily. "Sis, an anonymous level 15 player suddenly appeared in the game." Xiao Zhan's voice was hushed, but couldn't hide his excitement. "I suspect it's Brother Yu. That person isn't in today's top 20, which matches his situation." Lin Yu. Xiao Xiao instantly became alert. A bold theory flashing through her. Lin Yu's destruction of the resurrection altar yesterday might have been precisely to gain those 5 levels. In the game, he was probably the only one with such capability. "Sis, if it really is Brother Yu, could you ask him to help our Xiao family secure the first guild establishment token?" Xiao Zhan pressed urgently. A 10% attribute bonus was something no faction could ignore. Xiao Xiao remained silent for several seconds before responding quietly. "I understand. Whether it's Lin Yu or not, I can only confirm after logging in." After a few brief exchanges, she hung up, her mind still churning. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, and morning light filtered into the room. Xiao Xiao looked up toward that first ray of light, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Lin Yu, just how many secrets are you hiding?" However, Lin Yu clearly didn't care about the commotion he had caused in the outside world. At this moment, he pulled up the level rankings, where his name sat prominently at the top, shining brilliantly on the light screen. Seeing rank 1, GU, he couldn't help but smile. Level 15, just enough to equip that coveted battle spirit amplification necklace. It was truly a double blessing. At this thought, his heart began racing. Just minutes ago, he had been regretting his inability to equip it, but now fortune had turned in his favor. How could he not be excited? Without hesitation, Lin Yu retrieved the golden glowing battle spirit amplification necklace from his inventory and placed it around his neck. Immediately after, he equipped the treasure, Turtle Breath Jade, that he had been carrying into the secondary accessory slot on his chest since he had already used the undead refinement technique. Caution was always wise. The moment the necklace bound to his character information, a system notification rang in his ears. "Ding! Your battle spirit amplification necklace has qualified for the equipment rankings and will be listed. Would you like to hide your username?" "Hide it." Lin Yu replied without hesitation, understood all too well the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth. The next second, the equipment rankings refreshed, and an extremely dramatic scene appeared on the light screen. First place, Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace, Gold Grade, Owner, Hidden Username. Second place, Crescent Summoning Staff, Bronze Grade, Owner, Xiaohou Qingqing. Third place, Storm Dagger, Bronze Grade, Owner, Xiao Xiaoran. Fourth place, Assassin's Shoulder Guard, Bronze Grade, Owner, Xiao Xiaoran. Fifth place, Ghost King Boots, Bronze Grade, Owner, Xiaohou Qingqing. Sixth place, Spirit Light Cloak, Bronze Grade, Owner, Tank Killer. Seventh place, Fire Staff, Bronze Grade, Owner, Yu Jianghu. The gold equipment was a full 2 tiers ahead of bronze. If others saw this ranking, it would surely cause another uproar. After all, under normal circumstances, one would need to be at least level 40 to qualify for gold equipment, and even with incredible luck, level 30 was already legendary. Tisk, first place on both rankings. Lin Yu glanced at both the character and equipment rankings, where his name held the top position on each. Even though he usually didn't care about such fame, he couldn't help but click his tongue softly. In his previous life, he wouldn't have dared dream of such a scene. However, he didn't indulge in this moment. His goal was to reach the very peak of the entire Divine Demon Continent. He closed the equipment panel and allocated all 160 attribute points from the quest reward to attack, then habitually opened his personal status window, his eyes quickly scanning through the data. Username, GU. Level, 1557200. Class, Warrior. Health, 134-211-3421. Energy, 500500. Attack, 2420. Defense, 5753. Critical hit, 20. Talents, Absolute Defense Super Divine Level LV3, Undead Refinement Technique Divine Level. Skills, Soul Chain Passive, Divine Level LV1, Spring of Light Passive, SS Level LV2, Taunt Active, S Level LV2, Resilient Will Passive, S Level. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment, Turtle Breath, Jade Treasure, Battle Spirit Amplification, Necklace Gold Tier Gear. Although his defense had been cut nearly in half, with Lin Yu's current stats, dealing with ordinary players would still be more than manageable. Looking at the drastically reduced defense values, he fingered the necklace and murmured softly, "This should be enough." He was now wanted by the Temple Alliance, but he felt confident with his trump cards and showed no fear. Moreover, there were still countless souls in the newbie village waiting to be absorbed. At this thought, his eyes blazed with excitement. Earlier, he had only refined a tiny fraction and already seen his power surge dramatically. If he could absorb all the remaining souls, wouldn't he soar to incredible heights? However, before his grand plans could fully take shape, a cold electronic voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Your online time is less than 5 minutes remaining. Please take note. Ding! Your online time is less than 5 minutes remaining. Please take note. Impossible. How can it be so fast? Lin Yu frowned deeply. By his memory, from logging into the game to destroying the resurrection altar had taken only about 3 hours. Even after respawning, he'd been active for less than an hour. Even a basic gaming helmet should allow 8 hours online, and advanced gaming pods certainly wouldn't limit him to just 4 hours. Could the equipment be malfunctioning? He immediately dismissed that thought. He was using a brand new advanced gaming pod that had undergone rigorous manufacturer testing. It wouldn't malfunction so easily. Puzzled, he pulled up the system clock, and his entire body froze. The screen displayed 7:57. 12 hours. He gasped. Where had that lost time gone? The only reasonable explanation was that his resurrection had forcibly consumed massive amounts of online time. He couldn't find any other logical explanation. Before he could think further, another system warning arrived, its tone urgent. Ding warning. Newbie Village 331 will completely disappear in 10 seconds. Please evacuate immediately, or you will be randomly teleported to any coordinates within a 10th sand-mile radius. 10, 9, 8. Damn it. My soul energy. Lin Yu's mind raced as he watched the timer count down rapidly, but there was nothing he could do. The moment the countdown hit 0, a brilliant golden light descended from the sky, enveloping him completely. Simultaneously, his online time expired, and he was forcibly logged out of the game. Moments after Lin Yu's departure, the already shattered dark space suddenly trembled and twisted, as if fabric being violently torn apart. Several figures then stepped through the fractured void, landing among the ruins. The leading figure, an elderly man in golden robes, surveyed the surroundings before fixing his gaze on a particular charred fissure, his brow furrowing deeply. I clearly detected traces of necromantic power being used just now. How did it vanish so suddenly? Elderly. One of his companions hurried forward, lowering his voice. The undead scourge Mordekaiser has long since ascended to the divine realm, and all texts concerning necromancy were destroyed years ago. How could such power reappear in this world? Might you have sensed incorrectly? Upon hearing necromantic arts, everyone's expressions changed, clearly understanding what that would mean. I hope it truly was just my imagination. Elderly gazed up at the ruined sky, his eyes filled with complex emotions. If Mordekaiser had truly returned, it would spell absolute catastrophe for the already declining human race. In the Demon Continent, at the bottom of a cliff somewhere near Qingfeng City, a first-tier main city. Damn it, my necromantic points. Lin Yu exclaimed as he logged back online, looking around to find himself no longer in Newbie Village 331. He couldn't help but beat his chest in frustration. His emotional outburst stemmed from the fact that if he had refined all the souls in the Newbie Village, he would have gained at least tens of thousands of necromantic points equivalent to thousands of experience points, enough to rocket him straight to level 30. Now that everything had turned to dust, his heart felt like a chunk had been brutally carved out. Well, what's not meant to be can't be forced, Lin Yu sighed. After a brief moment of regret, he forced himself to calm down. If that opportunity truly belonged to him, the current mishap wouldn't have occurred. The situation itself proved that this fortune wasn't his to claim. Shaking off his gloom, he immediately began surveying the cliff bottom with vigilant eyes. Only after confirming no other players were around did he breathe a sigh of relief and pull up his virtual interface to check the game map. His situation was extremely perilous. Sporting a conspicuous red name and being wanted server-wide, exposure would bring trouble crashing down like an avalanche. At least ordinary players can access this place, giving me some breathing room to clear my red name status, Lin Yu muttered, staring at the red zone, marking his location on the map. His spirits finally steadied a bit. Though the necromantic points were gone, the teleportation coordinates weren't too bad, a silver lining in disguise. The Demon Continent used colors to indicate difficulty levels. 1. Blue safe zones. 2. Yellow challenging areas. 3. Red high-risk zones. 4. Gray forbidden territories. The classification was based on the initial level when entering each area. Taking first-tier main cities as an example, players typically started at level 10. Blue zones contained monsters levels 1015, yellow zones 1620, red zones 2125, and gray zones featured creatures above level 25. Lin Yu currently found himself in the Endless Canyon, populated entirely by monsters above level 20. For Qingfeng City players, this was a death trap. For him, it was a sanctuary. Had he been teleported to a safe zone, he would have already become the target of relentless pursuit. Faced with such a massive bounty, people wouldn't care about his high attributes where there's a hefty reward. There are always brave souls willing to try, and whoever managed to kill him would definitely strike it rich. Just as Lin Yu was planning his next move, a series of system announcements suddenly thundered in his ears. Server-wide announcement. Qingwei Guild sincerely invites the top-ranked anonymous player to cooperate. If you can drop the first guild establishment token, the reward is 30 million. The same message repeated 10 times in a row. Each announcement cost 10 gold coins, and the golden text flooded the screen like a gilded waterfall. 30 million? Just for a guild establishment token? That's insanely extravagant. Lin Yu cursed under his breath, his heart racing wildly. A single server-wide announcement cost 10 gold coins, yet they broadcasted it 10 consecutive times without batting an eye. If he had reached level 15 early and gotten that opportunity, who would refuse such astronomical wealth? Damn, if I were the one who reached level 15, I would have agreed in a heartbeat. That's 30 million. We're talking about luxury cars, beautiful women. I could have it all. As the Qingwei Guild's 10 server-wide announcements echoed across the game, the entire virtual world erupted into chaos. Regular players instantly went wild, with chat channels flooded with "holy crap. And is this for real?" While the first guild establishment token was indeed precious, Qingwei Guild casually throwing around 30 million in cash was absolutely insane. Before the excitement could die down, the sky lit up again with system notifications. Server-wide announcement. Zhanhuan Guild sincerely invites the anonymous top-ranked player to collaborate. If you can obtain the first guild establishment token, the reward is 50 million. Plus, we can establish a long-term partnership. They broadcast the same message twice in a row. 50 million? Plus long-term cooperation. The collective gasps from players were almost deafening, and even NPCs seemed startled enough to stop in their tracks. Then came an even more outrageous figure. Server-wide announcement. Sikong Guild sincerely invites the anonymous top-ranked player to collaborate. If you can obtain the first guild establishment token, the payment is 100 million. If you're willing to join our guild, you'll become vice president immediately with an annual salary of 30 million. The same message, broadcast twice again. 100 million plus a 30 million annual salary. The world chat instantly lost control. Did you guys win the lottery or something? Is that play money? Casually throwing around 9-figure sums? The barrage of complaints was dizzying, and the gaming world was turned upside down by this wave of server-wide announcements. Even Lin Yu was almost swayed. Who wouldn't be tempted by such generous terms? However, he understood the Sikong family's desperation. As China's premier aristocratic family, their performance in the game had always been lukewarm, hovering in the middle ranks. If they couldn't deliver results soon, this thousand-year-old family legacy might truly become ancient history. So they had no choice but to bet everything on the guild establishment token. Despite this, Lin Yu still preferred collaborating with Xiao Xiao. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he received a message from her. Qingfeng City. Lin Yu, I finally got in touch with you. I can't believe the level leaderboard champion is really you. Lin Yu knew exactly why she was contacting him, but played dumb. Senior Xiao, what's up? Xioxioran sent a speechless emoji. You heard those guild announcements too, right? The Xiao family also wants the first guild establishment token. So tell me, what do you want as payment? Just as he had expected, Lin Yu was secretly delighted. As long as the Xiao family made an offer, he could achieve his goal. He replied without hesitation. Senior Xiao, I can give you the guild establishment token. I don't want money, just one thing. Qingfeng City. What thing? Lin Yu. Dungeons. The more the better. Qingfeng City. What do you need so many dungeons for? Xioxioran was clearly puzzled by Lin Yu's request. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to hide anything and replied directly. To clear my red name status. He understood perfectly well that while killing monsters in the wilderness could also reduce his red name value, appearing on any public map would immediately expose him to other players. The moment a red name flashed in anyone's view, tracking software would activate, and both world chat and guild channels would explode with alerts. He'd face pursuit from thousands of players, potentially the entire server. In that situation, forget about continuing to grind monsters. Be lucky if his red name value didn't skyrocket even higher. Obviously, that wasn't the outcome he wanted. In comparison, dungeons were the safest choice. 1. Dungeons wouldn't trigger world announcements, and no outsiders could intrude, providing maximum concealment. 2. Dungeon monsters could also drop undead essence, the special resource he currently relied on for leveling, not ordinary experience points. 3. He could clear his red name while stockpiling undead essence, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After the reply flashed across her screen, Xiao Xiao read it silently and remained quiet for a full half-minute, her heart still shaken by the revelation. So it really was you who destroyed the resurrection altar. After a moment, she sent another message. Lin Yu, dungeons are even scarcer than city defense blueprints right now. All the major guilds and corporations guard them like precious treasures. There's no circulation at all. Besides, your red name value is so extreme that ordinary dungeons would barely make a dent. Lin Yu certainly understood these points, but compared to getting mobbed outside, dungeons remained his only viable option. He could only helplessly type, "Senior Xiao, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to find a way." Xiao Zhao's name lit up in Qingfeng City. "Lin Yu, I'm afraid this will be very difficult for me too. Even the Xiao family can't manage it." Seeing this reply, Lin Yu's brow furrowed. It seemed he'd oversimplified the matter of getting a dungeon. Just as he was considering his next move, Xiao Zhao's avatar flashed again. "Lin Yu, while I don't have access to any ready-made dungeons, I know of a special hidden dungeon that might allow you to clear most of your red name value." "A hidden dungeon that could clear most of my red name status?" Seeing Xiao Zhao's reply, Lin Yu's eyes immediately lit up, the wild joy in them almost spilling through the screen. Ever since his red name value climbed to the danger zone, he had been like a prisoner in shackles. The areas where he could move were extremely limited, and the main city entrance was completely off-limits. Forget about taking main quests. Even the city gate guards wanted to raise their spears in alarm the moment they saw him. Now, he could only rely on grinding wild monsters and field bosses to painstakingly accumulate resources. One could imagine how crucial clearing his sin value was to him. "Senior, what exactly is this dungeon you mentioned?" Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately sent a private message. Xiao Zhao's response came quickly. "The dungeon is called Azura Purgatory. It's filled with a large number of demon creatures, and the completion condition is to slay them all, perfect for washing away your red name. Moreover, if you can actually clear it, you'll definitely be satisfied with the reward. As far as I know, the final completion reward is a growable weapon." A growable weapon? Those few words made Lin Yu's heart pound heavily, his breathing becoming rapid. His excitement wasn't exaggerated throughout the entire Divine Demon continent. Growable weapons were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even the worst ones could advance to legendary tier, while the top-tier ones had the potential to transform into divine artifacts. This rarity and potential practically represented unlimited future possibilities. If he could truly obtain one, at least for the short term, he wouldn't need to worry about weapons. After calming down for a few seconds, he asked, "Senior, how can I access this Azura Purgatory?" Although they were both reborn players, Lin Yu came from humble origins in his previous life and had no access to many secret channels, while Xiao Xiao was born into a wealthy family with far greater knowledge than his. Xiao Xiao replied again, "To enter Azura Purgatory, you first need to receive a hidden quest. I can only make the connection for you. Whether you can obtain it depends on your own abilities." With the opportunity right in front of him, Lin Yu immediately stated his position. "As long as this works out, the first guild establishment token will definitely go to the Xiao family." For him, the guild establishment token was dispensable. Had always valued freedom and had no plans to create a guild. If he could use this to clear his red name and conveniently obtain a growable weapon, why not? Xiao Xiao responded. "Good, I'll arrange it for you within today, but I hope you'll keep your promise." "Absolutely." Lin Yu's reply was straightforward. As the conversation ended, the tense strings in his heart finally relaxed somewhat. As long as he could get Azura Purgatory, both the red name and weapon problems could be solved together. Since that was the case, time to grind monsters and farm bosses. Coming back to his senses, Lin Yu raised his head to look at the dense forest ahead, excitement flashing in his eyes. Since he had promised Xiao Xiao, he had to get his hands on the first guild establishment token. Xiao Qingqing was already level 14, so he couldn't afford to slack off even a bit. If his luck ran out and someone overtook him, the consequences would be unthinkable. After a brief moment of contemplation, he checked his cloak, hood, and small disguise items once more, confirming there were no flaws before leaping down the slope and rushing toward the monster spawn points marked on his map. His bright red name overhead was particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Without disguise, he would likely attract countless players along the way. To avoid unnecessary complications, hiding his identity was the only option for now. A few minutes later, Lin Yu stopped in a clearing, his feet crunching on thick fallen leaves. This was the spawn point for level 20 monsters, Phantom Moon Wolves. The system panel instantly appeared in his field of vision. Phantom Moon Wolf Common, level 20. HP, 52005-200. Energy, 750,750. Attack, 407. Defense, 133. Skills, Bite, Moon Wolf Howl, Phantom Sprint. Description, rumored to be descendants of the Phantom Moon Divine Wolf, though they seem to have strayed from the path. These stats would be quite troublesome for ordinary players, but for Lin Yu now, they were nothing. He clenched his fist, ghostly blue energy crackling between his knuckles as his punch struck the wolf's head. 7,260. Accompanied by the massive damage number, crisp system notifications rang out in succession. Ding! You have killed a Phantom Moon Wolf, gained 50 copper coins. Due to Undead Refinement Art, gained 0 experience, 2 sin value, 10 undead value. Oh, level 20 monsters only give 10 undead value. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow as he calculated. Leveling up required 200 level 20 monsters, while a normal level 15 player killing one level 20 monster would gain 3.5 experience points, meaning his leveling efficiency was 3 times slower. But he didn't mind. Low-level monsters and dungeon creatures both counted toward undead value, and overall it might actually be faster. If he encountered another destructive soul tide like in the newbie village, his undead value would skyrocket exponentially. He wasn't worried about leveling speed at all. With his ridiculously high damage, he was practically one-shotting everything. In just a few minutes, over a dozen Phantom Moon Wolves lay dead. His undead value had increased by over 100 points, and he'd even looted a black iron sword, allowing him to stop fighting barehanded. Roar! As he struck down the last wolf, a deafening roar suddenly came from behind, causing pebbles on the ground to tremble. A system notification followed immediately. Ding! Due to your killing of numerous Phantom Moon Wolves, you have incurred the wrath of the Phantom Moon Wolf King. Please leave immediately. The boss is finally here? Lin Yu's lips curved with anticipation. His purpose for coming here was to kill the boss and get the guild establishment token. Why would he leave? He looked up to see bushes ahead rustling apart as a giant wolf nearly 2 meters tall emerged. Its dark blue fur gleamed with cold light under a moon-like radiance, crescent markings faintly visible on its forehead, emanating an imposing royal aura. The system panel then appeared. Phantom Moon Wolf King Bronze Boss, level 25. HP, 3340033400. Energy, 12501250. Attack, 1047. Armor penetration, 10. Critical hit, 20. Defense, 145. Skills, Phantom Moon Howl, Phantom Moon Sprint, Wolf God Bloodline, King's Claw. Description: King of the Phantom Moon Wolves, having awakened part of the Phantom Moon Divine Wolf bloodline. Its power is terrifyingly formidable. Roar. They say enemies' eyes burn red when they meet, and the Yue Demon Wolf King was no exception. After letting out a thunderous howl, it showed no hesitation whatsoever, transforming into a streak of blue ghostly light as it lunged toward Lin Yu. The ethereal light skimmed across the ground. Before Lin Yu could even raise his sword, he felt a tremendous impact against his chest. Massive claws had already struck down heavily. Miss. Faint characters flickered before him, announcing that the attack had failed to connect. Thanks to his incredible defense, he was only knocked back half a step, completely unharmed. What incredible speed! Lin Yu frowned as he muttered to himself. This boss's agility was actually comparable to village chief Wang Defa's, marking the first time he'd been outmatched in terms of speed. Even so, his mindset remained calm. With his current strength, dealing with this Wolf King would still be a piece of cake. On the opposite side, the Yue Demon Wolf King also showed surprise. It hadn't expected Lin Yu's defense to be so ridiculously high. Its pair of ghostly blue beast eyes suddenly grew serious. This human's strength far exceeded its initial assessment. What goes around comes around. Lin Yu's gaze turned cold as he suddenly burst forward. The black iron weapon, Yue Longsword, gleamed with cold light as its sharp blade tore through the air, striking directly at the Wolf King. Roar! A low howl echoed as the Demon Wolf King sidestepped with fluid grace, effortlessly avoiding the sword's edge. After completing its dodge, it even let out a dismissive grunt, as if declaring, "I'm not to be trifled with." Interesting. Lin Yu paused for a moment. This was the first time a wild monster had taunted him to his face, and his fighting spirit blazed even fiercer. His footwork suddenly changed as sword light erupted once more, sharp and unmatched. Yet the Wolf King remained unhurried, dodging all attacks with just a few quick movements. Truly worthy of being an agility-type boss. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he silently assessed his opponent's difficulty. Roar! 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 A series of thunderous howls exploded throughout the cavern as the Demon Wolf King suddenly stopped and opened its maw, unleashing a deafening sonic blast. 602. Critical hit. Bright red numbers accompanied by true damage and critical hit effects appeared above Lin Yu's head. His chest felt tight as he retreated 3 steps to create distance, barely managing to steady himself. It does have some tricks. Lin Yu shook his slightly dizzy head, his expression growing more serious. This skill could not only deal critical hits, but also inflicted true damage. He definitely couldn't underestimate it. Seeing its attack succeed, the Yue Demon Wolf King let out a satisfied growl. In the next second, a bluish ghostly aura emerged from its fur, and an even more formidable presence surged upward. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang in Lin Yu's ears. Ding! The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King activates its skill, Wolf God Bloodline, gaining a 30 attack boost and dealing an additional 10 of its attack power as true damage. What a terrifying Wolf God Bloodline. The notification pierced his ears as Lin Yu's brow furrowed sharply. The true damage component was the most lethal part. Based on his current stats, even a basic attack from the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King could deal over 100 points of true damage to him. This magnitude truly lived up to the title of Divine Wolf. Roar. Before he could recover from his shock, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King pounced again. Its gleaming claws swept across, directly stripping 136 health points from Lin Yu. Roar. Roar. Seeing the damage numbers pop up above Lin Yu's head, the Demon Wolf King bared its fangs smugly, as if silently mocking, no matter how tough your defense is, kid, you're nothing against true damage. Since you're being so arrogant, I'll play with you properly. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and whispered. The next second, a milky white beam of light erupted from his chest, shooting toward the giant wolf. Taunt skill activated. The taunt hit its mark. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King's pupils instantly turned crimson, as if it had lost all reason, and it lunged forward in a frenzied assault. Numbers continuously flashed above Lin Yu's head. 136. True damage 66. 66. 136. True damage 66. However, Lin Yu remained calm, neither rushing to counterattack nor activating his damage reflection. The spring of light provided sufficient sustain, and with over 13,000 health points, he could withstand hundreds of such attacks. When the opportunity came, he raised the Shadow Moon longsword in his hand, its blade gleaming like a crescent moon as it struck his enemy. 7,260. 14,520. Critical hit. 7,260. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King was extremely fast, but locked in place by the taunt. It could only endure Lin Yu's relentless assault. For a kiting-type monster, taunt was undoubtedly a nightmare. In less than 2 minutes, the originally terrifying 300,000 health points had been whittled down to just 1,000. Bind. As Lin Yu prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a sharp shout came from behind him, and a silver-white runic pattern instantly lit up on his body. Almost simultaneously, an alluring black shadow darted out like a cheetah, targeting the low-health Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King. Oh, there's actually a rat hiding? Lin Yu's heart-tensed Sumyon had been lurking nearby from start to finish, coveting this boss, and he hadn't noticed at all. His reaction was lightning fast. With a flick of his wrist, his sword light swept upward. 7,260. The devastating damage appeared, and the black shadow was instantly killed, transforming into a soul form suspended in the air. How is that possible? A cry of shock erupted behind Lin Yu, but he couldn't spare a glance, smoothly delivering the finishing blow to end the battle. Ding! You have slain the bronze boss Shadow Moon Demon Wolf King. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your username? Hide. After finishing up, he finally withdrew his gaze and looked coldly toward where the voice had come from. The opponent's username Plucking Stars and Grasping Moon came clearly into view, causing his eyes to narrow once more. The Star Plucking Guild? The Star Plucking Guild? In the somewhat quiet canyon, Lin Yu squinted as he stared at the undisguised gaming username ahead, his expression growing complicated. The one stealing his boss was actually from the Star Plucking Guild. Lin Yu was no stranger to this guild. In fact, he knew them all too well. Though it wasn't among the top-tier forces under China's 10 great families, it gathered numerous professional players and had quite a reputation in his previous life. However, the Star Plucking Guild's reputation was far from good. The reason was simple. This bunch relied on their strength to run rampant, with most guild members being assassins who made stealing bosses through sneak attacks their daily routine. Many ordinary players regarded them as the scum of the game. What made it worse was that they weren't just disgusting, they were brazenly arrogant. While other guilds at least knew to hide their usernames when stealing bosses, these guys practically wanted to wave banners and provoke on the spot. Hateful and despicable, these 4 words were the unanimous assessment from all players who'd been robbed by them. Lin Yu had also been intercepted by this gang twice in his previous life, and without any backing, he could only swallow his anger. He never expected to encounter them again in this life. Truly, enemies were bound to meet on narrow roads. At this moment, what concerned him more wasn't the stolen boss, but the fact that they dared to approach despite seeing his blood-red notorious name. Their audacity was like disturbing the earth on the head of the god of the underworld. Impossible. How could you not be immobilized? The assassin with the ID Star Plucking Moon Grasping had shock written all over his eyes. The immobilization skill he'd just cast was Shrank, capable of freezing targets for 3 seconds and bypassing most defensive controls. With this divine technique, he'd stolen countless bosses and monsters, almost never failing, yet it had broken against Lin Yu, which was simply unbelievable. There are far too many things in this world that you don't understand. Lin Yu curled his lips coldly, and as his words fell, his figure suddenly shot forward like lightning, so fast he left only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he swept before Star Plucking Moon Grasping, his long sword slashing down from above. However, the blade struck only empty air. Star Plucking Moon Grasping vanished instantly, reappearing several meters away. Stealth. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. If his judgment was correct, the opponent had just used the assassin post-class change skill Stealth, which provided brief invisibility while completing a short-distance teleportation, truly the signature ability of the assassin profession. Look, brother, I admit we were out of line attacking you earlier, but you've already taken down the boss. There's no need to give us a hard time, right? Besides, you're wanted by the entire server now. If you kill us, you'll just make more enemies, which won't do you any good. Only then did Zhaixing Lanyue snap out of his shock, looking at Lin Yu with fearful eyes. Just minutes ago, he had convinced himself that Lin Yu's destruction of the resurrection altar was pure dumb luck. But that single strike, dealing 7,260 damage, meant at least 2,000 base attack power. In comparison, his black iron gear set barely reached 800 attack. Faced with such a gap, he had no choice but to back down. Give you a hard time? Lin Yu chuckled mockingly. You tried to steal my boss and failed, so me settling the score is giving you a hard time? What, if you had actually succeeded, should I have popped champagne to celebrate? His words carried no profanity, yet each one cut deep. Zhaixing Lanyue's face darkened, but he couldn't argue back. Lin Yu shook his head, examining him like he was looking at a clown. I have to say, the vice president of Zhaixing Guild really has thick skin. Failed to steal the boss, then immediately played the innocent victim. Quite amusing. You? Zhaixing Lanyue gritted his teeth, but ultimately swallowed his anger, forcing himself to say, You're strong, but our guild members are nearby. If we really fight to the death, you might not escape unscathed. Besides, the whole server is hunting for your head right now. If things get out of hand here, you won't be able to leave either. This was a blatant threat. Touch me, and I'll call my brothers to gang up on you. Lin Yu sneered, the same old routine, the same old tactics. He knew Zhaixing Guild's methods all too well. Taunt when winning, call for backup when losing. No wonder they had such a terrible reputation. You've got two problems with that statement that I need to correct, Lin Yu said, looking up with an indifferent tone. First, with your current strength, you're not qualified to fight me to the death. Before he finished speaking, Zhaixing Lanyue's face turned ashen, yet he couldn't find any grounds to refute. Second, Lin Yu continued, I dared to destroy a newbie village and kill the village chief. Do you think I'd be afraid of a bunch of players? This statement hit like a sledgehammer, shattering Zhaixing Lanyue's last shred of hope. A monster who could one-shot the village chief for 7,000 damage was truly beyond their ability to provoke. The air grew tense. Zhaixing Lanyue clenched his fists, his eyes darting around frantically as he desperately searched for an escape plan. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice drifted over like night wind. Of course, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Hearing this glimmer of hope, Zhaixing Lanyue immediately looked up, afraid to miss any detail. What are your terms? Lin Yu didn't rush to respond, simply raising one finger and saying casually, You've stolen quite a few wild monsters and bosses before. My demands aren't high, you just need to give me 1,000 gold coins, and I'll let you leave. The entire scene fell silent for a moment. Lin Yu's words 1,000 gold coins hit the air like a sledgehammer, clearly catching Zhaixing Lanyue and Zhaixing Manlu off guard with such an outrageous demand. After a long pause, Zhaixing Lanyue, who was leading the group, finally snapped back to reality, glaring at Lin Yu with a livid expression and snarling through gritted teeth. Are you insane? 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins converted to a full 1 million Huaxia currency, a figure that would devastate any ordinary player. Don't you know this is illegal? This is extortion. This is blackmail. Zhaixing Manlu, female assassin with the flashy username, added with a trembling voice, trying to bolster her courage by invoking the law. Illegal? Lin Yu chuckled softly, his tone dripping with mockery. The Demon Continent had always tacitly allowed private disputes between players, with official approval long established. Moreover, these words came from the Zhaixing Guild, which had built its reputation by stealing others' hard work. Talking about legality was truly laughable. He couldn't be bothered to argue, glancing down at the system time before looking up again with a calm expression, though his lips curved in a mocking smile. Don't rush to shout. 1 minute. 5 lives for 1,000 gold coins, quite a bargain, isn't it? The so-called 5 lives was his calculated threat. Zhaixing Lanyue had 3 outdoor death opportunities remaining. Zhaixing Manlu had 2, totaling exactly 5. You both could clearly hear the killing intent in his words, fury rushing to their heads, with Zhaixing Manlu too terrified to dare respawn. 40 seconds left. Lin Yu raised his hand, for fingers held steady, his voice cold and detached. 10 seconds later, he folded down another finger. 30 seconds. Any room for negotiation was completely blocked, leaving Zhaixing Lanyue and her companions' faces alternating between pale and flushed. When only one finger remained on Lin Yu's hand, Zhaixing Lanyue finally broke down, spitting out through clenched teeth. 1,000 gold coins it is. The trading window instantly appeared. Players could transfer funds directly without adding friends with a flash of golden light. 1,000 gold coins settled securely into Lin Yu's inventory. Get lost, don't disturb my grinding. The moment he received the payment, his mood brightened considerably as he casually waved his hand. Zhaixing Manlu quickly chose to respawn, though her eyes burned with fury. Zhaixing Lanyue stood nearby, her expression still dark. Lin Yu didn't even glance their way, his tone light and airy. What's this? Still not planning to leave? Want to sponsor me a bit more? Hearing Lin Yu refer to it as sponsorship, Zhaixing Lanyue couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. After a moment, he fixed Lin Yu with an icy stare and said, "Kid, I'm afraid you won't live to enjoy those 1,000 gold coins. Your location is exposed now, so just wait for the other players to hunt you down like mad." "Oh, hunt me down." Lin Yu slowly raised his head, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. "They'll have to see if they're capable of claiming that bounty first. Also, you talk too much, and I really don't like it." Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly darkened with a cold gleam like a blade's edge. In the next second, Lin Yu's figure burst forward explosively, two blade lights cutting sharp arcs through the air, striking precisely at Zhaixing and Lanyue before they could react. 7,260. 7,260. Two shocking strings of red damage numbers appeared almost simultaneously. The chests of both Zhaixing and Lanyue were torn open by the blade light, their health instantly dropping to zero as their bodies crashed to the ground, transforming into two ghostly souls floating in midair. "You bastard." Zhaixing Manlu's spirit form glared with wide eyes, his voice trembling. "We paid you 1,000 gold coins, how can you go back on your word?" Clearly, they never expected Lin Yu to turn on them immediately after taking their money. "Sorry." Lin Yu sheathed his blade, his tone indifferent. "Business is business, that was then, this is now." With that, he didn't look back, pushing off with his toes and swiftly heading toward the player-restricted zone ahead. Zhaixing Lanyue's words about his location being exposed were indeed correct. At this moment, Lin Yu's bright red name stood out starkly in the night, and any desperate player might rush at him for a chance. Since he had no revival opportunities left, he naturally didn't dare linger in place. For him, the safest direction was the player-restricted zone outside Qingfeng City, where the monsters were high-level and, influenced by the forbidden environment, possessed the ability to actively hunt players. Ordinary players feared it greatly, but for Lin Yu right now, this was precisely the most secure cover. "You little punk, don't let me find out your real identity." The ghostly Zhaixing Lanyue stared coldly at Lin Yu's retreating figure. "The Zhaixing Guild will never let you go, not even if the heavens themselves intervene." When the revival countdown ended, both materialized back in their original spot. Zhaixing Manlu was furious. "Vice President, what do we do now? We absolutely cannot swallow this insult. The Zhaixing Guild has never been humiliated like this." "Don't worry." Zhaixing Lanyue's face was dark as he rapidly traced movements in the air with his fingertips. "Anyone who dares offend us will pay a heavy price." As the final confirmation key was pressed, the entire game sky was immediately flooded with server-wide announcements. Server-wide horn. The wanted red-name criminal is near the Endless Canyon outside Qingfeng City. The Zhaixing Guild cordially invites all heroes to slay this villain. Server-wide horn. The wanted red-name criminal is near the Endless Canyon outside Qingfeng City. The Zhaixing Guild cordially invites all heroes to slay this villain. Server-wide horn. The wanted red-name criminal is near the Endless Canyon outside Qingfeng City. The Zhaixing Guild cordially invites all heroes to slay this villain. Dare to oppose the Zhaixing Guild? Just wait to die. Zhaixing Lanyue gritted his teeth, cold fury churning in his eyes. Holy crap, that damn guy actually showed up in Qingfeng City. Brothers from Newbie Village 331, let's kill him together. Brothers and sisters from Newbie Village 331, our chance for revenge has come. Finally discovered? That's a walking 18 charge, brothers. The golden equipment and triple-level reward are mine. With those few server-wide announcements, this virtual world called Huafu instantly erupted. Countless players dropped whatever they were doing, gripping their weapons and sharpening their blades, all for the tempting triple-level advancement and golden-grade equipment if anyone could be lucky enough to obtain them. Even wasting a whole day would be absolutely worth it. As the server-wide announcement exposed Lin Yu's location, all the top forces across China began stirring with undercurrents, beyond just ordinary players. Sikong Family Conference Hall. As China's most prominent family on the surface, Sikongzhen, the head of the Sikong family, immediately convened an emergency meeting of core members upon receiving the intelligence. At the left head of the conference table, Sikong Nan, the family's second-in-command dressed in a black suit, waved his hand to project the bounty information. His voice was deep and urgent. "Big brother, we must eliminate that red-named player at any cost. Only by claiming this reward do we have a chance to turn things around." Since the game's launch, the Sikong family's gains had been mediocre. Compared to the increasingly powerful Xiaoho and Xiao families, they had even fallen behind several families that were once at the bottom of the top 10. If they didn't break through immediately, the Sikong family might truly become history. 3 level-ups plus golden tier equipment. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. As Sikong Nan finished speaking, all the high-ranking members' eyes blazed with fervent light. Sikong Ming, the third young master of the Sikong family, immediately echoed, "Second uncle is right. I propose we immediately integrate all guilds under our family and go all out to secure this reward." Second master and young master are correct. We second this. Yes, we support this too. Within moments, the conference hall filled with voices of agreement. and the oppressive atmosphere was ignited with fighting spirit. The Sikong family had already fallen behind this time. They absolutely could not fail again. Just as everyone had nearly reached consensus, a soft yet firm voice suddenly cut through the commotion. I disagree with second uncle's viewpoint. Everyone froze, their gazes turning in unison toward the source of the voice. Sikong Yinxiu, a woman in a red dress, sat upright in her chair, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table. Her skin was snow white, her eyes rippling like spring water, yet carrying a sharpness that made others dare not look directly at her. Several elders quietly swallowed, but none dared interrupt. She looked up at Sikong Jun in the main seat, her voice clear and bright. Uncle, I believe that killing the red-named player for that small reward is not the wisest choice. An uproar instantly erupted. Sikong Ming frowned, his tone full of disdain. Sister Yinxiu, are you suggesting we stand by and watch other families take advantage? You know that's 3 levels plus golden equipment. Sikong Yinxiu shook her head unhurriedly. That's not what I mean at all. Right now, there's only one path that can save the Sikong family winning over that red-named player. Another, even greater uproar followed. Even Sikong Jun, known for his composure, showed rare fluctuation on his square face. Finally, someone slammed the table and stood up, speaking with sarcasm. Sikong Yinxiu, are you joking? Setting aside the value of this kill reward to our Sikong family, just considering that red-named player's current predicament though, you think our Sikong family can resolve it? Upon hearing this, Sikong Ming immediately sneered with disdain, even addressing Sikong Yinxiu by her full name. Sikong Yinxiu, tell me then, he said with a cold, mocking smile. If the reward falls into my hands, would it definitely stabilize the Sikong family situation? Facing his mockery, Sikong Yinxiu showed no weakness. You. Sikong Ming was left speechless, his face turning pale. She had indeed hit the mark even if he obtained the reward. It would merely be a chance to climb the rankings temporarily, but without solid foundation, he would quickly be overtaken. Ming, let Yinxiu continue, said Sikong Jun from the head seat, raising his hand. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the authority to silence the entire room. Sikong Ming could only glare fiercely at Sikong Yinxiu before sitting down with a grunt. Sikong Yinxiu stood firmly, her gaze sweeping across the assembled elders, her expression composed. Honored uncles and seniors, my proposal to ally with that red-named player rather than personally compete for the reward is not spoken lightly. There are 3 reasons. She raised one finger. First, we may not be able to claim this bounty. This person dismantled the resurrection altar in front of all NPCs in Newbie Village 331 and killed the level 35 village chief. According to the intelligence I've gathered, his defense is at least 7,000, and he possesses terrifyingly powerful counterattack skills. While some players now have armor-piercing and true damage abilities, who would willingly throw their lives away against such defense and counter damage. Perhaps some reckless ones might try initially, but what about later? No one wants to sacrifice their life to benefit others. The hall fell silent, as everyone realized they had only considered numerical advantage while overlooking this terrifying gap in individual strength. Sikong Yinxiu raised her second finger. Second, and most importantly, is potential. Being able to kill a level 35 village chief at only level 10 means he possesses at least several powerful trump cards. His future growth could very well surpass Xiaoho Qingqing and Xiao Xiao. If our Sikong family could cooperate with him, the potential benefits would be enough to elevate our family's status to the next level. She raised her final finger. Third, this red-named player is currently being hunted by the vast majority of players. If we offer assistance at this time, it would be like providing help in a snowstorm, making it easier to win his favor. For the Sikong family, this is a rare opportunity. As her words ended, the assembled members wore complex expressions, falling into deep thought. Yinxiu's points were reasonable, but they also implied enormous risks. After a long pause, Sikong then spoke. Yinxiu, your analysis is indeed sound, but currently all factions want to compete for that reward. If we choose to help the red-named player, we'd essentially be making enemies of all players. It would be fine if this red-named player rises to power, but if he falls and proves to be just a flash in the pan, our Sikong family would face utter ruin. Second uncle, as a business magnate, you should understand that all investments carry risks. Moreover, if we keep playing it safe, we'll end up like frogs slowly boiled in warm water eventually eliminated. Sikong Yinxiu replied with neither servility nor arrogance. The conference room was brightly lit, with core members of the Sikong family seated on both sides of the long table. Young Sikong Yinxiu spoke in a steady tone, yet every word hit the mark. Sikong Yinxiu, how dare a junior like you speak to your second uncle this way? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've achieved some success in recent years. Sikong Ming suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the table, causing tea to spill from the cups. Years of accumulated resentment had long made him dislike this younger family member. I'm simply discussing the matter at hand. Of course, if you can guarantee that the Sikong family can rely on you, then pretend I said nothing. Sikong Yinxiu raised his eyes, his voice ice cold, his gaze piercing straight at Sikong Ming. You're nothing but. Sikong Ming's face turned ashen, his words halfway to becoming a personal attack. Enough. What's all this arguing about? The family head Sikong Jun suddenly slammed his palm on the sandalwood table, the crisp sound exploding throughout the room. Before his words had finished, the entire conference room fell silent instantly. Even the usually arrogant and domineering Sikong Ming became like a rooster with its neck seized, shrinking back into his chair, not daring to speak again. Sikong Jin sighed and turned his gaze to Sikong Nan in the second seat. Second son, let's proceed with this matter as Yinxiu suggested. Immediately integrate all gaming guilds under our Sikong family and prepare to support that red name player at any time. We must show them our sincerity. Dad, about this matter. Sikong Ming finally came to his senses, urgently trying to argue. Shut up. Sikong Jin's cold glare swept over him. If it weren't for you useless bunch, would I need to seek help from an outsider? His words were as sharp as ice picks, sending chills down everyone's spines. Having said that, he looked at Sikong Yinxiu. This matter is of great importance. Since you proposed it, and given your expertise in stealth within the game, the task of seeking cooperation with that red name player is yours. After giving his orders, he waved his hand to dismiss the meeting. Everyone filed out, the heavy doors closed, leaving only Sikong Jun sitting alone under the lights. His fingers lightly tapped the table, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. I hope our Sikong family has bet correctly this time. Meanwhile, other top-tier forces in China were simultaneously holding emergency meetings. The rewards for killing the red name player were too generous, enough to influence the early game dynamics, and no one dared to take it lightly. While the outside world was in turmoil, Lin Yu remained completely unaware. He had only one more important matter at hand, examining all the rewards from killing the Phantom Moon Wolf King. He hadn't had time earlier, but now he could take a proper look. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately opened his game interface. He casually swiped past the gold coin rewards, his attention entirely focused on his inventory. Inside the bag, besides his original items, there were now 10 skill books and a piece of equipment gleaming with bronze luster, the Shadow Moon boots. Bronze tier boots. Lin Yu's eyes lit up instantly. His low level had made movement speed a critical weakness. Even with his combat experience from his previous life, it was useless if his legs couldn't keep up with his mind. These boots would perfectly fill that gap. He quickly opened the equipment attributes. Shadow Moon boots. Tier bronze. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, 10. Effect 1, 90 defense. Effect 2, 40 movement speed. Effect 3, Shadow Moon swift step, consumes 100 energy, 100 movement speed for 5 minutes, 1 hour cooldown. Durability, 100. His doubling my movement speed. Lin Yu gasped. According to the game mechanics, each level before 30 only increased movement speed by 5. Shadow Moon swift step directly eliminated a 20-level gap. His 3 core attributes already dominated others, with speed being his only weakness. Now with the Shadow Moon boots, this flaw vanished instantly. Aside from being unable to resurrect, he had virtually no significant disadvantages. More importantly, Shadow Moon swift step gave him an escape card. While he wasn't afraid of being pursued by players before, it was quite troublesome. Now he could shake off any tail with a single speed boost. With this thought, he immediately equipped the boots. A flash of light appeared, and his feet felt several pounds lighter, his steps noticeably more agile. Time's running short. I need to get my hands on the first guild establishment token quickly. He glanced at the time and muttered to himself. At Xiaohou Qingqing's leveling pace, she'd reach level 15 by tomorrow at the latest. With the Xiaohou family backing her, she could mobilize guild members to farm bosses at any time, while he could only fight alone. If she got the guild establishment token first, his plans would be forced to delay. Moreover, he'd already promised Xiao Xiao that the Azura Purgatory dungeon was a must-have. Mind made up, Lin Yu hesitated no longer. He sprinted along the forest path, his figure flickering through the shadows of the dense woods before quickly disappearing into the depths of the night. Qingfeng City, Forbidden Zone. With a single strike, Lin Yu slayed the level 30 bronze boss, the Raging Mad Ape King, and immediately heard the familiar system notification sound in his ears. Ding! You have killed the bronze boss Raging Mad Ape King. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your username? Hide it. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. 3 server-wide announcements scrolled past as usual, but his grip on the blade remained tense during this period. He had consecutively slain several bosses over 10 levels higher than himself, yet still hadn't seen the coveted guild establishment token. If he returned empty-handed again, he would truly begin to question his luck. Soon, the pleasant sound of system rewards reached his ears. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Raging Mad Ape King above your level. You have gained 10 gold coins and 10 skill books. Due to undead refinement arts, 0 experience points, 40 sin points. Ding! You have obtained the bronze equipment Mad Ape Battle Armor 1 dropped by the Raging Mad Ape King. Ding! You have obtained 1 guild establishment token and 200 undead points. Finally dropped. Lin Yu let out a long breath, his face immediately lighting up with joy. Use Guild Establishment Token. Though his heart was racing, he maintained sufficient composure. The Guild Establishment Token allowed 3 transfers, so he could completely hand the guild over to Xiao Xiao later. There were 2 major reasons to establish it immediately. 1. The first player to create a guild would receive additional system rewards. 2. Getting ahead of others to prevent being beaten by some lucky player who knew when Xiao Xiao would finally clear the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Ding. Please name your guild. Xiao Xiao ran. He simply used Xiao Xiao's username, which was both convenient and served as a reminder for her to work harder. Ding. You are the first player to establish a guild. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? Hide it. Immediately, a golden announcement that shook the entire server rolled out. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player hidden username for being the first to establish the guild. Xiao Xiao ran. Rewards. 1,000 gold coins, 100 free attribute points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to continue their efforts. After the triple announcement, the entire Chinese server erupted in excitement. Holy crap. The first guild reward is 1,000 gold coins. That's a whole million Chinese yuan. Xiao Xiao ran. And they hid their name. Quick, go apply. The forums say the first guild gets an additional 10 boost to all attributes. The major top-tier forces that had been eagerly preparing to compete for the first guild could only reluctantly give up. While chaos reigned outside, Lin Yu calmly collected his rewards. Today alone, he had earned over 2,000 gold coins, plus plenty of free attribute points and equipment. He allocated all 100 free attribute points to attack power. Just as he was about to close the game panel and log off, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Among the tree shadows to his right, a ripple of magical energy stirred, and a graceful silhouette slowly emerged. There, an incredibly voluptuous female mage had appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The person seemed to have appeared out of thin air, without even stirring the air, standing silently before him, clearly no ordinary individual. With Lin Yu's current level of perception, those who could achieve such stealth under his very nose could be counted on one hand, demonstrating the opponent's extraordinary abilities. However, he showed no sign of fear. Even if 100 or so enemies of equal strength were to swarm him at once, it might not even make him furrow his brow. What truly caught his attention was the name displayed above the person's forehead, Sikong Yanxiu. Someone from the Sikong family. The Sikong family ranked first among the top 10 families in China, with a distinguished reputation, and Sikong Yanxiu was an especially prominent figure within it. She not only possessed the rare innate charm, constitution, and beauty captivating enough to make countless men willingly bow at her feet, but had also single-handedly managed the family business to flourishing success. Despite losing her parents at an early age, she had carved out her own domain within the vast Sikong household, with enterprises spanning various industries, making her renowned throughout all of China. After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Yu quickly regained his composure. He looked up to meet those smiling eyes, his tone calm. I wonder what brings Miss Sikong here. One doesn't strike a smiling face. The woman before him had yet to show any hostility, so naturally, he wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, with the entire Sikong family backing her, even he in his current state wouldn't want to provoke them without cause. Yanxiu comes here with no ulterior motive. Sikong Yanxiu smiled gently, her red lips parting slightly. I simply wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Her soft yet naturally magnetic voice echoed through the spacious area, every gesture radiating an enchanting allure. Even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu nearly found his mind swayed by her every smile and frown. If Xiao Zhao's strength lay in her gentle grace, Sikong Yanxiu possessed an undeniable seductive charm that complemented her stunning curves perfectly, stirring one's imagination. Lin Yu quickly collected himself, his expression turning puzzled. Collaboration? He had never had any dealings with the Sikong family, let alone in his current predicament. In the eyes of all players, he was essentially a walking ATM machine loaded with rewards, with everyone eager to kill him and claim the bounty. Yet the Sikong family wanted to collaborate with him? This sounded like a trap, no matter how he looked at it. After pondering for a moment, he spoke indifferently. I'm afraid Miss Sikong has the wrong person. Given my current situation, all the players only want my head to exchange for the reward money. Hehe, you're being too modest. Sikong Yanxiu shook her head with a gentle smile. The Sikong family has never considered making a move against you. With that, her expression grew serious as she met Lin Yu's gaze once more. Furthermore, the Sikong family is prepared to support you at any time, even if it means offending all the other players in Continent of Gods and Demons. As her words settled, Lin Yu felt a slight tremor in his heart. If this wasn't a conspiracy, it was indeed full of sincerity. Despite this, Lin Yu didn't pay it much mind, as with his current strength, escaping pursuit from other players wouldn't be difficult. At this moment, the two stood facing each other. Lin Yu maintained a calm expression, casually tapping the system interface with his finger, clearly not taking the recruitment offer seriously. After a moment, he looked up and politely but firmly declined. Miss Sikong, I appreciate your kind offer. In his view, since she had extended an olive branch so readily, there was likely some hidden agenda he hadn't yet uncovered, and he had no interest in wading into murky waters. Sikong Yinxiu remained unhurried and composed. She smiled slightly, approaching with measured steps, her voice gentle yet confident. Don't be so quick to refuse. Why not hear our terms of cooperation first? Oh, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, finally showing a hint of interest in this representative from China's top-ranked family. Sikong Yinxiu stopped beside him, leaning in slightly, her breath fragrant as she spoke. If you agree to cooperate with us, as a gesture of goodwill, the Sikong family is willing to share the secrets behind the demon continent with you. This might be extremely important to you. Though her words seemed calm on the surface, they were full of temptation. While Sikong Yinxiu hadn't uncovered Lin Yu's true background, her experience suggested he likely wasn't from one of China's top powers, making this secret information potentially compelling enough to sway many experts. Lin Yu merely smiled faintly. Are you referring to the Great Catastrophe? I'm sorry, but I already know about that. As his words landed, Sikong Yinxiu's face showed shock, undisguised surprise instantly spreading across her cold, beautiful features, her ample chest trembling slightly. Clearly, this news exceeded her expectations. Miss Sikong, if you have nothing else to discuss, I'll take my leave. Lin Yu cupped his fists in farewell and turned to go. He still needed to farm monsters to earn undead points for his guild establishment token and had no time to waste here. Wait! A melodious voice called from behind as Sikong Yinxiu quickly stepped forward. Lin Yu paused. What else would Miss Sikong like to say? Though he didn't want to cooperate, there was no need to burn bridges. Sikong Yinxiu quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Though I'm not sure how you learned about that matter, Yinxiu has other bargaining chips here. Wouldn't you like to hear them? She smiled charmingly. Her presence still rock steady. This unflappable demeanor was precisely what gave her influence within the Sikong family. Faced with such poise, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow. This woman was indeed a beauty. But he quickly collected himself, meeting her gaze calmly. What kind of bargaining chip could Miss Sikong offer that would move me? If you're willing to cooperate with the Sikong family, we can fully support you in reaching the pinnacle of the demon continent. Additionally, all guilds under the Sikong family can be at your disposal. These words carried weight. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. He certainly knew the Sikong family's gaming ventures hadn't been going well recently, but he hadn't expected them to gamble to this extent. This move was tantamount to burning their boats and betting everything on one throw. Then what does the Sikong family want in return? Lin Yu composed himself and looked at Sikong Yinxiu again. He didn't believe the Sikong family would make such a choice without expecting something in return. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Yu's question, Sikong Yinxiu finally showed a serious expression and said, We only hope that when you reach the pinnacle of the divine demon continent, you'll help our Sikong family maintain at least our position among the top 3 noble houses. This answer didn't surprise Lin Yu, but what truly caught him off guard was that the Sikong family had placed all their bets on him. After a brief silence, he raised his head and looked directly at Sikong Yinxiu. Aren't you afraid I might go back on my word or fall halfway through? You jest, Sikong Yinxiu smiled without backing down. Since this is an investment, we must bear the risks. Besides, given your character, I doubt you would break such an agreement. Lin Yu frowned slightly, his calm eyes reflecting her composed demeanor. After a moment, he nodded gently. I'll consider this matter and contact you once I've made up my mind. He was extremely tempted by the conditions the Sikong family offered, yet he didn't agree immediately. After all, everything had happened too suddenly, and any hasty decision could change his future. He was also well aware of his current situation. Although he was cooperating with Xiao Xiao, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Who could guarantee they wouldn't split due to conflicting interests in the future? If the Sikong family was truly willing to provide assistance, it would certainly not be a bad thing for him. Sensing Lin Yu's hesitation, Sikong Yinxiu tactfully restrained her approach and bowed slightly. Then I shall await your favorable response and won't disturb you further. As her words fell, she raised her hand and drew a gesture, opening a stable, pitch-black spatial portal beside her. She nodded at Lin Yu with a smile, then stepped through it, her figure disappearing along with the ripples. Spatial abilities, no wonder she dared to come here alone. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he didn't look away until the energy fluctuations completely subsided. His emotions were complex. The olive branch the Sikong family had suddenly extended came with conditions so tempting they were almost impossible to refuse, yet the price was equally heavy. Keeping the Sikong family among the top 3 sounded simple, but would be extremely difficult in practice. He murmured to himself, Forget it, I've been online for so long, it's time to log off. He shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. After scanning his surroundings to confirm no one was lurking nearby, he leaped toward the deeper parts of the forbidden zone. Tree shadows swayed irregularly. The air carried a thin mist mixed with metallic and bloody scents. An occasional beast roars echoed in his ears, but his steps remained steady without the slightest pause. He had been online for over 4 hours continuously and needed to find an absolutely safe location to log off. After all, he still had some matters to handle in reality. When Lin Yu logged off again, it was already past 12 noon. However, when he exited the gaming pod and pushed the door open, he froze at the doorway. Ling Xin was standing there anxiously, waiting for him. Xiao Linzi, you're finally out. Before Lin Yu could say anything, Ling Xin had already grabbed his hand, urgently examining him from head to toe. Crazy woman, what happened? Lin Yu frowned, his mind full of confusion. Oh, nothing, nothing. Ling Xin waved her hands repeatedly, then pretended to be annoyed. You stayed in there for over 10 hours straight. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have called the police. Her concern left Lin Yu speechless for a moment. The warmth surged through his heart. Coming to his senses, he smiled broadly. Crazy woman, I bet you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, let me take you somewhere good. Today had been quite rewarding for him. His leveling problem was solved, and Xiao Xiao had brought good news about clearing his red name status. It was truly a double celebration, perfect for treating himself and Ling Xin. Without hesitation, they headed straight to the most famous restaurant near Zhongjiang Island Yijing Garden. In the private dining room, Lin Yu generously pushed the menu toward Ling Xin. Order whatever you want. Xiao Linzi, then I won't hold back. Ling Xin smiled sweetly, but still adhered to her principle of not wasting food, ordering only 4 dishes and a soup. This portion was just right for them. Lin Yu, standing at 6'3", naturally had a big appetite, and though Ling Xin was only about 5'7", her years of regular exercise gave her an equally impressive appetite. After the waiter took away the menu, Ling Xin couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. She leaned in and whispered, Xiao Linzi, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Just spit it out. Lin Yu rolled his eyes. When did this crazy woman start being so coy? Then I'm asking? Ling Xin looked around, and seeing no one paying attention, lowered her voice even more mysteriously. The person who destroyed the newbie village last night. It wasn't you, was it? The timing matched perfectly. Lin Yu had just logged on last night. More importantly, when she logged on today, she discovered that Lin Yu had jumped straight to level 15, which couldn't help but make her suspicious. Faced with Ling Xion's questioning, Lin Yu didn't plan to hide anything and nodded directly. It really was you. Ling Xion got so excited that her voice rose several pitches. Realizing her outburst, she quickly lowered her voice again, saying in disbelief, Xiao Linzi, you're incredible. You actually destroyed an entire newbie village. After all, Ling Xion was a gaming enthusiast who had played quite a few games over the years. However, she had never heard of anyone destroying a newbie village before. It was absolutely unthinkable. What's so impressive about that? He was simply forced into a corner. Lin Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. If it weren't for Mordekaiser's relentless pursuit, he would never have done something so earth-shattering. Although destroying the newbie village had earned him massive sin points, it also forced him to hide like a rat in the deepest part of the Forbidden Zone, barely surviving. As they were talking, the server quickly brought out the dishes. The steaming spicy hot pot arrived with oil splattering everywhere, skewers bobbing in the red broth. The bright chili rabbit was covered with fine chili seeds, glistening with tempting oil. The fish-flavored pork had an orange-red color with sweet, sour, and spicy aromas wafting up. The stir-fried vegetables were crisp and green. Finally came a bowl of milky white corn and pork rib soup, with tender ribs and golden corn. Looking at the table full of steaming dishes, Lin Yu felt his heart soften inexplicably. These were almost all his favorites, clearly chosen specially by Ling Xian. Lin Yu, amid the cheerful restaurant chatter, an inappropriate shout drew their attention back. Lin Yu and Ling Xian both looked up simultaneously, their expressions instantly changing. The newcomers were none other than Su Yao and her self-proclaimed strategist, best friend Li Shui. Su Yao was carefully dressed today, her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders, her lips a bright red, making her shine like a flower under a spotlight. Su Yao. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. What do you want? If not for the public setting, he would have told her to get lost long ago. Lin Yu, what kind of attitude is that? Li Shui caught the contempt in his eyes and immediately flared up. You've really gotten full of yourself lately, haven't you? Su Yao raised her hand to stop her friend's outburst, then turned to Lin Yu with a gentle smile. Lin Yu, I was wrong. Let's get back together, okay? I won't be willful anymore, and I've already bought a gaming headset, so I can play games with you. Please. By the end, her eyes were slightly red, her voice so soft it seemed ready to melt. Ling Xion's expression immediately darkened. Su Yao's manipulation skills were absolutely otherworldly. Any normal man seeing this would probably want to pull her into his arms and comfort her. She secretly worried whether Lin Yu could resist. Su Yao, do you really want to get back together with me? Lin Yu's tone suddenly softened. Yes. Su Yao's eyes lit up as she nodded eagerly, saying sweetly, Baby, it really was my fault before. I genuinely want to be with you. Please forgive me, okay? As long as we can get back together, I'm willing to do anything. Xiao Lin, don't let her. Ling Xian tried to warn him, but was cut off by Lin Yu's raised hand. You said you're willing to do anything? Lin Yu, don't push your luck. Li Shui couldn't stand his attitude and snapped back. Yao Yao has already gone this far. Su Yao glared fiercely at Li Shui, suppressed her anger, and put on her gentle smile again, speaking intimately. Yes, baby, as long as I can be with you, I'm willing to do anything. Oh, really anything? Lin Yu's lips slowly curved upward. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he picked up a delicate white porcelain bowl and ladled a full bowl of the spicy hot pot broth scalding oil mixed with chili seeds so red they were almost black, floating with a few dried peppercorns, occasionally bubbling with sizzling sounds. He placed the bowl steadily in front of Su Yao, his voice not loud, but clearly carrying across the entire table. In that case, to show your sincerity, you wouldn't mind drinking this bowl of soup for me, would you? As Lin Yu's words fell, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. Everyone stared at the bubbling spicy hot pot broth as if frozen in time-crushed chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns churned on the oil's surface, with greasy steam hitting their faces. The smell alone was enough to make one's throat tighten, let alone actually drinking it. Ling Xian, who had originally wanted to stand up for Su Yao, now stood stunned in place. Even her breathing slowed by half a beat. Li Shui and Su Yao were the ones truly shocked. Li Shui's eyes widened so much they nearly popped out of their sockets. After a long moment, she finally found her voice and pointed at Lin Yu, growling. Lin Yu, what the hell are you saying? In her view, even if Su Yao had really cheated on Lin Yu multiple times, it wasn't worth making someone drink that stuff. Su Yao's expression shifted unpredictably, her gaze moving back and forth between the pot and Lin Yu. Finally, in his calm and indifferent expression, she caught a hint of coldness. Had this lapdog really changed? But thinking of Wang Duijin's promise and her own future, she could only forcibly suppress her emotions. She clenched her fists and shook her head at Li Shui with feigned grievance. Swear, this isn't Lin Yu's fault. I brought this on myself. After speaking, she turned to face Lin Yu, biting her red lips, her voice carrying both a sob and determination. Baby, if this is the only way to earn your forgiveness, I'll drink it. She reached out to grab the bowl mixed with thick oil and chili residue, without a moment's hesitation. Yao Yao, don't. That bastard Lin Yu isn't worth this. Li Shui frantically reached out to stop her. Even Ling Xian secretly gasped that was genuine spicy hot pot broth. A single sip would be overwhelming for ordinary people, let alone drinking an entire bowl. She quickly looked at Lin Yu, afraid he might soften and fall back into old patterns. Wait. A deep voice interrupted everyone. It was Lin Yu speaking. Li Shui felt relieved. Thinking this lapdog ultimately couldn't bear to see Su Yao suffer, and her glare at him softened somewhat. Su Yao's lips curved up slightly as she quietly exhaled. Sure enough, his servile nature couldn't be changed. As long as she employed a little scheme, he would still obediently comply. Ling Xian's heart sank, thinking Lin Yu had fallen for the guilt trip again. However, Lin Yu's next words left everyone's expressions frozen once more. Don't misunderstand. He pulled out his phone and aimed the camera at Su Yao. Since this is a promise, it needs to be recorded. I want to preserve this properly. You don't mind, do you? Su Yao's smile stiffened, and Li Shui became even more furious, cursing. Lin Yu, you bastard. Seeing that Lin Yu still wanted to take photos to record this moment, Li Shui's face flushed red with anger as she glared at him furiously. Lin Yu's behavior was simply going too far. However, Lin Yu paid no attention to Li Shui's outburst. He looked up at Su Yao in front of him and said in a calm tone, there shouldn't be any problem, right? After all, what this woman Su Yao had done in his previous life was 100 times more ruthless than what he was doing now. He was merely collecting a little interest at this point. Baby, since you like it, I naturally agree. Su Yao smiled slightly, but her fists clenched tightly again beneath her sleeves. With that said, she gritted her teeth and, under everyone's watchful gaze, drank down the entire spicy hot pot broth in one go. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Ling Xian was completely stunned. She never expected Su Yao would actually go through with it. Li Shui quickly grabbed a cup of tea and handed it to Su Yao, then looked coldly at Lin Yu. If it weren't for him, Su Yao wouldn't have done such a thing. Baby, you should be able to forgive me now, right? Su Yao ignored everyone's stares. After taking the tea from Li Shui and rinsing her mouth slightly, she looked at Lin Yu. However, a flash of venomous resentment flickered in her eyes. To be honest, Lin Yu was also somewhat stunned at this moment. He hadn't expected Su Yao to go to such lengths just to get close to him. But he quickly recovered, smiled slightly, and said, Su Yao, I forgive you. It's just that I've been playing games lately and might not have time to spend with you. You won't mind, will you? I don't mind. I've also bought a gaming helmet and would love to play with you. Upon hearing Lin Yu mention games, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. As expected, seeing Su Yao's subtle reaction, Lin Yu became even more certain of his suspicions. He then pretended to be concerned and said, Yao Yao, you should go to the hospital to get your stomach pumped first, otherwise I'll worry about you. I have classes this afternoon, so I won't accompany you. By the way, I'm currently in Qingfeng City. Once you reach level 10, come find me. Okay, baby. Once I reach level 10, I'll definitely come find you. Su Yao showed a gentle smile. However, when she said the words, definitely come find you, her tone was noticeably heavier. After saying this, Su Yao didn't linger any longer and left for a nearby hospital with Li Shui's support. The bowl of spicy hot pot broth from earlier was now making her stomach churn, and she needed to get to the hospital for stomach pumping as soon as possible. Shaolin, haven't you been hurt enough by this woman? This Su Yao is only looking for you as a backup because Wang Duojin dumped her. Only after Su Yao and her companion had walked far away did Ling Xin turn to Lin Yu with an expression of disappointment. She couldn't believe this guy was about to repeat the same mistakes. Was he really going to be ruined by Su Yao's hands? Crazy woman, don't get excited. However, faced with Ling Xin's questioning, Lin Yu remained very calm as he finished his drink in one gulp. Then, after glancing in the direction where Su Yao and Li Shui had left, he looked at Ling Xin and said calmly, besides, both things you just said are wrong. Wrong. Hearing this, Ling Xin immediately became indignant. Was this guy still making excuses for himself? First, if I'm not mistaken, Wang Duojin hasn't broken up with Su Yao. Second, Su Yao doesn't see me as a backup either. She came here today to put on this act simply to get close to me. If I'm not wrong, everything she did today was probably orchestrated by Wang Duojin behind the scenes. However, faced with Ling Xin's questioning, Lin Yu spoke leisurely. What? Hearing this, Ling Xin was obviously stunned, then urgently asked, then since you know she's deliberately trying to get close to you, why did you? You want to ask why I agreed to her? Lin Yu smiled, then looked ahead with a deep, meaningful expression and said, since they want to play, I naturally have to play along with them properly. Originally, in this life, he had planned to let Su Yao off the hook, but now that this woman insisted on walking into the line of fire, it was perfect timing to settle both old and new scores together. As for that Wang Duojin, he'd make perfect experience points. Afternoon. By the time Lin Yu and his companion finished their classes and returned to the villa, it was already around 3 o'clock. As soon as they entered the house, both of them simultaneously put on their helmets and dove into Divine Demon Continent, without hesitation. Ling Xin was already a typical gaming addict girl, and having tasted the many benefits of the game, she couldn't bear to waste even a single minute. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was completely driven to desperation by his red name status in the game. As the white light of logging in faded, Lin Yu reappeared in the cave where he had logged off. The surroundings were silent, with no players or wandering monsters in sight, and not even a blade of grass at the cave entrance had been trampled. Clearly, under the dual protection of the Forbidden Zone's natural deterrent and the concealment effect of the Turtle Breath Jade, his offline period had been quite safe. Thank goodness. Lin Yu exhaled softly, but didn't dare truly relax. The countdown for the Tindui bounty had just begun, and based on his previous life's experience, most players would reach around level 20 in a few more days. By then, the Forbidden Zone would no longer be off-limits to level 20 players, making his hiding place far from secure. He had to clear his criminal value before that happened. Having made up his mind, he had just stepped out of the cave, preparing to grind monsters to clear his red name, when his message panel chimed with an incoming private message. Junior Lin Yu, perfect timing that you're online. I've already contacted the NPC for the hidden quest in the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Send me your location, and we'll come find you right away. The sender was Xiao Xiao. This is the key to clearing my criminal value. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he immediately replied. Thank you so much, Senior Xiao. He casually sent over his current coordinates. Buzz. Just as the message was sent, a circle of cyan-white ripples suddenly appeared before him, and two figures materialized out of thin air, landing no more than 5 meters away. On the left was the familiar Xiao Xiao, dressed in tight hunting gear with a longbow on her back. On the right was a young woman in a snow-white long dress, appearing to be around 20 years old with a quiet temperament. Though her beauty rivaled Xiao Xiao's, her eyes were clearer and more innocent. Spatial teleportation skill. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Throughout Divine Demon Continent, spatial magic was extremely rare, and those who could instantly teleport to a player's location could be counted on one hand. Viscountess Yu Shisha, this is the adventurer I mentioned to you Yu. Xiao Xiao gestured Lin Yu forward, her tone respectful. Viscountess. Lin Yu's heart stirred as he muttered to himself. In the noble hierarchy of Divine Demon Continent, the 5 ranks of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron were strictly ordered, with Viscount already being a genuine upper-class noble. Some powerful Viscounts even possessed independent territories, and when they appeared, even the city lords of first-tier main cities had to show utmost respect. For someone of such status to appear in Qingfeng City, which was merely a first-tier main city, was truly unexpected. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be nobles of Viscount rank present here. The appearance of Yu Shisha before him was utterly perplexing. Lin Yu had intended to use his usual investigation skill to uncover her background, but was shocked to discover that aside from the name, Yu Shisha, all other information was completely blank. With his level 15 strength, he should theoretically be able to investigate any target below level 45. Yet this time his skill was completely ineffective. What puzzled him most was that an NPC clearly above level 45 had appeared alone in a level 1 main city, actively seeking help, something that seemed abnormal no matter how he looked at it. You're the adventurer who destroyed the newbie village's resurrection altar? When Yu Shisha noticed the glaring red name above his head, her expression darkened slightly. Lin Yu didn't try to deny it and nodded straightforwardly. Viscountess Yu Shisha, that would be me. The red name was so conspicuous that denial would be useless. Moreover, if he wanted to trigger a hidden quest from her, honesty was the safest approach. No wonder adventurer Xiao Xiaoran said, you have the ability to complete my task. Yu Shisha reassessed Lin Yu, her tone carrying a hint of appreciation. She didn't care about Lin Yu's special status, only whether the task could be completed. Lin Yu didn't appear to be a vicious criminal, so she felt no aversion toward him. My lady, what do you need me to do? Lin Yu cut straight to the point, as his primary goal was the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Adventurer, I need you to help me retrieve something. Yu Shisha's voice was soft yet urgent. Retrieve something? Lin Yu frowned slightly. If you can help me get it back, the reward will not disappoint you. As her words fell, the familiar system notification followed. Ding. Yu Shisha has issued you a quest. Quest requirement. Eliminate the Black Tiger Gang roaming the CG Mountains and retrieve Yu Shisha's Lord's Heart. Quest reward. Unknown. Quest penalty. Unknown. Quest warning. The Black Tiger Gang's leader Gao Qiqiang is a level 30 bronze boss, far exceeding current player strength levels. Do you choose to accept this quest? No wonder she's seeking help from adventurers lost her Lord's Heart. As the notification ended, this thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind. In the Divine Demon Continent, all those granted territory possessed a Lord's Heart. The holder could use the faith power generated by their subjects to fight above their level, functioning similarly to Village Chief Wang Defa's Battle Spirit Surge, except it consumed faith rather than one's own blood energy. However, such power came with risks. The Lord's Heart required sacrificing part of the user's strength, binding them together. If lost, the owner's power would plummet drastically, potentially causing severe damage to their foundation. It made sense that Yu Shisha was helpless against a mere level 30 Black Tiger Gang. As for why she lost her Lord's Heart, and why she sought him out instead of the City Lord's mansion, Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to investigate deeply. Whether he could unlock the Azura Purgatory Dungeon was what mattered. With this in mind, he chose Confirm Accept without hesitation. With his current half set of bronze equipment and track record of defeating multiple bosses, he didn't consider a level 30 bronze boss particularly threatening. If things went badly, he still had the Phantom Moon boots as a guaranteed escape route. With the quest secured, Lin Yu didn't linger. After brief pleasantries with Xiao Xiao, he embarked on the journey to CG Mountains through Yu Shisha's spatial teleportation. Completing this task was imperative after all. It could be the key to clearing his red name status. Qingfeng City, Forbidden Zone. The Siki Mountain Range, Black Tiger Peak. The mountain stood silent and empty when a milky white light suddenly flashed. As the radiance faded, two figures appeared quietly beneath the rocky cliff: Lin Yu and Viscount Yu Shisha. Yu Shisha was eager to reclaim the Lord's Heart and insisted on accompanying him. Since Lin Yu temporarily couldn't use the teleportation array, he was happy to have someone handle the return journey. The two hit it off immediately. After briefly getting their bearings, they quickly reached the stronghold halfway up the peak. Outside the fortress, several minions dressed in Black Tiger Gang attire were patrolling unsteadily. Lin Yu approached at a measured pace, and as he drew near, a data panel automatically appeared. Black Tiger Gang member, common, level 20. Health, 63006-300. Energy, 750,750. Attack, 423. Defense, 125. Skills, slash, charge, cleave. Description: a member of the Black Tiger Gang who frequently roams and causes trouble near Qingfeng City. Their strength is quite respectable. This level would be a tough challenge for current players, but in Lin Yu's eyes, they were utterly vulnerable. His figure flickered, and his bronze blade flashed with a series of cold gleams. Ding. You killed a Black Tiger Gang member above your level. Copper coins 50. Due to Undead Refinement Art. Experience gain 0, Sin value 2, Undead value 10. Ding. You killed a Black Tiger Gang member above your level. Copper coins 50. Due to Undead Refinement Art. Experience gain 0, Sin value 2, Undead value 10. With the bronze weapons enhancement, Lin Yu's panel attack had soared to a terrifying 3,120 points. These small fries couldn't even complete a full action before becoming corpses. Truly worthy of someone who could destroy a newbie village's strength is indeed terrifying, he thought with self-mockery. In the distance, behind a thick ancient tree, Yu Shisha silently watched Lin Yu's blade rise and fall. Her eyes shifted slightly with complex emotions, but she didn't reveal herself. Lin Yu remained completely unaware, simply trampling the corpses into the dust. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Only when the last minion fell did the guards on the stronghold's watchtower snap out of their shock, frantically striking the warning gong. The harsh gong sounds echoed through the valley, and all gang members inside immediately grabbed their weapons and formed defensive formations. These humanoid monsters weren't stupid, they were fully alert. Moments later, heavy footsteps approached the main gate. A tall man with a square face stepped out, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Yu as he demanded in a deep voice, "Who goes there? Why do you trespass on Black Tiger Gang territory?" The Black Tiger Gang had a fearsome reputation around Qingfeng City. Even people from the city lord's mansion were reluctant to provoke them lightly. Now some unknown young man had actually killed his way to their stronghold gates, which he couldn't comprehend. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond and simply looked up to assess him. A data panel immediately appeared. Black Tiger Gang's second leader, Gao Qixing, bronze boss, level 25. Health, 162, 000 000. Energy, 1250 Attack, 1634. Defense, 408. Skills, Black Tiger Heart Strike, Black Tiger Slash, Frozen Fish Attack, Rage. Description, second in command of the Black Tiger Gang, notorious even in Qingfeng City. Approach with extreme caution. Only 1600 attack power, far inferior to the 10,000 Serpent King Tor. Lin Yu glanced at Gao Qixing's attribute panel and clicked his tongue dismissively, clearly not taking his opponent seriously. Looking up at the stronghold walls, his voice turned ice cold. "The one who will kill you all." Seeking death. Gao Qixing's face instantly darkened. Even the city lord's mansion usually showed him respect, yet now some young upstart dared to speak so arrogantly. Furious beyond measure, he roared, "Men, loose your arrows. Turn this brat into a pincushion." Bowstrings sang in unison as rows of minions on the walls excitedly knocked their arrows. Smug grins spreading across their faces, they would show everyone the consequences of crossing the Black Tiger Gang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows cut through the air, converging on Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. However, before their smiles could fully form, those minions froze in place as if they'd seen ghosts. The arrows struck Lin Yu's body but drew not a single drop of blood. Instead, their own chests churned with pain as agony exploded from within. Even more bizarre, several gang members who had shot quickly collapsed backward on the spot, their breath extinguished. "What the hell, this is cursed." Terrified shouts erupted instantly, and some of the more cowardly ones fainted on the spot. No one could understand why they couldn't harm Lin Yu, yet found themselves dying instead. Gao Qixing's square face also showed a trace of horror. This was the first time he'd witnessed such an eerie scene. This guy has terrifyingly powerful abilities. Yushi Sha, who was observing the battle from a distance, also furrowed her brow. Even she was secretly alarmed. Lin Yu paid no attention to everyone's shock. He needed to complete the Eliminate the Black Tiger Gang mission quickly to obtain the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. He suddenly burst forward, slashing his blade toward the stronghold's main gate. Bang! The thunderous impact shook the entire gate, sending wood chips flying as a gash nearly a meter long appeared. "Young brother, we have no grudge against you. Why do you press us so relentlessly?" Gao Qixing leaned forward and shouted, his tone much softer than before. Having witnessed Lin Yu's terrifying power, he could only suppress his rage and attempt diplomacy. Lin Yu gave no response. The mission came first. They had no time for idle chatter. His long blade swept out again, cold light cutting through the air. Crash! The stronghold gate completely exploded, wooden planks and iron nails flying everywhere. With their defenses collapsed, the more cowardly Black Tiger Gang members immediately threw down their weapons and armor, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Gao Qixing's face turned extremely grim. He gripped his black blade tightly, clenched his teeth, with sinister flames dancing in his eyes as he glared at Lin Yu, his voice filled with barely concealed hatred. "Boy, you've gone too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Before his words even finished, he suddenly exerted force, sending gravel flying from beneath his feet as his entire body transformed into a black shadow lunging forward. His blade cut through the air with sharp whistling sounds echoing through the alley, clearly intending to hack Lin Yu into pieces on the spot. Logically speaking, Gao Qixing, as a level 25 bronze boss, was already a nightmare-level enemy for players at this stage. However, faced with Lin Yu's absurdly overpowered three-dimensional attributes, these advantages amounted to virtually nothing. Confronting Gao Qixing's killing move, he didn't even bother to dodge, instead striking back with his sword in a direct clash. Metal rang against metal as blinding sparks erupted, followed immediately by continuous damage numbers rising above Gao Qixing's head: 3620, 3985, 4590. In less than a minute, the final string of 4590 appeared and froze. Gao Qixing's body stiffened. The notorious second-in-command of the Black Tiger Gang in Qingfeng City couldn't even manage a scream before collapsing limply to the ground, his wide-open eyes filled with disbelief, clearly dying with unresolved grievances. At the same time, a system notification clearly reached Lin Yu's ears. "Ding! You have killed the Qingfeng City bronze boss Gao Qixing. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your username? Hide it. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. The server-wide announcement immediately rang out 3 times. Congratulations to an anonymous player for completing the first kill of Qingfeng City Bronze boss Gao Qixing. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. System rewards followed immediately. Ding! You have successfully killed the Black Tiger Gang's second-in-command Gao Qixing above your level, gaining gold coins 5, skill books 10. Due to undead refinement arts, you gained experience points 0, sin value 30, soul value 150. Ding! You have obtained dropped equipment, Bronze Tiger Helmet 1. Gold coins scattered, skill books opened on the ground before automatically floating into his inventory, but Lin Yu had no time to examine them. His gaze turned forward. There stood a man with a square face bearing 80% resemblance to Gao Qixing, muscles bulging with a fierce aura about him. This person was clenching both fists tightly, his cold gaze locked onto Lin Yu like a frozen blade. Now, he was staring at him with a sinister expression. Black Tiger Gang leader, Gao Qiqiang Bronze boss, level 30. Health, 232, 0000232, 000. Energy, 1, 8001, 800. Attack, 2450. Defense, 511. Skills, Black Tiger Slash, Storm Strike, Gao Family Chain Cuts, 9 forms of the Black Tiger. Description, leader of the Black Tiger Gang, one of Qingfeng City's most notorious bandit bosses with unfathomable strength. Exercise extreme caution when encountered. His stats were quite impressive indeed. His attack power far exceeded that of the Serpent King Tuoard, suggesting he likely possessed a piece of silver-grade equipment. The moment the status panel appeared, Lin Yu's gaze locked onto it like a blade. He raised his hand to his lips, licking his dry mouth. As a warrior-type boss with nearly 2,500 attack power, Gao Qiqiang undoubtedly carried silver-grade equipment that significantly boosted his offensive capabilities. Though he confirmed this fact, Lin Yu didn't take it too seriously. Compared to when he fought Tuoard, his current strength had grown beyond comparison. A mere Gao Qiqiang posed no real threat. The thought of potentially obtaining silver-grade equipment from Gao Qiqiang even stirred a hunter's excitement. Within him, silver-grade equipment at this stage was so rare, it was practically legendary. You little beast, why have you come to cause trouble in my Black Tiger Gang? Across from him, Gao Qiqiang's face was dark as water, his voice deep and menacing. He didn't rush to attack, had witnessed Lin Yu's lightning-fast strike that killed Gao Qixing, and such strength was not to be underestimated. Swoosh. His response came not in words, but in a sharp blade of light. Lin Yu's objective was clear: destroy the Black Tiger Gang and claim some equipment along the way. Rather than waste time with words, action was preferable. You brat, you're courting death. Since you won't accept my courtesy, you'll face my punishment. Let me show you the consequences of crossing Gao Qiqiang. With a furious roar, Gao Qiqiang raised his black gold cleaver and charged forward with a battle cry. To him, his opponent was merely a level 15 warrior. No matter how fancy his techniques, he couldn't possibly withstand the crushing force of a level 30 fighter. In an instant, their attacks collided midair, blades crossing as cold light scattered, and killing intent became almost tangible. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous sound of metal striking metal exploded in the gang members' ears as sparks flew. Yet after barely 10 exchanges, Gao Qiqiang's initially confident expression gradually Paletti discovered that each of his strikes not only failed to deal effective damage to Lin Yu, but he was repeatedly forced back by the terrifying attack power and recoil. In less than a minute, his health of over 220,000 had been brutally reduced by nearly a third. How is this possible? Gao Qiqiang suddenly retreated, creating distance between them, his eyes filled with horror. He was level 30 with a silver weapon, yet he was being dominated by a level 15 kid? It was unbelievable, yet the reality stood before him. There are many things in this world beyond your imagination. However, Lin Yu had no intention of holding back. The moment his words fell, his body shot forward like lightning once again. The heavenly dragon blade in his hand tore through the air as he mercilessly slashed toward Gao Qiqiang ahead. Damn it! Gao Qiqiang's face darkened instantly, but as a level 30 boss, he shifted his footing and his figure suddenly drifted away, barely dodging the blade's edge. He let out a cold laugh that echoed through the forest. Kid, you'll never catch me with that speed of yours. If you retreat now, I'll let today's incident slide. How about it? Lin Yu remained silent, but his gaze locked onto Gao Qiqiang like chains. Seeing this, Gao Qiqiang felt uneasy but still put on a brave front. What? Am I wrong? Lin Yu's lips curved upward. Oh? You really think being fast means you can escape? Shadow Moon Swift Step. With a low shout, Lin Yu touched his toes to the ground, and his entire form became a blur, appearing before Gao Qiqiang in the blink of an eye. Cold light flashed as his blade energy crashed down. What the hell? This is impossible. Gao Qiqiang cried out in shock. Before he could react, bright red numbers burst above his health bar. 4013. Explosive pain hit him as he roared, his arms trembling violently while being forced to retreat repeatedly. Lin Yu pressed his advantage relentlessly, his blade dancing as continuous slashes formed streaks of silver light. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Gao Qiqiang's voice turned completely icy. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, formed hand seals, and dark light rose from beneath his feet. A dark magic circle instantly expanded with swirling shadows. The crisp sounds of twisting bones erupted continuously as the black mist stretched and elongated his form. Behind the large tree, Yu Shisha could no longer contain herself and flashed out. "Gu adventurer, be careful. That's the 9 transformations of the Black Tigeries sacrificing his vital energy to summon the power projection of the Hell Black Tiger. You damn woman, so it was you." Gao Qiqiang was momentarily stunned, then grinned wickedly. "In that case, let me show you both the 9 transformations of the Black Tiger enhanced by the Lord's heart. Today, none of you will escape." Lin Yu stared intently at Gao Qiqiang, who was gradually transforming into a beast at the center of the magic circle, his brow furrowing deeper. He clearly sensed that overwhelming pressure rising at an alarming rate had to interrupt it. The thought flashed through his mind as he leaped up fiercely, bringing his long blade down in a furious slash. "You have some insight, but it's too late." Gao Qiqiang laughed lowly as tiger stripes spread across his body and his aura surged wildly. "I've already gained 95% of the power. Even if you disrupt me, it's enough to crush you." Before his words finished, he completed his transformation, a three-turtle figure with a tiger's head and human body, radiating mountain-like pressure. The magic circle's dark light collapsed with a thunderous crash, but the violent energy had already surged entirely into his body. Ding warning. Black Tiger Gang leader Gao Qiqiang has sacrificed his own vital energy to obtain the Hell Black Tiger's power projection. Attack and defense temporarily increased by 190, with immunity to damage reflection effects, lasting 3 minutes. Black Tiger Gang leader, Gao Qiqiang Bronze Boss, Black Tiger 9 transformations, level 30. Health, 100, 600232000. Energy, 7201, 800. Attack, 7131. Defense, 1597. Skills, Black Tiger Slash, Windwave Strike, Gao Family Chain Cuts, Black Tiger 9 transformations. He is one of the most notorious bandit leaders in Qingfeng City, with unfathomable power. Exercise extreme caution when encountering him. This, a 190 attribute boost? Looking at Gao Qiqiang's abnormal status panel before him, Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, his expression more grave than ever. Although Gao Qiqiang in his current beast form couldn't resist crowd control, and Lin Yu could completely restrict his skill usage with taunt abilities, those ridiculously exaggerated base attributes still posed a significant threat. What troubled Lin Yu most was that Black Tiger 9 transformations could actually ignore damage reflection. Without this immunity, he could have easily defeated Gao Qiqiang with his high attack and damage reflection. Now with reflection nullified, his damage output was essentially cut in half. Based on his current attack power, each basic attack would only deal around 1,700 damage. To kill Gao Qiqiang, he'd need to strike nearly 62 times. In contrast, Gao Qiqiang's 7,000 attack would deal nearly 350 damage per hit to him. With Lin Yu's health below 18,000, he could only withstand around 50 strikes at most. Purely by stats, he was completely outmatched. However, Lin Yu showed no fear. Stats were just cold numbers, and he had skills at his disposal. Moreover, he possessed various recovery methods like Spring of Light and health potions. If he truly couldn't win, he had life-saving techniques to retreat safely without worrying about being trapped. With his mind set, Lin Yu suddenly burst forward, his figure shooting toward Gao Qiqiang like lightning. Seeking death, Gao Qiqiang sneered coldly, his beast eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With his attack and defense fully enhanced, Lin Yu's bold offensive seemed like pure suicide to him. Even Yu Shisha nearby showed surprise she couldn't gain any advantage even at her peak, yet Lin Yu dared to charge directly? "Taunt pull!" Lin Yu shouted, and milky white light burst from his chest, instantly striking Gao Qiqiang. Petty tricks." Facing the sudden beam of light, Gao Qiqiang scoffed dismissively. Before absolute power, such tactics were futile. But the next second, his emerging sneer froze on his lips. His body suddenly lost control and involuntarily lunged toward Lin Yu. "What's happening?" Seeing this, Gao Qiqiang's beast eyes filled with shock. However, before he could react, Lin Yu's attack had already landed on him. The crimson damage number 1695 exploded above Gao Qiqiang's head, as glaring as a slap to the face. "Kid, don't think you stand a chance with these cheap tricks. I'm going to kill you," Gao Qiqiang roared, his face turning cold after the brief shock. With his current foundation, let alone a mere level 15 Lin Yu, even a level 50 powerhouse wouldn't intimidate him. This adventurer is truly terrifying. He seems able to force these Black Tiger Gang thugs to attack him. Yu Shisha nearby immediately saw through the strategy. As a noble, She knew that such taunting skills could only be learned by core members within the Temple Alliance. Yet Lin Yu was just an adventurer. This realization made her heart sink. Before she could fully process this, Lin Yu had already clashed head-on with Gao Qiqiang. Amid flashing blades and flying fists, the two exchanged dozens of blows in less than a minute. During the stalemate, Lin Yu's expression gradually grew. Gravy had calculated all the data correctly, but underestimated Gao Qiqiang's attack speed. For every one of his moves, his opponent could strike 1.5 times. Even with the spring of light and health potions sustaining him, his current total health of less than 3,000 couldn't withstand 9 attacks from his opponent, while Gao Qiqiang's health bar still showed nearly 30,000. In other words, he needed to land 16 attacks of equal damage to achieve victory. Worse still, the 1,000 health point potions had a 3-second cooldown, making his situation increasingly perilous. Kid, scared now aren't you? Gao Qiqiang watched Lin Yu's changing expression, his lips curling into a maniacal smile, as if he could already see himself twisting off his opponent's head. But Lin Yu only pressed his lips tighter, determination flashing in his eyes. After several more seconds, the aftermath of their violent collision sent both fighters flying, crashing heavily to the ground. According to the system notifications, both their health bars dropped significantly again. Lin Yu staggered to his feet, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking thoroughly battered. Even after downing a health potion during the fight, his life force remained below 1,000. Gao Qiqiang across from him wasn't faring much better. His massive tiger-shaped body was covered in wounds, his fierce tiger head soaked in blood, and his originally near 240,000 health points had dropped to barely 12,000. Yet based on the previous damage calculations, Lin Yu's chances still looked grim. Kid die. Gao Qiqiang's eyes turned blood red, his killing intent almost taking physical form. Given Lin Yu's current condition, as long as nothing unexpected happened, crushing his opponent's skull would be effortless. Was this really how it would end? Witnessing this scene, even Yu Shisha's face turned ashen. She had temporarily lost her ability to fight due to certain circumstances, and if Lin Yu truly lost this battle, she could only plan to activate spatial teleportation at any moment to escape in the chaos. But just as she began gathering her magic array, Lin Yu's bone-chillingly cold voice suddenly rang out from behind her. You want me dead? Let's see if you have what it takes. What a pretentious act. Upon hearing this, Gao Qiqiang's lips curled into a mocking sneer. He was certain that Lin Yu was at the end of his rope, requiring only a flick of his finger to finish him off, so he raised his hand to end the battle. Amplification Aura, activate. Invincible Fury, engage. Lin Yu paid no heed to Gao Qiqiang's contempt, determination flashing across his tense face. In an instant, an intensely brilliant golden light erupted above his head, while his body was simultaneously enveloped in a faint red glow, the dual enhancement of the Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace and Invincible Fury. At this life-or-death moment, he held nothing back. Heavenly Dragon sky-splitting slash. His roar thundered forth as the Heavenly Dragon blade rose like a blazing sun, its brilliant blade light tearing through the air. Accompanied by a deafening rumble, an overwhelmingly crushing pressure spread outward with Lin Yu at its center, sending debris flying and causing the very air to tremble. How is this possible? How can you possess such terrifying attack power? As the horrifying pressure struck him, Gao Qiqiang plummeted from triumph to terror in an instant. That soul-rending killing intent made him acutely aware that death awaited him in the next second. Did you think I would drag this out until now, without having an ace up my sleeve? Lin Yu's voice was low and calm. He had always been cautious, never taking risks without certainty. Now that his resurrection opportunity was lost, he valued his life even more. Moreover, with his Phantom Moon swift steps and several escape methods at his disposal, retreating in defeat wouldn't be difficult if necessary. Impossible. You're only level 15, how can you possibly defeat me? I have the energy enhancement from Lord Hell Black Tiger. Gao Qiqiang couldn't accept this reversal of fortune, screaming in a voice fractured by fear. Then go to hell, and ask your Lord Hell Black Tiger yourself. Lin Yu responded coldly. As his words fell, he wasted no more breath and viciously slashed the golden blade light in his hand toward Gao Qiqiang. Whoosh! The golden blade light slashed down furiously, its overwhelming pressure instantly causing the air to emit waves of humming sounds. Accompanying this strike, a violent energy swept forth like a tsunami, stirring up layers of air currents along its path, while the grass and trees on the ground instantly turned to ash in the fierce wind. What a terrifying attack! Yu Shisha, not far away, felt her eardrums ache from the sharp sound of cutting wind, her expression growing tense. Though the blade light wasn't aimed directly at her, her exposed skin still felt needle-like pain from the sharp aftershocks. Even at her peak strength, taking this blow head-on would be no easy task. However, what was truly horrifying was Gao Qiqiang, who was bearing the full brunt of this strike. With golden light bearing down on him, he felt the shadow of death clearly for the first time in battle. He wanted to flee but couldn't move. Locked by the taunt skill, his body was instead forced to lunge toward that massive golden energy. Boom. The blade light moved so fast it was nearly invisible to the naked eye, colliding head-on with the beast-transformed Gao Qiqiang in the blink of an eye. A deafening explosion erupted instantly, with shockwaves expanding wildly outward from Lin Yu and Gao Qiqiang as the epicenter, while spiderweb cracks rapidly spread across the ground. Bang! The collision lasted only a few brief moments before a massive, battered figure shot backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground with dust flying high. At the same time, bright red damage numbers 21360 flashed in midair. Hiss! Did this adventurer Gu really win? Though Yushisha thought she was mentally prepared, she was still left breathless by the scene before her. The one who had been sent flying was none other than Gao Qiqiang, who had unleashed the 9 transformations of the Black Tiger. She knew that even at her peak condition, she would have struggled to defeat this man quickly, otherwise her lord's heart wouldn't have fallen into his hands. Now, Gao Qiqiang had actually been slain by a level 15 adventurer. This result was beyond her imagination. She looked up at the young man's back in the distance, her gaze complex, truly worthy of someone who could destroy a newbie village. Whoosh. Unlike Yushisha's shock, Lin Yu only felt like he had narrowly escaped death. He plopped down on the ground and frantically pulled out several health potions, gulping them down. If he hadn't played all his trump cards, he might have really met his end here. As the liquid rolled into his stomach and warmth flowed through his limbs, he finally managed to steady his chaotic breathing. Just then, the familiar system notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! You have killed Qingfeng City Bronze boss Gao Qiqiang and are about to receive a server-wide announcement. Do you wish to hide your username? Hide. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, responding weakly. The intense burst had nearly drained all his stamina. The next moment, system announcements scrolled across the screen. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for completing the first kill of Qingfeng City Bronze boss Gao Qiqiang. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to an anonymous player for completing the first kill of Qingfeng City Bronze boss Gao Qiqiang. This announcement is made to encourage all players to continue their efforts. With the familiar 3 server-wide announcements, Lin Yu's ears were once again filled with a series of system reward notifications. Ding! You have successfully defeated Gao Qiqiang, leader of the Black Tiger Gang, through level crossing combat. Rewards: Gold coins 10, skill books 10. Due to undead refinement arts, experience points 0, sin value 40, soul points 200. Ding! You have obtained the silver equipment dropped by Black Tiger Gang leader Gao Qiqiang, Dark Gold War Blade 1. Ding! You have obtained the secret manual dropped by Black Tiger Gang leader Gao Qiqiang, 9 transformations of the Black Tiger 1. Ding! You have obtained Yushisha's Lost Lord's Heart 1. Silver grade equipment and the 9 transformations of the Black Tiger. Hearing the continuous stream of notification sounds hammering into his eardrums, Lin Yu's heart was instantly filled with wild joy, his palms even slightly sweating from excitement. Especially that 9 transformations of the Black Tiger manual made his heart race. During the recent battle, he had already witnessed the ferocity of this secret technique. If not for his abundant methods, he would have probably been crushed into the ground by Gao Qiqiang long ago. Without further delay, he immediately opened the skill panel for the 9 transformations of the Black Tiger. 9 transformations of the Black Tiger secret manual LV1. Effect: sacrifice your own vital energy to gain the power projection of the held Black Tiger, acquiring the strength of corresponding transformations. Cost: enter a severely injured state for 7 days, with recovery and healing effects reduced by 80, and maximum attribute limits decreased by 50. Black Tiger 3rd transformation LV1. Maximum attack and defense 100, duration 1 minute. Black Tiger 6th transformation LV2. Maximum attack and defense 200, duration 2 minutes. Black Tiger 9th transformation LV3. Maximum attack and defense 300, ignores damage reflection effects, duration 3 minutes. Proficiency 0-100. Note: upgrading requires skill books. This 9 transformations of the Black Tiger is absolutely overpowered. Lin Yu drew in a sharp breath. The side effects were indeed harsh, but a 300 attack and defense boost plus immunity to damage reflection, this was simply heaven-defying. Don't forget, Gao Qiqiang had only mastered up to the Black Tiger 6th transformation and was already that difficult to handle. If he had reached the 9th transformation, today's outcome might have been instantly reversed. Of course, his ability to trigger parts of the Black Tiger 9th transformation was partly due to the Lord's Heart and partly thanks to his boss aura before the catastrophe's arrival. Boss and NPC effects for skills of the same level were always superior to players. Even so, with Lin Yu's current attribute panel combined with this secret technique, the explosive power would be absolutely ridiculous. Though his emotions were surging, he quickly calmed his mind and turned to examine the 2 new pieces of equipment in his inventory. the dark gold warblade, and the tiger helmet that Gao Qixing had dropped earlier. These happened to be exactly the equipment slots he needed most. Dark gold warblade silver grade. Class requirement: warrior. Level requirement: 15. Effect 1. Attack 1300. Effect 2. Consume 150 energy points to unleash heaven-shaking slash, dealing 300 of your attack power, 30-second cooldown. Durability: 100. Tiger helmet bronze grade. Class requirement: warrior knight. Level requirement: 10. Effect 1. Health points 2400. Durability: 100. Although the dark gold warblade doesn't have the 10 critical hit rate like the blood snake blade, nor the critical hit special effect of blood spirit slash, it's still a significant upgrade from my current heavenly dragon treasure blade. Lin Yu commented softly, his fingertips caressing the blade's surface, feeling the sharp aura faintly emanating from within the dark gold warblade. With this thought, he could no longer contain his excitement and immediately equipped both pieces of gear. The sound of metal and leather rubbing against each other was particularly clear in the silent space. As the equipment settled into place, he casually opened his personal attribute panel, wanting to see just how much his stats had skyrocketed this time. Character profile. Nickname: Jiu. Level: 155-7200. Class: warrior. Health: 9201-21145. Energy: 100500. Attack: 3942. Defense: 7405. Critical hit: 20. Movement speed: 40. Talents: Absolute Defense Divine Tier LV3, Undead Refinement Arts Divine Tier. Skills: Soul Chain Passive, Divine Tier LV1, Spring of Light Passive, S Tier LV2, Taunt Active, Steer LV2, Resilient Will Passive, Steer LV1. Secret Arts: 9 Transformations of the Black Tiger LV1, Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment: Turtle Breath Jade Treasure, Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace Gold Tier, Dark Gold War Blade Silver Tier, Tiger Helmet Bronze Tier, Berserker Ape Armor Bronze Tier, Spirit Deer Belt Bronze Tier, Treasure Phoenix Leg Guards Bronze Tier, Phantom Moon Boots Bronze Tier. A golden screen hovered in the center of the clearing, displaying all his attributes in neat columns before Lin Yu's eyes. Looking at the complete profile, he realized he could now go toe-to-toe with warrior players equipped with full level 40 silver gear without falling behind. The thought filled him with overwhelming joy. While he might not yet be able to dominate the first-tier main cities, he was confident that no one could stop him if he chose to retreat. This newfound confidence made him clench his fists with determination. Just as Lin Yu closed the interface and prepared to gather his thoughts, a crisp voice called out from behind him. It seems Lord Jiu has gained quite a lot. Congratulations. The speaker was none other than Viscountess Yushisha. The previous battle had completely opened her eyes to Lin Yu's true strength, and her tone was now much more respectful than before. She had even upgraded her address from adventurer to the more honorific Lord. Lin Yu paused momentarily, then closed his panel and offered a polite smile. You flatter me, Viscountess Yushisha. He held no fondness for this Viscountess during his confrontation with Gao Qiqiang. She had remained virtually on the sidelines, ready to withdraw at any moment. However, his urgent need for the Azura Purgatory dungeon forced him to suppress his emotions for now. With this in mind, Lin Yu reached into his inventory and retrieved the Lord's Heart, a pitch-black orb with crimson veins running through it. The heart still pulsed weakly, emanating faint energy fluctuations. He extended the item toward Yushisha, his voice steady. Viscountess Yushisha, here is the Lord's Heart you requested. Mission accomplished. Lord Jiu, thank you for retrieving the Lord's Heart for me. I shall reward you handsomely. Yushisha accepted the item, her slender fingers tightening slightly around it as her eyes brightened and a smile curved her lips. The next second, system notifications flooded in. Ding. You have completed the quest, Yushisha's Lord's Heart Recovery. Rewards: Gold Coins 10. Hidden Dungeon, Azura Purgatory Dungeon 1. Finally got it. Seeing those 4 words, Azura Purgatory, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with barely contained excitement. He knew that entering this hidden dungeon would allow him to clear most of his sin points, something of tremendous significance to him. However, before his excitement could fully settle, another system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Then, he found himself completely stunned in place. Ding. Your heroic performance has earned Yushisha's recognition, and she has used her powerful connections to reduce your sin value. Ding. Your current sin value 60,000, remaining sin value 39,832. His 60,000 sin points vanished in an instant. Lin Yu's heart jolted violently as he stared intently at Yushisha before him, unconsciously holding his breath. Only those with the highest status on the Divine Demon Continent could interfere with sin values, and a mere Viscount would never possess such authority. In other words, this smiling Viscount must be hiding an astonishing background. Yushisha? A flash of inspiration struck Lin Yu's mind, his gaze suddenly sharpening. In his previous life, There were rumors that a princess from the Tianyuan Duchy had secretly come to play in Qingfeng City and then disappeared, and this princess loved using the Viscount title as cover. The name, behavior, and even her obsession with spatial teleportation skills, everything matched. If she truly was that princess, what he was seeing wasn't an ordinary noble, but royal blood. At this thought, all of Lin Yu's previous dissatisfaction with Yu Shisha instantly evaporated, replaced by irrepressible excitement. He calculated secretly. If he could latch onto this golden dragon, his leveling journey could be shortened by several years. After all, throughout the entire divine demon continent, little rich ladies who could casually reduce 60,000 sin points were absolutely rare. Yu Shisha smiled slightly, her red lips parting gently. Young Master Jiyu, from my brief understanding of you, I believe you're not someone who commits evil deeds. Consider these 50,000 sin points as payment for helping me retrieve the Lord's heart. At this point, she added somewhat apologetically, it's just that with my current authority, this is all I can do. 50,000. Lin Yu muttered inwardly. The system just announced 60,000, but whether it was 50 or 60,000, it was already a windfall for him now. On his face, he smiled elegantly. Viscount Yu Shisha, you're too kind. You've already helped me tremendously. At this moment, his gaze toward Yu Shisha was almost like looking at a fat sheep wrapped in gold foil. If he could further win her favor, forget task rewards, just the princess's background alone would be enough to make him level up rapidly. Viscount Yu Shisha, might I be of further service? He asked with a smile, testing the waters. Tasks issued by someone with princess status would surely offer extraordinary rewards. Yu Shisha was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Young Master Jiyu, I need to refine the territory heart. Could you please guard me during the process? As soon as she finished speaking, a crisp system notification immediately rang in Lin Yu's ears. Ding! Yu Shisha has issued you a guardian task. Task requirement. Help Yu Shisha complete the refinement of the Lord's heart. Task reward. Unknown silver-grade equipment. Task penalty. None. Do you accept? Silver equipment. Lin Yu's eyes practically glowed with tangible light, his heart accelerating like a propeller guarding someone and getting a piece of silver equipment. Little rich lady, truly wealthy beyond reason. Tasks on the divine demon continent fell into two categories. One type was system-generated hidden tasks, like the Determined Adventurer series issued by Village Chief Chui in Newbie Village 332, and the recent Lord's Heart retrieval. The other type originated entirely from NPC's subjective will, such as rescuing Chui Jia, Li Yotian's Red Wave crystal recovery, and now this guardian task. The difference was that rewards for the latter came entirely from the NPC's own pockets, being able to casually produce silver equipment. How simple could her identity be? Yu Shisha's true origins became increasingly apparent, and Lin Yu's speculation was almost certain. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately clicked accept. The Black Tiger gang had already been completely eradicated by him, so guarding would be merely going through the motions. How could he possibly pass up such a good opportunity to pick up a piece of silver equipment? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. During this hour, Lin Yu stood guard for Yu Shisha while rapidly weighing his options. How to push this girl onto the throne of the Tianyuan Principality and secure the most solid escape route for himself. For others, this might be nothing but wishful thinking, but he had three compelling reasons to believe it was feasible. First, if Yu Shisha truly became queen, their current friendship would be more than enough to protect him and his loved ones. Lin Yu had no interest in establishing his own faction, but he needed to prepare a sufficiently powerful sanctuary for his family and friends, and the principality was a ready-made shield. Second, having lived a second life, he possessed a massive information advantage. He knew more secrets about the Tianyuan royal family than many royal guards, and with just a bit of scheming, he could turn his plans into reality. Don't forget, he came from Blue Star and had watched countless films and TV shows, making him well-versed in how to precisely bring down opponents. Third, and most importantly, he absolutely could not let the current crown prince Sulun successfully ascend the throne. In his previous life, his mother's and sister's tragedies were all thanks to that beast, and in this life, he would never let such tragedy repeat itself. Of course, all these schemes depended on Yu Shisha herself having the desire to claim the throne. Lin Yu wasn't worried about these as long as he revealed that Sulund and his mother had secretly plotted against her life. Yu Shisha would never remain calm. After all, her mysterious disappearance in the previous life was connected to that mother-son pair. Boom. Just as his thoughts were racing, a blinding white pillar of light suddenly erupted beside him. The surging energy within Yu Shisha broke free from its constraints and shot straight into the sky. The shockwave swept across the ground, instantly pulverizing the withered yellow leaves into dust. Tisk, truly worthy of an NPC who has refined the Lord's heart and reached level 45 or above. Lin Yu squinted, feeling the pressure that rivaled a level 50 powerhouse, secretly amazed. No wonder this girl enjoyed such high popularity among the principalities. People, her talent truly lived up to its reputation. The light pillar gradually faded as Yushisha finished her cultivation and rose, her long lashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Congratulations, Princess Yushisha, on successfully refining the Lord's heart. Lin Yu immediately stepped forward to offer his congratulations with an enthusiastic smile to him. This was a fat sheep yet to be slaughtered, and he needed to secure her quickly. The moment the words left his mouth, his heart lurched. Damn it. She had deliberately concealed her identity on this journey. Yet he had blurted out, Princess. Wasn't this tantamount to publicly admitting he had already investigated her? Lin Yu's breathing hitched slightly as he instinctively stared into the girl's eyes, his heartbeat involuntarily accelerating. If she thought about it for even half a second, she could conclude, this person had premeditated everything, or worse yet, he had ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Yushisha couldn't help but furrow her brow, equally surprised that Lin Yu had actually figured out her identity. Damn it! Lin Yu's heart sank as he cursed inwardly. If this woman truly turned against him, forget about helping her rise to power, he'd probably lose his life. What royalty feared most was having their thoughts seen through by others. Just as he frantically searched for excuses and prepared to cover his tracks, Yushisha let out a gentle laugh, her soft voice echoing off the stone walls. Hee hee, young Master Yu is truly clever, deducing my identity from just a few details. Impressive, huh? Lin Yu was completely stunned. She was praising him, not blaming him. There was even a hint of tender affection rippling in her eyes. What was this all about? Had this girl been so mesmerized by his heroic performance against Gao Qiqiang that her intelligence had dropped a few points? His thoughts racing, Lin Yu quickly seized the opportunity, abandoning the Viscount title and respectfully saying, Princess Yushisha, you flatter me. Your disguise was flawless. I merely caught a glimpse through sheer luck. The little flattery worked perfectly, and Yushisha beamed with joy, covering her smile with her lips. Then, as if remembering something, she raised her hand and her storage ring gleamed with silver light. With a soft whoosh, a silver case landed at Lin Yu's feet, its metallic surface gleaming coldly. She met Lin Yu's gaze again, her eyes sparkling. Thanks to young Master Yu's protection this time, I was able to refine the Lord's heart. Please accept this Silver Wolf battle armor as a small token of my gratitude. Silver Wolf battle armor. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. The renowned Silver Wolf army of the Tianyuan Principality had swept across battlefields with this very armor, striking fear throughout the entire Divine Demon continent. Even among silver-grade equipment, this armor ranked among the top. Now, just for providing protection, he was receiving such a generous reward it almost made him wonder if he was dreaming. This little rich girl, Yushisha, truly had astonishing resources. Surprised as he was, Lin Yu's movements were swift as he quickly collected the case. His heart blooming with joy. Silver-grade equipment was no common find. Looking up, he delivered another perfectly timed compliment. Your Highness is too kind. If we're talking about merit, it lies in your exceptional talent that allowed such rapid recovery. His words were flawless, humble yet elevating her, while earning another layer of goodwill. As someone reborn, he understood the importance of maintaining good relationships with NPCs. Village Chief Chui and Blacksmith Li had been perfect examples, bringing him substantial benefits, and a princess-level noble offered even more immeasurable potential gains. Just one instance of protection had earned him Silver Wolf battle armor. If he could firmly secure this powerful connection, the benefits would be endless. Yushisha nodded lightly, her tone sincere. While it's true I've refined the Lord's heart, fully recovering my strength will still require some time. Faced with Lin Yu's compliments, Yushisha could only sigh helplessly. Though she appeared exasperated on the surface, her ears were filled with Lin Yu's sincere praise, and that warmth seeped into her heart through his words, causing an almost imperceptible smile to curve her lips. Her impression of Lin Yu had been steadily improving lately. His strength was unfathomable, his actions calm and shrewd, and most remarkably, he kept his word. When she was at her most vulnerable while refining the territory heart, Lin Yu had never taken advantage of the situation, which had already earned him a place among those she considered trustworthy. Oh, you still haven't recovered? Upon hearing her mention her condition, Lin Yu's heart stirred. With Yushisha finding it difficult to return to the royal palace, this was the perfect opportunity to strengthen their relationship and perhaps gain some unexpected benefits. He leaned forward slightly, his tone sincere. I wonder what Princess Yushisha plans to do next? If your Highness wouldn't mind, I could accompany you and offer assistance. Lin Yu's calculations were clear. As long as they traveled together, there would surely be gains along the way, just like the battle armor that had dropped from the Silver Wolf earlier. Yushisha brushed her hair aside and replied calmly. I plan to go to Qingfeng City for supplies and to purchase some medicinal herbs for recovery to speed up my healing. I'm running low on resources and need to restock. I see. Unfortunately, my red name status is too high, and entering the city rashly would cause trouble. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Lin Yu shook his head with apparent regret. His disappointment wasn't feigned. Genuinely wanted to go along, as traveling and fighting monsters for loot would be wonderful. Yushisha smiled gently and comforted him softly. Young Master Ji, you needn't worry. I believe you'll eventually clear your sin value. Under normal circumstances, she would never travel with a high sin value player. But facing Lin Yu, she found an indescribable sense of security in his calm gaze. After speaking, she suddenly grew serious, turned to face Lin Yu, and said apologetically, Young Master Ji Yu, I only have enough remaining uses for one more teleportation. I'm afraid I can't send you back. Just as Lin Yu was about to wave his hand in understanding, Yu Shisha seemed to remember something. She reached into her storage space and pulled out a palm-sized, warm jade pendant, offering it to him. In that case, please accept this teleportation jade as a gift. TSK, this little rich lady, I need to win her over as soon as possible. On the clearing, Lin Yu wore a playful smile as he watched Yu Shisha's graceful figure gradually disappear into the depths of the dense forest. Only after she vanished completely did he reluctantly smack his lips with lingering satisfaction. If he could gain her support, he'd save himself years of struggle for his current situation. This was nothing short of a godsend. With that thought settled, he quickly withdrew his gaze and stared at the warm, pale jade pendant in his palm with gleaming eyes. The teleportation jade. Just moments ago, Yu Shisha's brief explanation had set his heart racing. Spatial teleportation. Throughout the vast demon god continent, items possessing such ability were exceedingly rare. He eagerly pulled up the jade's attribute panel. Teleportation, jade, secret treasure. Description, forged over 3 years by Zhen de Pai, the premier craftsman of Tianyuan Principality, imbued with spatial teleportation power. Effect, consumes certain energy to teleport to the user's mentally locked location after 1 second. Maximum distance energy consumed 1 kilometer. Cooldown, 12 hours. Hiss, Lin Yu sucked in a sharp breath. The teleportation distance actually calculated 1 tune with energy value, and the activation delay was only 1 second. Even with just 2 uses per day, this could be called heaven-defying. On the demon god continent, only 9th-tier powerhouses could tear through space for teleportation using their own cultivation. Now with this jade pendant, as long as he didn't directly confront a 9th-tier expert, he was practically invincible, truly a blessing in desperate times. TSK, worthy of a princess's generosity, he sighed admiringly, then suppressed his excitement and switched back to the equipment interface, clicking on his other new acquisition, the Silver Wolf Battle Armor. Silver Wolf Battle Armor Silver Grade. Class requirement, Warrior. Level requirement, 15. Effect 1, 700 defense. Effect 2, 10 critical resistance. Effect 3, 10 damage reduction. Effect 4, consumes 150 energy points to generate a magic shield worth, own defense 150, 30-minute cooldown. Durability, 100. As the attributes appeared before his eyes, Lin Yu couldn't hide his amazement. Worthy of the Silver Wolf Legion's standard equipment. 700 base defense points rivaled some gold-tier equipment, and combined with 10 critical resistance and damage reduction, it was perfectly balanced between offense and defense. He immediately equipped it, watching his defense stats instantly surge by nearly 400 points. Seeing his attributes leap upward again, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. This trip to Black Tiger Peak had not only netted him the hidden dungeon, Azura Purgatory, but also 2 consecutive silver-grade equipment pieces, dramatically boosting his strength. Alright, time to study this Azura Purgatory dungeon. He closed the equipment interface, opened his inventory, and his gaze fell upon the scroll emanating a crimson glow. With considerable anticipation, he reached out to retrieve it. For him right now, the most urgent matter was undoubtedly clearing his sin value. Yu Shisha had just helped him reduce it by 50,000 points, but he still had nearly 50,000 remaining, and the pressure continued to burn. Lin Yu didn't hesitate to pull up the system panel, his fingertip lightly tapping on the blood-red dungeon scroll. Ding! Warning, this is a special dungeon. You cannot exit before completion. Please decide carefully. Can't leave until completion? Lin Yu's brow twitched as he immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. If he failed midway, he would be trapped forever in the dungeon space, with no hope of dealing with the mess outside. After a moment's consideration, he decisively put away the scroll. There were still too many troubles waiting for him. The first trouble was that Xiao Zhao's guild establishment token was still in his possession. Second, Ling Xian's Flame Archer class change book and his own soul chain hadn't been delivered yet. Third, he was severely short on healing potions. Especially the last point, the difficulty of Azura Purgatory was unknown, and entering without sufficient potions would be suicide. With his current, wanted criminal status, he couldn't enter the main city at all, and could only have Xiao Xiao purchase items for him. However, potions could only be sold in main city or newbie village shops, not in player stores. After much thought, the only option was to delay entering the dungeon. Having made up his mind, he immediately sent messages to Xiao Xiao and Ling Xian. Meet in 10 minutes at the Blue Zone map, Wanqing Forest, and asked Xiao Xiao to bring the potions along. He didn't beat around the bush about his purpose. He needed to complete the handover quickly, as he had no time to delay. After they confirmed they could arrive within the time limit, Lin Yu set off for Wanqing Forest. He traveled in stealth mode at high speed and reached the forest area in less than 10 minutes. When they met, he quickly handled the handover of the guild token, class change book, and soul chain in just a few words, then stuffed the pre-prepared gold coins to Xiao Xiao as payment for the potions. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. She knew he could be exposed at any moment and didn't dare linger. Now that these matters are settled, I can finally enter the dungeon with peace of mind. Watching the two leave, Lin Yu stretched and showed a long-lost relaxed expression on his face. However, before he could finish stretching, the ground suddenly trembled lightly, and fine dust was shaken loose. Boom! Large clouds of dust rose from the edge of the forest, accompanied by deafening battle cries rolling toward him. Everyone speed up, that guy is right ahead. 3 level-ups and golden equipment are within reach. Charge. Brothers and sisters from Newbie Village 331. Today is our chance for revenge. Let's all attack together. My Audi, my BMW, giddy up. The young lady has arrived. His head belongs to the Liu family. Bullshit, that head is mine. In the blink of an eye, a dark mass of players flooded into Wanxing Forest like a tide, with blade flashes, flames, and arrow lights crisscrossing through the woods, as if they wanted to tear the very air apart. Clearly, intelligence about Lin Yu's appearance in Wanxing Forest had spread everywhere, and his head had become the most tempting bait. I didn't expect Xiaoho Qingqing, Yumanshi Liu, and the others to have arrived already. Even those big shots on the leaderboards couldn't resist. Lin Yu scanned the crowd, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He noticed that people from the Xiao family were all there, but the Sikong family was notably absent, which stirred complex feelings in his heart. The Sikong family was indeed keeping their promise. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice not loud but clearly penetrating the chaos. Thank you all very much for coming, but I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip today. Arrogant. With so many people here, we could trample you to death, and you say it's a wasted trip? Do you really think you can fight against the entire game? Damn it, brothers, attack. Kill him. The entire forest immediately erupted, with curses and mockery rising one after another. With over 100,000 people gathered, it seemed like they could drown Lin Yu with their spit alone. But Lin Yu just smiled faintly and waved at them. Crack. He simultaneously crushed the dungeon scroll he had prepared long ago, and his figure instantly disappeared in the shattering blue light. Holy crap, this bastard actually entered a dungeon. That damn guy. He was just mocking us. Boss, this guy is playing you. Looking at the empty clearing in the forest, everyone instantly exploded in anger. They hadn't expected that after traveling such a long distance, they would come up completely empty-handed. At this moment, Lin Yu was clearly indifferent to any external impact. Beneath his feet lay a cold stone slab, while overhead hung a dim yellow wall lamp on the verge of extinguishing. Its flickering light cast twisted shadows across the 4 walls of the narrow room. Even more bizarre was that this dungeon instance had no difficulty options whatsoever. Such a situation was virtually unheard of in the entire game. As Lin Yu puzzled over this oddity, a crisp ding suddenly shattered the silence. Ding! You have entered the Azura trial dungeon. You cannot leave until completion. During this time, you may crush the Azura token to teleport to a nearby safety tower for protection. However, daily stay in the safety tower cannot exceed 16 hours, and the Azura token will reset daily. Ding! Completion condition. Accumulate 100,000 Azura points. Current progress, 0100000. Ding! Only 3 revival opportunities are provided within this dungeon. Failure is determined once exhausted. As the system notification ended, a blood-red jade token suddenly materialized in his palm, its surface etched with patterns resembling congealed blood vessels. Simultaneously, a folding electronic map automatically appeared. 100,000 Azura points to clear. Lin Yu hissed softly, raising an eyebrow. His instincts told him this threshold would be no easy feat. Even more outrageous was the 16-hour daily limit in the safety tower, meaning players wearing gaming helmets had no right to rest there for extended periods unless they forcibly logged off, treating people like anything but human. As for those 3 revivals, he couldn't even be bothered to consider them. For him, dying once would already spell the end. Let's head out and take a look. He tucked away the Azura token and map into his spatial backpack, his gaze settling on the weathered bronze door ahead as he muttered to himself. With 100,000 Azura points looming before him, he had to race against time and couldn't afford to waste a moment trapped in this dark chamber. With his mind made up, Lin Yu hesitated no longer and pushed against the door with both hands. The heavy bronze panel scraped against the ground with a harsh metallic screech as he stepped through. What greeted his eyes was a world bathed in dark crimson. The sky appeared soaked in blood mist, with murky red clouds churning overhead. Scattered around his feet lay several broken skeletal remains, their bone-white fragments appearing even more sinister under the scarlet heavenly light. The surrounding air floated with unidentifiable black dust mixed with a sickeningly sweet metallic scent. After merely lingering for a few seconds, Lin Yu felt as though his blood had been ignited, his body temperature rising sharply. What a strange world. He frowned, clearly sensing his emotions growing agitated, as if some nameless fury was churning within his chest. Fortunately, the turtle breath jade within his body flashed with light, its cooling power quickly suppressing the restlessness and allowing him to steady his breathing. Ding! You have entered the Azura world. Your highest attribute values are reduced by 5. Ding! Due to your presence in this dungeon, red name value effects are temporarily hidden. The notification sounded once more. They're even reducing attributes? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. This Azura purgatory is truly ruthless. However, he then shrugged. With his current absurdly high attribute panel, losing a mere 5 was hardly a scratch. The 5 reduction didn't have much impact on him. As for the red name effect disappearing, Lin Yu didn't pay it much mind, since this was just part of the dungeon's mechanics, nothing unusual about it. He flexed his wrists and stepped away from the safety tower. The moment his foot crossed beyond the faint silver glow of the safe zone, an endless plain stretched out before him. The earth-colored ground rolled in gentle waves, and sparse grayish-brown grass swayed in the wind. In the distance, black spires jutted up from the ground like nails driven into the earth. Lin Yu figured those must be other safety towers, though they were too far away to make out any details. However, he soon noticed something was off. Only the sound of wind and rustling grass reached his ears. The silence was unnervingly complete, with no signs of monster activity anywhere. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, but remained on high alert. This was his first time in such a strange dungeon, and he had no reason to let his guard down. Where are the monsters? Do I actually have to go looking for them? After walking for another minute or two with still nothing in sight, he frowned slightly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of earth bursting erupted at his feet as the ground bulged upward. Lin Yu felt the ground give way beneath him, and the next instant, a miss damage indicator flashed above his head. His reflexes were lightning fast, dodged backward several meters, while his battle blade was already half drawn from its sheath. Sand scattered everywhere as several sandworms, each 2 meters long and as thick as a bowl, burst from the earth. Their shells were dark brown, and razor-sharp teeth like fangs dripped with crimson saliva. Revolting sight. At the same time, a status panel appeared. Name: Hellish Sandworm Common LV.15. HP: 65006-500. MP: 500,500. Attack: 351. Defense: 100. Skills: Charge, Bite, Entangle. Description: an aberrant creature born from demonic corruption, far more vicious than before its transformation. As expected, the dungeon is full of demons, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Hellish sandworms were low-tier demons, often used as food within demon society. But for humans of the same level, the trouble was that demon stats were typically 1.5 times higher than humans, making direct confrontation no easy task. Unfortunately for them, this level of difficulty was child's play for Lin Yu now. His dark gold battle blade sang as it left its sheath, cold light flashing. Lin Yu launched forward, leaving afterimages in his wake. In just a few seconds, the hellish sandworms had been sliced into segments by his blade, their bodies twitching as they collapsed onto the sandy ground. System notifications flooded the screen. Ding! You have successfully killed a hellish sandworm, gaining Azura points 2.5, Sim points 1, Undead points 5. Ding! You have successfully killed a hellish sandworm, gaining Azura points 2.5, Sim points 1, Undead points 5. Only 2.5 Azura points for a same-level monster. Lin Yu rubbed his temples, inwardly groaning. At this rate, I need to kill at least 40,000 to clear the dungeon. Considering that he'd have to actively hunt for prey across this vast plain, he quickly reached a conclusion. He needed to change targets. Higher-level demons would not only provide more Azura points, but also better Sin point rewards. With his decision made, he wasted no more time and set off across the plain at a rapid pace, searching for more powerful enemies so he could fully unleash his combat potential. At the same time, deep within the dark world, inside a palace shrouded in black mist, towering stone pillars were adorned with grotesque beast bones, and ghostly blue flames flickered in wall niches. In the center of the great hall, a figure completely wrapped in black mist lounged casually against a cold stone throne. Below, a tiger-headed, human-bodied demon knelt on one knee, delivering his report in a deep voice. When he finished, the shadowy figure raised a hand and tapped the stone table beside him, producing a crisp echo. A glint of interest flashed in the misty figure's eyes. You're saying someone else has entered this region? Yes, my lord. Should we directly? The tiger-headed demon raised his claw and made a throat-slitting gesture. No need. Let him play around for a while. I'm quite curious to see if this fellow has any real substance. Otherwise, it would be far too boring. Azura Purgatory Dungeon. A place called Wildlands Plain. The steel blade flashed with cold light as Lin Yu swept past the minotaur demon's neck at high speed. A crimson line of blood exploded in the air, and the level 30 monster crashed heavily to the ground. As the corpse dissolved into black mist, several lines of pale red system text appeared above Lin Yu's head. Azura points 10. Undead points 20. Sin points 4. The moment the numbers rolled, He raised his hand to grasp the Azura token, its faint glow reflecting in his eyes. At this rate, I can only earn 1,000 Azura points per hour at most. This is still too slow. The helpless thought flashed through his mind. When calculated, level 30 monsters certainly gave more Azura points than level 15 ones, but it was still a drop in the bucket. He had been in the dungeon for exactly 3 hours, and had only accumulated just over 2,500 points on his token, averaging less than 1,000 per hour. At this pace, he could earn at most 10,000 points per day. To save up the 100,000 points needed to clear the dungeon would take at least 10 days. Lin Yu couldn't accept this. Based on his previous kill statistics, he had already figured out the rules. 1. For each monster killed that was 5 levels above his own, he could earn an extra 2.5 Azura points. 2. Boss rewards were 10 times that of regular monsters of the same level. 3. Azura points Sin points 2.5 Undead points 2. To speed up his progress, he could only hunt higher-level wild monsters, preferably bosses. Although the efficiency wasn't ideal, the gains weren't small either as Undead points had accumulated to 6,720, enough for him to immediately level up 3 times. However, the attribute boost from leveling up at this point would barely help with his current predicament, so he decided to save the points for future changes. Valley of the Dead might be promising. Closing the semi-transparent interface, he murmured to himself. The electronic map showed that the valley was a dangerous zone in Azura Purgatory, closest to his location, and very likely to spawn demons above level 30, or even level 40. As long as the monster levels increased, Azura points would naturally rise accordingly. With his current strength, dealing with equipmentless Purgatory monsters wasn't particularly difficult. Although their base attributes were higher than regular monsters of the same level, they still posed limited threat. Once his mind was made up, Lin Yu hesitated no longer and headed swiftly toward the Valley of the Dead. Just minutes later, he had stepped into the shadowy entrance of the valley. Gray rocky cliffs formed a narrow passage, and cold wind carrying a faint bloody scent rushed toward him. As proof of this dangerous place, a group of level 30 sacrificial goat demons was clustered at the valley entrance, their curved horns gleaming with dim, cold light. Lin Yu didn't slow his pace, his blade stirring up dust as it swept through. In less than a minute, over a dozen sacrificial goat demons fell one after another with mournful cries, black mist soaring skyward as his status panel gained another 200 plus Azura points. Continuing deeper, the demons in the valley grew stronger and more numerous. Gravel crackled under the weight of towering figures, and occasional roars and bone-grinding sounds echoed from the distance. However, as he moved swiftly through the area, he keenly sensed something was amiss. Although the map marked the Valley of the Dead as a dangerous zone, it certainly shouldn't be like this current situation. Lin Yu crouched atop a tall tree, his gaze sweeping across the valley entrance. The demon clans that should have been wandering scattered were now converging toward the depths of the valley like a tide, maintaining an eerily synchronized movement. The demon clans in the Azura Purgatory were naturally low in intelligence, so for them to achieve this level of coordination, there must be some unknown cause behind it. Could there be something in the Valley of the Dead attracting them? Lin Yu's heart sank. After much deliberation, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. After a moment, he decisively abandoned his plan to hunt demons and decided to uncover the truth first. The turtle breath jade flickered with fluorescent light at his fingertips as he activated the turtle breath technique, instantly suppressing his aura to the extreme, then glided through the forest shadows toward the valley's core. Several minutes later, he stood on the thick branch of a towering ancient tree. Through the gaps in the foliage, the clearing ahead came into full view. 5 ape-like demons surrounded a cliff face. Their muscles knotted like stone, yet their gazes were all fixed on a spot halfway up the cliff. There grew a peculiar small tree only 1 meter tall, its trunk gleaming with a faint metallic luster, with 2 black-red translucent fruits hanging from its branches. Even from dozens of meters away, he could smell their rich, sweet fragrance. Marrow-cleansing fruit. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply as he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This item, when consumed, could cleanse the meridians and marrow, enhance cultivation aptitude, and increase success rates for every future breakthrough, a supreme treasure coveted by any cultivator. If he could bring these 2 fruits back, his mother and sister, though late to enter the game, could still catch up when the great catastrophe descended. At this thought, his eyes blazed with intense light, his target firmly locked in his mind. But he was clearly not the only one coveting the marrow-cleansing fruit. Lin Yu refocused his attention on the 5 ape demons, with the leader emanating the most ferocious aura, its skin like rock, and when its thick arms clenched into fists, crack-like veins bulged prominently. Cliff-splitting ape demon commander. Grade, silver tier boss. Level, 40. Health, 400000, 400000. Energy, 40004000. Attack, 3000. Defense, 1175. Skills, heavy ape strike, iron fist attack, poison mist. Note: trapped in Azura purgatory for unknown reasons, seeking to break free. The other four had all reached elite level, any one of them capable of sweeping through surrounding forces. However, for Lin Yu, whose defense now exceeded 8,000, they were nothing more than lambs for slaughter without enhanced skills. With his mind made up, he hesitated no longer, leaping down from the canopy and landing with a scatter of broken leaves. The sudden intrusion left all 5 demon apes momentarily stunned, their crimson pupils simultaneously locking onto Lin Yu. After a brief, deadly silence, the leading cliff-splitting ape demon commander came to its senses, its throat rumbling with a low hum. Who? Lin Yu raised his chin, the corner of his mouth curving into a provocative arc, his voice clearly reaching every demon ape's ears. I'm your ancestor. I am your ancestor. The cold voice rang out as Lin Yu charged forward without hesitation, his figure suddenly roaring to life like a killing machine as he burst into the demon ranks. Cold light flashed as his long blade carved crimson arcs through the air, accompanied by the dull thuds of metal striking bone. 10,322. 10,322. 10,322. Terrifying damage numbers danced above the demons' heads in rapid succession. Those with lower health couldn't even manage a dying scream before collapsing limply, their chests caved in, breath extinguished. Lin Yu's footwork was ethereal, like a butterfly weaving through flowers or a dragon coiling through the air, each swing of his blade claiming another life. He deliberately targeted the weakest minions on the outer edges first. If he had rushed straight for the split mountain ape demon commander from the start, the creature would likely sense danger and flee with its clan. That wouldn't do in Lin Yu's eyes. Each of these demons was a walking treasure trove of Azura points, Sin points, and undead points all rolled into one. How could he let such prizes slip away? In the blink of an eye, corpses lay scattered around Lin Yu in heaps, thick black demon blood spreading across the ground in viscous rivers. Many demons hadn't even realized what was happening before following their companions into the underworld. Roar. Only after a dozen ordinary demons had perished did the split mountain ape demon commander snap back to reality. Its chest heaved as it released a deafening bellow. Only now did it clearly see the intruder's face, exclaiming in its deep, rumbling voice, "A human?" The commander knew well that this realm hadn't seen humans for many years. After the initial shock, greed quickly filled its blood-red eyes. It swallowed hard, saliva dripping from its fangs as it growled, "Human, delicious." The other split mountain ape demons beside it licked their fangs upon hearing this. For them, the taste of human flesh had been absent far too long. The lower-level demons behind them grew so excited that their eyes became bloodshot, foul-smelling drool pooling on the ground beneath them. Lin Yu sneered, "Oh, you want to eat me? I'm afraid you lack the ability." Before his words had finished echoing, his blade technique exploded forth again. He transformed into a spinning crimson tornado, sweeping into the demon horde. The very demons that had been salivating over him moments before now fell in droves, severed limbs flying through the air as screams rose and fell. Minions, attack. Today we feast. Yet the split mountain ape demon commander didn't strike immediately. Its eyes remained fixed on Lin Yu as it let the lower-level demons charge forward wave after wave. Demons had always followed the law of the jungle, with virtually no emotional bonds between clan members. For lesser demons, those who fought side by side in the morning might become someone's dinner by evening. Such was the demonic order. The split mountain ape demon commander not only didn't care about Lin Yu slaughtering its subordinates, but actually saw this massacre as the perfect excuse to devour its weaker kin. Roar! Roar! Hearing their leader's command, the low-ranking demons' eyes turned blood-red as they charged fearlessly toward Lin Yu, instantly transforming the scene into a meat grinder of blood and fire. Meanwhile, the split mountain ape demon commander and its true clan members remained motionless, biding their time. As higher-ranking demons, they possessed the privilege of enjoying fine cuisine directly. Several Rift Mountain ape demons relied on their status, waiting for human flesh and blood to be served on their table. But in the blink of an eye, their imagined bloody feast completely fell through. Lin Yu had already slaughtered that group of demon minions clean. Interesting, truly worthy of a human who could break into this realm. The Rift Mountain ape demon commander growled in a low voice, his eyes growing serious for the first time. He knew clearly that among those seemingly low-level minions were several level 40 beings, now all corpses far exceeding his expectations. However, this didn't make him retreat. He was well aware that he was far superior to those minions, and Lin Yu's fierce assault just now must have consumed considerable stamina. As long as he stayed steady, he still had a chance of victory in this battle. After ordering his subordinates to surround the enemy, the Rift Mountain ape demon commander suddenly lunged forward, his 10 fingers spread like fans, accompanied by the thunderous roar of air-splitting explosions as he struck toward Lin Yu's chest. While not particularly agile, a level 40 against level 15 still held absolute advantage in close combat. At such distance, Lin Yu had almost nowhere to dodge. Lin Yu's eyes darkened as he judged that evasion was too late. so he simply stood his ground to take the hit heat in. In a flash, he activated his damage reflection skill and swung his dark gold war blade in return, slashing diagonally at the commander's shoulder and neck. Seeking death. The commander sneered, confident that one palm strike could flatten a mere level 15 warrior into pulp. The next second, miss. 2,460. 3,150. The first number was the damage the commander dealt, the second was the counter damage returned by absolute defense, and the third was the actual damage from Lin Yu's blade strike. In other words, his full 3,000 points of attack couldn't even break through Lin Yu's defense. How is this possible? The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander stood stunned like a wooden statue. Even demons who specialized in physical defense wouldn't dare hope for such toughness at the same level. Yet Lin Yu, a mere level 15, had forcibly withstood his full power strike. The surrounding ordinary Rift Mountain Ape demons were equally dumbfounded, the air itself seeming frozen by shock. How could Lin Yu miss such a momentary opening? He spun around sharply, his dark gold war blade carving a sharp arc as it aimed directly for the throats of the nearest ordinary ape demons. Flash, flash, flash. Blood sprayed as those ape demons couldn't even react before clutching their severed windpipes and collapsing to the ground, dying with eyes wide open even in death. They couldn't understand how a level 15 human could possess fortress-like defense. Roar damn human. You actually killed Mansha. I'll kill you. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander finally snapped back to reality, his savage nature erupting as his eyes turned blood red. Among the fallen minions was his usual plaything. Now that she was dead, what would he use to relieve his lonely nights? Amid furious roars, he raised his massive palm high and lunged at Lin Yu once again. Lin Yu's lips curved into a cold smile as he responded icily. Don't be so hasty, I'll send you down to join her right away. Damned human, you want me dead? I doubt you're worthy of that. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander let out a thunderous roar, baring its fangs as blood vessels spread wildly through its crimson eyes. In the next instant, it bellowed furiously. Heavy ape strike. Tremendous demonic energy erupted from within its body, surging along its massive arms and concentrating into its pitch-black fists. Each strand of black fur stood on end as the energy gathering before its fists formed a shadowy ape silhouette with shoulders like mountain peaks and menacing fangs. Terrifying energy ripples spread outward with it at the center, sending debris flying and seemingly tearing through the air itself. Die! With a savage roar, the ape demon commander stomped violently, shattering stone slabs as its massive form transformed into a black shadow lunging forward, its fist aimed directly at Lin Yu's chest. Phantom Moon's swift step, Lin Yu shouted, his figure flashing instantly. With Phantom Moon's swift step activated, his speed doubled as his feet left afterimages, narrowly dodging that devastating punch. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon was naturally clumsy, its speed not even matching that of an ordinary level 30 warrior. Having missed its target, the punch's force struck the stone wall instead, sending rocks flying everywhere. Now's my chance. Lin Yu swung his dark gold warblade in a reverse grip, the blade's edge trailing cold light as it sliced across the ape demon's ribs. 3,140. 3,140. 3,140. Numbers flashed in succession as blood splattered. The ape demon commander roared continuously, but couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Yu's clothes. Enhanced by Phantom Moon's swift step, Lin Yu circled the giant ape swiftly, his blade constantly carving bloody wounds across its black-furred hide. The battle instantly became one-sided. Roar! Being toyed with like a slippery eel, the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander flew into a rage. Its ordinary heavy attacks couldn't hit Lin Yu and instead cost it over 2,000 health points. Whenever it raised its hand to use a skill, it was easily dodged. In just a few exchanges, it hadn't even touched Lin Yu's clothing while its health bar had already been reduced by 1/5. This humiliation drove it to madness. Lin Yu showed no mercy. Combining combat techniques with Phantom Moon's swift step, each strike of his blade carved wounds deep enough to expose bone. In less than a minute, the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander was bleeding profusely all over, filling the battlefield with a thick, metallic stench. Human brat, killing me won't be that easy. With its health dropping to around 200,000, the Ape Demon Commander growled menacingly. Its body suddenly began to swell, muscles bulging as demonic energy surged beneath its skin like molten lava. This beast planning to self-destruct. Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he touched his toes to the ground and instantly created distance between them. High-level powerhouses in the Divine Demon Continent could detonate their inner cores or demon cores in self-destruction. If this ape demon truly chose that path, he would definitely suffer for it. A self-destruction from a Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander of this level would pack enough power to rival a full-force attack from a level 50 expert. Even for him, withstanding such an attack wouldn't be easy. However, just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, a sudden change occurred in the arena. The Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander's muscles began rapidly swelling with a hissing sound, like an inflating leather drum. Lin Yu instinctively thought it was about to self-destruct and flicked up some rubble with his toe, preparing to retreat immediately. But unexpectedly, the demon ape suddenly spun around, pointing its rear at Lin Yu, and with a thunderous poof, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. A thick yellowish-brown fog gushed wildly from its lower body, creating rolling shockwaves that propelled the demon ape itself dozens of yards forward. Along with the impact, a foul stench spread like murky waves, instantly enveloping the entire rocky valley. Cough, cough. Are you kidding me? It has fart attacks too. Lin Yu stood frozen in place, his mouth twitching. He had expected some devastating ultimate move, but instead the creature used flatulence to escape. What made it even more infuriating was that the demon ape could have just run away. Why did it have to leave the stench behind for him? No time for complaints. Lin Yu quickly snapped back to his senses, his dark gold war blade carving a semicircle to slice through the rolling yellow fog before him. He reached out to collect the two crimson, translucent marrow-cleansing fruits, then activated his phantom moon swift steps, pursuing the massive fleeing figure like a shadow. The Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander represented not only walking Azura points, soul points, and sin points to him, but also a threat that couldn't be allowed to escape. This beast was cunning and treacherous, though it did offer quite a string of benefits. In the canyon with its crisscrossing rock walls, Lin Yu's feet barely touched the ground as he closed in on his prey within mere breaths. When the demon ape looked back and saw that menacing figure approaching, to Lin Yu's shock, its knees buckled and it collapsed with a thud, kowtowing frantically. Great Ancestor, please spare my life. This dramatic reversal left Lin Yu momentarily stunned. The creature that had been arrogantly threatening to eat human flesh moments ago had suddenly become this pathetic. However, he wasn't some bleeding heart, especially not toward demons. His blade flipped with a cold gleam, striking directly toward the demon ape's neck. Great Ancestor, if you spare me, I'll tell you the secret of a heavenly treasure location, something even more precious than marrow-cleansing fruit. The demon ape shrieked desperately. Oh, more precious than marrow-cleansing fruit. Lin Yu's wrist paused slightly, the blade tip hovering over the demon ape's carotid artery, his eyes narrowing. If this was true, it would indeed be a great opportunity. As his exploration of the Azura purgatory deepened, he became increasingly certain this wasn't an ordinary dungeon, but rather an independent small world, a place capable of nurturing treasures like marrow-cleansing fruit couldn't be missed. Despite his interest, Lin Yu remained vigilant, his blade angled threateningly with chilling intent. Why should I believe you? The Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander swallowed hard and raised its bloody claws in oath. Great Ancestor, if I dare deceive you, may heaven strike me with lightning. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If making oaths actually worked, there would be far fewer people in this world. Then, he cast a cold gaze toward the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander and said, if you want to live, hand over your life essence blood. Otherwise, I'll have to send you down to join your mancha. The cold wind swept through the shattered stone crevices, carrying with it traces of blood. The dark gold war blade in Lin Yu's hand reflected an ominous gleam, like a venomous serpent ready to strike at any moment. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander's entire body tensed, veins bulging on his muscular arms, yet he dared not make the slightest movement. In the divine demon continent, a demon's life essence blood was their lifeline. Once controlled by another, they could only submit to their will. So as long as Lin Yu held this beast's life essence blood, he wouldn't fear any betrayal. Of course, Lin Yu's desire to subdue this Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander wasn't solely for the heavenly treasures. He had two more practical considerations in mind. First, the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander had lived in this realm for a long time and surely possessed numerous secret clues and territorial information. For Lin Yu, who had just arrived, such intelligence was invaluable. Second, if he could claim this level 40 boss as his own, Lin Yu would essentially gain a reliable enforcer. For his current situation, high-tier combat power meant faster target elimination and quicker acquisition of Azura points, an enhancement not to be underestimated. As his words fell, Lin Yu raised the dark gold war blade once more, its edge pointing directly at the Rift Mountain Ape Demon's forehead, ready to strike at any moment. The dark red runes on the blade slowly began to glow, as if urging his opponent to make a choice. Fine, I agree. The previously hesitant Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander met Lin Yu's uncompromising gaze and could only grit his fangs and growl his submission. Compared to his own life, everything else was worthless. With that, he produced a blood pearl emanating a dark purple luster, holding it reverently with both hands as he presented it to Lin Yu, his very own life essence blood. Lin Yu reached out to accept it, storing the blood pearl in a black jade vial within his robes. The moment the vial sealed, the Rift Mountain Ape Demon felt an invisible restraint settle deep within his soul. Any rebellious thought would bring pain, causing his entire body to tremble involuntarily. Having secured the blood, Lin Yu looked down at the giant ape demon shadow kneeling before him, his voice cold. Let's go. Take me to that place you mentioned right now. I hope you haven't deceived me, otherwise. The dark gold war blade swayed gently, its cold light reflecting in the Rift Mountain ape demon commander's crimson eyes, making him shudder involuntarily. Yes, yes, great ancestor, please follow me. With that, the Rift Mountain ape demon commander immediately bowed respectfully and turned to lead the way. Now that his life essence blood was in Lin Yu's hands, he dared not show any negligence. Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Led by Pan Shi, the Rift Mountain ape demon commander, Lin Yu moved swiftly as the duo headed straight for the flame valley that Pan Shi claimed was rich in heavenly treasures. Along the way, Pan Shi described the valley's conditions in detail. There grew a type of spiritual fruit called fire armor fruit that could permanently boost defense when consumed, which was an irresistible temptation for Lin Yu. However, harvesting the fire armor fruit wouldn't be easy. The master of Flame Valley was a level 40 flame bull demon. Though its level wasn't particularly high, it had consumed fire armor fruit for years, making its defense ridiculously strong. Even the Rift Mountain ape demon commander couldn't break through its defenses. Pan Shi admitted this was exactly why he had always coveted the spiritual fruit, but never dared to make a move. Lin Yu didn't care at all. With high defense but low attack, he wasn't worried about the opponent in the slightest. His defense had already reached over 8,000 points, and the damage reflection from his absolute defense could deal nearly 2,000 true damage each time. Even if the Flame Bull Demon had 400,000 health points, he only needed to take about 160 attacks to bounce the creature to death. While traveling, Lin Yu didn't idle. The ordinary demons they encountered along the way became walking sources of Azura. Pan Shi delivered the finishing blows, while Pan Shi handled the killing, their efficient cooperation causing his Azura points to skyrocket. In less than an hour, he had gained 1,200 Azura points. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with this arrangement, and even planned to recruit more demon subordinates in the future to make finishing blows easier for himself. Flame Valley soon came into view. From a distance, the entire valley glowed crimson red, like a giant beast soaked in lava opening its bloody maw. Scorching heat waves rushed toward them, so thick they seemed ready to set people ablaze. Ancestor, that valley ahead is Flame Valley. Pan Shi waved his fan-like large palm to disperse the heat waves while introducing respectfully. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone displeased. Pan Shi, I told you to call me master, not ancestor all the time. It sounds awkward. Yes, ancestor. Master. Pan Shi will remember. Several black lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead as he sighed inwardly at this guy's peculiar thought process, then shook his head and let it slide. Fine, just remember that. He gazed toward the Crimson Valley entrance, his anticipation for the fire armor fruit growing even stronger. Since we're here, let's go in. The two quickened their pace and entered the valley mouth. The scattered demon sentries inside the valley had barely poked their heads out before being instantly eliminated by Lin Yu and Pan Shi, without even having time to scream. Therefore, it took them only a few minutes to reach the core area of Flame Valley. When Lin Yu entered the area, his gaze was quickly drawn to a peculiar fruit tree in the distance. The ancient tree stood about 3 meters tall, with deep reddish-brown bark marked by winding patterns that resembled cracks seared by flames. Its branches and leaves curled upward like dancing tongues of fire. Among the thick branches hung plump, fist-sized brown fruits, at least a dozen by rough count. Even from over 30 feet away, he could smell the subtle fragrance drifting from the fruits, a blend of heat and sweetness that stirred something restless within him. Great ancestor master, that's the fire armor tree, the split mountain ape demon commander quickly reminded him. Lin Yu nodded slightly but didn't rush forward, instead turning his attention to a boulder half a person's height beside the fire armor tree. Atop the boulder sat motionless a demon with a bull's head and human body, nearly 2 meters tall. Its skin was dark, covered in glowing red patterns like lava coursing through its body. On its fierce bull head, 2 half-meter-long curved horns gleamed with metallic coldness, giving the entire demon an untamed, ferocious appearance. Great ancestor master, that guy is Sila, the split mountain ape demon commander whispered again. Lin Yu didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the flame bull demon named Sila, as an attribute panel materialized before his eyes. Flame bull demon commander Sila. Quality, silver tier boss. Level, 40. Health, 400, 000400000. Energy, 4, 0004000. Attack, 900. Defense, 5,500. Skills, Bullhead Attack, Horn Strike, Earth Shatter. Description, Commander of the Flame Bull Demons, trapped in the Azura Purgatory for certain reasons. Through chance, it occupied the Flame Valley and consumed 2 fire armor fruits, resulting in astonishing defense. 2 fire armor fruits boosted its defense to 5,500. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat as his curiosity about the fire armor fruit's value intensified. Logically, a level 40 tank-type demon's-based defense would be at most 3,000, and considering that demons in Azura Purgatory generally didn't wear equipment, this Sela had forcibly increased its defense by 2,500 with just 2 fire armor fruits. If he could collect all the fruits on that tree, he could easily gain over 1,000 defense points. The potential was staggering. As Lin Yu pondered, a rough roar shattered the silence. Well, Panshur. So you're consorting with humans now. The voice belonged to the Flame Bull Demon Commander Sela. Its eyes burned with fury as it glared at the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander, clearly not expecting its rival to stoop so low as to ally with humans for the fire armor fruits. After all, humans and demons had always been mortal enemies. Sela, cut the crap. The Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander showed no weakness, stepping forward and beating its chest with thunderous sounds. Hand over the fire armor fruits to my great ancestor master now, or don't blame us for cracking your turtle shell. It had long harbored grudges against the Flame Bull Demon Commander and naturally wouldn't mince words now. Of course, in the past, it would never have dared to be so arrogant after all. Its strength had always been slightly inferior to its opponents, resulting in defeats every time. But things were different now. With Lin Yu as its backer, it spoke with much more confidence. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander Panshur stood firmly in place, his massive arms crossed over his chest, his heavy breathing puffing out white vapor like a bellows. Ancestor? Master? The Blazing Bull Demon Commander's bovine pupils suddenly contracted. It never expected the usually arrogant Panshur to bow his head and call a level 15 human brat his master. After a moment of stunned silence, it sneered and raised its bull head, snorting 2 streams of pale red fiery mist from its nostrils. Panshur, you're the commander of the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Clan, yet you're acting like a dog for some human brat. How pathetic. The mockery was like sparks falling into hot oil. Panshur immediately exploded with rage, veins bulging on his ape arms, fists clenched so tight, they cracked audibly. Yet he still turned his head toward Lin Yu first. Ancestor Master, this bastard is really pissing me off. Can I go beat the crap out of it? Go ahead, I'll assist you shortly. Lin Yu's voice was calm, but it made Panshur's heart ease with that backing. He had nothing to worry about. Excellent. Panshur let out a strange laugh and stomped his foot. The ground immediately cracked into a spider web pattern as he transformed into a brownish-gray blur, lunging fiercely at the Blazing Bull Demon Commander. The latter roared in response, its crimson hooves pounding the ground as blazing flames surged upward. The 2 demon beasts crashed together with tremendous force. The massive impact stirred up clouds of dust and sent debris flying everywhere. Along with the thunderous sounds of fists and feet clashing, heated exchanges with high concentrations of explosive language burst forth from the battle. Panshur, are you out of your damn mind? He's human, and you're helping a human fight me? I'm your daddy. Panshur, holy shit, you demon race traitor. Screw you and your whole family. The Blazing Bull Demon Commander was clearly pushed to the edge of a rampage by Panshur's betrayal, its roars mixed with the smell of burnt sulfur. But Panshur grew more excited with each blow, his howls shaking the surrounding leaves until they rustled and fell. Lin Yu stood far away, completely unconcerned with the dog-eat-dog fight between the 2 demons. He only looked up at the nearby fire armor fruit tree covered in fiery red patterns. Scorching halos danced across the fruit's surface like living armor, and his eyes flickered with barely contained excitement that treasure could enhance defensive power. How could he not be thrilled? So these are fire armor fruits. Lin Yu stepped among the branches and leaves of the fire armor fruit tree, looking up to see crimson-brown fruits hanging from the branches. Their surfaces seemed covered with flame-like shells, glowing faintly as waves of heat washed over him. He had never heard of such things in his previous life, and now his eyes were filled with curiosity and hunger. Licking his dry lips, he eagerly reached up to pick them. The moment his fingertips touched the fruit's skin, a mechanical and cold notification sound exploded in his ears. Ding! Fire armor fruit maturation cycle, 20 years. 5 months remaining until complete ripeness. Current harvesting effectiveness, 90. Please be advised. No wonder that beast hasn't made a movie, it still needs 5 more months. Lin Yu thought to himself. Since they weren't fully ripe, the Flame Bull Demon Commander naturally couldn't bear to use them. But if he waited for the fruits to fully mature, it probably wouldn't be his turn to act. However, Lin Yu had no patience to wait another 20 weeks. 90% effectiveness was already tempting enough. He quickly turned his hand and gathered the fire armor fruits one by one into his embrace, heat dispersing as the branches swayed. After a moment, he counted them exactly 15. Damned human, put down those fire armor fruits. In the distance, the Flame Bull Demon Commander, who was battling the mountain-splitting Ape Demon Commander, had blood-red eyes blazing with fury that seemed almost tangible. That fire armor tree was the result of 20 years of careful cultivation, and now Lin Yu had plundered it in the blink of an eye. The demon wanted nothing more than to tear him apart alive. However, the mountain-splitting Ape Demon Commander held it tightly in combat, preventing its escape, and instead shouted mockingly, Panshur, You demonic traitor, I'll watch your language. Language my assile. The Flame Bull Demon Commander was driven to explosive rage by this double provocation, its aura surging wildly, but unable to break free. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with this verbal sparring. He looked down at the fruit in his hand, thinking to himself, how much defense can one increase? With the mountain-splitting Ape Demon Commander holding off his opponent, now was the perfect time to test it. He took out one fruit, slightly smaller than a fist, with fire patterns rolling across its surface and a fragrance tinged with scorching heat. After a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. The 100 realistic sensory experience of the divine demon continent made the blazing heat instantly flow into his lower abdomen, like a warm fire igniting his meridians. The system notification sounded in his ears again. Ding! You have consumed Fire Armor Fruit X1. Do you wish to refine it? Upon refinement, you can gain 90 defense points. Refine. Lin Yu responded without hesitation. The next moment, data flashed on his system panel, 90 defense. Simultaneously, an indescribable comfort spread from within outward, his bones emitting slight crackling sounds as his muscles felt infused with steel-like fullness. Amazing. Feeling his increasingly powerful physical strength, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a satisfied groan. Though this intoxicating sensation was hard to resist, Lin Yu quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly refined the remaining fire armor fruits one by one. The scorching medicinal power surged through his meridians, and his flesh felt as if it were being forged by molten steel. The attribute notifications flashed continuously. 91 defense, 90 defense, 92 defense. When the last fire armor fruit transformed into warm currents flowing through his limbs, a total of 1,356 defense points had been added. Lin Yu gazed at the outstanding numbers on his panel, barely containing the wild joy that threatened to overflow from his eyes if he relied solely on his absolute defense super god level 3 passive ability. He would have needed to endure 7.5 grueling hours to achieve this improvement, yet now it was completed in mere moments. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Nickname, Gu. Level, 155-7200. Class, Warrior. Health, 251, 452, 5145. Energy, 500,500. Attack, 3,745. Defense, 10,002. Critical hit, 20. Critical resistance, 10. Damage reduction, 10. Movement speed, 40. Talents, Absolute Defense Super God level LV3. Undead Refinement, Arts God level. Skills, Soul Chain passive, God level LV1. Spring of Light passive, SS level LV2. Taunt active, S level LV2. Resilient Will passive, S level. Secret Manual, 9 Transformations of the Black Tiger LV1. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes 5. Equipment, Turtle Breath, Jade, Secret Treasure. Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace Gold level. Dark Gold War Blade Silver level. Silver Wolf Battle Armor Silver level. Tiger Head Helmet Bronze level. Spirit Deer Belt Bronze level. Treasure Rooster Leg Guards Bronze level. Phantom Moon Boots Bronze level. My defense has finally broken 10,000 again. Lin Yu clicked his tongue, estimating in his mind that with his current attributes, he could face off against level 40 experts fully equipped with silver gear. Suddenly, a rough roar pierced his ears. Great Ancestor Master, help me. The Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander was calling for aid. Lin Yu looked up to see that on the other side of the battlefield, the battle between the two demon commanders was nearing its end, with both sides having less than 100,000 health remaining. The Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander now had only 20,000 health left, while the Blazing Bull Demon Commander still maintained 95,000. The latter had high defense to begin with, and the Ape Demon had been previously injured, making the situation completely one-sided. The only reason the Ape Demon had lasted this long was because the Bull Demon's shattered mentality prevented it from fighting at full strength. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. A powerful gust erupted beneath his feet as he instantly closed in on the battle circle. His dark gold warblade flashed with cold light as it heavily struck the Bull Demon's thick shoulder armor. 225, 226. Even with his nearly 4,000 attack points, he could only tear through about 200 points of damage, demonstrating just how absurd the Bull Demon's defense was. However, with the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander's cooperation, the two managed to wear down the Blazing Bull Demon Commander to death in just a few minutes. Thank you for saving me, Great Ancestor Master. The Ape Demon's voice trembled with the relief of surviving a catastrophe. Without Lin Yu's intervention, it would have been dead by now. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. Rest here for now. I'm going to look around. He still had about an hour before logging off and needed to make the most of his grinding time. He had only earned 5,000 Azura points today, still far from the 100,000 milestone. Without hesitation, Lin Yu wasted no more words and transformed into a streak of light, shooting toward the valley's exit. Not far from the Flaming Mountain Valley lay a desolate area dotted with jagged rocks. A sharp blade flashed through the air as Lin Yu's long sword severed the head of a level 30 moon demon in one swift strike. Before the sticky black blood could hit the ground, the cold system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a moon demon above your level. Azura points 10, Sin points 4. Undead points 20. The undead points are barely accumulating. I'll have to go on a killing spree in the demon territories tomorrow. Lin Yu glanced at his status panel and sighed softly. After battling fiercely in this rocky wasteland for 5 or 6 hours today, his Azura points had barely reached 6,300, and his Sin points were even more pitiful. At this rate, he'd need at least 8 or 9 more days to clear the stage, but he absolutely couldn't afford such a delay. The server-wide championship tournament would begin on the 10th day after launch, with the grand prize being a self-selected platinum equipment. With his current combat power, he was fully qualified to claim the championship. Missing it due to slow progress would be an immeasurable loss. With only 5 days left until the tournament, he had no choice but to push harder. The thought flashed through his mind as Lin Yu took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the rocky terrain, following the lingering scent of demon blood to hunt for his next target. After more than 10 minutes, he suddenly stopped. Sounds of bestial grunting and bone-crushing echoed ahead. Passing between two massive interlocking stones, he witnessed a wolf-head, human-bodied demon pinning down another lower-tier demon in an unspeakable act of violence. Shadow Wolf Demon Commander Moon Demon Silver LV.40. Health 335, 000, 335, 000. Energy 3, 8004, 000. Attack 3600. Defense 560. Skills: Shadow Wolf Howl, Ghost Shadow, Wolf God's Claw, Shadow Wolf Demon God Bloodline. Description: a Shadow Wolf Demon Commander possessing Demon God Bloodline, with terrifying speed and formidable power. A Shadow Wolf Demon? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. In the Divine Demon Continent, while there were hundreds of demon tribes, only 36 were truly prominent. Their chieftains were the 36 demon gods who commanded respect across the continent. Any member of these 36 bloodlines who achieved commander rank could temporarily invoke the demon god bloodline within them. The Shadow Wolf Demon before him was one such creature, far more troublesome than the Rock Mountain Ape Demon Commander or Blazing Bull Demon Commander he had previously slain. Even those commanders would show utmost respect when encountering this beast. However, with Lin Yu's current arsenal of abilities, killing this creature wouldn't be too difficult. He simply calculated the optimal damage rotation, his gaze remaining calm and focused. The Shadow Wolf Demon seemed to sense his stare. Its wolf pupils contracted sharply, then gleamed with undisguised greed and desire. A human. The hoarse voice carried cruel amusement. Perfect. It's been ages since I've tasted human flesh. Should be much more tender than these worthless creatures. With that, it carelessly tossed aside the mangled lower-tier demon it had been ravaging and turned toward Lin Yu, licking its lips hungrily. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, especially seeing the creature's current appearance, which made him frown deeply. He never expected this guy to pull such an outrageous stunt, even setting his sights on having his way with him. Honestly, this was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a situation, and his face immediately darkened. Sure, he was indeed handsome, but no matter how good-looking, he was still a dignified 7-foot man. Moreover, his orientation had never been in question. Recalling how the creature had earlier referred to itself as this old lady, Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Forget it. No point wasting words on this beast. With that thought flashing through his mind, he unhesitatingly drew his dark gold warblade. With a powerful step forward, his entire body shot toward the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander like an arrow. Hee, I like that. Seeing Lin Yu charging at it in fury, the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, its eyes gleamed with excitement, as if it could already taste the pleasure of conquering its prey. In the next instant, its figure suddenly vanished, reappearing at Lin Yu's side and rear. Such tender, delicate skin, my little Spitfire. A greedy curve formed at the corner of its mouth. Spitfire your ass. Lin Yu roared in anger, his dark gold warblade slashing down fiercely. The blade light cascaded like a waterfall, striking directly at the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander. With a dull thud, a vicious gash tore across the creature's chest, and bright red damage numbers appeared above its head. 4,560. Oh, you do have some skill. The Shadow Wolf Demon Commander raised its hand to press against its chest, its fingertips stained with blood, which it lightly licked. The contempt in its eyes diminished somewhat. It had originally thought Lin Yu was just a useless level 15 weakling, never expecting him to actually break through its defenses. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond and swung his blade again, the edge whistling through the air in continuous attacks. Not bad strength, but still nothing to worry about. Let me show you the speed of the Demon God Clan in martial arts. Only speed is unbreakable. As the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander finished speaking, its form became ethereal again, seemingly intent on toying with Lin Yu. Its smile had barely begun to fully bloom when Lin Yu's low voice suddenly rang out. Speed? That depends on whether you can even move. Before the words had finished, a white light burst from Lin Yu's chest, instantly wrapping around the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander. In that moment, its limbs stiffened, and it actually began attacking Lin Yu in reverse, with damage indicators appearing in succession. Miss. 3024. Reflected damage. Miss. 3024. Reflected damage. What's happening? With its most relied upon speed completely sealed, terror appeared in the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander's eyes for the first time. Didn't you want to show me your speed? Didn't you say only speed is unbreakable? Didn't you want to have your way with me? Lin Yu sneered coldly. As his words fell, the dark gold war blade danced wildly. Each strike aimed directly at the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander's lower regions. The blade light was vicious, the killing intent absolute. He wanted this lust-addled beast to know that if you think with your lower half, you pay with your lower half. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander's lower body was reduced to a bloody mess, with two unidentifiable orbs falling out. 4,560. 4,560. 4,560. Crimson damage numbers exploded in the air like rapid gunfire, as blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Lin Yu's twin blades churned relentlessly, striking like thunder through flesh, delivering blow after blow without giving his opponent any chance to recover or counterattack. Though the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander carried the bloodline of the Shadow Wolf Demon God, with dark gray patterns continuously emerging across its body as it tried to boost its attack power by 30% through its ancestral power, its level was ultimately only 40. The strength increase was limited, and against Lin Yu's defense, it remained utterly useless. In less than a few minutes, its health bar plummeted to zero like a deflated balloon, and with a final piercing howl, it was completely hacked into a twisted pile of flesh. Normally, while Lin Yu held no fondness for the demon race, he wouldn't be quite so vicious. What truly ignited his fury was that this beast had actually tried to mount him. Thinking of that disgusting intention, the cold light in Lin Yu's eyes could almost materialize what kind of creature dared to have designs on him. As the final strike landed, system notifications flooded his ears in an endless stream. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander above your level. You have gained Azura points 150, Sin points 60, Undead points 300. Ding! You have obtained Shadow Wolf Demon Commander's Demon Core 1. Ding! You have obtained Shadow Wolf Demon Commander's Dropped Map 1. A Demon Core? Truly worthy of carrying Demon God bloodline. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. Based on his previous life's experience, only demon race creatures above level 50 would condense demon cores, making this 40-level creature's possession of one extremely rare. A single demon core could easily sell for dozens of gold coins, representing a considerable profit. With his emotions settling, he turned his attention to the map that had dropped, which emanated a dark gleam. Since it was treasured by the Shadow Wolf Demon Commander, it surely wasn't ordinary at worst, it wouldn't be complete trash. However, when the map unfolded, what met his eyes was a series of obscure demon race characters that he couldn't understand at all. Forget it, I'll ask Panshur to help me study it tomorrow. Lin Yu shook his head and stored both the map and demon core in his backpack. His online time was down to just a few minutes, and if he didn't return to the safety tower soon, the system would force him offline. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and crushed the Azura token, disappearing from the spot. When Lin Yu logged off, it was already close to midnight. The dorm room was dimly lit, and Ling Exine had already fallen asleep early, leaving only the sound of her gentle breathing echoing in the quiet night. Lin Yu tiptoed to the bathroom to wash up, quickly splashed some water on his face, and climbed into bed. He had planned to browse the gaming forums before sleep as usual, but his phone screen was suddenly flooded with a string of unread messages, all from Su Yao. Su Yao, baby, are you there? I've been discharged from the hospital. Su Yao, baby, are you there? I've finished dinner. Su Yao, baby, are you there? I'm about to enter the game. I'll definitely reach level 10 as soon as possible. You should work hard too. Su Yao, baby, are you there? I'm almost level 10. When I get to the main city, remember to take me along. Su Yao, baby, are you there? Are you busy? Message after message came through, the enthusiasm from behind the screen seeming to leap out at him. Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions, not out of pity, but because he saw his former self reflected in these messages. He used to send Su Yao messages just as persistently, only to receive responses like, oh, okay, that's it then. I'm going to take a shower. Someone's visiting. You go ahead and do your thing. Accompanied by a string of eye-rolling emojis. Now the tables had turned. How ironic indeed. He knew well that her sudden warmth wasn't some awakening of conscience, but more like she was plotting an even bigger trap. However, since he had decided to play along in this charade, he needed to play his part well. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I'm in a dungeon. We'll talk when I get out. The message had barely been sent when she replied instantly. Su Yao. Okay, I'll wait for you. Get some rest early. Lin Yu stared at the line of text for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. This was the first time he had ever received a reply from Su Yao after 10 o'clock back then. Su Yao had insisted she needed her beauty sleep after 10 and couldn't be disturbed. Now she didn't seem sleepy at all. He shook his head and closed his phone. He had classes in the morning and couldn't waste time chatting. The next morning, Lin Yu got up to get ready as soon as dawn broke. After hastily eating a bowl of hot soy milk and fried dough sticks with Ling Xin at a nearby shop, they hailed a taxi to school. Although his car was parked in the garage, he hadn't driven in a long time, and more importantly, he didn't want to draw attention. The walkway in front of the academic building cast long shadows in the morning sun. Just as Lin Yu stepped into the building entrance, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and Ling Xin froze beside him ahead of them. Su Yao was walking toward them carrying a bag of breakfast, her eyes glowing with gentle warmth. "Baby, I bought you breakfast. I hope you like it." She held the bag out to Lin Yu, her voice sweet as honey. This sudden scene made all the nearby students' eyes widen. Some rubbed their eyes, others stood speechless, and discussions erupted. "Holy shit, Goddess Su Yao actually bought breakfast for that guy Lin Yu? Am I seeing things? Damn, it really is her. How is this possible? The sun must be rising in the west today. If Su Yao would buy me breakfast, I'd gladly give up 20 years of my life." Get lost. Su Yao isn't a woman you could ever handle. The morning hallway erupted into chaos, with messy footsteps and jeering shouts instantly drawing everyone out of their classrooms. They formed a thick semicircle, 3 layers deep, craning their necks to watch the drama unfold. "Thank you for the gesture, but I've already eaten, and besides, I don't eat these things." Lin Yu glanced down at the breakfast in Su Yao's hands, his voice steady, yet carrying a coldness that kept people at arm's length. To play along with Su Yao's so-called performance, his tone was relatively restrained, not as harsh as usual. After speaking, he picked up Ling Xion's backpack and gestured for her to enter the classroom with him. Honestly, Lin Yu found Su Yao's thoughtful gesture utterly ridiculous. They had been together for nearly 3 years, yet she didn't even know his basic preferences. How ironic. "Lin Yu, what's with the attitude? Yao Yao was kind enough to buy you something, and you're being picky." Li Shui, standing beside Su Yao, put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly in the hallway, looking exactly like a shrew arguing in the street. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and looked back, his gaze as cold as a blade. "So what? Just because she bought it means I have to eat it? Besides, whether I eat it or not is none of your damn business." "But, it's still Yao Yao's kind intention." Li Shui was intimidated by his presence and began stuttering halfway through her sentence. "Swear, this really isn't Lin Yu's fault. I didn't think it through." Su Yao reached out to stop Li Shui, appearing composed while directing her gaze toward Lin Yu, saying softly, "Baby, I'm sorry. It was all just an act," and Lin Yu couldn't muster any interest. He shook his head and walked straight into the classroom with Ling Xin. "Lin Yu." Li Shui stamped her feet in anger, her face flushed red. Su Yao maintained her gentle facade, but a flash of coldness flickered in her eyes. This scene was like throwing a stone into water, igniting the emotions of the watching crowd. Holy crap, when did Lin Yu become so cocky? He actually dared to reject Su Yao. Just a few days ago he was following Su Yao around like a puppy. This change is insane. "I heard Lin Yu dumped Su Yao. I thought it was just a rumor, but it seems to be true. Amazing. Lin Yu is totally my role model now. Wow, he's actually pretty handsome when he's being assertive. I never noticed before. Stop being such a fangirl. If he doesn't even care about Su Yao, what makes you think he'd notice you?" The chatter spread from the hallway throughout the entire academic building, instantly overturning the established image of Qingting University's most devoted lover. Many simps excitedly fantasized. Could it be that if they groveled enough, they too could have their day of turning the tables? Meanwhile, Lin Yu's commanding rejection of Su Yao made quite a few girls' eyes sparkle with admiration. Lin Yu was already good-looking to begin with. While he might not be the official campus heartthrob, he wasn't far from it. It was just that Su Yao's presence had previously overshadowed his appeal. However, Lin Yu paid no attention to the commotion outside. He just wanted to finish class quickly and get out of there. He was still thinking about clearing the Azura Purgatory level soon, and he certainly wouldn't let someone like Su Yao delay his plans. When Lin Yu and his companion finished their classes and returned to Zhongjiang Island, it was already around 11:30. The night breeze carried a hint of moisture as it swept from the sea to the dock. Ling Xin maintained her typical gaming addict girl state, kicking off her shoes and rushing straight to the gaming pod in the center of the living room. Her Flame Archer class change process, under Xiao Zhao's guidance, was already more than halfway complete, with only the final step remaining, and she had been itching to finish it. Lin Yu followed inside but first picked up his phone to make a video call to his mother, telling her he would come home to visit tomorrow. As for the treatment matter, he deliberately left it to explain in person. After hanging up, he didn't delay any further, directly taking off his jacket and lying down in another gaming pod. He was still far from gathering the required 100,000 Azura points, so he couldn't waste any online time. A flash of fluorescent light, and his vision switched. Lin Yu appeared once again in the Azura Purgatory, Immediately heading toward the flame valley, that simple-minded split mountain ape demon commander was still waiting for him in the same spot. Great Ancestor Master, you've finally arrived. Seeing Lin Yu's figure, the split mountain ape demon commander's eyes lit up, excited like a celestial hound seeing Erling Shun. Lin Yu didn't engage in small talk and directly pulled out the ancient beast hide map, handing it over. Pancher, help me look at this map. What location is marked here? What's the content? If it's useful, we'll have struck it big. The split mountain ape demon commander carefully took it with both hands and spread it open. The firelight illuminated the ink marks on the map as it examined it closely. After a moment, its massive eyebrows furrowed slightly, and it looked up with confusion in its voice. Great Ancestor Master, this map. Where did you obtain it? What? Is there a problem? I snatched it from a shadow wolf demon. Lin Yu asked back with confusion. The split mountain ape demon commander took a deep breath and lowered its voice. What's recorded here is the greatest secret of this Azura world. The location marked on this map is the very core of the Azura world, the Azura Grand Hall. Azura Grand Hall? What's that? Lin Yu frowned. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a location in the Azura Purgatory Dungeon, nor could he find any related coordinates on his electronic map. The Azura Grand Hall is the central hub of this world. If one could control it, they could not only directly command the entire Azura world, but also obtain the inheritance of the god of slaughter Su Yao. The split mountain ape demon commander explained. The inheritance of the god of slaughter. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Xiao Xiao had only told him the completion reward was a growable weapon, never mentioning anything about an Azura Grand Hall or Su Yao's inheritance. It seemed she probably didn't know about this secret either. After all, the dungeon requirements only stated, obtain 100,000 Azura points, without mentioning any Grand Hall. The split mountain ape demon commander continued. However, since ancient times, no one has been able to determine the hall's exact location. Now that it has reappeared, it shows that Great Ancestor Master possesses heavenly fortune. Having lived in the Flame Valley for hundreds of years and witnessed countless human adventurers, it had never heard of anyone obtaining clues to the Azura Grand Hall, so it couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yu's luck. So you're saying, if I can control this Azura Grand Hall, the entire Azura Purgatory world will be under my control? As if struck by a sudden realization, Lin Yu's eyes instantly lit up. If he could truly control this world, he could transform it into a safe haven and settle all his friends and family within it. When that time came, he would have no worries holding him back, while continuing to venture into the outside world, truly killing two birds with one stone. Ancestor, you're absolutely right. Though his mind was racing, Lin Yu quickly recalled a troublesome matter. Truly controlling the Azura Palace won't be easy. Rumor has it that a 5th-tier powerhouse guards that place. I remember that those who can enter this world are at most 4th tier. Seizing the palace won't be simple. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander, standing nearby, his bronze bell-like eyes gleaming with intelligence, suddenly spoke up. Of course, with your talent, it's not necessarily impossible. You can slay level 40 demons at level 15. Such strength is rarely seen in this world. 5th tier, huh? Lin Yu's expression grew slightly grave. Currently, dealing with level 40 powerhouses was still manageable, but facing a level 50 powerhouse would be different. Even relying on absolute defense to stack armor, who knew how long that would take? Clearly, this approach alone wouldn't work. Another path flashed through his mind. If he could upgrade Black Tiger 9 transformations to level 2, his offense and defense would instantly double. A 200 boost might give him a fighting chance. However, he still lacked sufficient skill books. Forget it. I'll see if that crazy woman can spare a few skill books later. He muttered to himself. He was reluctant to owe favors to Xiao Xiao or Sikong Qiuqiu over mere skill books, especially since he didn't want to add new debts to his account with the Sikong family. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu cast aside these distracting thoughts. The most urgent matter was still accumulating 100,000 Azura points and clearing his red name status. He shook his head with a light sigh and called to the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander to head straight for the demon gathering grounds. Today's goal was at least 30,000 Azura points, and he couldn't afford any delays. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Yu had been in the Azura Purgatory Dungeon for a full 5 hours. During this period, thanks to the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander's powerful assistance, his gains were quite substantial. Azura points increased by over 9,000, bringing the total to 16,000. Sin points decreased to just over 31,000. Undead points accumulated to 34,000. Despite this, he still chose not to level up. His current strength was sufficient for the dungeon, and he didn't want to unnecessarily raise his level and attract attention. Moreover, if he were to compete for the Azura Palace in the future, keeping more undead points on hand for summoning puppets could prove very useful. Azura Purgatory, a certain narrow canyon. The stench of blood churned between the cliff walls as sharp whistling sounds cut through the silence. Lin Yu and the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander were working together to finish off a demon commander. Blade light flashed down just one breath away from victory. Whoosh! A sharp sound of cutting wind suddenly erupted from above as a black-feathered arrow tore through the cold mist, aimed directly at the dying demon commander. Someone else trying to steal the kill? Lin Yu's brow furrowed. He shifted his footing, his form shooting forward like lightning to position himself in front of the demon, raising his broad blade to block. 400. Damage numbers floated above his head, but he paid them no mind. With a twist of his wrist, he brought his heavy blade down again, slaying the demon commander on the spot. Blood splattered as he slowly turned around, his gaze piercing like cold stars toward the direction from which the arrow had come. The next moment, a graceful figure of a woman around 20 years old instantly appeared before his eyes. Master Ancestor, are you alright? The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander almost lunged forward to Lin Yu's side. The arrow had just torn through the armor on Lin Yu's shoulder, and blood was dripping along the dark golden patterns. It knew very well that its life essence blood was in Lin Yu's hands. If Lin Yu died, it would perish with him. Lin Yu raised his hand to signal he was fine, then looked up to trace the arrow's trajectory. The acrid smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air when a graceful red figure entered his view. It was a woman in her early 20s, clad in blood-red heavy armor that hugged her body, outlining her elegant curves. Her face was exquisitely beautiful and coldly stunning, no less striking than Xiao Xiao and the others. Though she wore no makeup, she naturally possessed the heroic bearing of a female general. Her long hair was bound high with a crimson gold ring, particularly eye-catching against the gloomy purgatory sky. A human, the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander whispered in surprise. Lin Yu simply stared at her intently, his mind flashing with information. Lu Hongying, eldest daughter of the Lu family of Tianglong Principality. Level 40. Health 14500014500. Energy 40004000. Attack 7004. Defense 1149. Skills: Rapid Fire, Lu Family Archery, Void Strike, Flame Shot. Description: eldest daughter of the Lu family of Tianglong Principality, kind-hearted by nature. Due to certain circumstances, she has entered the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Her true strength is unfathomable. This is what you call kind-hearted. Lin Yu rolled his eyes, his shoulders still throbbing with pain. He withdrew his gaze, his voice cold. Miss, I have no quarrel with you. That arrow just now seemed rather impolite, don't you think? Whether she was the Lu family's eldest daughter or the Jade Emperor himself, anyone who dared steal from him would get no mercy. However, Lu Hongying didn't immediately respond. Instead, she studied Lin Yu, confusion flickering in her eyes. Are you the rumored adventurer? A level 15 individual appearing in Azura Purgatory. According to common knowledge on the Divine Demon continent, one needed to be at least level 30 to set foot here. She couldn't help but be suspicious. What? Got a problem with that? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. No. What happened earlier was indeed Hongying's fault. Lu Hongying admitted frankly, speaking decisively. I mistook you for a demon, which is why I attacked. A demon. Black lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead, where on his handsome face did he look like a demon. He snorted coldly. Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, we'll take our leave. The demons in this area had already been cleared out by him. There was no point in staying longer, and he didn't want to get entangled with Lu Hongying. Her background was unclear, and whether she was friend or foe remained unknown. Lin Yu turned around, beckoning the Rift Mountain, also called Rift Sky, Ape Demon Commander to follow. Wait. A familiar female voice called from behind it was Lu Hongying. What now? Is there something else? Lin Yu frowned slightly, turning back with impatience. You can go, but it cannot. Lu Hongying's gaze turned icy as she stared at the Rift Sky Ape Demon Commander beside Lin Yu. The human and demon races are sworn enemies, and if not for the demons, humanity wouldn't have fallen to such dire straits. Because of this, facing the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander Pancher before her, Lu Hongying made no effort to hide her killing intent, clearly having no intention of letting it leave alive. Miss Lu, isn't it? Lin Yu raised his hand, blocking Pancher's front, his voice calm and composed. Pancher is indeed from the demon race, but now he's my subordinate. I ask that you stay your hand. Lin Yu was crystal clear in his mind. Although Pancher was born of the demon race, he had just helped him considerably and was now under his control. Even if he didn't particularly care about Pancher's life, he couldn't just hand over this ready-made enforcer, especially with Lu Hongying's arrogant attitude grating on his nerves. However, he spoke politely. Pancher's demon identity was undeniable, and Lu Hongying's own background was no simple matter, so there was no need to immediately turn hostile. Adventurer, Lu Hongying responded coldly. Perhaps the demon race means nothing to you, but the blood debt they owe to humanity on the Divine Demon continent is something we will never forgive. So today, you're not taking it anywhere. Oh, and what if I insist on taking him? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. A cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Didn't care about Pancher's life or death, but he absolutely wouldn't hand over his enforcer. Then we'll see if you have what it takes. Lu Hongying's expression turned completely grim as she drew her bow like a full moon, arrow tip pointing directly at Lin Yu, radiating killing intent. Lin Yu didn't even furrow his brow. He suddenly pinched his nose and barked at Panshur. Panshur, poison gas attack. You got it. Panshur immediately understood, turning his back to Lu Hongying as his muscles bulged and his body rapidly inflated like a balloon. Lu Hongying was momentarily stunned, her jade fingers that had been taut on the bowstring pausing, clearly not understanding what trick Lin Yu was trying to pull. With a muffled sound, yellowish-brown smoke exploded outward like a wall rushing toward Lu Hongying. A terrible stench swept over her, making her vision go dark and nearly fainting from the fumes. Panshur, run. Lin Yu grabbed the split mountain ape demon commander and shot forward using the fart propulsion, disappearing without a trace in just a few breaths. If Lu Hongying came to her senses, it would surely be a fight to the death. Though Lin Yu wasn't afraid of her, being entangled would be quite the headache. He was busy farming Azura points and didn't want to waste time. As for his identity being exposed, he wasn't worried at all. Right now he was just a player, and with Lu Hongying's methods, it would be difficult to investigate clearly. Besides, the Tianlong Kingdom and Tianyuan Kingdom were separated by vast distances, making pursuit impossible. Bastard, don't let me run into you again. After dispersing the yellow fog before her, Lu Hongying looked at the empty mountain path, her expression cold enough to freeze water. She never expected that Lin Yu would resort to such despicable tactics. However, Lin Yu paid no attention to Lu Hongying's fury. Together with the Rockbreaker ape demon commander, a massive ape with broad shoulders and a wide back, covered in grayish-brown stone pattern, she was enthusiastically grinding monsters in the demon gathering area. His primary goal remained raising his Azura points to the maximum limit to unlock that growable weapon. Once that was accomplished, he would then seize control of the Azura Hall. The Rockbreaker ape demon commander had mentioned that this world contained numerous blessed lands and sacred realms, but Lin Yu had no time for distractions. To him, once he controlled the Azura Hall, the entire world would become his private treasury, with all resources unable to escape his grasp. With this in mind, Lin Yu felt no urgency whatsoever. Great Ancestor Master, thank you for earlier. The Rockbreaker ape demon commander crushed a low-level demon's skull, reducing its health to the last sliver, then stepped aside to let Lin Yu finish it off with a single strike. It looked up sincerely, eyes filled with gratitude. Had Lin Yu yielded to Lu Hongying earlier, it would likely be a cold corpse by now. After all, with its current combat strength, it could never stand against Lu Hongying with her full set of silver equipment. No big deal. Lin Yu casually wiped the black blood from his blade. Since you've chosen to submit, you're one of mine now. Besides, I still need you to help me hunt down demons. Lin Yu was never a saint, but he understood priorities clearly. The Rockbreaker ape demon commander could serve as his laborer, helping him grind monsters to increase his Azura points. Lu Hongying, at most, she was just an ice-cold face who couldn't even warm his bed. The scales naturally tipped toward the former. The Rockbreaker ape demon commander's heart burned with passion upon hearing this, secretly vowing to serve faithfully and repay this new master's kindness, to once again become a proud demon of its clan. Lin Yu said no more, raising his hand to signal. Let's go, next grinding spot. With all demons in this area cleared, the two were about to leave when the ground beneath their feet suddenly hummed. In an instant, Lin Yu saw all the demon corpses he had slain being drained by an invisible force, their blood forming crimson streams that seeped into the earth. This eerie sight made his expression darken. Panshur, retreat. He had barely shouted when the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, soil and debris mixed with blood mist creating a massive crater. The two had no time to react as they plummeted downward. The moment he landed, Lin Yu dropped to one knee, using his blade to support himself. The rough, rocky surface scraped against his shoe soles with a grating sound, yet he didn't lose a single point of health. He surveyed his surroundings. She was now in a blood-red cavern, the rock walls seemingly stained with fresh blood, a faint metallic stench assaulting his nostrils and making him nauseous. What is this place? Lin Yu frowned. The surrounding crimson rocks and the dried dark blood scabs on the ground all emanated an eerie, sinister aura. The Rockbreaker ape demon commander, dazed from the fall, shook its head and approached, lowering its voice but unable to hide its excitement. Great Ancestor Master, this appears to be a buried ruin. Hearing this, Lin Yu rolled his eyes. Did it think he couldn't see that for himself? He brushed the dust from his shoulders, too lazy to complain, and turned to ask, Panshur, do you have any knowledge about this ruin? After all, the Rift Mountain ape demon commander had lived in this world for hundreds of years and should have known something. Lin Yu had hoped it could provide some clues, but Panshur also shook its head, indicating it knew nothing. After a brief silence, the Rift Mountain ape demon commander could only look back at Lin Yu awkwardly, clearly just as bewildered. For now, there were no ready answers, and he could only explore slowly on his own. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Although he hadn't planned to specifically search for ruins, the opportunity was right before him, and he had no reason to abandon it if native cultivators like Lu Honging were willing to venture into the dangerous Azura world. Whatever this place contained must be extraordinary. Let's go and take a look inside first. He called to the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander and proceeded along the dim corridor. Since they were already here, they might as well gain something from it. About 2 minutes later, the man and demon stopped before a towering bronze door. The door was ancient and weathered, covered in green patina, emanating a cold metallic orate, seemed to be the true core of this ruin. Lin Yu squinted as he examined it, having read many stories with similar scenarios, understanding that such mechanism doors usually concealed mysteries. Great Ancestor Master, let me handle this. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander perked up, seizing the chance to show off as its chest puffed out proudly. Lin Yu stepped aside. Don't worry, I can smash through this bronze door in no time. The ape demon grinned widely, its bulging arm muscles rippling as it pounded its fists against the door. Boom. The dull sound echoed, but the door didn't budge an inch. Lin Yu, Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander. After an awkward silence, Lin Yu said softly, it seems brute force won't work. He had witnessed the Rift Mountain Ape Demon's tremendous strength of 10,000 pounds, yet now it couldn't move the door even an inch clearly. This door had other mechanisms. Pancher, you search over there for clues, and I'll look around here. Since the designer had left mechanisms, they must have left hints as well. The man and demon split up to search. Several minutes passed as Lin Yu continued pondering, when suddenly excited shouting came from behind him. Great Ancestor Master, there seems to be a mechanism here. He hurried over to see a seemingly unremarkable green brick protruding slightly from the wall. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu reached out and pressed it. Click, click, click. The low sound of meshing gears arose, and the heavy bronze door slowly began to part, dust cascading down. Great Ancestor Master, the door is opening. The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander cheered. Finally, it's opening. Watching the bronze door slowly swing open, Lin Yu's eyes also revealed a hint of delight. Within the ruins, as Lin Yu swept through the bronze gate carved with mystical patterns, his view suddenly opened up to reveal a stone hall as large as a basketball court standing in silent majesty. The vast space was eerily empty, save for a blood-red stone coffin lying in the center with 2 menacing bronze statues standing guard beside it. Lin Yu silently complained to himself. People in this world really had a thing for placing statues next to coffins. The moment he stepped into the hall, he vaguely felt his body temperature rising, as if touched by scorching wind. However, seeing that the Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander showed no unusual reaction, he attributed it to the bloody smell permeating the air and didn't think much of it. Great Ancestor Master, is the treasure inside that stone coffin? The Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander asked curiously, and before finishing his words, he was already striding toward the coffin. Wait. Lin Yu's expression changed drastically, had suffered from similar coffins before. Bang. A thunderous crash erupted as the blood-red coffin suddenly burst forth with blinding crimson light. The massive body of the Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander was directly blasted away, crashing heavily into the wall with blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Damn it! The commander struggled to his feet in embarrassment, but before he could finish cursing, a blood-red phantom materialized above the coffin. The phantom raised a finger and pointed lightly, sending the Demon Ape Commander crashing into the stone wall again, knocking him unconscious on the spot. A cold voice emanated from the phantom. A mere demon ant dares to covet my inheritance? Lin Yu's heart sank. The level 40 silver boss Rift Mountain Demon Ape Commander had lost all fighting capability. With just a casual gesture, how terrifyingly powerful must this phantom's master be? He immediately bowed respectfully. This junior greets the senior. Right now, confronting it heathen would be absolutely futile. Establishing proper respect was the only solution. The blood-red phantom gazed at him with an amused smile. Interesting, a mere level 15 youngster actually managed to reach this place unharmed. After all, even the level 40 commander had been instantly subdued. This junior was merely fortunate. Lin Yu humbly responded, not daring to show the slightest arrogance before such a powerful being. You have some talent, but what a pity, the phantom spoke ominously. A pity? What does senior mean by that? Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Have you been feeling a burning sensation throughout your body since entering this hall? The crimson shadow didn't answer Lin Yu's question, but instead posed one of its own. Indeed there is. I wonder why you ask, senior? Lin Yu's heart sank. Initially, he thought it was just the lingering scent of blood in the air playing tricks on him, but now it seemed there was more to it. People call me the Yin-Yang Ancestor. What do you think that's about? The crimson shadow's lips curved upward as it raised an eyebrow at Lin Yu with meaningful intent. The Yin-Yang Ancestor? Lin Yu's expression changed drastically, his previously calm eyes turning dark and grim. Though he wasn't a native of this continent of gods and demons, his experience from 2 lifetimes made him all too familiar with the notorious reputation of the Yin-Yang Ancestor, a man who specialized in the arts of yin-yang harmony, essentially draining yin to supplement yang. and had harmed countless innocent young women in years past. Had he not been suppressed by Yi Shiluo, the god of slaughter, who knows how many more women would have perished at his hands. However, his current predicament was more pressing. Lin Yu took a deep breath and looked toward the crimson shadow, speaking with a complex expression. Senior, surely you wouldn't joke with this junior? If this truly was the Yin-Yang ancestor, combined with his expertise in using aphrodisiac poisons, without an antidote or completing the Yin-Yang harmony, Lin Yu would face nothing but death by bodily explosion. Now he finally understood why the split mountain demon ape leader had emerged and scathed earlier that stuff only worked on humans. Little one, do you think I have any need to joke with you? The Yin-Yang ancestor smiled faintly. Heat surged through Lin Yu's body as he gritted his teeth and suppressed his rage, still maintaining a respectful posture. Senior, might you bestow an antidote? Though inwardly he had already cursed this old bastard's ancestors 18 generations over. Without an antidote, where in this Azura realm filled with demons could he possibly find a Yin source to neutralize the poison? Yin-Yang harmony is the greatest pleasure under heaven. What need is there for an antidote? The Yin-Yang ancestor revealed a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression turned completely dark. He cursed silently. Am I really going to die here? But he still held on to a thread of hope. Senior, do you truly have no antidote? I said there isn't one. Would I lie to you? The Yin-Yang ancestor remained nonchalant. Old bastard. Lin Yu could no longer maintain his composure, his tone carrying anger. You really don't have one? Things had come to this point. If he was going to offend him, so be it. Either way led to death. The Yin-Yang ancestor suddenly looked him up and down with interest, laughing strangely. Little one, your luck isn't bad. Such a fine specimen isn't commonly seen. What do you mean? Lin Yu frowned. Before an answer could come, steady yet hurried footsteps echoed from outside the bronze doors. In the next instant, a graceful figure stepped into the great hall. Is that her? Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The newcomer was none other than Lu Hongying, who had brushed past him in the outer hall not long ago. As soon as Lu Hongying entered and saw Lin Yu, her beautiful face instantly turned cold as ice. It's you bastard. What a narrow road for enemies indeed. She too hadn't expected that this bastard Lin Yu would also appear here. Oh, how interesting. I never expected you two youngsters to share such a bond. This has certainly piqued my curiosity. Deep within the stone hall, shadows danced and swayed. The Yin-Yang ancestor withdrew his appraising gaze and leisurely stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Lin Yu and Lu Hongying exchanged glances, their expressions changing simultaneously, a subtle reaction that only made the old ancestor smile with greater delight. Who are you, old fool? Are you in cahoots with this scoundrel too? Lu Hongying demanded coldly, her right arm tensing as she gripped her bow. She recalled how Lin Yu could even rally demons to his cause, so it wouldn't be surprising if this strange old man was indeed his ally. You're quite the fiery little girl, but since you're of the fairer sex, I'll tell you I am. The Yin-Yang ancestor revealed an enigmatic smile, his voice deliberately mysterious. Before he could finish, a cold gleam shot through the air. Lu Hongying didn't wait for his introduction. She drew her bowstring to its full extent and shouted fiercely, Old fool, I don't care who you are, take this arrow. The arrow transformed into a silver streak as it shot forth. The ancestor cupped his palm in the air, and a sharp crack echoed through the space. The arrow, infused with level 40 cultivation power, crumbled inch by inch between his fingers, dissolving into countless glimmering fragments. As the debris fell, he casually brushed it away as if flicking off a speck of dust, his lips still curved in a faint smile. Little girl, such a hot temper isn't good for you. It'll make it hard to find a husband. This display caused both Lin Yu and Lu Hongying to pale. Lu Hongying wore a complete set of silver-grade equipment, and though this was just an ordinary attack, it was still formidable. Yet the ancestor had effortlessly neutralized it, revealing his unfathomable depths. Old fool, don't think you're so impressive just because you have some skill. In your current state, I don't believe you can block many more attacks. Lu Hongying retorted coldly, showing no sign of retreat as she drew her bowstring once more. What a spicy little girl. The ancestor was momentarily stunned, then chuckled mockingly. You're quite right, my current state won't last much longer. However, I can still manage to play matchmaker for you two. With those words, he flicked his finger, sending two eerie red beams through the air that penetrated Lin Yu and Lu Hongying's bodies. Both were already running slightly warm due to the secret realm's power, but now their burning sensation doubled, as if they were being scorched by flames. Old fool, what did you just do to me? Lu Hongying felt her blood boiling, her beautiful face darkening as her eyes blazed with fury. Something beneficial, naturally. The Yin-Yang ancestor replied with a smile, then turned to Lin Yu. Boy, though you were disrespectful to me earlier, seeing as we're fated to meet, I'm granting you a great fortune. Remember, spread my way of carnal pleasure far and wide. Old fool, don't go playing matchmaker randomly. Lin Yu's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If he really ended up sleeping with Lu Hongying because of this, the consequences would be far worse than their previous verbal sparring. A fart attack might only anger her, but taking her chastity would mean a fight to the death. Not only Lu Hongying herself, but probably the entire Lu family wouldn't let him off. At that point, Lin Yu would truly be caught between a rock and a hard place. If Lin Yu remembered correctly, members of the Lu family held high positions within the Holy Temple Alliance. Most importantly, he was still a virgin, and what the hell was this about losing it for the first time in a game? What a massive loss. You old bastard, if you dare to mess around, the Lu family will never let you go. We'll grind your bones to dust. Upon hearing the conversation between Lin Yu and the other person, Lu Hongying instantly understood the implications. She glared furiously at the Yinyang ancestor and roared angrily. Little girl, I've been dead for countless years. I'm afraid even my ashes can't be found. How would you grind my bones to dust? The Yinyang ancestor merely smiled indifferently. As his words fell, he lightly pointed his finger, and Lin Yu and the other person were uncontrollably drawn together rapidly, their skin finally touching. Then a surge of energy instantly enveloped them both. As their skin made contact, Lin Yu felt something soft pressing against his chest. Then a delicate fragrance entered his nostrils, making the evil fire in his lower abdomen burn even more intensely. Bastard, if you dare touch me, I'll take your life later. At that moment, a coquettish rebuke reached Lin Yu's ears, though for certain reasons it sounded incredibly seductive. Hearing this, Lin Yu was filled with rage. He knew that if this Lu Hongying hadn't suddenly attacked, he wouldn't have fled in this direction with the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander, and this situation wouldn't have occurred. Anger surged in his heart as he directly tore open her armor, exposing a patch of snow-white skin, and said coldly, I'd like to see what you can do about it. The next second, without any hesitation, he pounced on Lu Hongying like a hungry wolf, attacking her. As Lin Yu took the initiative, the entire energy sphere was filled with boundless spring scenery. Though you can't compare to me in my prime, young man, your worldly entanglements run quite deep. Very well, I'll grant you another fortune. Sensing the disturbance from within the energy sphere, the Yinyang ancestor calculated with his fingers, and an evil smile soon appeared on his face. After speaking, an ancient jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, he pointed with his fingertip, instantly shooting it into the energy sphere where it penetrated Lin Yu's body. Having done this, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Then his entire form slowly dissipated in the Great Hall. After the Yinyang ancestor's body disappeared, the entire hall fell into silence, leaving only faint sounds of passion. The hall's silence lasted merely an hour before being broken. The next moment, the energy sphere suddenly exploded, and two figures could be seen emerging from within. Miss Lu, this really isn't my fault. I was forced into this situation. If you hadn't pursued me relentlessly, I wouldn't have come here, and besides, it was my first time too, so you're not at a disadvantage. Lin Yu put on his clothes and looked at Lu Hongying, whose eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lecher, I will definitely kill you today. Lu Hongying, having also dressed, stared coldly at Lin Yu. The killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. As her words fell, she quickly nocked an arrow and shot it at Lin Yu without hesitation. She, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, couldn't accept that her purity had been destroyed by a mere level 15 boy. Miss Lu, at worst, I'll take responsibility for you. Isn't that enough? Lin Yu quickly dodged the arrow and said helplessly. However, just as he dodged, his expression became puzzled. He discovered that his speed had obviously increased significantly. Then he was surprised to find that his level had already reached level 20. Could it be because of what just happened? Lin Yu suddenly murmured. Whoosh. However, just as he was surprised, another arrow came flying through the air. Clearly, Lu Hongying had no intention of letting him go. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt quite helpless. If it were before, he would have simply killed her in this situation. But now that she had this special relationship with him, he couldn't bring himself to fight her. Miss Lu, rest assured, I will take responsibility for this matter. Leaving these words behind, Lin Yu's body shot forward explosively. The next moment, he directly grabbed the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and used a teleportation jade to leave this place. Staying here now served no purpose for him, and it was better to give Lu Hongying a chance to calm down. Lecher, don't let me find out your identity. Watching Lin Yu's disappearing figure, Lu Hongying's face was as cold as frost. Lin Yu clearly had no idea what had transpired after his departure. Back at the Purgatory execution ground, he remained both amused and exasperated by today's good fortune. He had accidentally gotten himself entangled in romantic complications, and with someone who was at odds with him, no less. Thinking about this mess, he could only silently vow to find a way to make amends in the future. For now, the most pressing matter was to accumulate enough Azura points as quickly as possible to gain control of the Azura Hall. That guy Pan sure lay nearby, sleeping like a dead pig. With nothing else to do, Lin Yu pulled up his personal interface. Earlier, he had vaguely heard the Yinyang ancestor mention bestowing upon him a great fortune, and he was intensely curious about what exactly that meant. As the interface opened, the data nearly made his eyes pop out. Nickname, Jiyu. Level, 205-7200. Class, Warrior. Health, 281-032-8103. Energy, 350,750. Attack, 4,445. Defense, 11,481. Critical hit, 20. Critical resistance, 10. Damage reduction, 10. Movement speed, 40. Talents, 1. Absolute Defense Super Divine LV3. 2. Undead Refinement Arts Divine. Skills, 1. Soul Chain Passive, Divine LV1. 2. Spring of Light Passive, S rank LV2. 3. Taunt Active, S rank LV2. 4. Resilient Will Passive, S rank. Secret Arts, 1. Black Tiger 9 Transformations LV1. 2. Dual Cultivation Arts LV1. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment, 1. Turtle Breath Jade Treasure. 2. Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace Gold Tier. 3. Dark Gold War Blade Silver Tier. 4. Silver Wolf Battle Armor Silver Tier. 5. Tiger Head Helmet Bronze Tier. 6. Spirit Deer Belt Bronze Tier. 7. Treasure Rooster Leg Guards Bronze Tier. 8. Phantom Moon Boots Bronze Tier. Damn, not only did my level jump straight up by 5, but my attack and defense stats increased too. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, but immediately noticed something suspicious. There was an additional manual called Dual Cultivation Arts in his Secret Arts section. He clicked to examine it. Dual Cultivation Arts Manual. Origin, created by the Yin-Yang ancestor, wanted for practicing heretical arts. Effect, through intimate union with the opposite sex, can ignore experience rules and directly gain level increases amount depends on level difference between both parties, and permanently steal 10 of the partner's maximum attack and 10 of maximum defense. Attribute bonuses can stack up to 10 times. Current remaining uses, 9 times. Holy shit. No wonder that old bastard can stay alive and kicking while being hunted across the world or relies on this thing. Lin Yu cursed under his breath. 10 use limit with 10% attribute bonuses, essentially a lower tier version of Soul Chain, yet already heaven-defying enough. Now he understood the reason for his dramatic increase in attack and defense. Unfortunately, this dual cultivation arts isn't suitable for me. Lin Yu smiled bitterly. While he wasn't exactly a saint, he certainly wasn't the type to pounce on just anyone. The incident with Lu Hongying was already an accident. He had no intention of relying on such methods to advance. Therefore, for him, this dual cultivation arts held little practical value. After allocating all 150 free attribute points from his level up to attack, Lin Yu's attack power surged to a terrifying 4,658 points. Just as he was about to close the game panel, he caught a glimpse of a faint glow emanating from the depths of his inventory. It was the level up reward package that Mordekaiser had previously bestowed upon him, but remained sealed due to insufficient level. Now that he had reached level 20, he finally met the requirements. Lin Yu immediately clicked to open it. Ding. Congratulations on using the level up package blessed by Undead Scourge Mordekaiser. You have obtained Undead Summoning Ring 1, Undead Puppet Shiva Rider 1. Ding. You have obtained level 30 upgrade package 1. System notifications appeared one after another, silver light flashing before his eyes. Lin Yu focused his attention on examining the 2 new items. Undead Summoning Ring Treasure. Creator, Undead Scourge Mordekaiser. Description, a spatial ring crafted specifically for undead puppets, containing an independent small world within that provides living space for undead puppets. Restrictions, cannot be gifted, cannot be sold. So it's a pocket world prepared for undead puppets. Feels pretty much like Pokemon's Pokeballs. Lin Yu muttered under his breath, then shifted his gaze to the other reward. Undead Puppet Shiva Rider. Type, Undead Summon Creature. Level, 50. Health, 1, 000, 0001, 000, 000. Energy, 8, 0008, 000. Attack, 10,000. Defense, 3,000. Skills, Breath Attack, Acceleration. Description, an undead puppet crafted by Mordekaiser from the remains of a low-level flame dragon, possessing flight capabilities. Below the stats panel, a lifelike model of a bone dragon over 20 meters long, covered entirely in red armor, was displayed. Holy crap, that's so cool. And it can fly? Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The attributes alone were impressive, but the flight ability was priceless in the Divine Demon Continent. Level 60 powerhouses could only hover briefly, while true free flight required reaching level 70, a pinnacle existence that even the Temple Alliance could count on one hand. This level 50 bone dragon was essentially a life-saving trump card for Lin Yu at his current stage. With his mind made up, he activated the undead puppet without hesitation. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar erupted, seemingly tearing through the night sky. A massive bone dragon over 20 meters long, clad in dark red armor, burst forth from the ring into the sky. Dark flames churned within its ribcage, and overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped several miles around. Nearby lurking demons wailed in terror, cowering on the ground. Damn, truly worthy of level 50. Lin Yu looked up at the bone dragon circling overhead, inwardly amazed. His power had surged once again, though unfortunately, necromancy was forbidden in the divine demon continent. He dared not display it openly, and could only use it in life-or-death situations or solo dungeons. With this thought, he waved his hand to recall the bone dragon, storing it in the undead summoning ring, his tone carrying a hint of regret. The moment the bone dragon disappeared, the split mountain ape demon commander awakened from unconsciousness, scratching its head in confusion. Great ancestor master, what just happened? I think I heard a dragon's roar. Since you're awake, let's continue. Lin Yu's tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. Today's quota isn't met yet. For the next several hours, he focused entirely on slaying demons and accumulating Azura points. Without further interruptions, progress was swift. Before logging off, he had gained nearly 10,000 more Azura points. Though he was still about 4,000 short of his daily target of 30,000, he didn't force it. After all, today's harvest was substantial, and at his current efficiency, breaking through 100,000 Azura points within 4 days would be effortless. With just a bit more effort, completing the dungeon mission before the competition wouldn't be difficult. When Lin Yu exited the game, it was nearly midnight. Ling Xian had long since fallen asleep, and the dormitory lights were dim. He washed up briefly, thinking about returning home tomorrow, then collapsed onto his bed. Due to the late hour and tomorrow's homecoming, Lin Yu simply washed up and drifted into dreamland. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up early. Since there were no classes that day, he spent just a few minutes freshening up, grabbed some bread for a quick breakfast, and briefly filled Ling Xian in on what they had discussed the night before. Then he slung his portable gaming helmet over his shoulder, hailed a taxi, and headed straight home. The gaming pod was too bulky to transport, which made the helmet's portability its only real advantage. Lin Yu's home wasn't far from Zhongjiang Island, and the taxi reached his neighborhood in less than half an hour through the city streets. When he entered the house, it was quiet inside. His mother, Wu Guifan, had already left for work. The living room was spotless, with his favorite sunflower seeds, nuts, and freshly cut seasonal fruits arranged on the coffee table. Standing in the doorway, Lin Yu caught the sweet fragrance of the fruit, and complex emotions stirred within him. After his father's death, he, his mother, and sister had moved here. Now, more than 10 years later, this house was filled with memories of growing up. After a brief moment of nostalgia, he quickly collected himself with his current abilities. He wouldn't let tragedy repeat itself. The wall clock showed 9 o'clock, giving him 8 or 9 hours before his mother returned from work. Plenty of time for some serious gaming. With his mind made up, Lin Yu went straight to his bedroom, drew the curtains tight, put on his gaming helmet, and immersed his consciousness into the Azura world. He still needed over 70,000 Azura points to reach his goal of 100,000, so he couldn't afford to slack off. Once the game loaded, he immediately headed to the meeting spot he'd arranged with the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander. The imposing ape demon had been waiting for some time and excitedly bowed when it saw Lin Yu approaching. Ancestor Master, I've received word that the Fire Snake Valley and Bone Monument Forest factions are in conflict over something today. They're currently negotiating in Fire Snake Valley. Should we go take a look? Even if there's no treasure, there should be plenty of heads to claim. The Fire Snake Valley and Bone Monument Forest had old grudges with the Rift Mountain Ape Demons, and now the creature's eyes gleamed with the fire of revenge. Oh, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Large-scale confrontations between two factions weren't common in the Azura world. If things had escalated to negotiations, there were likely significant interests at stake, just like when the Rift Mountain Ape Demons and Flame Bull Demons had fought fiercely over the Fire Armor fruit. Let's go take a look, he nodded, his tone casual, though he was already calculating in his mind. Even without treasure, nearly 1,000 demons would represent a substantial amount of Azura points. Without delay, Lin Yu patted the ape demon's arm and followed its lead toward Fire Snake Valley. With the turtle breath jade completely concealing his aura, plus the Rift Mountain Ape Demon as cover, the pair easily infiltrated the outskirts of Fire Snake Valley. When they arrived, Fire Snake Valley was packed with Demonsa dark mass of nearly 1,000 creatures at first glance. Clearly, it wasn't just the Fire Snake Valley and Bone Monument Forest factions present. Others like Lin Yu who wanted to profit from the chaos had also shown up. The valley's rocky walls radiated heat, the air thick with the smell of sulfur and fire. Demons crowded shoulder to shoulder across the valley floor, their shouts rising and falling in waves, creating a tense, explosive atmosphere. Gazing at the writhing mass of demonic figures before him, Lin Yu's eyes shone with remarkable brightness, almost felt like drooling. This was walking Azura points, sin points, and undead points right there. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the restless agitation surging in his chest. Impatience would ruin great plans. If he acted impulsively now, facing this dense swarm of demons before him, escaping unscathed wasn't impossible, but it would certainly come at a tremendous cost. The smartest approach was to first muddy these waters even further Wait for both sides to engage in real combat, then profit from the shadows. That was the optimal choice. Under the guidance of the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander, this level 40 silver boss, the two quickly approached the negotiation site. Lin Yu chose a rock platform at an appropriate distance that offered sufficient concealment, stopping to observe the scene below from his elevated position. Directly ahead, two demon factions faced off with swords drawn and crossbows loaded. Each side had at least several hundred lesser demons standing guard, with a formidable level 40 commander class boss leading the front lines. On the left stood a serpent-headed humanoid monster with flame patterns coiling around its body, its vertical pupils gleaming with blazing red light. On the right loomed a towering skeletal demon, its hollow eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue flames. The air was thick with intertwining fire poison and corpse miasma, making even breathing painful. Ancestor Master, those two are today's main players, the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander whispered. On the left is the Fire Serpent Demon Commander from Fire Serpent Valley, and on the right is the Bone Demon Commander. Both are 4th tier, with strength comparable to mine. Lin Yu nodded slightly and activated his detection panel. Fire Serpent Demon Commander. Quality, Silver tier boss. Level, 40. Health, 380, 000380000. Energy, 4,0004000. Attack, 3,600. Defense, 750. Skills, Serpent Strike, Fire Poison Projectile Attack. Description, Commander of the Fire Serpent Demon Clan, trapped in the Azura Purgatory for certain reasons, currently occupying Fire Serpent Valley with formidable strength. Bone Demon Commander. Quality, Silver tier boss. Level, 40. Health, 400, 000400000. Energy, 4,0004000. Attack, 2,800. Defense, 1,300. Skills, Bone Strike, Ghost Fire, Bone Poison. Description, Commander of the Bone Demons, trapped in the Azura Purgatory for certain reasons, currently occupying Bone Monument Forest with tremendous power. These two beasts' strength indeed matches what Pancher described, Lin Yu assessed silently. His gaze swept over the chattering demons in the field, then turned to the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander beside him, asking in a low voice, Pancher, what are those two saying? The demons were clearly using the obscure, sharp-sounding demon language. On the Divine Demon Continent, while demons had some understanding of human language, they primarily used their tribal tongue for private communication, only switching deliberately when outsiders were present. Ancestor Master, they're negotiating the distribution of the large quantity of Thunderflame crystals discovered in Thunderflame Cave, the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander quickly replied. Thunderflame crystals? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Those were treasures that could temper the body in gaming terms, hard currency that directly increased defense. Despite his inner excitement, he still frowned and pressed further. If the Thunderflame crystals are in Thunderflame Cave, what are they doing here negotiating? The Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander bowed and explained in a lowered voice. Oh, because opening that Thunderflame crystal treasure apparently requires a key. They're here today to discuss the key issue. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander answered. A key? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly as a bold idea instantly surged into his mind. The next moment, he turned to look at the Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander Pancher, grinning as he whispered. When they take out the key, immediately rush up and snatch it, release poison mist, and flee. Then shout, Fire Snake Brother, I'll wait for you at the old place. Got it, Ancestor Master, this plan is brilliant. The Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander bared his massive fangs in a grin. Even with his thick skull, he had to admire this strategy of killing two birds with one stone, seizing the key, while inciting the two demon tribes to fight each other. However, he suddenly thought of something, worry flashing in his eyes. Ancestor Master, what about you? Once I grab the key, the scene will definitely turn into chaos, and you might not be able to escape unscathed. Don't worry about that. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, his tone confident. I have my own methods. Take the key and go straight back to our previous hideout to wait for me. His reasons for staying were crystal clear in his mind. First, he wanted to thoroughly muddy the waters, and then reap the benefits. He didn't want to let any of these demons escape. Second, to secure the Thunderflame crystal, he needed to eliminate all the demons who knew about it, or there would be endless trouble later. Of course, Lin Yu dared to be so bold because he possessed the teleportation jade. If things went wrong, he could instantly escape. While the master and servant demons were plotting in whispers, the Fire Snake Demon Commander in the distance finally made his move. The creature pulled out a palm-sized black circular object from his chest, black as ink jade with fine scale patterns carved around the edges. Holding the key high with one hand and swishing his fiery red tail with the other, he chattered out a string of demon language that Lin Yu couldn't understand at all. Ancestor Master, that's the key. The Split Mountain Ape Demon Commander's eyes instantly lit up like copper bells as he growled softly. Pancher, execute the plan now. Lin Yu's gaze turned fierce as he barked out in a low voice. keeping it extremely quiet, yet sharp with urgency. Strike while the iron is hot. The split mountain ape demon commander nodded vigorously, suddenly exerting force and stomping hard on the ground, cracking it. Bang! His massive body transformed into a gray shadow, reaching the fire snake demon commander in the blink of an eye. With one giant palm, he forcibly snatched away the black circular key. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of numerous demons, he didn't pause for a second, spraying out a cloud of dark green poison mist while releasing a thunderous fart with a bang. The toxic gas exploded, and rolling yellow smoke instantly obscured the surrounding vision. Fire snake brother, I'll wait for you at the old place. The split mountain ape demon commander shouted frantically while using the poison mist as cover, darting into the dense forest and disappearing from sight in an instant. Such a sudden turn of events left all the demons stunned on the spot. After a long moment, the bone demon commander was the first to recover, his ghastly white finger bones waving violently as he roared angrily in demon language. Though Lin Yu couldn't understand, he knew his goal had been achieved. The dog-eat-dog fight he anticipated was rapidly unfolding. Sure enough, the two demon tribes ahead soon fell into fierce combat. The fire snake tribe was furious beyond measure. The bone spike tribe refused to admit any wrongdoing. Weapons clashed with sparks flying, and screams, roars, and bone-cracking sounds created complete chaos. Finally settled, Lin Yu hid in the shadows, his eyes blazing with light as he gripped his weapon tightly. Now, it was finally his turn to strike. Fire Serpent Valley. Seeing the demon clan in complete chaos, Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. In the next instant, cold light flashed from his fingertips as the dark gold war blade materialized, its edge cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as it slashed directly toward the nearby demons who had only wanted to watch the spectacle. Now that the entire demon army had descended into chaos, this was the perfect opportunity for him to fish in troubled waters. Lin Yu's sudden attack left the nearby demons completely stunned. They clutched their slashed throats as blood gushed forth, dying without ever understanding how this seemingly frail human had suddenly turned so vicious. What the hell does their fight have to do with you? This confusion flickered briefly in their eyes before being completely consumed by the shadow of death. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to explain, his steps never stopping as he continued weaving through the gaps between demons. Ding. You have gained a 0 points 10, undead points 20, sin points 4. Ding. You have gained a 0 points 10, undead points 20, sin points 4. Ding. You have gained a 0 points 15, undead points 30, sin points 6. The series of system notifications rang like death knells, rising and falling in his ears. Each time a demon fell, his attribute panel would jump, the pale gold numbers continuously accumulating. Roar, roar, roar. Lin Yu's actions were like a fuse, completely igniting the surrounding demons who had nothing to do with this struggle. They couldn't tell who had struck first, but if they didn't fight back, they would surely be the ones to suffer. Blade light and demonic flames erupted instantly, creating dozens of intersecting lines of death throughout Fire Serpent Valley. The originally spectating foot soldiers, due to their sheer numbers, created an even more chaotic battlefield than the two main combatants. The sudden riot left both the Fire Serpent Demon Commander and the White Bone Demon Commander momentarily stunned. They had originally been fighting only for the Thunder Flame Crystal and couldn't understand why these miscellaneous demons had suddenly turned on each other. We're fighting for treasure, what does that have to do with you? Confusion aside, the battle didn't stop. The two commanders quickly recovered and resumed their assault, the sounds of melee completely engulfing the valley floor. Time passed bit by bit, and the cruelty of the battle was clearly written on the ground. 8 or 9 out of 10 demon corpses lay scattered about. Many spectators had fallen without even understanding who had struck them down, their eyes wide with unwillingness and death. I was just watching from the sidelines. How did I end up dead? Lin Yu remained unmoved by this, even taking pleasure in it. As his long blade danced through the air, his Azura points had climbed to over 8,000, equivalent to several hours of previous accumulation. This terrifying efficiency was thanks to his use of Ghost Step to quickly harvest the wounded 100 times easier than direct combat. These beasts really are stupid enough. Watching the demons who continued their relentless slaughter, Lin Yu's lips curved into a smile. The demon's stubborn nature suited his plans perfectly for fishing in troubled waters. Of course, not everyone in the chaotic army was easy prey. Just moments ago, a level 40 hulking demon wielding a massive hammer had forcefully, quite literally, forced its way toward him. Although he had slain the beast, he was also wounded by its skill in the process, leaving a fresh cut on his body. Lin Yu simply raised his hand to wipe away the blood seeping from his flesh, his expression as calm as if it were merely dewdrops on grass. In the next instant, he swung his blade again, cutting down the remaining enemies on the chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, a roar mixed with demonic dialect thundered across the field. He's human? This questioning cry came from the Fire Serpent Demon Commander. It withdrew its burning tail whip, its crimson vertical pupils locking onto Lin Yu. Following this exclamation, the demons who had been fighting moments before all stopped in unison, their dark gazes simultaneously turning toward that lean yet murderously imposing figure. A human infiltrating the demon horde was like a thunderbolt to the demon race. Several demons with higher intelligence quickly recalled the recent melee. The most frenzied fighter, the one who had killed with the greatest pleasure, was precisely this human before them. They vaguely grasped the truth. The conflict between the mountain-splitting ape demon commander and the bone demon commander seemed to have been instigated by this very human. The atmosphere on the field suddenly turned cold. Lin Yu also sensed those burning gazes, his eyes darkening slightly. His identity had been exposed. However, he showed no panic. Only 50 or 60 demons remained on the battlefield, most of them bloodied and dying mere child's play for him. Finally figured it out? Seems you're not completely useless after all. Lin Yu grinned, his voice low yet clearly audible to every demon present. The fire serpent demon commander didn't respond, its eyes rolling with murderous intent. Had it not been for the mountain-splitting ape demon commander's interference, it would never have clashed with the bone demon commander, nor would it have fallen for Lin Yu's scheme. The bone demon commander's bone wings trembled, two ghostly flames dancing eerily on its skeletal mask, equally filled with towering hatred. Now that the truth is revealed, it's time for you all to meet your end. As Lin Yu's words fell, his figure flashed, blade light streaking out, and several dying demons immediately had their throats severed, blood spattering everywhere. The fire serpent demon commander roared in fury, seeking death. How dare a lowly human be so arrogant? Minions, whoever kills him gets a whole leg as reward. Roar! The lower-ranked demons had no resistance to such rewards, all howling as they lunged toward Lin Yu, their claws, fangs, and dark flames illuminating the small patch of ruins. They cast Lin Yu's true strength from their minds, consumed only by bloodthirsty desire. Perfect. If these demons were still at full strength, Lin Yu might have needed to exert more effort, but now they were merely broken soldiers. He gripped his long blade tightly, touched his toes to the ground, and charged into the demon horde like a phantom. The blade tore through rotting flesh, blood flying everywhere. With each dodge, demons collapsed clutching their heads. As his words faded, Lin Yu's body swiftly darted out like a specter, leaving several afterimages on the field before the low-level demons collapsed limply to the ground. In less than a minute, the demon horde that had been swarming and roaring moments before was reduced to nothing but corpses scattered across the ground. Blood mist still lingered in the air as dismembered demon limbs lay strewn about, with remnants of black flames crackling at their wounds. The acrid stench of charred flesh and blood permeated the atmosphere. The fire serpent demon commander stood frozen in place, pupils dilated in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend that it had instantly become a lone survivor. A level 20 human. How could this be possible? It let out a hoarse, guttural roar, but before its fear could fully manifest, Lin Yu's dark gold warblade had already traced a cold, merciless arc through the air. The fire serpent demon commander's chest scales were instantly cleaved open, and as blood sprayed forth, its massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, falling silent forever. The moment the fire serpent demon commander perished, the nearby bone demon commander snapped back to its senses with a start. Its pale bone wings flapped as it turned to flee. But Lin Yu gave it no respite though his phantom moon swift step had just ended. He still had his taunt skill ready. Purple-black light patterns surged from his palm, instantly locking onto the bone demon commander. The creature's eyes immediately turned blood red as its survival instincts were ruthlessly twisted, forcing it to turn back and charge toward Lin Yu. The bone demon commander roared as it swung its bone blade in vicious strikes, but Lin Yu's form flickered gracefully as his war blade unleashed a series of consecutive slashes. The blade light fell like fine rain, puncturing through bone armor with wet, tearing sounds. In less than half a minute, the bone demon commander's body was carved into pieces, collapsing into the blood pool beside its fallen comrade. Now it's time to collect my thunder flame crystal. After confirming no survivors remained on the battlefield, Lin Yu sheathed his blade and wiped the demon blood from his palms. Unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes in less than 2 hours online, he had already gained 11,000 Azura points, with a thunder flame crystal treasure trove still awaiting him. It was truly a stroke of incredible fortune. His thoughts racing, Lin Yu wasted no more time. His figure flickered as he swept along the battlefield's edge toward the rubble passage he had carved out during his battle with the split mountain ape demon commander. Palm prints and cracks still remained on the rock walls, testament to the fierce brutality of that earlier fight. Now, all paths led to the same destination. After all, this was a thunder flame crystal that could increase defensive power. Ancestral Master, you've finally returned. On Black Valley Slope, Panshur, the commander of the mountain-splitting ape demons, immediately showed uncontainable excitement in his previously anxious eyes upon seeing Lin Yu appear. Had he waited any longer, he would have turned back to headquarters. Lin Yu simply nodded with a smile and casually asked, Panshur, was your journey back smooth? Rest assured, Ancestral Master, aside from you, what else in this entire world could withstand my poisonous gas? The mountain-splitting ape demon commander immediately puffed out his chest with overwhelming arrogance. After speaking, he respectfully presented with both hands the secret key he had just forcibly seized from the fire serpent demon commander. Lin Yu took the key, thinking to himself that this fellow was quite sensible. If he truly needed to conquer this realm in the future, he could arrange a position for him. Whether demon or not didn't matter to him. Black cat or white cat, any cat that catches mice is a good cat. With this thought, he refocused on Pancher and said with a smile, "Let's go. The trouble has been cleared. Time to collect the Thunder Flame Crystal." All those who knew about the Thunder Flame Crystal had been silenced by him. Now was the perfect time to claim the treasure. Without any delay, the man and demon followed the mountain path straight toward Thunder Flame Cavern. Thunder Flame Cavern was quite far from Black Valley Slope. Even with their extraordinary speed, it took them a full hour of running to arrive. Along the way, Lin Yu drew his blade and beheaded every scattered demon they encountered, raising his Azura points to 38,000. Ancestral Master, Thunder Flame Cavern lies ahead. Pancher stopped and pointed forward. Following his gesture, Lin Yu saw a massive hole split open in the mountain wall, with electric arcs crackling and jumping at the entrance. Before the entrance, several low-ranking demons stood guard lazily, clearly watchdogs left behind by the Fire Serpent Demon Commander and White Bone Demon Commander. "Go," Lin Yu said flatly. These small fry weren't worth his attention. "A human." The demon guards cried out in alarm, but before they could finish speaking, they were cleanly sliced in half by the dark gold warblade, their meager Azura points gratefully accepted by Lin Yu. After clearing them out, he and Pancher stepped into the entrance. Electric arcs crisscrossed throughout the depths of the tunnel. They continued forward until they stopped before a heavy bronze door. The recessed pattern at the door's center perfectly matched the shape of the key in his hand. Lin Yu raised his hand and pressed the key into place. Click! The mountain cave shook thunderously as the tightly sealed door slowly opened under their watchful gazes. However, beyond the door was not a direct passage, but an azure blue light barrier. Above, lightning arcs danced menacingly, creating quite a terrifying sight. It seemed that to obtain the Thunder Flame Crystals, one would need to pass through this light barrier. Lin Yu stared at the pale blue screen before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he muttered to himself. "Great Ancestor Master, please step back and let me try." The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander stepped forward eagerly, its massive arm pounding against its chest. Having lost face at the Bronze Gate last time, it was itching to prove itself. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted as the Rift Mountain Ape Demon barely touched the light barrier before its entire 5-meter frame was repelled by a blue flash, sent flying nearly 10 meters back and crashing to the ground with a thud. Its limbs twitched before it fell unconscious. Dark lines appeared on Lin Yu's forehead, weak yet eager to show off. This ape demon was truly reckless. He crouched down to check its breathing, confirming it was merely unconscious, then turned his attention back to the light barrier. Could there be some special requirement to pass through? After pondering for a long while without any clues, he suddenly recalled the Enyang ancestors' rejection of the Rift Mountain Ape Demon. Could it be that demon race identity was restricted? Unable to find a better explanation, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and approached the light barrier. With over 10,000 defense points, even if I'm repelled, I shouldn't pass out, he thought as he reached out to touch it. The moment his fingertip made contact, the light barrier trembled gently, then spread into a deep blue vortex. Before Lin Yu could withdraw his hand, he was completely swallowed. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a spacious bronze hall. In the center of the hall, a large pile of fist-sized blue crystals were stacked together, their surfaces crackling with lightning arcs. Thunder Flame crystals indeed. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with wild joy. His past life memories told him that while a single Thunder Flame crystal wasn't as valuable as a fire armor fruit, it could still provide 0.1 defense points. The mountain of Thunder Flame crystals contained at least 10,000 pieces, meaning he could gain over 1,000 more points. He immediately bent down, his hands moving like wind as he gathered the crystals. Refine. System notifications rang out continuously. Ding! You have successfully refined 1 Thunder Flame crystal, gaining 0.1 defense points. Ding! You have successfully refined 3 Thunder Flame crystals, gaining 0.3 defense points. Until the last crystal dissolved into points of light, his defense panel had soared by 1,562 points, reaching a total of 14,483 points. Nearly 15,000 defense. Lin Yu's heart raced. This number was more outrageous than many level 50 knights in full golden equipment sets. Just as he was reveling in his success, a faint light suddenly flashed from a stone platform overhead. Lin Yu's expression grew alert as he looked up, murmuring in confusion, "What is that thing? What is that thing?" Spotting the flickering light on the elevated platform ahead, Lin Yu couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He pushed off with his toes, his figure shooting forward like an arrow before landing gracefully in the center of the platform. Dust swirled up in the strong wind, revealing a palm-sized jade slip that had been emitting that faint glow in the dim hall. Lin Yu reached out and cradled the jade slip in his palm, feeling its cool texture against his fingertips. This is actually a body cultivation manual. The surface of the jade slip was inscribed with 4 curved characters: Thunder Flame Body Tempering Technique. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, his heart stirring. Without hesitation, he gently crushed the jade slip. Crack! The jade slip transformed into points of flowing light that merged into his body, accompanied by a system notification. Ding! You have obtained the manual Thunder Flame Body Tempering Technique. Would you like to learn it? Lin Yu glanced at the detailed information that appeared before his eyes. Thunder Flame Body Tempering Technique, Ancient Body Cultivation Manual created by the Thunder Flame Ancestor. Effect 1: Thunder Flame Absorption. Can refine flame power or thunder power to temper the body and increase defense. Effect 2: Thunder Flame Power. Attacks carry thunder flame effects with a 50 chance to burn enemies. Burn. Target enters a 3-second burning state, taking true damage equal to 5 of the attacker's maximum defense per second. Can stack. Effect 3: Wild Thunder Dance. Consumes energy to summon thunder for 60 seconds. Deals true damage equal to consumed energy 30 of maximum defense per second. Damage 300 in rain or water areas. Attack range 10 meters. Skill level. This Thunder Flame Body Tempering Technique is incredibly powerful. Even the usually composed Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp. Effect 1's ability to refine flames and thunder to boost defense would make him incredibly tanky. Effect 2's stackable continuous burning, combined with his taunt skills, would leave squishy classes with no chance of survival. As for Effect 3: Wild Thunder Dance, the range of 10 meters times skill level perfectly compensated for his lack of ranged attacks, a truly lethal finishing move. Learn it. The moment the thought arose, Lin Yu confirmed without hesitation. Warm currents surged through his body as his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones seemed to be forged by invisible thunder and fire, his strength visibly climbing to new heights. With the burn effect dealing 5 of maximum defense as true damage per second, once stacking triggered, forget about squishy classes. Even knights, currently considered the tankiest in this stage, couldn't withstand several rounds of burning. After all, even Xiahou Qingqing, the highest leveled player on the entire server, was only level 17. This trip to Thunderflame Cave was definitely worth it. Lin Yu's heart burned with excitement, yet he remained cautious. He surveyed every corner of the Great Hall, confirming there were no other treasures to be found, before turning toward the exit and passing through the pale golden light barrier. Ancestor, Master, congratulations on your great increase in power. You truly are the chosen one. When Lin Yu emerged, Pancher had also awakened, and seeing his master's obviously enhanced aura despite sporting a head full of bumps, the creature immediately began flattering him. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered with such matters. He shook his head and looked at his companion, asking, "By the way, Pancher, are there any other areas nearby with a higher concentration of demons?" The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander was momentarily stunned but still answered respectfully. "My Lord Ancestor, there is such a place, but with our current strength, taking it down would be quite challenging." Pancher had always been fearless, yet now his expression showed clear apprehension. Lin Yu's interest was immediately piqued. "Oh, tell me, what makes this place so formidable?" "My Lord Ancestor, that region is called the Dark Dragon Abyss." The Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander swallowed hard. 3 Dark Descendant Dragon Demons dwell there. Though they're all level 40, with the bloodline power of the Dark Descendant Dragon Demon God, and their combined attack techniques, even level 50 powerhouses might not fare well against them. Moreover, they recently acquired the remains of an ancient fierce beast, which has likely enhanced their strength even further. At this point, Pancher lowered his head, his eyes flashing with barely concealed resentment alongside the fear. Dark Descendant Dragon Demons. No wonder even Pancher showed such wariness. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. The Dark Descendant Dragon Demon God ranked among the top 10 demon gods, a background intimidating enough to deter most challengers. However, he showed no sign of concern. The demons in Dark Dragon Abyss lack proper equipment, Lin Yu calculated silently. With his current trump cards, even facing level 50 enemies wouldn't necessarily put him at a disadvantage, and if things went poorly, he could still retreat safely. With Azura points in short supply, this was an opportunity presenting itself on a silver platter. His gaze returned to the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander. "Let's go, Pancher. Take me to meet these fellows." Pancher's expression froze. Though Lin Yu possessed remarkable strength and had recently acquired several treasures, those 3 Dark Descendant Dragon Demons were indeed troublesome opponents. Lin Yu smiled. "What's wrong? Not interested in those ancient fierce beast remains." After several days together, he had already recognized the Rift Mountain Ape Demon's potential. If he could refine those remains for Pancher, the latter's explosive power increase would provide him with an additional ace when he eventually ventured to the Azura Hall to conquer this small world. Cultivating a capable enforcer would bring only benefits, no drawbacks. Poncher's throat bobbed as he spoke in a low, excited voice. My lord ancestor. He was clearly moved by Lin Yu's gesture. You have to understand, it was nothing more than cannon fodder among the demon clan before. Forget about receiving rewards, it was lucky not to be served up as food for higher-ranking demons. Now that it had received such a gift, the mountain-splitting ape demon immediately tasted the benefits of following Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu simply waved his hand dismissively, his voice calm. Let's go. Don't get all emotional running out of time. Yes. The mountain-splitting ape demon Pancha nodded earnestly and set off on his sturdy beast legs, carrying Lin Yu at full speed toward their destination, Dark Dragon Abyss. Dark Dragon Abyss was a broad canyon with a floor littered with jagged rocks. Each boulder resembled a coiled dragon, hence the name. Lin Yu and the mountain-splitting ape demon moved like the wind, and within moments, the dark brown cliff walls appeared before their eyes. When they were less than 10 meters from the canyon, the mountain-splitting ape demon suddenly stopped and lifted its nose. Huh, why is there the scent of human blood here? Its brow furrowed into a knot, its expression unusually serious. Human blood. Lin Yu also frowned. Demons had far superior senses of smell compared to humans, and he knew perfectly well that Pancher wouldn't speak without reason the last time he was injured. Even though he had used the turtle breath jade to conceal his aura, he was still discovered by the fire serpent demon commander for this very reason. Yes, that's right, great ancestor master. Pancher nodded. Then suddenly his nostrils flared, and alarm appeared on his face. And this scent, I think I've encountered it before. That's right, it's that human woman we met earlier. It's her. Lin Yu's heart sank. Although Lu Hongying and he had only met a few times, they had already shared that kind of relationship. If she was in danger, he absolutely wouldn't stand by and do nothing. With this thought, he didn't even glance at the mountain-splitting ape demon and barked. Pancher, let's go? We need to check this out immediately. Before his words had finished echoing, he had already transformed into a blur, shooting straight toward the depths of Dark Dragon Abyss. The mountain-splitting ape demon was stunned for half a breath. Didn't that woman have conflicts with the great ancestor master? Why was the master suddenly so anxious? But it was too lazy to think about it, and quickly followed behind. Dark Dragon Abyss. This place, once considered forbidden even within the Azura realm, now witnessed a tense standoff between two opposing forces. Towering black rock walls loomed overhead, with crimson sweet black mist continuously seeping through the crevices. On the left stood a group of grotesque demons, dozens of low-ranking demon creatures prostrated on the ground, while three middle-aged men with curved horns protruding from their heads stood behind them. The three wore dark robes and each wielded a nearly tumtor-long dragon-head staff, their obsidian shafts faintly wrapped with blue demonic runes. At this moment, their gazes were fixed intently on their opponents, the undisguised greed in their eyes almost taking physical form. Across from them stood only one person, Lu Hongying. Her red armor, once brilliantly gleaming, was now covered in cracks. Beneath the shattered plates, her snow-white skin was partially visible. She knelt on one knee, bow drawn with an arrow nocked, her chest heaving violently and her face deathly pale, yet she still forced herself to maintain a rigid posture. Her icy gaze swept across the demons like a blade. This woman, who had once shared intimate moments with Lin Yu, appeared both isolated and defiant in this moment. Kh. The leading horn man let out a grating cackle, his throat rasping like a broken bellows. Little beauty, I advise you to submit to us obediently. As long as you serve us brothers well, you can have whatever you desire in the future. As his words fell, he licked his sharp fangs, his gaze slithering like a venomous snake over Lu Hongying's skin exposed by her damaged armor. Seeking death, Lu Hongying roared angrily, her voice hoarse. The bowstring was suddenly drawn to its limit, and a gleaming arrow shot through the air with a piercing whistle that seemed to tear through the darkness. In the blink of an eye, the sharp arrow had reached the three horned men. Clang! A blue magical barrier instantly formed. The leading man casually raised his staff, tapping its base against the ground. Blue light spread outward, completely devouring the arrow. He brushed at the ripples in the air as if even the aftershock disgusted him. H. Little beauty, your strength is indeed impressive, but you don't have much stamina left. How many more attacks like that can you manage? Surrender obediently. Even if you scream your throat raw, it won't help. Kh. Before his words had finished, the horn man standing to his left could no longer contain himself and roughly shouted, Big brother, why waste so many words on her? Let's just tie up this little beauty. Such a fine specimen, the boys are all getting restless. As he spoke, he turned to scan the demons behind him and called out provocatively, Isn't that right, you lot? Roar, roar, roar. The low-ranking demons roared in unison, bloodlust blazing in their eyes. Their frenzy stemmed from their leader's long-standing principle of not wasting a single drop. After the three finished with their female captives, they would toss them to their subordinates for their turn, ensuring nothing went to waste in their thorough depravity. Lu Hongying's fingertips trembled slightly. Her opponent was right, she was already at the end of her rope. These beasts before her were like ravenous wolves, and without reinforcements, what awaited her would be humiliation far worse than death. Could she truly meet her end here? She bit her lip until it bled, the metallic taste filling her mouth, yet she still forced herself to keep the bowstring taut. She had never imagined that someone like her, considered a prodigy even within the heavenly dragon principality, would fall to such depths. Then, she closed her eyes in despair, and a young figure inexplicably emerged in her mind. What a pity that her blood feud remained unavenged, only to benefit this scoundrel before her. Little wench, surrender now. No one can save you today, The horned middle-aged man saw Lu Hongying's defeated expression and once again flashed his lecherous grin. Before his words had finished, he waved his arm, and dark energy surged forth. Several low-level demons leaped out from the shadows, pouncing toward Lu Hongying, ready to bind her hand and foot. You dare lay a hand on my woman with just a bunch of beasts like you? A cold voice cut through the night like an ice blade, shattering the demons' anticipation of their revelry. In the next instant, a fierce blade light tore through the air, striking down like lightning directly toward the demon horde. Bang! The thunderous energy exploded, and the shockwave sent those eager demons flying backward with screams of agony. Bright red numbers simultaneously appeared in the air: 13,335, 8,966, 13,335. The low-tier demons died instantly, while the slightly stronger ones were left spitting blood and tumbling in confusion. Who? After a brief silence, the horned leader snapped back to his senses, his face dark as water, his gaze locking onto the source of the blade light. He never expected anyone would dare to cause trouble in the dark dragon abyss. Is it him? Lu Hongying opened her eyes and saw the figure standing before her. Her emotions surging. The newcomer was actually Lin Yu. Are you alright? After slaying the low-level demons, Lin Yu turned back to inquire, his eyes unconsciously revealing concern. Though they had only met a few times, they had shared intimate moments. I'm fine. Lu Hongying nodded slightly, though her expression remained complex. Originally, she should have personally slain this scoundrel, yet now she was being saved by him for a moment. Her feelings were indescribably conflicted. Lin Yu didn't probe deeper. Her safety would be better protected by others for now. He looked toward the burly rockbreaker ape demon commander beside him and instructed, Panshur, I'm entrusting Miss Lu's protection to you. I'll deal with them. Ancestor Master, rest assured. With me here, Miss Lu will not be harmed. The rockbreaker ape demon pounded its chest in guarantee, then looked worriedly toward the demon camp. Ancestor Master, can you really handle them? Those 3 dark flood dragon demons are not to be trifled with. Don't worry, these beasts won't leave here alive today. Lin Yu's voice was ice cold, his gaze sweeping sharply across the demons. When his sight fell upon the horned man, the man's attribute panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander, Aux Silver, level 40. Health, 18362032-0000. Energy, 17504000. Magic Power, 5030. Defense, 380. Skills, Dark Shield, Water Orb, Dragon Claw, Rippling Waters, Dark Dragon Demon God Bloodline. Description: Leader of the Dark Dragon Demon Clan, possessing Demon God Bloodline, occupying the Dark Dragon Abyss alongside his brothers Peppa and George, with formidable strength further enhanced by obtaining ancient divine beast remains. Human race? However, upon seeing Lin Yu's face, the Dark Dragon leader Ouchi couldn't help but pause momentarily, then licked his razor-sharp fangs and revealed a sinister grin. Perfect. Tonight, I'll cook you up to entertain this woman. Lin Yu's earlier prowess had indeed surprised Ouchi, but the opponent was merely level 20 who refused to believe this human boy could take on 3 enemies. Roar, roar, roar. Before Ouchi finished speaking, the 2 demon followers behind him were already roaring with excitement. Their eyes glowed crimson red, drooling over the beautiful woman before them while eagerly anticipating cooking human meat, as if celebrating a festival. Devour me? I'm afraid you'll break your teeth. Lin Yu snorted coldly, his voice sharp as an ice blade. As his words fell, he suddenly stomped the ground and shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, charging straight at the trio. Seeking death, Ouchi had already leaped into the air, demonic energy swirling as he raised his hand to cast a water orb spell. A fist-sized blue water projectile wrapped in spiraling currents hurtled toward Lin Yu with a sharp whistling sound. Phantom Moon's swift step. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with cold light as he touched his toes to the ground, his figure suddenly accelerating. Afterimages overlapped as he forcibly swept past the water orb, stirring up scattered droplets. How is this possible? Ouchi's heart trembled. A mere level 20 boy could unleash such speed. Without hesitation, he crossed his arms and raised a deep purple magical shield. Crack! The moment the shield formed, Lin Yu's dark gold war blades had already descended in unison. The first blade shattered the shield, while the second struck with mountain-crushing force, slashing directly at his chest. Bang! Amid the tremendous impact, Aoqi's body was forcibly sent flying, his chest armor dented as he became a retreating black shadow, crashing hard into the rock wall behind. 13,335. Bright red damage numbers appeared above his head, so glaring that the surrounding demons collectively gasped in shock. Clearly, no one had expected Lin Yu to defeat Aoqi so swiftly. Dark Dragon Abyss. Aoqi was sent flying by Lin Yu's kick, his massive body crashing into the jagged stone surface, sending shards flying and dust swirling. For a few seconds, silence reigned like death itself. All demons frozen, as if someone had hit the pause button. Their eyes filled with terror, they seemed to be staring at a reaper from the depths of hell. Big Brother. Peggy and George, the two Dark Flood Dragon demon commanders, cried out in unison. The two demons stood stunned for a moment before suppressing their fear, fixing their cold gazes on Lin Yu. Don't worry, you'll all meet the same fate today. Lin Yu's voice was indifferent as he pushed off with his toes, instantly darting forward. His dark gold war blade dragged along the ground, sparks flying as the edge scraped against rock, as if igniting the fuse for the coming slaughter. Arrogant. Peggy and George roared, pointing their staffs forward. A azure light formation suddenly rose up, then descended upon the demon army behind them. Instantly, the lower-tier demons' eyes turned blood red as they howled and charged fearlessly toward Lin Yu. Dinga system notification exploded in Lin Yu's ears. Dark Flood Dragon demon commanders Peggy and George have jointly cast Art of Fearlessness. Hit demons enter fearless state, defense 20, and temporarily lose their sanity. Such petty tricks won't save you. Lin Yu smirked, sweeping his dark gold war blade horizontally as his figure moved like a wolf among sheep. Wherever the blade light reached, blood mist sprayed. Miss. 4,398. Reflect damage 13,335. 733. Burn. With Lin Yu's defense approaching 15,000, these demons couldn't even break through his defenses. With reflect damage alone, he could deal nearly 4,500 damage, cutting down enemies like grass. Demon corpses fell one after another, system notifications almost forming a continuous stream. Azura points 10, Sin points 4, Undead points 20. In less than a minute, his Azura points had skyrocketed by hundreds. This guy's strength is terrifying. Lu Hongying's expression changed slightly from a distance. Over 200 demons, including several level 40 ordinary demons mixed in, were being slaughtered by Lin Yu like he was crushing chickens. Hee, Miss Lu, my great ancestor master's strength is naturally extraordinary. The Split Mountain Ape demon commander beat its chest in flattery. After spending time with Lin Yu, it had become completely devoted. Lu Hongying said nothing more. Only her gaze toward Lin Yu grew increasingly complex. To make a demon follow him with such devotion, Lin Yu's methods were beyond imagination. Damn it, isn't he only level 20? How can he be this strong? On the other side, the Peggy brothers' faces turned ashen, too shocked to act. After snapping back to reality, the two quickly gathered their demonic energy, summoning pitch-black magic orbs that carried intense destructive aura as they blasted toward Lin Yu. After all, as mages, their main advantage was still their offensive power. If these lesser demons were slain by Lin Yu, death would surely await them. After all, for mages, once a warrior gets up close, it's like lighting a lantern in an outhouse looking for trouble. Facing the pincer attack from the two demons, Lin Yu showed no signs of panic. His feet executed the Phantom Moon's swift steps, his figure weaving and dodging through gaps in their attacks, causing all the incoming magic orbs and demon blades to miss their mark. The lower-level demons weren't so fortunate. 13,250. 13,331. Consecutive damage numbers danced in the air as several demons were sent flying by exploding magic orbs, their wails filling the entire battlefield. Lin Yu was more than happy to capitalize on this, seizing the opportunity to deliver finishing sword strikes and rapidly accumulating Azura points. Damn it, this kid's too agile. Our attacks can't even touch him. Seeing that not only could they not harm Lin Yu, but were actually injuring their own kind, Pei Qi and the other Dark Flood Dragon demons' faces grew increasingly grim. They never expected Lin Yu's strength to far exceed their imagination. Second brother, third brother, this bastard's power is terrifying, we must give it our all. Aoqi, the eldest of the Dark Flood Dragon demon commanders, swept into the battle circle, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice ice cold. He understood that once Lin Yu finished clearing out the fodder, the ensuing close-quarters siege would leave the three mages with virtually no chance of survival. Yes. The two Pei Qi demons responded in unison, turning to retreat above the water pool behind them, their palms flying as they formed hand seals. A black magic circle over 10 meters in diameter materialized at the center of the three. In the next moment, they simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of essence blood, the crimson mist sprinkling onto the erased surface. The circle suddenly hummed with power, causing the pool to churn violently. Roar! The pool water was drawn and condensed, and a black flood dragon over 10 meters long burst forth from the water, droplets scattering everywhere as its draconic roar shook the air. Great Ancestor Master, be careful. This is their combination technique. The split mountain ape demon commander suddenly remembered something and urgently warned Lin Yu. A combination technique? Lin Yu looked up, his gaze sweeping over the three dark flood dragon demon brothers as his battle interface instantly appeared. Dark water dragon summoned creature level 50. Health 800000 800000. Energy 8000 8000. Attack 10,000. Defense 1800. Skills: breath attack, water column strike, tail whip. Description: an energy construct summoned by the three dark flood dragon demon commander brothers at the cost of their essence blood, possessing strength capable of contending with level 50 powerhouses. Indeed, quite interesting. Lin Yu murmured, though inwardly he was secretly amazed by the three brothers' trump card. No wonder Pancher was wary of them. Human brat die? With the water dragon formed, the three Ouchie brothers roared, continuously pouring their magical power into the array. The water dragon raised its head and roared again, violent currents wrapping around its body as it lunged ferociously at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu remained like a butterfly dancing through flowers, moving through the crowd harvesting Azura points, showing no fear in his eyes but rather a hint of anticipation. Seeking death. Seeing Lin Yu ignore the water dragon, the cold light in the Ouchie brothers' eyes intensified. Even level 50 powerhouses would have to avoid the edge of this summoned creature. For a mere level 20 brat, it was absolutely lethal. Great Ancestor Master. The split mountain ape demon commander shouted anxiously, unable to understand where Lin Yu's confidence came from. Lu Hongying's expression also tensed suddenly, an inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. You're not the only ones with summoned creatures. When the water dragon was less than 10 meters from Lin Yu, just as everyone thought he would pay the price for his arrogance, they saw Lin Yu's lips suddenly curve upward. Roar. An even more earth-shaking dragon's roar exploded from beneath his feet, and a red-armored bone dragon, twice the size of the water dragon, shot straight into the sky, its crimson bone wings beating and bringing the explosive sound of tearing air as it crashed toward the water dragon. Boom. The terrifying impact nearly shattered the dark water dragon completely. What's happening? Witnessing this scene, everyone present, both human and demon, froze in shock, their eyes filled with terror. Roar. From the dark dragon abyss, a thunderous dragon's cry suddenly echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, everyone watched as the ground beneath Lin Yu's feet exploded with tremendous force. A red-armored bone dragon, over 20 meters long, burst through the stone and soared toward the heavens with a deafening roar. Violent currents of air swept outward from Lin Yu as the epicenter, whipping up debris and dust that forced both humans and demons to instinctively squint their eyes. The dragon's overwhelming presence erupted simultaneously, so tangible it made the very air tremble, causing lower-ranked demons to lose control of their bodily functions in terror. Roar. The red-armored bone dragon spread its skeletal wings wide and crashed into the dark spawn water dragon. Its bone claws tore through scales. Its massive tail swept horizontally, forcibly hurling the water dragon aside and sending sprays of water cascading through the air as the creature let out an agonized shriek. Splurt. As the water dragon sustained damage, the three Ouchie brothers' dark-spawn flood dragon demon commanders in the distance simultaneously spat blood and staggered. The water dragon had been formed from their life essence, and when it was severely injured, they couldn't escape the backlash. Hiss, our Ancestor Master is terrifying. That bone dragon is actually stronger than the water dragon. The Rift Mountain ape demon commander clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes practically blazing with light. He's actually this powerful. Lu Hongying's expression shifted slightly as she gazed at Lin Yu with complex emotions. Lin Yu at level 20 could already contend with 4th-tier powerhouses, but now he could summon a bone dragon comparable to 5th-tier strength. This was exactly the hero she had once fantasized about, clad in golden armor and riding a mighty dragon. How is this possible? A mere level 20 summoning such a monster. The three Ouchie brothers, ignoring the blood on their chests, stared wide-eyed as they looked back and forth between the bone dragon and Lin Yu. To manifest the dark spawn water dragon, they had exhausted their life essence and invoked their demon god bloodline. Yet Lin Yu appeared completely effortless, accomplishing with ease what even human summoners couldn't achieve. This nearly shattered their worldview. However, facing the shock filling the battlefield, Lin Yu seemed oblivious. He gripped his dark gold warblade tightly and flashed into the dense demon formation. The darkspawn water dragon was already locked in deadly combat with Shiva's ride, so he didn't need to divide his attention. Looking purely at attributes, the bone dragon completely dominated the water dragon. At this moment, his focus remained on just one thing: slaying more demons to earn Azura points. His blade flashed like lightning, each strike bringing forth blood and numbers. 13,250. 13,331. Reflect damage 4,404. Burn damage 734. Simultaneously, system notifications rang continuously in his ears. Azura points 10. Sin points 4. Undead points 20. Under Lin Yu's savage blade work and terrifying reflect damage effects, the demon formation that had originally numbered nearly 200 was soon completely slaughtered. At this moment, Lin Yu almost felt an impulse to thank the two Darkened Flood Dragon commanders, Peggy and her companion. If these two hadn't cast their fearless spell, their demon subordinates would never have fought so recklessly to the bitter end, allowing him to harvest kills so satisfyingly. Had they possessed even a shred of intelligence, they would have scattered and fled the moment the tide turned against them. After all, even the lowest-ranking demons knew that survival came first. In just a brief moment, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to slaughter another large group of lesser demons, causing his Azura points to skyrocket by nearly 3,000. His Azura value had now reached a terrifying 40,000, bringing him ever closer to his goal of 100,000 points. Amid his excitement, he quickly composed himself and turned his gaze to the aerial battle above. It was a bone dragon personally forged by Mordekaiser Shiva Rider. At this moment, it bared its fangs and claws, beating the darkened water dragon into steady retreat. The howling winds from its bone wings shrieked like blades, while its massive bone tail swept across the sky, forcing the water dragon to retreat repeatedly. A gleam of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Summoning Shiva Rider today served not only to intimidate enemies, but, more importantly, to test its true combat prowess for his journey to the Azura Hall. He wouldn't allow a paper tiger by his side. As for Lu Hongying, he wasn't worried about her recognizing Shiva Rider's true origins. Mordekaiser had vanished from the divine demon continent for years. Unless one was an ancient powerhouse, ordinary people would never make such connections. Even if Lu Hongying did notice something suspicious, given Lin Yu's identity as an adventurer, it would be impossible to directly link him to that great demon lord. With this thought, his confidence solidified, and he remained calm and composed. Great Ancestor Master, you're incredible. To think you could summon such a powerful bone dragon. The Split Mountain Ape Commander ran over on his thick legs, his face full of excitement. How could he not be thrilled by a creature capable of overwhelming even the darkened water dragons summoned by the three Ouchi brothers combined? Keep it low-key. Lin Yu raised his hand slightly, signaling for discretion. How did you summon a bone dragon? You're not a summoner, are you? Lu Hongying finally couldn't contain her curiosity. According to common knowledge, only knights or summoners could contract with creatures, yet she had always considered Lin Yu a warrior. Miss Lu, I'm afraid I cannot divulge that information. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, unable to find a suitable explanation, so he simply refused. Bang! The aerial battlefield suddenly shook violently. Shiva Rider delivered a devastating tail whip to the darkened water dragon's flank, sending it flying like a torn sack to crash heavily into a stone pillar below. Stone fragments scattered everywhere as the several zengtong tall pillar was instantly pulverized. Puff! The three darkened flood dragon commanders, mentally connected to the water dragon, simultaneously spat blood as their auras plummeted to rock bottom. The outcome was now self-evident. Boy, just you wait. The leader, a darkened flood dragon commander named Ouchi, glared at Lin Yu with sinister eyes. He pointed his staff, and the severely wounded darkened water dragon once again charged desperately at Shiva Rider. Simultaneously, a water sphere formed before his staff, enveloping the three Ouchi brothers and suddenly lifting them skyward, clearly planning to escape in the chaos. Great Ancestor Master, they're fleeing. The Split Mountain Ape Commander urgently warned. Letting these three escape would be like releasing tigers back into the mountains. Don't worry, they won't get away. Lin Yu's tone was indifferent yet certain. Ouchi confidently hurled another threat. Boy, when we return as kings, it will be your death. In his mind, once the water sphere took flight and Shiva Rider was occupied, Lin Yu would be powerless to stop him. Leave? Are you sure you can leave? A cold smile curved Lin Yu's lips. And what's this about returning as kings? Want to leave? Did they think he'd agree to that? Kid, your summoned beasts are all tied up, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. Just wait, today's grudge will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Ouchi, one of the dark flood dragon demon commanders, responded coldly to Lin Yu. He truly couldn't understand where the opponent's confidence came from. After delivering his harsh words, Ouchi hesitated no longer. With a wave of his hand, a magical water orb instantly lifted him into the air. As a mage, his fragile physique meant he always kept several temporary levitation skills ready, allowing him to find safe positions on the battlefield. Right now, he planned to disengage and escape. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Yu's lips curved slightly as he looked up at the sky and called out softly, Thunderstorm Frenzy. Thunderous roars instantly swept across the entire sky as dark storm clouds rapidly gathered above the three dark flood dragon demon commander brothers. This sudden phenomenon left Ouchi and the others puzzled. Such disturbances hadn't been seen on this continent for many years. Boom! Lightning bolts crashed down frantically from the storm clouds, as if locked onto coordinates, each one striking the three brothers with perfect precision. 13,806. 13,806. 13,806. In just a few seconds, high-frequency lightning strikes intertwined with agonizing screams. The three brothers, who had been so arrogant moments before, were now charred black and finally crashed to the ground like three pieces of charcoal, black smoke billowing from their bodies. In response, the dark water dragon fighting above also collapsed at the same moment, dissolving into a pool of black water that splashed across the ground with a splash. System notifications followed in rapid succession. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander Ouchie above your level. You have gained Azura points 150, Sin points 60, Undead points 300. Ding! You have obtained Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander Magic Core 1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining drops from Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander. Ancient Beast remains 1. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander Peichi above your level. You have gained Azura points 150, Sin points 60, Undead points 300. Ding! You have obtained Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander Magic Core 1. Nearly 500 Azura points were instantly credited to his account. Listening to the notification sounds, Lin Yu's lips curved into a beautiful arc. Having arrived at the Dark Dragon Abyss less than an hour ago, he had already accumulated nearly 4,000 Azura points, a truly impressive number. More importantly, he had also obtained the Ancient Beast Remains. If Panshir could successfully refine it, this would become another trump card in his future bid for control of the Azura Hall. Lin Yu always planned thoroughly before acting. One more safeguard meant one more chance of victory. After dealing with the three Ouchie brothers, he immediately recalled his summoned Shiva cavalry and stored it in his undead ring because this thing was simply too conspicuous, and he didn't dare to be too reckless. Master Ancestor, are they really dead from electrocution? Panshir, the leader of the mountain-splitting ape demons, stared at the three charred corpses still emitting black smoke ahead, his Adam's apple bobbing as he clearly hadn't recovered from the shock. Three fourth-tier demon commanders with divine demon bloodlines had been turned to charcoal in an instant. Simply couldn't believe it. Lu Hongying's expression was equally complex. She knew very well that Lin Yu's thunderstorm dance attack had the same power as her full-strength strike. If those three demons hadn't been trapped in the water sphere technique, tripling the lightning damage, they wouldn't have died instantly. Adventurer, thank you for this. Lu Hongying came to her senses and looked at Lin Yu, her voice filled with barely contained gratitude and amazement. Without Lin Yu's intervention, she would have surely fallen into demon hands today. She had heard too many rumors about human women suffering fates worse than death in demon camps. Miss Lu, you're too kind. Helping those in need is simply our duty, Lin Yu replied sincerely. This wasn't mere bravado. As a human, seeing fellow humans under attack when he had the power to help, no one would stand idly by. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hongying's face darkened slightly, glaring at him with shame and anger. Even though you saved me, what happened before will absolutely not be forgotten. Lin Yu was stunned, embarrassment creeping across his face. Master Ancestor, what exactly happened before? The way Miss Lu is looking at you, it seems like you. Panshir leaned close to Lin Yu's ear at this moment, his tone gossipy. Get lost, don't meddle in this. Lin Yu's temple twitched as he snapped in a low voice. Oh, Panshir quickly shut his mouth, but still cast suggestive glances back and forth between the two. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to pay attention, and after pondering for a moment, looked at Lu Hongying and asked, Miss Lu, what are your plans now? He naturally hoped Lu Hongying would travel with them. It would both ease their relationship and provide a powerful ally, beneficial for gaining Azura points and future challenges in the Azura Hall, truly killing multiple birds with one stone. This matter has nothing to do with you, Lu Hongying replied coldly. After speaking, she gave Lin Yu a deep look, turned, and prepared to leave. Clearly, she still hadn't let go of that old grievance. Lin Yu could only shrug. This hurdle was indeed difficult to overcome. Lu Hongying suddenly stopped and turned back to stare at him. By the way, what's your name? After doing such a thing, you should at least let me know who you are. Gu. Lin Yu didn't hide it, confident that Lu Hongying wouldn't really come seeking revenge. Good, I'll remember you. Lu Hongying left these words and quickly disappeared into the distance. Only after her figure vanished did the mountain-splitting ape demon leader sigh. Master Ancestor, why does Miss Lu look at you with such resentment? When did you become so gossipy? Lin Yu glared at him. Panshir chuckled foolishly, then asked cautiously, Master Ancestor, are you really comfortable letting Miss Lu go alone? Though simple-minded, it could sense the subtle atmosphere between the two. If I'm not comfortable, do you want to go protect her? Lin Yu rolled his eyes, then looked in the direction Lu Hongying had gone and said flatly, with her strength, she's capable of protecting herself in this world. She has a complete set of silver equipment. As long as she doesn't encounter a Dark Flood Dragon Demon Commander, escaping would be easy. Besides, she can enter safety towers, so she'll be fine. Having said this, he stopped thinking about it and suddenly stared at Panshir with some curiosity. Panshir, if you could refine this thing, how much would your strength improve? As he finished speaking, Lin Yu opened his palm, and a bone fragment appeared pitch black throughout, filled with bloody and murderous aura. Dark Dragon Abyss. As the eerie black skeleton emerged, the entire scene fell into a brief, deathly silence. After a few moments, the Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander finally snapped back to reality, his burning gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yu, his voice trembling with excitement. Great Ancestor Master, this thing? You're really giving it to me? This surge of wild joy was not hard to understand. If he could refine this ancient fierce beast skeleton, his strength would skyrocket, and he might even encounter an evolutionary opportunity. Lin Yu simply nodded indifferently in response. He had just tried it himself, and with his human body, there was no reaction whatsoever, clearly indicating the skeleton was useless to humans. Since that was the case, he might as well do a favor. Moreover, the Rockbreaker Ape Demon was already under his command, and the stronger it became, the more beneficial it would be for him. Thank you, Great Ancestor. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander hurriedly received the skeleton with both hands, expressing his gratitude in a rough voice. Lin Yu suddenly remembered something and looked at him. Panshir, refining this thing will probably take quite a while, won't it? Those three brothers from the Dark Descendant Dragon Demon clan have had it for a long time. If it were easy to refine, they would have absorbed it completely by now. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon let out a proud laugh that sounded like muffled thunder. Haha, Great Ancestor. The reason those three beasts couldn't touch it is because I had already placed restrictions on the skeleton. If I handle it personally, it'll take at most 1 hour to refine. Restrictions? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon quickly explained. This skeleton was originally obtained by me first, but was forcibly stolen by those three beasts. I deliberately left restrictions on it, waiting for the chance to reclaim it. Lin Yu looked him over, a hint of amusement appearing at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you, you simple-minded fellow, to be capable of such cunning. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon scratched his head with a silly grin. Haha. In that case, refine it as quickly as possible. I'll guard you during the process. Lin Yu's gaze remained calm as he mentally calculated the Azura points he had just gained from battle. 1 hour was completely manageable. If it took longer, he wouldn't bother waiting. All right. The Rockbreaker Ape Demon Commander clutched the black skeleton, and with a powerful leap of his robust frame, headed straight for the cave dwelling where the Dark Descendant Dragon Demon Commander had once resided. While the Rockbreaker Ape Demon was in seclusion refining the skeleton, Lin Yu wasn't idle either. Half an hour ago, Ling Xian had sent him over a dozen skill books through the friend mail system that he urgently needed. Combined with his original inventory, he had exactly enough to make 100 books, which would allow him to upgrade Black Tiger 9 transformations to level 2. With this thought, he immediately opened his personal panel and clicked on the Black Tiger 9 transformations skill interface. Ding! You wish to upgrade Black Tiger 9 transformations, which requires 100 skill books. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Yu confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, all 100 skill books in his backpack simultaneously transformed into streams of light and disappeared. Ding! Your Black Tiger 9 transformations has been successfully upgraded to level 2. Please check to confirm. Lin Yu stared intently at the panel data, feeling the new power surging within his body, his heart filled with joy. Finally reached level 2. Hearing the notification sound in his ears, Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. The Black Tiger 9 transformations reaching level 2 significantly boosted his confidence in conquering the Azura Hall. He pointed his finger, and a deep blue virtual screen unfolded at his fingertips, displaying the familiar attribute panel. Nickname, GU. Level, 205-7200. Class, Warrior. Health, 350-073-5007. Energy, 750,750. Attack, 4,445. Defense, 14,953. Critical hit, 20. Critical resistance, 10. Damage reduction, 10. Movement speed, 40. Talents, 1. Absolute Defense Super Divine level LV3. 2. Undead Refinement Arts Divine level. Skills, 1. Soul Chain Passive, Divine level LV1. 2. Spring of Light Passive, SS level LV2. 3. Taunt Active, S level LV2. 4. Unwavering Will Passive, S level. Secret Arts, Black Tiger 9 Transformations LV2, Blissful Union Technique LV1, Thunder Flame Body Tempering Method. Warrior Specialization, Attack and Defense Attributes increased by 5. Equipment, Turtle Breath Jade Treasure, Battle Spirit Amplification Necklace Gold level, Dark Gold War Blade Silver level, Silver Wolf Battle Armor Silver level, Tiger Head Helmet Bronze level, Spirit Deer Belt Bronze level, Treasure Rooster Leg Guards Bronze level, Phantom Moon Boots Bronze level. With my current defense, I should be able to reach 20,000 before heading to the Azura Hall. Lin Yu stared at the panel, muttering to himself. Combined with the boost from Black Tiger 9 transformations, defeating that guardian isn't impossible. With 3 days remaining until the competition began, he still had 2.5 days to operate in the Azura Grand Hall. Thanks to Absolute Defense's passive ability, reaching 20,000 defense would be effortless, especially since Absolute Defense was about to level up, making the numbers even more terrifying. 20,000 base defense multiplied by Black Tiger 9 transformations triple amplification would yield over 60,000 defense. No matter how powerful the Azura Hall Guardian was, it would struggle to break through his defenses. After all, even a 5th-tier powerhouse equipped with full gold-level gear wouldn't have attack power exceeding 20,000. With this thought, Lin Yu felt supremely confident. And this was just his personal panel advantage. If he added Shiva Knights and undead puppets summoned with his undead points, his combat power would become even more outrageous. His current undead points had reached over 80,000, allowing him to directly summon undead puppets with a total attribute value of 800,000, and this number would only grow. His current dominance over ordinary players was nothing short of dimensional suppression. Even Xiahou Qingqing, who ranked first on the player level leaderboard, was barely level 18. They weren't even in the same league. Perhaps only that fellow Pancher could provide him with some surprise? Lin Yu closed the panel and turned his gaze toward the mountain ridge where the Rift Mountain Ape Demon Commander resided. After spending several days with this simple-minded creature, he had grown somewhat fond of it. If it could complete its transformation, he might be able to incorporate it into his soul chain in the future. Demon race base attributes were 1.5 times those of humans. Adding it to his forces would definitely be a massive boost. Time slipped away quietly as he waited. Half an hour later, Lin Yu was idly kicking pebbles at his feet out of boredom. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted ahead, and a pitch-black energy beam shot skyward, piercing through the clouds. With the beam as its center, a violent energy vortex swept in all directions, sending debris flying and distorting the air currents wherever it passed. The sight was truly terrifying. Could it be that fellow Pancher succeeded? Lin Yu immediately looked up, his eyes sharp and filled with anticipation. He wondered what changes this simple creature would undergo. Roar! Under Lin Yu's watchful gaze, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the cave ahead. Along with the roar came a fierce gust of wind that sent loose rocks at the cave entrance clattering ominously. Hidden within the powerful wind was a faint trace of draconic might, causing Lin Yu to raise an eyebrow. Could that bone actually be related to the Dragon Clan? Before he could ponder further, a second furious roar thundered forth. In the next instant, a massive ape phantom over 10 meters tall materialized in midair, with a chest like a mountain and spiral horns atop, its head measuring half a meter long. The imposing presence was overwhelming. Those horns were unmistakably dragon horns. Upon spotting Lin Yu, the giant ape roared again, beating its chest with both fists as sound waves rolled outward. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions like ripples from its core, striking fear into any observer. So this is Pancher's true form now? His power has skyrocketed. Lin Yu marveled silently. The current ape phantom was incomparable to the former split mountain ape demon commander, and could even rival Lu Hongying in her silver equipment. As he contemplated this, the giant ape phantom gradually shrank and disappeared into the depths of the cave. Looks like that guy Pancher succeeded. Lin Yu murmured to himself. Before his words had fully faded, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from the darkness. A massive humanoid shadow slowly emerged from the black depths. The figure stood 2.5 meters tall with dark skin and muscles coiled like iron cables. Just standing there, he resembled an immovable iron wall, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Yu stared in stunned silence for a long moment before tentatively calling out, "Pancher." The giant scratched his head and broke into an honest grin. "Hee, master," he explained with a simple smile. "Thanks to that fierce beast's bone, I'm not entirely demonic now, which is why I can fully take human form." Not only had Pancher grown stronger, but he'd also become smarter. While Lin Yu was still processing this shock, he caught the phrase, "not entirely demonic," and felt his heart skip a beat. As soon as the thought occurred to him, he immediately cast his identification skill, and a string of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Explosive Dragon Ape, Pancher variant, level 40. Health, 600, 000600000. Energy, 4, 0004000. Attack, 5200. Defense, 3000. Skills, Heavy Ape Strike, Iron Fist Attack, Poison Mist, Dragon Horn Strike, Dragon Ape Dominance. Description: a mutant formed when the mountain-splitting ape demon refined dragon bones. This creature is a hybrid of demon and devil races with a trace of dragon bloodline, possessing tremendous growth potential. Hiss, a mutant with dragon bloodline. And this guy's stats have actually doubled? Lin Yu stared at the status panel, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Before him, Pancher's entire body was corded with muscle, his bones flickering with faint golden patterns, and he had grown a full size larger than before. His nearly doubled stats were already comparable to a 5th-tier demon. Even more impressive was his new talent. The dual enhancement of dragon bloodline and mutant status had caused his potential to grow exponentially. After a brief moment of amazement, Lin Yu quickly snapped back to reality, patting Poncher's thick arm with a hearty laugh. Poncher, well done. Congratulations on your massive power increase. For a summoner, the stronger their followers became, the greater the synergy bonuses they could receive. If he could complete a soul chain contract, the attribute enhancement would be absolutely astounding. Hee, Master, you're so strong that if Poncher wants to follow you, I can't fall behind. Poncher scratched the back of his head, revealing an honest smile, his voice rumbling like thunder. You rascal. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Poncher to say something so thoughtful. His emotions were complex for a moment, but then he broke into a smile. Let's go. Since you've completed your evolution, let's find some demon brats to practice on and help you adapt to your new body. Thinking that Poncher's refinement of the beast bones had taken nearly an hour, Lin Yu gripped his spear tightly, his gaze sharp. He was still far from the 100,000 Azura points he needed and had to make every moment count. Yes. Poncher nodded vigorously, stomping his foot and sending stone fragments flying. The two wasted no more time and headed straight for the nearest demon gathering point. Meanwhile, in the core region of the Azura world, a palace shrouded in cold, dark mist. Dim candle flames flickered as several fierce-looking demons bowed their heads before the throne, not daring to breathe loudly. The figure on the throne was hidden in thick fog, and with each gesture, the dark mist writhed and coiled like a living thing. He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, the crisp sound echoing throughout the hall. After a long while, he suddenly raised his head, his voice calm, yet sending chills down the demons' spines. You're telling me that those 3 wastes Ouchie and the others were all slain by that human boy? Beneath his gentle tone lurked murderous intent, causing the demons below to tremble and nod in unison. After a moment, a tiger-headed, human-bodied demon steeled himself to report. Yes, Your Majesty. It said that the human boy summoned a bone dragon to kill them. Furthermore, under that human's guidance, the mountain-splitting ape demon, which originally had only low-tier demon bloodline, seems to have evolved as well. Oh, a bone dragon, and he helped the demon evolve? Interesting. The figure on the throne stopped tapping, and through the mist, his lips seemed to curve slightly upward. My lord, this human boy has become a real threat. Should we perhaps? The tiger-headed demon tentatively raised his head, but before he could finish speaking, he was forced to lower it again by a piercing gaze and crushing pressure. The other demons in the hall also held their breath, their eyes fixed on the throne. No need. Let him play for now. The voice from the throne was leisurely, yet brooking no argument. He'll come eventually. If he's too weak, he won't earn my recognition. Besides, I never break the rules. Thanks to Poncher's dramatically increased strength, Lin Yu and Poncher dove headfirst into the most demon-dense regions of the Azura world over the next several hours. The two worked in perfect harmony, cutting down level 40 demons almost effortlessly with single strikes, creating an endless spectacle of exploding black mist and splattering demon blood as their efficiency in gaining Azura points multiplied several times over. In just 3 short hours, Lin Yu accumulated another 10,000 Azura points, bringing his total to a staggering 50,000, only halfway from the 100,000 milestone. Meanwhile, his sin points dropped to under 20,000, while his undead points climbed to an impressive 100,000. Seeing his rapid progress, Lin Yu was reluctant to stop, but since he was using a gaming helmet today, his online limit was only 8 hours. When time was up, he gave Poncher a few brief instructions before being forced to log off. It was already 5:30 p.m. when he logged off. His mother and sister hadn't returned home yet, so with his stomach growling, Lin Yu could only rummage through the living room to find a few packets of crackers to tide him over. Just as he took a couple of bites, his phone suddenly rang, the caller ID showing, Lin Wanner. Why would this little rascal think to call me? Lin Yu was momentarily puzzled. His sister rarely contacted him proactively unless she needed something. When he answered, a familiar crisp voice came through. Big brother, I want to bring some old books home today. Could you come pick me up? The long-missed act of coquetry made Lin Yu's nose tingle slightly, but his experiences from both lives helped him quickly steady his emotions. Sure, I'll take a taxi over right away. Thank you so much, big brother. She hung up promptly after speaking. This little rascal. Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head, changed his jacket, locked the door, and headed downstairs. He used a ride-hailing app to book a car with one tap, destination, Qing City No. 1 High School. The distance from home to the high school wasn't far, and the taxi arrived at the school gate in less than half an hour. In the evening twilight, Lin Wanner stood by the entrance, holding a stack of textbooks in one arm with a cardboard box full of old books at her feet. Beside her, a male student was also carrying a thick pile of books, and the two were chatting and laughing casually, clearly getting along well. The boy had delicate features while not as striking as Lin Yu. He was quite eye-catching nonetheless. As Lin Yu approached, he casually took the books from his sister's arms. Warner, who is this? His gaze fell on the boy, feeling as though he'd seen him somewhere in his previous life. Lin Warner quickly introduced them. Big brother, this is my classmate, Li Hongwei. Her voice sounded normal, but her expression seemed slightly awkward. Li Hongwei. Lin Yu's brow furrowed slightly, not because he minded his sister's relationship with the opposite sex, but because this name sent a shock through his heart. If he remembered correctly, this kid had also awakened a god-tier talent in his previous life. However, due to his overly low-key nature and lack of resources, he had always remained lukewarm in the game. Yet in Lin Yu's eyes, this low profile was more like a layer of dust that, with just a gentle brush, would reveal Li Hongwei's brilliance at any moment. What he valued most was Li Hongwei's almost obsessive feelings for Lin Warner. In his previous life, after his sister was brutally murdered, this young man single-handedly broke into the Tianyuan duchy and slaughtered thousands, ultimately escaping severely wounded with his whereabouts unknown. Such obsession forged through blood and fire earned Lin Yu's highest regard at this moment. Hello, big brother. Seeing Lin Yu's gaze, Li Hongwei immediately restrained his smile, putting his hands behind his back with the awkward demeanor of someone caught red-handed. Hello, Hongwei. Lin Yu smiled heartily, his voice carrying clear approval. He was determined to cultivate Li Hongwei properly. Whether it was the opportunities from his previous life or that determination to protect his sister, both were worth investing in. Not to mention Li Hongwei's hidden god-tier profession and talent according to his memories, it was a terrifying ability that could continuously grow in attack power. If they formed a soul bond and leveraged Lin Yu's current resources, Li Hongwei would never remain as obscure as in his previous life. By then, Lin Yu's attack, defense, and health would also grow infinitely, making true invincibility not necessarily out of reach. Of course, all this had to happen naturally. Li Hongwei's family was of modest means and couldn't even afford a gaming helmet. Pushing too hard would only backfire. After making up his mind, Lin Yu exchanged a few pleasantries before taking Lin Warner and leaving by taxi. Their mother had already finished work, and they couldn't delay. In the car, he turned to ask his sister about Li Hongwei's situation. Lin Warner initially wanted to be evasive, but after Lin Yu clearly expressed his full support, she completely let down her guard and shared all the details. This honesty actually bound the siblings firmly on the same side. When they returned home, the sizzling sounds of the wok were already coming from the kitchen. Wu Guifan was busy working up a sweat. The Friday holiday usual 4 dishes were all there: braised beef, red braised pig's trotters, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of rich soup. She often said, beef builds strength, pig's trotters provide collagen, and vegetables add vitamins. In the past, Lin Yu would only roll his eyes secretly, but now, seeing this familiar aroma stirred a rare sense of preciousness. He wanted to help in the kitchen but was dismissed by his mother's comment about showing unusual courtesy, so he settled for efficiently setting out the bowls and chopsticks. Since he had made some preparations yesterday, the 4 home-cooked dishes were quickly served. Amid the rising steam, the family sat together, laughter interweaving, warm and comforting. Lin Yu silently vowed he would personally protect this home. Halfway through the meal, he mentioned arranging a medical checkup for his mother. Wu Guifan's first reaction was wasting money. But after he explained it was a free checkup voucher rewarded by the school, she agreed with some skepticism. After dinner, the siblings accompanied their mother watching TV, enjoying family harmony. Once his mother and Lin Warner had gone to sleep, Lin Yu quietly closed the door and took a taxi back to Zhongjiang Island. Still had 4 hours left in the game. How could he waste them? The goal in the Azura Hall hadn't been achieved yet, and he didn't want to miss any opportunity to improve his strength. At 4 in the morning, Lin Yu climbed out of the gaming pod, his eyes still bright with excitement. In just a few hours, he and Panshir had collected another 15,000 Azura points, bringing the total to 65,000, only about 40,000 short of the 100,000 mark. The stronger he became, the more efficient his point farming doubled. At this rate, he could accumulate 100,000 points on his next login and obtain that growable weapon. He dozed on the sofa for an hour, and as dawn was just breaking, he hurriedly took a taxi home. After all, today he was taking his mother to the hospital for examination and treatment. When Lin Yu returned home, it was already past 6 o'clock. The living room lights were still on, and his mother Wu Guifan, who had just gotten up, was wiping the table while wearing a cardigan. Seeing her son come through the door carrying breakfast, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. You went out so early? Lin Yu placed the soy milk and fried dough sticks he was carrying onto the dining table, smiling as he lifted the bag. I thought since you're going to the hospital for your checkup today, I'd get breakfast ready first. This smoothly covered up his reason for going out in the early morning hours. Since Wu Guifan needed a comprehensive examination today, his younger sister soon hurried out of her room as well. After the family of 3 had a simple breakfast, Lin Yu hailed a rideshare car and headed straight to Qing City's best hospital, Huaxi Hospital. Huaxi Hospital belonged to the Xiao family, with equipment and technology ranking among the top in all of Hua country. More importantly, Xiao had specially arranged for expert Li Yinjin, known as the Divine Healer, to oversee the consultation, which left Lin Yu completely at ease about his mother's examination. The drive took about half an hour before Huaxi Hospital's outpatient building with its white walls and blue signage appeared outside the car window. When they got out, Xiao Xiao was already waiting personally at the entrance. She greeted them with a smile and led the three directly into the VIP passage. Lin Yu had won the first guild token for the Xiao family, and combined with the potential he had demonstrated, Xiao Xiao didn't dare treat him carelessly. Under her coordination, all the blood tests and imaging studies proceeded without a hitch. In less than 2 hours, his mother had completed all the required tests. In the consultation room, Li Yinjin reviewed the reports and confidently assured Lin Yu's family. There are indeed early-stage tumor cells, but it's not a major problem. A minimally invasive surgery this afternoon will remove everything completely, and the recovery period will be short. Hearing this, Lin Yu and his family's shoulders relaxed simultaneously. The subsequent hospitalization process went equally smoothly. Xiao Xiao helped arrange a top-tier VIP suite with round-the-clock premium nursing care on standby, and Lin Yu completed all the paperwork by paying with his card on the spot. After settling his mother in, Lin Yu walked to the corridor and found Xiao Xiao reviewing documents. He said earnestly, "Senior Xiao, I really appreciate all your help this time. Without you, I wouldn't have known how to handle this." "Junior Lin Yu, don't be so formal." Xiao Xiao closed her documents and waved her hand with a smile. Then, as if remembering something, she looked up and asked, "By the way, when will you be able to exit the dungeon? Don't forget about the competition in a few days. The prize is a platinum equipment piece of your choice. If things go quickly today, if not, tomorrow. I'll definitely make it in time," Lin Yu answered honestly. Xiao Xiao nodded and smiled again. "That's good. Also, are you interested in joining my guild as a vice leader?" Her tone was casual but carried genuine intent. With Lin Yu's current strength, he could single-handedly take on an entire guild, and if he joined, the Xiao Guild could definitely rise to become #1 in the Divine Demon Continent. Lin Yu shook his head, declining decisively. "Thank you for the kind offer, senior. I've always preferred freedom and have no plans to join any faction for now. If it weren't for my mother's situation, I wouldn't have agreed to cooperate before. Besides, guild attributes are only useful before the great catastrophe, and my character stats already crush others at the same level. Those small bonuses don't matter to me." Xiao Xiao shrugged. "All right then, we can discuss it again when you change your mind in the future." Xiao Xiao smiled gently, not pressing the matter. She knew Lin Yu's temperament. While the more you pushed him, the more likely you were to drive him away. After a brief pause, as if suddenly remembering something, she reminded him, "By the way, I heard that Wang Duojin has formed a gang called the Wang Ba Gang. Recently, he seems to have defeated a boss and gained some opportunities. You should keep an eye out. Now that players are flooding in, it's all about guild warfare. The era of going solo is clearly over." Wang Ba Gang, like Wang Ba Gang. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, muttering under his breath, though he wasn't particularly concerned. With his current strength, ordinary players couldn't make much of a splash, and even if Wang Duojin had truly obtained some opportunities, it wouldn't matter much. The two chatted casually for a few more minutes. Xiao Xiao had to leave the hospital in a hurry due to her gaming schedule. Lin Yu waited until his mother's surgery was finished and arranged for follow-up care before leaving. The hospital's top-tier VIP rooms had senior caregivers on duty around the clock, and with his sister there to assist, staying overnight would actually be inconvenient. The room already had a family rest area, so he only needed to come during the day to take shifts. At 6 in the evening, Lin Yu returned to his villa. Ling Xin was still immersed in the game, so he quickly took a shower and climbed into his gaming pod. After entering the game, he immediately began clearing out demon forces with Pan Sure, with a very clear goal: accumulate 100,000 Azura points. Time passed minute by minute. After a full 11 hours, in a desolate mountain valley, boom, his warblade struck down, sending dust and sand flying as the level 40 goathead, human-bodied demon boss, consuming goat demon commander, fell to the ground. Immediately after, clear system notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the consuming goat demon commander, above your level. You have gained Azura points 150, undead points 300. Ding! You have achieved the dungeon requirement of 100,000 Azura points. Reward, growable equipment Azura war boots. Finally, he had gathered 100,000 Azura points. Looking at his status panel, Lin Yu felt immediate relief. Days of relentless grinding had finally paid off. However, he was puzzled for a moment. Xiao Xiao had previously mentioned the reward was a growable weapon, so how had it become boots? But on second thought, it was fine. Boots could increase speed, providing an additional layer of protection. Ding! You have completed the Azura Purgatory Dungeon. Do you choose to exit? No. Lin Yu refused without hesitation. He still needed to gain control of the Azura Palace and control this small world. Ding! Game notification. Since you have chosen not to leave the dungeon immediately, you may exit through the safe tower later. However, your stay cannot exceed 24 hours, or you will be forcibly expelled. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely raised an eyebrow slightly. his heart remaining completely calm. To him, a full 24 hours was more than enough time to accomplish many things. There was no rush to leave. Setting aside any concerns about time, his gaze locked intensely onto the pair of boots before him that emanated a faint crimson glow. The Azura wore boots. As a growable piece of equipment, these boots floated quietly in the air, their surface etched with blood-red patterns that seemed ready to seep fresh blood at any moment. Lin Yu raised his hand and beckoned, causing the boots to gently fall into his palm as the system description appeared. Azura wore boots growable equipment, currently gold tier. Equipment once worn by Yi Shilao, the god of slaughter. Class requirement, none. Level requirement, none. Effect 1, movement speed 200. Effect 2, defense 800. Effect 3, maximum defense value 10. Effect 4, ghost speed. Consume 300 energy points to gain 300 movement speed for 10 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. Effect 5, evolution. Can evolve through kills, gaining 1 progress point per kill, current progress 03000. Durability, 100. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Lin Yu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Even at just gold tier, it possessed percentage-based bonuses that previously only epic tier equipment could boast. Especially that terrifying speed amplification made him envision lightning-fast pursuits and retreats on the battlefield, causing a satisfied smile to spread across his face. 200 movement speed bonus. He gripped the boots tightly, silently calculating in his mind. With these, even when facing opponents near level 50, he could match them in speed. Not to mention when ghost speed activated, instantly boosting him to 300, enough to leave most opponents unable to even catch his shadow. Reflecting on this journey through the Azura Purgatory dungeon, he couldn't help but marvel at his incredible luck. In such a short time, he had not only completely cleansed the troublesome red name value that had been plaguing him, but also acquired this equipment with limitless potential. Now he had not only completely washed away his red name status, but even obtained a growable piece of equipment. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.